Chapter 1 Rebirth. Dog Emperor, I have heeded your commands to avoid death, yet you have allowed my kin to believe I am still alive, and reduced me to a mere plaything warming. Your bed. Shen Shurong trembled violently. How could the once gentle crown prince, now a sovereign, be such a wretched creature? If this is the case, what difference is there between living and dying? The man clad in dragon robes approached slowly. Dog Emperor, is this how you refer to me in your heart? With a sudden crack, he struck Shen Shurong, sending her sprawling to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The man coldly scoffed, "You should consider yourself fortunate I have yet to tire of you. Should you dare to die, they will all perish." Tears of blood streamed from Shen Shurong's eyes, her face twisted in fury. Dog Emperor, tyrant, may you suffer a wretched fate. I curse you, the great Zhou shall meet its demise at your hands. Princess, princess, have you been having a nightmare? Shen Shurong felt her arm being shaken, and as she slowly opened her eyes, her heart raced at the sight before her Jin Xianyang. Princess, it is your maid, Jinji. What is the matter? Jinji shook Shen Shurong's arm. She referred to herself as a maid? Realizing something was amiss, Shen Shurong examined her surroundings. Was this her boudoir before marriage? Princess, do not frighten me. Today is the flower appreciation banquet hosted by the old princess, and young Master Xie will be attending as well. You have not seen him for some time. Shen Shurong sat up, astonished she could move. Though she had clearly perished, Jinji's words suggested she had returned to 10 years ago. Princess, the tribute from the Grand Princess is beautiful. The painting of the finch is exquisite. Rise, and I shall assist you with your makeup. Another maid, Yunji, approached with a jewelry box, smiling in agreement. Our princess is the most beautiful in the great Zhou. Even without makeup, she is stunning. Shen Shurong was still processing everything. If she truly had a second chance, she had not yet married. There was still time. Princess, this light purple gown accentuates your grace. When young Master Xie sees you, he will surely be entranced by your beauty. After finishing her makeup, Jinji cheerfully helped Shen Shurong select a gown. A barely perceptible cold smile flickered in Shen Shurong's eyes before she quickly composed herself and chose a pink strapless dress. Jinji paused momentarily, but swiftly helped her change. Shen Shurong's snow-like skin contrasted beautifully with the pink, enhancing her delicate charm. As she donned the outer garment, the subtle glimpse of her figure revealed a youthful shyness. Princess, the old lady has just sent word the Grand Princess is waiting for you. Yunji brought over a shawl. Shen Shurong gracefully draped it over her shoulders and stepped outside. Today's banquet would be her moment to seize her destiny. As she entered the carriage, Shen Shurong beamed sweetly. Grandmother, Yungjia has arrived. Her grandmother was beautiful, yet she had not seen her for many years. Having grown up with her grandmother, Shen Shurong had been pampered into an innocent young lady, oblivious to the world. Why are you so beautifully dressed, you little imp? The Grand Princess pinched her nose. You and Xie Yunzhao are to be wed in 2 months. No amount of dressing up will win you a celestial husband. Leaning against her grandmother, Shen Shurong closed her eyes to savor their bond. Today, she would show her grandmother that she could marry. The Grand Princess affectionately stroked her flowing black hair. Yesterday, Xie Yunzhao's poem received high praise from your grandfather. This marriage is quite suitable. They were all reminding her of how wonderful Xie Yunzhao was, and after their union, she would be the envy of every lady in the capital. The princess is fortunate her husband is favored by his majesty. Young Master Xie's household is peaceful, with only one concubine and a secondary wife. His poetry and paintings have gained him much acclaim. The princess truly is blessed. Gradually, she became enamored with these superficial accolades, persuading her grandmother to part with her wealth. At that time, she only wished for him to achieve his ambitions, to gain favor from the Dog Emperor, now the Dog Prince. And what was the result? He orchestrated her fake death, delivering her to the dragon bed himself. From then on, she became a mere plaything for a tyrant hidden from the world, nameless and faceless. Shen Shurong closed her eyes. Over the years, she had learned to mask her emotions. A slight smile curved her lips as she sweetly murmured, Yungjia has heard that Brother Zheng is the most formidable. The Grand Princess embraced her darling, caressing her shoulder. With him to protect you, your grandfather, and I can rest easy. A cold glint flashed in Shen Shurong's eyes. Indeed, he was protective. The carriage of the Grand Princess traveled along Juquet Street, while on another street, two young men approached on horseback, heading toward a common destination. Sierre, why did you not come to the horse races I invited, preferring to attend this gathering of young ladies instead? Xie Yunzhao strolled leisurely, his mind elsewhere. You are of age. This occasion is perfectly suited for you. Lu Ziqian kicked his leg, chancing upon the moment. You are a year older than I, yet you remain unmoored. Suddenly recalling something. Are you here to find your anchor? Xie Yunzhao's eyelids drooped. I do not seek one. I have already told my parents I shall remain a bachelor for life and not harm good families' daughters. Lu Ziqian wanted to laugh. Was he still pining for his sister-in-law? Hey, look over there. Isn't that the Grand Prince's carriage approaching? Xie Yunzhao's heart raced, and he quickly turned to see. Indeed it was. The two dismounted and stood respectfully by the roadside, awaiting the carriage's passage. The young gentleman bowed to the carriage, and the attendant returned their courtesy. As the carriage passed, Lu Ziqian glanced back, wondering if he was hoping for a chance encounter with Princess Yongjia. Your sister-in-law is likely in the carriage. Do not speak carelessly. They are not yet wed, he replied, his tone displeased. Lu Ziqian shot him a sidelong glance. Only 2 months remain. It will pass in the blink of an eye. 2 months was hardly a stretch of time. After all, she was not as now. Xie Yunzhao mounted his horse, his mind a whirlwind of frustration. He could see the old prince's flower appreciation banquet. The elderly ladies brought their daughters-in-law to enjoy a performance. The younger generation, uninterested, gathered in the back garden, where the young gentlemen exchanged verses and the young ladies chased butterflies, adorning themselves with flowers. Having left the Grand Princess, Shen Shurong continued her stride toward the back garden, where the vibrant flowers paled in comparison to his anticipated arrival. She stopped by the lakeside, scattering fish feed, causing the koi to gather eagerly. Jinji scanned the surroundings, puzzled as to why the princess was feeding fish instead of seeking young Master Xie. As Jinji looked around, she suddenly spotted an unexpected guest. Princess, young Master Xie heir is coming. Shen Shurong continued feeding the fish, the unfolding events mirroring her past life. Today was dull. He would surely come, for she had arrived. I have heard that the fish in the royal residence are the finest. I came to take a look. Xie Yunzhao thought the pink suited her. No, only she was worthy of it. Lu Ziqian tugged at his arm. Annoyed, what was this future brother-in-law doing here? Chapter 1. Rebirth. Dog Emperor, I have heeded your wishes to not seek death. Yet you force my family to believe I've perished, and have reduced me to a mere plaything for your warmth. Shen Shurong trembled violently. The gentle prince of her youth, now a monarch, had revealed himself as a wretched man. That if that is the case, what difference is there between my living and my dying? The man clad in dragon robes approached slowly. Dog Emperor? Is that how you refer to me in your heart? With a resounding slap, Shen Shurong fell to the ground, blood trickling from her lips. The man sneered coldly. You should consider yourself fortunate. I have yet to tire of you. Should you dare to die, they will all meet their end. Tears of blood welled in Shen Shurong's eyes, her face contorted with rage. Dog Emperor, tyrant, may you meet a wretched fate. I curse you. Your reign will surely lead to the downfall of the great Zhou. Princess, have you been haunted by nightmares? Shen Shurong felt her arm being shaken and slowly opened her eyes. Upon recognizing the figure before her, she was taken aback. Jin Xiaonyang? Princess, it is your maid, Jinji. What troubles you? Jinji shook Shen Shurong's arm. Addressing herself as a maid, realizing something was amiss, Shen Shurong surveyed her surroundings. Was this her boudoir before marriage? Princess, do not frighten me. Today is the flower appreciation banquet hosted by the old royal consort, and young Master Xie will be attending to. It has been a while since you last saw him. Shen Shurong sat up, astonished. She could move. She was certain she had died, but according to Jinji, it felt as though she had returned to a decade prior. Princess, the gift from the princess, the conch shell, is the most exquisite. You must rise. Allow me to prepare your makeup. Another maid, Yinji, approached with a jewelry box, smiling in agreement. Our princess is the most beautiful in the great Zhou. She looks splendid even without adornment. Shen Shurong was still processing everything. If she truly had a second chance, she had not yet married, and there was still time. Princess, this light purple gown accentuates your grace. When young Master Xie sees you, he will surely be mesmerized. After completing her makeup, Jinji cheerfully assisted Shen Shurong in choosing her attire. The fleeting smirk passed through Shen Shurong's eyes before she returned to her composed demeanor, selecting the pink strapless gown. Jinji was momentarily taken aback, but quickly helped her change. Shen Shurong's fair skin contrasted beautifully with the pink, enhancing her youthful charm. Once she donned the outer garment, the subtle glimpses of her figure exuded a unique shyness. "Princess, the matron has just conveyed that the princess is waiting for you," Inji announced, bringing a shawl. Shen Shurong secured it and stepped outside. Today's banquet would mark her reclamation of her own destiny. Upon entering the carriage, Shen Shurong beamed. "Grandmother, Yunzhao has arrived." Her grandmother was stunning, yet she had not seen her in many years. Living in the princely residence, she had grown up under her grandmother's care, doted upon and shielded from the world's harsh realities. What a foolish girl, dressing so beautifully. "You and young Master Xie are to wed in 2 months. Do you think such adornment will win you a celestial spouse?" Nestled against her grandmother, Shen Shurong closed her eyes, savoring their bond. Today, she would prove to her grandmother that she could marry. The princess caressed her flowing black hair. "Young Master Xie's recent poem received high praise from your grandfather. This match is quite favorable." They continuously reminded her of young Master Xie's virtues, and after their marriage, she would bask in the envy of all the ladies of the capital. The princess is blessed her husband is favored by his majesty. Young Master Xie's household is tranquil, with only one concubine and a secondary wife. His poetry and painting have gained him renown truly. The princess is fortunate. She gradually became enchanted by such superficial praises, striving to persuade her grandmother to relinquish the family treasury. At that time, her only desire was for him to achieve his aspirations, to gain favor with the Dog Emperor, the current Dog Crown Prince. And what was the outcome? He orchestrated her false death, delivering her into the dragon's embrace with his own hands. From that moment on, she became the plaything of a tyrant hidden from the world, nameless and faceless. Shen Shurong closed her eyes, having learned to conceal her emotions over the years. A faint smile graced her lips as she sweetly uttered, "Yunzhao has heard that Brother Zheng is the most formidable." The princess embraced her cherished one, gently stroking her shoulder. "With him protecting you, I can rest assured when your grandfather and I are gone." A cold glimmer flashed in Shen Shurong's eyes. Indeed, he was a diligent guardian. The carriage of the princess traversed the vibrant Juke street. Meanwhile, on another street, 2 young men rode towards a common destination. "Xie, why did you decline my invitation to the horse race, only to attend a gathering meant for ladies?" Xie Yunzhao strolled leisurely, his mind elsewhere. "At your age, you should be settling down. This occasion is perfect for you." Lu Ziqian kicked his leg playfully. "You're a year older than I am, and still unanchored." Then, suddenly realizing, "Are you here to seek a match?" Xie Yunzhao's eyelids drooped. "I have no interest in seeking. I've told my parents I intend to remain single for life, not to disrupt the lives of virtuous young women." Lu Ziqian chuckled. "Surely, you're not still pining for your sister-in-law. Do not speak carelessly, they are not yet wed," he retorted, his tone displeased. Lu Ziqian cast him a sidelong glance. "Only 2 months remain. It will pass in the blink of an eye." 2 months was hardly a stretch of time, especially since she was not as now. Xie Yunzhao mounted his horse, an unrelenting agitation brewing within him. The old royal consort's flower appreciation banquet. The elder ladies escorted their daughters to watch a performance. The younger generation, uninterested, gathered in the back garden, where the young men recited poetry while the maidens chased butterflies and adorned themselves with flowers. Shen Shurong departed from the princess, her steps unwavering as she made her way to the back garden. The vibrant blooms around her paled in comparison to the brilliance of one particular individual. Upon reaching the lake, she scattered fish food, and the koi, drawn by the scent, swarmed eagerly. Jinji's gaze wandered, puzzled as to why the princess was feeding fish instead of seeking young Master Xie. Jinji, scanning the vicinity, suddenly spotted an unexpected visitor. "Princess, young Master Xie heir is approaching." Shen Shurong continued to feed the fish, finding the unfolding events all too familiar. Today was dull. He would come, as he must since she was present. "I have heard that the fish in the royal residence are the finest I have come to see." Xie Yunzhao mused that pink suited her. No, it was only she who was deserving of such hues. Lu Ziqian tugged at his arm. Exasperated, what was this future brother-in-law doing here? Chapter 2. The drowning Shen Shurong turned around, as if just realizing something, to gaze upon her dashing youth, exclaiming, "You're here. Where is Brother Zheng?" She inquired only about Xie Yunzhao. Upon her arrival, she had spotted him, likely here to seek her out, though he was currently beset by several noble ladies seeking poetry. Xie Yunzhao, with his gaze fixed on the fish, spoke with barely concealed irritation. "I do not know. He is probably detained by some young lady." In her past life, upon hearing these words, Shen Shurong had rushed forward, lifting her skirts, demanding, "Who dares to take my person?" At that moment, did he not feel a twinge of sadness as he watched her become jealous over Xie Yunzhao? Later, when she became his sister-in-law, did he not endure daily torment? Now, with her right before him, she could not bear to inflict any more pain upon him. Look at this fish. The others are mixed red and white, but this one is entirely red. Do you think it will turn even redder when stewed? Which one? The others were drawn in, and Xie Yunzhao hastened to her side, craning his neck to see. Shen Shurong took a couple of steps closer to the lake, bending down and pointing, "Right here." Losing her balance. In her moment of panic, she inadvertently tugged at someone's sleeve. With two loud splashes, the entire garden erupted in commotion. "Come quickly. Help! Princess Yongjia has fallen into the water. Help!" Shen Shurong was exhilarated, splashing about. It was her first time engaging in such bold antics. Xie Yunzhao, initially stunned by the fall, quickly regained his senses, his heart nearly halting. She could not swim. Fortunately, the distance was not great. With a few strong strokes, he reached her, wrapping his arms around her delicate waist and swimming towards the shore. Shen Shurong clung to his firm waist, now bolstered by his strength. Once ashore, she trembled all over, yet her hands held tightly onto Xie Yunzhao. Guests rushing over assumed she was in shock, coming to assist and pulling her away. Jinji and Yinji grasped Shen Shurong's arms. "I'm so scared. Help me," she cried, refusing to let go, her wet clothes clinging to her, pressing against the man's chest. Xie Yunzhao was at a loss. She was squeezed against him, and as he looked down, the sight was almost blinding. He could only raise his hands, turning his face away. "Don't be afraid. It's all right now. Princess, you're safe." Jinji was nearly in tears. The princess cannot hold on any longer. Her reputation. Xie Yunzhao rushed over from a distance, witnessing the scene, his fiancée tightly embracing his twin brother. Jinji, in a fit of determination, seized Shen Shurong's waist and pulled her away. "Princess, we must return to the manor," and summoned the royal physician. Xie Yunzhao hurriedly removed his outer garment and draped it over Shen Shurong, then instantly attempted to lift her. Everyone, leave me alone. I feel nauseous," she shouted, pushing him away. Yinji interjected, "It's me, your servant." Shen Shurong clutched Yinji. "Fetch my elder brother. I'm frightened. Quickly, go find the little prince." A voice in the crowd called out for assistance. As they waited, whispers began to circulate about the drenched couple embracing tightly. What would become of their future marriage? Xie Yunzhao's face darkened with fury, yet the reality was undeniable. Shen Shurong wept quietly, and Xie Yunzhao knew he had erred, tarnishing her reputation, albeit in an effort to save her. He felt compelled to kneel before her, torn between fear for her life and sorrow for her tears. The little prince, Shen Qilu, rushed over. "Little sister." Shen Shurong released Yinji, calling out, "Brother." Shen Qilu's heart ached for his sister. "Have you suffered?" He took her in his arms. Xie Yunzhao followed closely behind, being shooed away. "My sister is not well. Master Xie, please stay back." Xie Yunzhao cast a sharp look at Xie Yunzhao. Yet, Xie Yunzhao paid no heed, captivated by the sight of the wet, clinging figure in Shen Qilu's embrace. It was only after she disappeared from view that he returned home, kneeling in the ancestral hall. Upon learning of the incident, Duke Lu was furious, lashing out at him, only to be restrained by the Duchess, who witnessed the princess nearly drown and knew the stakes had risen. The four family members, each with their own thoughts, boarded a carriage to the princess's residence to offer their apologies. Shen Shurong wept throughout the journey. "Grandmother, brother, am I tainted? Am I unworthy of Brother Zheng? Who said that? You are the granddaughter of this palace, a princess of the great Zhou. He is merely the son of a duke." It is he who is fortunate to be with you. Grandmother's words rang true. Do not worry, little sister. He would not dare. Shen Shurong's tears flowed more fiercely, biting her lip and shaking her head. No, I have embarrassed myself and sullied my name. The princess embraced her, disregarding her wet clothing. Do not think too much. With grandmother and your royal uncle present, nothing will change. Upon returning to the princess's residence, the physician prescribed medicine while the princess and the royal consort stayed by her side. Shen Shurong, her gaze vacant, pleaded, Grandmother, mother, please leave me. I wish to be alone. They both assured her that all would be well as they stepped outside. Jinji and Yunzhao continued to weep softly. You two should leave as well. I wish to sleep. Do not enter unless called. Yes, princess. Once they had exited, Shen Shurong rubbed her chest, stretched her waist, and retrieved several silks, tying them together. She secured one end with a weight and tossed it over the beam, positioning a stool beneath. After completing these tasks, she found herself slightly breathless. Sitting at the table, she took a sip of tea, waiting for the right moment to ascend once more. Unbeknownst to her, he might be displeased with their current state. In the main hall of the princess's residence, Xie Yunzhao knelt in the center. I beg the princess's pardon. It is all this wretched boy's fault for damaging the princess's reputation. Whatever punishment the princess's residence deems fit, the duke's residence will raise no objections. The princess and old master Shen occupied the main seats, while the royal consort and the little prince sat to one side, both harboring resentment. It was indeed his fault. It was also he who saved Yongjia. Upon receiving the news, Prince Shen Jingxian hurried back. You are all here. Where is Yongjia? Yongjia? They exchanged glances. Who is with her? Oh no! The royal consort exclaimed, slapping her thigh. The little prince dashed off to Chiotong courtyard, and the royal consort hurried after the princess. The little prince entered the courtyard, where even Jinji and Yunzhao lingered outside. Little sister. Shen Shurong was lost in thoughts of his appearance today. He bore a striking resemblance to the Duchess. With his charming fox-like eyes, the corners perpetually lifted in a semblance of a smile. He lacked some of the grandeur he would possess a decade hence. Yet his youthful spirit was perfectly suited to the moment. Suddenly hearing her brother's call, Shen Shurong stepped onto the stool. With her hands gripping the silks, tears streamed down her face as she cried, Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, Yongjia has been unfilial. As her neck stretched out, the door was kicked open, causing her stool to topple. The little prince, startled, sent a knife flying. The silks snapped, and he rushed forward to embrace Shen Shurong. Little sister, how could you be so foolish? At that moment, the door swung wide, and members of both the Shen and Xie families witnessed the scene that had just unfolded. Clang! Xie Yunzhao drew the guard sword he had followed him with and rushed to the doorway. I'm the one who has tarnished your reputation. You cannot die. I will die instead. With that, he pressed the blade to his throat. So, the Xie family was equally bewildered. Isn't it chaotic enough? What are you doing now? Chapter 3. The exchange of brides stop. Shen Shurong gasped in shock, foolishly propping herself up. You saved me, yet you would die for it? Do you wish for me to bear the stigma of ingratitude? Will I be pointed at even in death? With a clang, Xie Yunzhao tossed aside his knife, his expression in disarray. Of course not. I thought if I were gone, you would be free from the burden of this day, able to live well. I do not blame you. You saved me. You are my benefactor, and my family ought to be grateful to you. But I feel remorse for Brother Zheng. I am his fiancé, yet I have stained my reputation. Xie Yunzhao lowered his gaze, his eyes reddening. It was he who had tarnished her purity by marrying Xie Yunzhao, and it was he who had brought her such sorrow. Princess, I do not mind. Xie Yunzhao stepped forward. Life is of utmost importance. Your safety is the greatest fortune. No. Shen Shurong vehemently shook her head, turning away. You, so noble and pure, like a lotus emerging from the water, I cannot taint you. Go. Xie Yunzhao would not concede. Eldest princess, the duke wishes to speak with you privately. The eldest princess nodded. This farce could not continue, and someone must bear the burden. The crowd quickly retreated to the courtyard, leaving Shen Shurong seated in a chair. Xie Yunzhao stood at the open doorway, his voice barely above a whisper, audible only to the two of them. Princess, Our families have had a marriage pact since childhood. Yet Yunzhao is the elder brother and should rightfully be the heir. I have worked tirelessly to marry you. Only by becoming the heir can I marry you legitimately. Without you, what purpose does being an heir serve? Shen Shurong was initially taken aback, then deeply moved, though her heart scoffed. At 14, the Duke of Lu proclaimed that the order of birth of the twin sons had been mistaken. Xie Yunzhao was the elder, while Xie Yunzhao was the younger. Everyone understood that only the legitimate eldest son could inherit the title. And the Duke of Lu sought to bestow the title upon Xie Yunzhao, as Xie Yunzhao was then frivolous and unruly. It was only when Xie Yunzhao was named heir that Shen Shurong realized she was destined to marry him. Before the age of 14, she had believed she would wed Xie Yunzhao, but thereafter, her grandmother, mother, and elder brother spoke of Xie Yunzhang's merits. As her grandparents aged, once they passed, the eldest princess's household would cease to exist. What authority would the duke's household possess? Only by marrying a son of the powerful duke could the duke's household gain considerable benefit. The weight of her family's future overshadowed her own happiness. What about her happiness? She was resigned to marry Xie Yunzhao, yet the tragedies of her life were primarily wrought by him. After she became the plaything of the tyrant emperor, he perversely summoned her father and brother to the palace, allowing them to see her there. The shock in her father's and brother's eyes, the unshed tears of blood, pierced her heart. The tyrant emperor reveled in this, yet was not satisfied. He compelled Xie Yunzhao to bring their legitimate son, Xie Jinan, into the palace, deliberately allowing Anan to see her nestled in his embrace. Seeing the crimson rage in his eyes, she felt a deep-seated hatred, wishing to drive her hairpin into him 1,000 times, while simultaneously wishing to end Xie Yunzhang's life. And now he dares to say what? That he vied for the title of heir to marry her? That he would not become the heir without her? He has revealed his true intentions before her. Perhaps at this moment, he harbors some genuine feelings for her. Yet, she finds it repulsive, utterly abhorrent. Suppressing the tempest within her heart, she forced a bitter smile and said, "Brother Zheng, you need not belittle yourself to console me. I am unworthy of marrying you. I do not wish for you to bear the brunt of gossip because of me. Only in death can you find peace." As she spoke, she shattered a porcelain cup, swiftly seizing a shard to cut her wrist. "Princess!" Xie Yunzhang rushed in, grasping her hand. "No!" A flurry of people rushed in from outside. A faint line of blood appeared on her wrist, though shallow. It was sufficient. "Get out, all of you! Leave!" The eldest princess tightly embraced Shen Shurong. "Are you trying to force her to death? None from Yongjia shall marry." Everyone retreated outside. The young prince closed the door. If this continued, there would inevitably come a day when they could not contain it. He led his family aside. Younger sister cannot remain unmarried. Rumors are like daggers. Regardless, she must marry. And who she marries is irrelevant. Old Master Shen nodded, reasoning that it would be best for her to marry Xie Yunzhao. At least Yongjia would not fall into despair. The Duke and Duchess were dissatisfied. However, with Xie Yunzhang as the heir, marrying Xie Yunzhao seemed beneath them, given Yongjia's noble status. Old Master Shen cast a sidelong glance. "Are you willing to forsake your life?" "Yes." The Duke quickly lowered his gaze. The Duchess felt discontent. Their son had already married down. Must their daughter follow suit? The Duke approached the Xie family. "The marriage pact between our families is not yet set in stone. Let us establish it with Xie Yunzhao." What did the Duke of Lu think? Xie Yunzhao was bewildered. What did it mean to have him marry Shen Shurong? He was willing, quite willing, yet it appeared she was not inclined to wed him. She had always favored Xie Yunzhang. Xie Yunzhang's face displayed fury. "No, Your Highness, it is known that I—" The Duke interrupted. "Heir, Yongjia cannot overcome its own hurdles. You have seen the situation we hope for. Yongjia is the treasure of both our households. We only wish for her to live, even if it means marrying that wastrel." The Duke of Lu was ecstatic, the Duke's household profiting immensely. However, he understood the gravity of the situation. This was merely a compromise, a necessity, and they could not rejoice too openly, lest it burden the princess. "Rebellious son, come and greet your father-in-law." "Father, I have already made arrangements with the princess." Xie Yunzhang had not anticipated the severity of matters. He had stated that he did not mind. If the husband did not care, why would others gossip? He clutched the sleeve of the Duke of Lu. Be silent. The Duke of Lu's head felt as if it would explode. Could he not have a moment's peace? How could the heir be so short-sighted? Without Yunzhao, could he not marry another? Yunzhao was still welcomed into the Duke's household. Would it not be splendid to have two fine daughters-in-law? Xie Yunzhao approached, voicing the sentiments of others. The princess might not consent, father. I will heed the princess's wishes. She said if I marry her, then. The Duke suddenly remembered and turned to leave. Indeed, what Yunzhao says is wise. We must first consult Yunzhao. The Duchess was at a loss. She could not truly watch her daughter seek death. With permission granted, she entered Shen Shurong's room, awkwardly beginning. My daughter, though reputation is paramount, your mother and grandmother cannot do without you. Pausing, she continued, what do you think of Xie Yunzhao? Our family and the Duke's marriage pact is not yet settled with Xie Yunzhao, and neither is it with Yunzhao. This way, we can silence the gossip. Shen Shurong appeared not to comprehend, staring blankly. Are you saying that my betrothed can be anyone other than Brother Zheng, even Xie Yunzhao? Chapter 4. The bestowal of marriage. The princess consort nodded in affirmation, indeed. In such a manner, he embraced me in the water and married me. Does that not imply I have lost my virtue? Observing her daughter's innocent and bewildered expression, the princess consort felt a genuine pang of sympathy. That is precisely the case. The grand princess grasped the situation as well. Although they had missed the opportunity with Xie Yunzhao, this presented itself as a commendable compromise. Shen Shurong pouted, but everyone says that Brother Yunzhao is not as good as Brother Zheng. Your fate is intertwined with your grandmother's. Can you bear to see her weep herself to death? Our little ancestor is being picky. Is life truly expendable? Indeed, if there are flaws in Yunzhao, you should guide him to amend them. In time, he shall improve. After all, they share the same parents. The differences cannot be too vast. The mother-in-law duo patiently coaxed her, yet the little ancestor shook her head once more. Mother, if I marry him, Brother Zheng will wed another as the heir's wife. I shall become the lady of the house, bound to serve others. Living in such a manner is worse than death. The two exchanged glances, realizing they had overlooked this crucial point. A royal princess marrying into the family without managing the household would be quite absurd. Your grandmother has arranged for your royal uncle to establish a residence for you. The princess consort's estate shall be set up in the vacant courtyard to the west. You shall still be the highest authority within the household. Is that agreeable? But the grand princess pressed her forehead in exasperation. Is there still a but? Xie Yunzhao often rides out and walks the dog. He rarely stays home, leaving my granddaughter alone and desolate in the estate. Oh, I cannot bear it. We will also allocate the vacant space beside your residence for him to build a stable. Can you not walk your dog home? Shen Shurong lifted her head, sniffing as she pondered. The princess consort was astonished by her mother-in-law's grand gestures. Was her daughter still dissatisfied? Shen Shurong pouted again, feeling wronged. Does he even wish to marry me? What if he has someone he favors? Wouldn't I be hindering him from marrying another, thereby repaying kindness with malice? He dares not. Her grandmother asserted, I shall inquire. The grand princess rose from her bed and directly confronted Xie Yunzhao. Xie Yunzhao had no other beloved. It was only Shen Shurong he desired, and for her, he would do anything. He knelt, voice hoarse, proclaiming, Your Highness, I, Xie Yunzhao, swear to you, there is no one else. I will devote myself entirely to the princess and will never take a concubine. Upon hearing his loud declaration, Shen Shurong's lips curled into a slight smile. He truly held affection for her even at this moment. The princess consort gazed at her daughter. See, he has no one else and promises to remain faithful. The grand princess looked eagerly at her granddaughter. Are you reassured now? Shen Shurong lay on the bed, crying. What if my royal uncle does not agree? The grand princess sighed, casting a doting glare at her. I shall enter the palace immediately. This is something owed to you. The princess consort looked apologetically at her mother-in-law, aware that her delicate daughter had presented her with many challenges. The grand princess prepared to change and head to the palace, sending the Xie family members home first. Both families sighed in relief, recognizing a path forward. Xie Yunzhao felt a profound ache in his heart. While she had agreed to marry him, She must harbor resentment towards him for disrupting her original engagement. Xie Yunzhao clenched his fists, unable to suppress his anger. Was his little girl truly lost to him? The princess consort felt a similar heaviness. Such a splendid son-in-law had slipped away, and she gently patted her daughter, attempting to soothe her. The emperor had long heard of Yunzhao's incident in the water, and upon seeing the grand princess arrive, he hastily stepped down from the dragon throne to greet her. "Aunt, how is Yunzhao faring?" Before the grand princess could kneel, she tearfully exclaimed, "Your Majesty, my only precious heart is in despair at home. It has nearly cost me my life." The pen in the emperor's hand nearly fell. Despair? The grand princess, being of the main consort's line, had been instrumental during the previous emperor's rise to power, managing the treasury. Even the current emperor owed his position to her unwavering support of the rightful consort. Thus, in the Dezhou, the grand princess held a position just beneath the emperor, and her heart was set on Shen Shurong, causing the palace princesses to flock to console her in search of validation. The emperor, who often worried about Yunzhao more than his own daughter, grew frantic upon hearing of her despair. "Foolish child, why fear when I am here to support you? Can she not be saved?" The grand princess continued to wipe her tears, barely managing to calm herself. Otherwise, she might swing between wanting to hang herself and cutting her wrists. How could her aunt bear such distress? "Speak, what does she wish for? I can grant her anything." She had lost her virtue with Xie Yunzhao. If she were to marry the heir, she would find it unbearable. Should she wed Xie Yunzhao, she would have to submit to the first branch, despite being a princess, spoiled by my care over the years. How could she endure such indignities? The more the grand princess spoke, the more sorrowful she became, tears streaming down her face. This was the first time the emperor had witnessed his aunt in such a state, and he too felt a pang of sorrow, gently urging her to sit. "Aunt, do not weep. No one shall bully my precious niece. We shall arrange a separate residence for Yunzhao." Having emerged from the palace, the grand princess found that matters were largely settled. The emperor had even issued a decree to bestow the marriage, silencing public gossip. The decree quickly reached the Xie household, where the family gathered to receive it, expressing their profound gratitude for the imperial favor. Duke Lu dismissed the palace emissary and sent away the attendants, the joy in his eyes barely concealed. "You two brothers must unite your hearts. While marriage is significant, it pales in comparison to the prosperity of our family. Yunzhao's union with the princess should be cherished, while Yunzhao can still seek a suitable match. This is beneficial for the duke's household." Xie Yunzhao cared little for what was advantageous for the duke's house. He kept his head down, silent, solely wishing for Shen Shurong's well-being. Duke Lu, eager to depart, could no longer conceal his satisfaction. "Madam, it is time to seek a proper spouse for Yunzhao." "Of course," the duchess said, placing her two sons' hands together. "You brothers must not harbor ill feelings towards each other. The incident with the princess was beyond our control." Xie Yunzhao turned his head, a lump in his throat. She was so wonderful. Although raised by the grand princess, he had long viewed Shen Shurong as his partner for life. Yet now, their relationship had transformed into that of a sister-in-law and elder brother. How could he accept this? Xie Yunzhao's face fell, pondering whether Xie Yunzhao had acted with intent, knowing he had always favored Princess Yunzhao since childhood. Back then, he would say that Princess Yunzhao enjoyed watching birds' nests and cricket fights, prompting Xie Yunzhao to abandon his studies, spending his days leaping about and playing with curious trinkets. Xie Yunzhao, as the legitimate eldest son, had been so reckless that the duke's household delayed his title until he was 16. It was then that their father resolved to swap the birth dates of the two, making him the elder brother and Xie Yunzhao the younger. At that time, Xie Yunzhao was indifferent, claiming it did not matter who held the title of heir, and her father made the decision without hesitation. As the younger brother, he became his father's legitimate eldest son, thus becoming Xie Yunzhao's elder brother, and was conferred the title of heir by the emperor. Yet later, someone informed Xie Yunzhao that only the heir could wed Princess Yunzhao. He kicked open the door to his study in a frenzy, determined to reclaim his position as heir. Chapter 5. The return of courtesy. He ignored him, his impatience growing as he declared indifferently that he cared not for the title of heir, only for Yunzhao. Yet who was Yunzhao? And why would she desire a person so utterly lacking in merit? Upon uttering these words, he noticed Xie Yunzhao standing dumbfounded before she listlessly exited his study. Is it truly by such despicable means that one resorts to theft? He cast a scornful glare at Xie Yunzhao. She seemed to comprehend his thoughts, meeting his gaze with openness, imploring him not to regard her thus. She would never employ such tactics, especially against her. How could he bear to see her in distress? How could he tolerate the thought of her taking her own life? How could he withstand the notion of her being subjected to slander? Seeing his denial, Xie Yunjin withdrew her gaze, recognizing that it was futile to argue further. However, Yongzhao must not remain in ignorance. She must be informed at the first opportunity. Only, in truth, harbored genuine affection for her. At this moment, Chiotong courtyard had fallen into a serene silence. Shen Shurong, accompanied by the princess consort, had exhausted herself throughout the day, returning home to rest. Gazing at the imperial edict that bore Xie Yunzhao's name, she felt a profound sense of relief wash over her. Though birthed from the same womb, the brothers were as different as night and day. Xie Yunzhao and Xie Yunjin had evolved into two polar opposites. Both were subjects of much discourse. One praised while the other was reviled. She wished for the tides of opinion to turn, yet neither the princess's residence nor the duke's would acquiesce unless her life were at stake. He had suffered indignities today, yet she would make amends. What Jinji? She wept, lamenting the heartache of unfulfilled love. Ji carefully tended to her hands, smoothing the peach blossom ointment. For how could the princess's delicate hands be marred by shattered porcelain? The princess consort nodded in agreement. These two maids had been with her daughter since childhood and knew her well. Shen Shurong smiled gently, acknowledging her thoughtfulness. Jin Xiaonyang, in her past life, must have been Xie Yunjin's only confidant, mourning her own lost love, perhaps. Having been raised in privilege, she had grown indifferent to the feelings of others, even failing to perceive the sentiments of those close to her. Why did you not weep? The princess consort chided. If everyone is in tears, who will attend to you? Inji lowered her head, responding that she merely wished for the princess's well-being, regardless of whom she married. Do you not think Xie Yunzhao unworthy of me? In the eyes of the maid, none could compare to the princess. Although the second young master, Xie, lacked merit, he had the advantage of familiarity. Having known her since childhood, the princess understood his temperament, and he recognized her fragility. Thus, it was not a blind union. The maid believed he would never surpass the princess, and hence would always heed her wishes. After all, the edict explicitly stated no concubines would be taken. Yet Xie Shitzi had made no such vow. The princess consort suddenly felt a sense of reason in her counsel. If you care for the princess, today's incident will not warrant heavy punishment, merely a month's worth of silver. Thank you, princess consort. Inji quickly bowed her head in gratitude. Shen Shurong smiled. Let Jinji rest until noon tomorrow. I have no pressing matters, and she need not attend to me constantly. At present, she wished to see her daughter thrive, to bring some liveliness into Xie Yunjin's household. Yes, Inji's movements slowed, realizing that Jinji had been rather inconsiderate. The princess had just faced a crisis, yet she was not by her side. Princess, all the gifts from Xie Shitzi have been organized. It was Sui Han, who, similarly feigning death, had entered the palace to care for her. Now, she still held the rank of second-class maid. Very well. Instruct the steward to return to the Duke of Lu's residence and bring back everything I sent him. Understood. Sui Han complied and departed. The princess consort waved her hand, signaling Inji to leave, then grasped her daughter's hand, observing the mark left behind. I have gathered every bracelet from the storeroom for you. Wear them in rotation. Thank you, mother. This string of red coral is exquisite. In truth, if the heir is indifferent, why must you be concerned? The princess consort sighed, poking her daughter's cheek. If you relinquish him, the other young ladies in the capital will surely mock you. They will seize their opportunity. Mother, Brother Jean deserves better. Shen Shurong had no interest in such matters, who would embellish her appearance upon marriage. The princess consort refrained from further urging. Any insistence might lead to blame upon her. From now on, treat Xie well. Mother. What is it? Please provide me with a larger dowry. The princess consort was amused, This child, who had not wept, was already scheming. Fear not, my dear. You shall have plenty. At the Duke of Lu's residence, Xie Yunzhao felt as if a great stone had lodged in his heart upon seeing that all his gifts had been returned. The steward of the princess's residence bowed, saying, "Young Master Xie, please retrieve the gifts from the princess. This old servant will take them away." Xie Yunzhao struggled to catch his breath, choking momentarily before gesturing for the servant to tidy up. Lu Ziqian stealthily entered Xie Yunzhao's Lingfeng residence, slapping the shoulder of the grinning man. "What are you thinking? Do you not notice the people coming in?" Xie Yunzhao glared at him. "What brings you here? Is it not out of concern for you? How did you resolve the matter in the end?" Xie Yunzhao bit his lip in silence. He did not wish to express joy, lest he feel despicable. Yet he could not suppress the exhilaration within. Unlocking the chest, he produced the imperial edict and handed it to him. "Read it for yourself." Lu Ziqian knelt in shock, his face contorted in disbelief. "Did you provoke the emperor?" Taking the document, he opened it, his eyes widening. "You marry the princess?" He looked up, his gaze turbulent. "Did the heir consent?" Xie Yunzhao, hands clasped behind his back, replied, "This is the imperial edict. What can Xie Yunzhao do?" Lu Ziqian patted his chest, marveling at the enormity of the situation. "You could have simply stated it plainly. Why scare me by presenting it?" As the edict was taken away, he finally stood up. "I wondered why I saw the steward from the princess's residence delivering something upon entering." "Delivering what?" Xie Yunzhao turned to inquire. "Uncertain, but I heard it was for the heir." "Qingzhu, go and find out." Xie Yunzhao added, "Be respectful." "Understood." The subordinate departed promptly. Qingzhu knew whom to treat with respect. It certainly was not those from Chaohui Courtyard. "Didn't you say today was meant for finding resolution?" Lu Ziqian teased, kicking him lightly. Xie Yunzhao shot him a glare. "How could you presume to judge my actions?" Lu Ziqian ceased his jesting. "How could I? I am genuinely happy for you." "Just what? Speak plainly." With words unspoken, Lu Ziqian found the conversation dull and settled down to sip tea. Qingzhu returned swiftly, reporting, "Young master, the princess has returned all the gifts previously sent." Xie Yunzhao's eyes brightened. "See them off." Lu Ziqian interjected. "See off whom?" "Master Lu is being asked to leave." Qingzhu had already made the request. Xie Yunzhao had no time to address him. Rong was now his fiancée, and he could relinquish Xie Yunzhao's belongings but keep his own. Chapter 6. Holding a grudge in the chill of late autumn, Shen Shurong gazed at the 4 large boxes in the courtyard, momentarily stunned. "Did I truly send him so much?" "My lady, the box in my arms is a gift returned by young Master Xie," said Suan, with a smile in her eyes. "The 4 boxes were sent by young Master Xie to amuse you. They had been stopped by the housekeeper, treated to tea, and offered delicacies rarely enjoyed, resulting in their carriage being laden with these gifts." Shen Shurong pressed her lips together, annoyance flickering within her, nearly shattering the emotions she had managed to suppress throughout the day. The Duchess, equally astonished, approached and commanded the boxes to be opened. Inside, there were 2 boxes of jewels, one containing necklaces and another filled with charming trinkets. "My daughter, does he know you have a fondness for necklaces?" the Duchess remarked, lifting one to examine the gold, silver, and precious stones, each unique in its beauty. Shen Shurong's eyes reddened, her voice barely above a whisper. "Perhaps he has been informed by the young master." The Duchess nodded, understanding. "Indeed, who would inquire about the preferences of their future sister-in-law? Let us store these away. He has shown thoughtfulness. You may peruse them when you feel more at ease." "Yes, mother." Suahan orchestrated the storage of the gifts. Shen Shurong glanced at Yinji. "Suahan shall remain by my side from now on. Please inform her accordingly." Yinji felt a jolt of surprise. Had the young mistress taken offense at Jinji? "Yes, my lady." After a long day, Shen Shurong dismissed the concerned Duchess and succumbed to sleep. Yinji returned to the maiden amp, Appo's, quarters, where she found Jinji with tearful eyes. "What are you doing? Are you lamenting? If the princess sees you, you may suffer dire consequences." Jinji embraced her. "I grieve for our mistress. The young master is like a celestial being, the embodiment of her happiness." Yinji listened perplexed. They had served equally long. Yet why did she not share such sentiments? She pushed Jinji away. "What are your feelings towards the young master?" Covering her mouth, she insisted, "Do not speak further. How could you harbor such thoughts?" Ji turned her face, a flicker of guilt in her eyes, yet her tone remained resolute. "I do not. My intentions are purely for the mistress. If the mistress desires the young master, who can guarantee that his heart remains untainted? Can you? The young master is sincere in his affections for the mistress. But if he is constantly subjected to slander, does he still hold that sincerity? He is a young master, proud in his own right. Are you genuinely considering what is best for her?" I do not wish to hear this. Suahan has been promoted. You ought to manage your own affairs." Ji turned to leave. "Suahan has been promoted?" Ji wiped her tears. "No. She needed to accompany her dowry to the Duke of Lu's residence. Only by doing so would she have a chance." Upon awakening, Shen Shurong ordered her servants out. Ji, however, dared not comply, standing in the open doorway, gazing at the lovely maiden before the desk. Shen Shurong did not insist on closing the door. She had just finalized a monumental chapter in her life, and finally had time to contemplate how to safeguard the power bestowed upon her by her grandmother, and how to reclaim the merits taken by Xie Yunzhao. In her previous life, he had utilized her to achieve his ends. In this life, she would take matters into her own hands, sparing him the effort. She recalled the crucial positions and capable individuals he had mentioned. Before placing her upon the dragon bed, Xie Yunzhao must have felt some remorse. During that half-month, he had stayed in her chamber at night, guiding her through matters to be accomplished by day, dreaming of a blissful future for the people. At that time, she had thought of him as a hero for the nation and its people. In retrospect, he had merely feared her resentment, seeking to have her comprehend the sacrifices he made for the greater good, ultimately sacrificing his own wife. How ludicrous! The fate of a nation rested upon her shoulders alone. With ink and brush, she inscribed name after name upon the paper. Though she was not one to hold grudges, she would keep a ledger, ensuring every debt, with interest, was repaid in full. During dinner, the Duchess remained present. Sister-in-law Liang is nearing her due date. She should return to her mother. Why did you not persuade her today? Only now did she realize that Liang's marriage to her brother mirrored her own maneuvers today concerning Xie Yunzhao. From this perspective, the Liang family, whom she and her brother had deemed virtuous, may have been seen through by their mother, who chose not to shatter their hearts by revealing her insights. With a radiant smile, Shen Shurong served the Duchess some dishes. "Grandmother, please provide me with 2 capable individuals to assist me." The 2 women exchanged glances. "Very well. There are only 2 months until the wedding. I shall have Nurse Wang bring them to you tomorrow." At the Duke's residence, the young prince sat at the dining table, frowning. "Is today a day of bland fare again? Has she been ill?" "Mother is away. I had the kitchen prepare something simple. Let's hope she is well." "What father?" "Father said he would not dine tonight." Shen Shi remained silent, resuming his meal. Liang lifted her gaze, casting a sideways glance at him. "You should at least inquire about your mother-in-law. Mother sent all the bracelets from the storeroom to my sister." Shen Shi nodded. "It is only right. Her wrist is injured and she adores beauty. It is fitting that she should be covered." Liang frowned, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. "That string of red coral bracelets. My husband mentioned he would request them from Mother after she gives birth." Shen Shi looked up. "Did they also go to Mother?" Liang pouted. "I shall find you something even better another day. It is rare for my sister to remain calm." Shen Shi dismissed her concerns. Liang's face flushed with anger. Yet she restrained herself, contemplating that she carried the Duke's first grandson, and yet her troubles paled in comparison to a mere maid's lament. What pride was there in this? Mother had sent so much. What was one bracelet? Shen Shi raised his gaze, setting down his chopsticks, scrutinizing his wife's expression. Liang lowered her eyes, feigning indifference as food entered her mouth. "What did you send?" "What?" Liang did not comprehend, glancing up. "I asked what you sent to my sister. She nearly drowned and attempted suicide." Was it necessary to send anything? Mother has already sent so much. I am fatigued today. The baby has been particularly active. I thought I would wait until morning to choose a few items that my sister might appreciate." Shen Shi regarded her for a moment. "You are her sister-in-law. Not a single word of compassion has reached her ears." Liang hurriedly served him food. "Indeed, that is why I must choose wisely. She must be devastated to have lost her engagement to young Master Xie." Yes, and do not mention that matter to her again. After dinner, Shun Qi departed. Liang cast down her chopsticks, thinking it was her just deserts for losing Xie Yunzhao. Her temperament was inferior to her own. Why did she have to be with him? Xie Yunzhao was nothing more than a joke. How delightful. She could finally enjoy the spectacle of her misfortune. The news of their betrothal spread swiftly, met with a mixture of astonishment and secret delight from the outside world. Xie Yunzhao was indeed worth vying for. Only Xie Yunzhao himself suffered in torment, drowning his sorrows in drink. As night enveloped the world, the gentle patter of rain began to fall. Shen Shurong summoned Suo Han to keep vigil. As Suo Han was about to draw the bed curtains, Shen Shurong patted the edge of the bed. "Sit with me and talk." In her past life, after her feigned death, she had spent 4 years in this manner. In the palace, she had been accompanied by her, and upon returning to the Duke's residence, she was still not alone. "What does the young mistress wish to discuss?" Suo Han inquired. Though she was merely less intimate than Jin Ji and Yin Ji, she remained close. "What is your opinion of Xie Yunzhao?" Suo Han pondered. "He is neither incompetent nor useless. These 4 boxes of gifts are not something everyone would willingly bestow. While serving in the Xie household, I had the opportunity to taste delicacies meant for esteemed guests, all in anticipation of these 4 boxes. Chapter 7. Strategies. Shen Shurong smiled softly, well aware that he intended to offer her the very best. In her previous life, upon his retrieval from the palace, precious items flowed in like a stream, arriving daily, as did visitors who would come to spend a brief time with her. Yet, she remained nameless and faceless, hidden from the world. Only he knew that she was still alive. Each time he visited, he sat behind a beaded curtain, leaving after a mere quarter of an hour, as if he were concerned for her. She could see that he always arrived in high spirits, evidently eager to see her. However, there was one occasion when she chased after him through the curtain, startling him into a hasty retreat, and he did not dare to return for an entire month. Whenever she questioned his intentions, Suihan would affirm, as she did now, with unwavering certainty. On a night a month later, she was suddenly embraced by him, reeking of alcohol. Suihan covered her eyes and dashed out to close the door, a smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. At that moment, her mind went blank. "Who am I?" "Zhao, it's Zhao. You've had too much to drink, get up." How could she not feel anticipation? Yet, she feared he might only be acting under the influence of liquor. "No, Rong, don't push me away." She gently lowered his hand. Never did she expect that at the age of 30, he would still be so inexperienced. Yet, after that night, he ceased to visit, likely feeling embarrassed. Nevertheless, she knew he was often present in the corner tower, watching her. A year later, when she awakened from a grave illness, she discovered her hands being held, warmth seeping through her skin and into her body. The man sitting beside her leaned down, his voice hoarse and laden with tears. "I'm sorry, sister-in-law. I truly did not know that losing the position of heir would mean losing you. Do not call me sister-in-law, call me wife. If there is a next life, regardless of who you are, I will marry you. Only you." His warm tears fell upon Shen Shurong's cheek as she responded to his call of wife. "You must recover quickly. I will avenge you. You have yet to see it." She understood he was rebelling against the corrupt regime of Zhou, which was barely surviving. She hoped for his success. This decayed system deserved to be overthrown. He was not only her hero, but also the hero of the world. Alas, she would not witness the peace he would bring. In less than a quarter of an hour, she lay contentedly in his embrace, her life finally complete. Suihan wiped the tears from Shen Shurong's eyes with a handkerchief. Shen Shurong snapped back to reality, surprised that yesterday's events had moved her to tears. "Your Highness, what is your opinion?" Shen Shurong closed her eyes and then opened them, a glimmer of light shining within. "I only know that when I was terrified in the water, it was he who saved me. When my reputation was tarnished, he saved me once more. If the princess thinks this way, I can rest easy," Suihan replied. "Do you think he might feel that I still have Xie here, and think that I have wronged him?" Shen Shurong asked, pointing to her chest. "Your Highness, do not overthink. Recently, there have been changes. It is difficult to adjust immediately. Spend more time together, and the Lord will understand your gratitude towards him." "You speak wisely. Indeed, we should spend more time together." We have a decree for marriage, and no one dares to speak against it. Of course, I wish for your happiness. Suiyan had an idea. Your Highness, you should rest early. The Lord has sent so many gifts. I will return them on your behalf tomorrow. Shen Shurong smiled at the clever girl. All right, sleep early. Outside the gates of the Grand Princess's residence, a young man in blue darted back to the residence of the Duke of Lu, a broad smile on his face. Second Master, the princess has accepted all your gifts. It's so late, and they haven't been returned yet. Xie Yunzhao had already anticipated this, but hearing Qin Ying's confirmation excited him. With a lively tone, filled with pride, he replied, "She likes them. I'll choose more from my mother's storeroom tomorrow and send them all to her." Congratulations, Second Master. The princess is willing to accept your gifts. It means she does not reject you. Who said she rejects me? She used to love playing with me the most. Xie Yunzhao glared at him. Before the title was conferred, she often watched me. Yes, I spoke out of turn. I apologize. Qin Ying slapped his own face. Tomorrow I will accompany you to return the gifts. The Duchess of the Duke of Lu, glowing with delight, sat before the red candles, perusing a collection of portraits of noble ladies, unaware that her good son was about to plunder her storeroom. Initially, she had intended to select a suitable match for Yunzhao, but he disregarded it entirely, now selecting for Yunzhang, whose status was lower. Just as the Duchess was about to call for someone to take it away, the Duke of Lu picked up a portrait, observing it. With the Duke of Lu's status, given Yunzhang's talents, a better match could certainly be found. It doesn't matter if she is not as good as Yongjia. There is no one who can compare. Indeed, a lower status can still be kept for Yunzhang as a concubine. The Duchess of Lu smacked her forehead, nearly discarding the idea. Yunzhao can choose not to take a concubine, but Yunzhang cannot. Poor Zhao. Now everything is well. The Duke of Lu pulled his wife closer, indulging in pleasant activities. The following morning, Shen Shurong awoke feeling quite well, though she coughed twice. Jinji hurried in. Your Highness, why are you coughing? Perhaps you have caught a chill. I will have someone prepare medicine. Your makeup is so thick, you must have cried quite a bit. Shen Shurong replied with a gentle smile. Didn't I tell you to rest until noon? I don't need that long. I was just momentarily pained for your Highness, and cried a little. Thank you for your concern. Let's change clothes. She quickly regained her composure. She was indeed quite adept at masking her emotions. No wonder she had misjudged her. Where is Suihan? Suihan has entered, your Highness, to wash her hands. Cough. Shen Shurong looked at Suihan, retrieving a dragon-patterned jade pendant and handing it to her. Suihan smiled, Your Highness. I will return the gifts and be back shortly to serve your medicine. You're thoughtful. Shen Shurong allowed Jinji to apply her makeup, having to admit that among the maids, she applied it best. While they were speaking, Mama Wang arrived, accompanied by 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women. Just like in her previous life, Fu Shi, Fu Shun, and the 2 mothers, Hua and Tian. They were all quite capable and shrewd. It was unfortunate that in her past life, she had failed to utilize them properly, treating them as mere servants to be commanded. Your servants pay their respects to the princess. Shen Shurong inquired their names as per usual and then allowed them to settle in. She would no longer employ Jinji, yet she still held some value. She hoped to marry into the Duke of Lu's residence, so she could be the first to benefit from the close proximity, stirring the waters of the moonlit lake ever more murky. Inji, in a quarter of an hour, summoned the 2 mothers to see me. Yes, Your Highness. When they arrived, the maids had already stepped outside, and the 2 mothers, aware that something important was at hand, instinctively lowered their postures. From now on, the 2 of you will follow me. It may be somewhat exhausting. We are here to serve the princess. How can we say it is tiring? However, if the tasks are handled well, there will be generous rewards. Thank you, Your Highness. What would you have us do? The matters concerning my sister-in-law, Liang Shi, after her coming of age, must be handled discreetly. We understand. Coming of age signifies adulthood and the possibility of marriage. The princess must harbor some suspicions. Additionally, regarding the names on this paper, have Fu Shi and Fu Shun investigate discreetly, tracing their lineage, character, abilities. Every detail must remain undetected. We will remember. Suddenly, Shen Shurong recalled a little maid from Xie Yunzhang's courtyard. In her previous life, she and her sister had met a tragic end. She was well aware of the situation regarding the servants in the Chaohui courtyard. There should be an insider at Xie Yunzhang's place. If she could save her and her sister in advance, surely she would be grateful. Mama Hua, there is something that must be handled with utmost secrecy. What is it, Your Highness? Remember, her name is Zisha. I will ensure no one notices. The surprise in their eyes did not escape Shen Shurong's notice as they departed. She was certain that upon exiting Chotong courtyard, the two would split up, one returning to convey the princess's orders, and the other heading to the grandmother and Appo's courtyard. At the palace banquet 3 days later, the dog prince would bring up matters concerning the treasury. He was nothing but a foul dog, forever coveting the bones and others in Appo's hands. Chapter 8. The supplement having attended to her immediate concerns, Shen Shurong approached the bronze mirror, gazing at her youthful and radiant visage adorned with exquisite jewels. None of these treasures were gifts from him. Surely he must feel a twinge of disappointment. It serves him right for concealing his true feelings, leaving her to guess. Now, it is her turn to hide. Suian and Appo's eyes lingered on the dragon-patterned jade pendant within a box. Could it truly be a rare treasure? Upon arriving at the residence of the Duke of Lu, she was welcomed into the Linfeng Pavilion. Upon revealing her purpose, she saw the young master, who was about to depart, return to cleanse his hands. At this moment, he reverently held the jade pendant as if it were a divine gift, his eyes sparkling like stars. Is this truly a selection made by the princess herself, intended as a gift for me? Xie Yunzhao could hardly believe it. Ever since their engagement 4 years prior, he had become akin to her little uncle. Even approaching her had become an arduous task, let alone exchanging gifts. Such notions were unthinkable. Yet now, to receive a return gift, and one personally chosen by her, was astonishing. Suihan smiled faintly, noting the young master's rare delight. She had never witnessed such brilliance in his eyes before. Indeed, second young master, please cherish it. I must return to attend to the princess, who has been coughing since the early morning. Perhaps she caught a chill from yesterday and Appo's immersion in water. What? Xie Yunzhao exclaimed in alarm. Did the imperial physician not attend to her in time? How could she fall ill? I am uncertain. She has taken her medicine. She is rather delicate and requires the finest remedies. You should return to care for the princess, Suihan urged. Xie Yunzhao carefully stored the box and hurried to the main courtyard. Mother, open the storeroom. The princess has indeed caught a chill, and I intend to deliver her supplementary medicine. Even before he arrived, his voice echoed through the halls. The Duchess of the Duke glanced awkwardly at Xie Yunzhao, who appeared deeply contemplative, still nursing a hangover. He was burdened with the weight of seeking her intervention, yet the imperial decree had been issued, and the Duke asserted that this matter was most beneficial for the Duke and Appo's household. Please sit down. She hastily ushered him inside, fearing a confrontation between her two sons. Lao Pozi accompanied him to the storeroom. Just as Xie Yunzhao reached the entrance, he followed Lao Pozi to the storeroom. The Duchess frowned and slowly stepped inside. Yunzhang, try to be more open-minded. Mother will find you a suitable match. No need. Mother, no one can compare to her. Xie Yunzhang's hand clenched within his sleeve, producing a sound of frustration. He had lost even the right to visit her. Do not speak like that. Mother knows she is exceptional, but others are not without merit, the Duchess replied. Yunzhao has suffered as well. For years, he has distanced himself from court, and our family has always placed you first. You are brothers. Should you not wish the best for one another? Xie Yunzhang scoffed. Wish for Xie Yunzhao and Appo's well-being? Spare me. Perhaps I should not even exist. That way, everything I possess would not be at risk of being taken. The Duchess, distressed by his demeanor, pleaded. You cannot view him as an enemy. Consider the princess. She is a young lady, beautiful and innocent. Must she truly suffer the slings and arrows of gossip throughout her life? Or do you believe that if she loses her virtue, she should cease to exist? Do you wish for her to reject Xie Yunzhao and simply perish? Xie Yunzhang, startled, stood up. I do not wish for that, mother. Do you truly fail to see my feelings for her? The Duchess realized she needed to be more forceful. If you wish for the Yunzhao princess to live, you must conceal your heart. Otherwise, the terms and Appo's brother-in-law and Oppos, and Amp, Oppos, sister-in-law and Amp, Oppos, will easily seal her fate. Xie Yunzhao collapsed back into his seat. The weight of those titles had already cut into his heart 100 times within just a day. The Duchess pressed her hand upon her son's head, resting it on her shoulder. Son, if you desire the Yunzhao princess to survive, you must safeguard your feelings. Xie Yunzhang's heart felt as though it were being gripped by an invisible hand, causing him pain. She was as beautiful as the warm sun in spring, always smiling at him with squinting eyes. Whenever she spotted him entangled with another woman, she would rush in to shoo them away, assertive yet endearing. How could he ever let go of such a woman? Wiping away 2 tears from the corners of his eyes, his voice hoarse yet resolute, he declared, I understand, mother. The Duchess sighed in relief, confident he would adhere to his vow. Xie Yunzhao released his mother and walked towards the door. Observing Xie Yunzhao entering and exiting the storeroom, did he really think he could win the heart of a princess with such trivial offerings? How laughable! Even if the princess complied with the imperial decree, her heart would belong to another. What kindness could he expect in return? Such base behavior. Once the 2 brothers departed, the Duchess finally emerged, entering the storeroom with a silent scream echoing within her heart. This ungrateful son, no, this prodigal son. Lao Pozi scratched her head, exclaiming. Second young master took everything. He gathered all manner of tonics, including century-old ginseng and lingji mushrooms, and even made off with 2 chests of the lady and Oppo's jewelry. She could not stop him. The second young master had insisted it was for his future daughter-in-law, and she could not find her voice to protest. Madam, please strike me if you must. The Duchess's eyes burned with fury. Lock it up. Secure it tightly. Xie Yunzhao felt he had not taken enough. He would certainly gather more next time. He hurriedly made his way to the princess and Oppo's residence, but hesitated at the entrance, as he had always been accompanied by Xie Yunzhao before. Today, however, would she rather not see him? Why are you not leaving, second young master? Qing Zhu inquired, blocking his path. What do you mean to do? He asked. To inquire about the princess's health, she replied. She has caught a chill from her immersion in water, and as her fiancé, it is only natural for you to deliver supplements. Indeed, I have come to deliver supplements. If she were upset, he could leave immediately. He believed that with the supplements delivered, she would recover swiftly. Inside the Chiu Tong courtyard, Shen Shurong lay in a stiff position, her waist appearing most graceful. Are you certain he will come? The 2 residences are merely 2 streets apart. The princess inquired thrice, and Suihan hesitated to assure her. Princess, I shall check. As she took a few steps, Xiaoyu entered. Princess, second young master Xie requests an audience. Suihan smiled back at her, winking. Shen Shurong shook her wrist, which had been propped up on her head. I am unwell. Let him come in and sit. Xiaoyu exited to relay the message. Second young master. The princess is unwell. Please, you may enter. At the entrance, Xie Yunzhao and Oppo's palms were clammy. Could he really enter her chamber? Qing Zhu pushed him gently. Second young master, your subordinate awaits you here. Emboldened, Xie Yunzhao stepped inside. Stop. Jin Ji, returning with a bowl of medicine, was taken aback to find Xie Yunzhao outside the princess's door. He was the one who had ruined the princess's best match, and he dared to come? Xie Yunzhao halted, gazing at her head maid, puzzled. Did she not allow him entry, despite her consent? Shen Shurong heard Jin Ji and Oppo's shout and furrowed her brow, then relaxed. Let him come in. Have you met second young master Xie? Are you aware this is the princess's private chamber? Xie Yunzhao nodded. Of course. If you know, why you still bar my entry? It is because the princess has consented, and we are wed by imperial decree. Jin Ji averted her gaze, bowing respectfully. I beg your pardon for speaking out of turn. You and the princess are not yet wed. You should consider her reputation. Xie Yunzhao narrowed his eyes. Reputation? Are you blaming me for yesterday's events? Shen Shurong, sensing the tension, raised her head to look outside. Did he truly leave just like that? Unable to see, she sat up. Chapter 9. Nosebleed Jinji noticed that he was gazing at her in silence, so she knelt before him, waiting to express her respectful farewell. Yinji came out to pull her away, questioning her actions, reminding her that the prince was a guest of the princess. Jinji remained unmoved, leaving Yinji no choice but to take the medicine bowl back to find the princess. Rong scolded him, but he had no retort. After all, she was merely a maid and hardly deserving of his attention. Xie Yunzhao ignored her, addressing the door. Princess, I heard you caught a chill, and I have come to deliver some restorative medicine. Jinji was taken aback. Was he really going to stay? How shameless. Surely the heir would not behave in such a manner. He remained, and upon hearing the commotion, Shen Shurong quickly lay down, propping her head up. Her hair ornaments askew. Suihan helped her adjust her skirt, ensuring she looked presentable. Please come in. Suihan smiled as she stepped outside. Young Master Xie, the princess requests your presence. Jinji turned sharply, questioning why the princess would invite him in, considering he had already caused her enough distress. Xie Yunzhao cast her a sidelong glance and walked past her, thinking that if she were not merely a maid, she would not dare to obstruct him. Following Suihan, he entered the inner chamber, his eyelashes fluttering slightly, hands clenched tightly. He had often played here before the age of 7. Familiar with the surroundings, there was no need to feel anxious. Inside, behind the beaded curtain, lay a divine figure. Her delicate features and soft waist adorned with gold and silver jewelry, her stunning attire rendering the area around her almost dull in comparison. Xie Yunzhao's eyes fixated on her, as if he had been enchanted. She was no longer a mere girl, but a bewitching enchantress capable of captivating him. Suihan and Yinji stifled their laughter, amused by how smitten he appeared. Jinji entered, her large eyes widening in protest as she rushed forward, arms outstretched to block the view, admonishing young Master Xie. How dare you stare at the princess so rudely? Suihan found her behavior absurd. Was one interruption not enough? Did she truly want the princess to remain unmarried, merely to chase after the heir? Yinji swiftly glanced at the princess, contemplating whether she should remind her of Jinji and Appo's feelings towards Xie Yunzhao. Otherwise, this would inevitably lead to trouble. Xie Yunzhao remained still, awaiting Shen Shurong's command. Even if she did not favor him, she would not allow her maid to act recklessly. Leave, commanded the princess. Jinji wanted to insist that the heir would never behave so rudely. Shen Shurong frowned, everyone out. Suihan bowed and exited, while Yinji attempted to pull Jinji away, but found her resistance futile, so she simply dragged her out through the open door. Shen Shurong added, Jinji, you may go, allowing Jinji to finally exit, though her eyes were red with suppressed rage, which alarmed Yinji. My apologies, I woke up feeling unwell this morning, which is why I asked you to come here, Shen Shurong explained. Your health is paramount. Xie Yunzhao stepped closer, still remaining outside the curtain. Have you taken your medicine? Should I call them in to assist you? Exhausted, Shen Shurong slowly propped herself up. Xie Yunzhao watched anxiously, wishing to rush in and support her. It and Appo's still hot. Let it cool before you drink. Shen Shurong stabilized herself. You should sit as well. Having never enjoyed taking medicine since childhood, Xie Yunzhao sat down in the chair opposite her, leaning forward as if ready to rush to her side should she falter. Shen Shurong fought the urge to smile, knowing that the formidable figure who dared to tie firecrackers to the old prime minister's tail was only cautious in her presence. Let's converse. Xie Yunzhao lowered his voice. Speak, and I shall listen. I know I have caused you distress. Shen Shurong coughed lightly behind her fan. Distress? Xie Yunzhao was taken aback. How had he been wronged? How can I say in everyone in Appo's eyes, I was once Xie Yunzhao in Appo's fiancé, and it is inevitable that someone will mention it to you in jest or mockery. All this is for my reputation, and I have caused you to endure hardship. Xie Yunzhao shook his head. He was far from distressed and was rather pleased. Even if you were to disregard me in the future, I would have nothing to say. Rising from his seat, he felt constrained to express his feelings. Princess, how could I? Shen Shurong raised her hand to silence him. It is also my fault. It prevented you from choosing a virtuous lady. If you have someone you care for, you may secretly keep her, and I shall help you conceal it. Xie Yunzhao stepped forward, about to argue, but halted. Did she truly not mind if he kept a mistress? What did this mean? Was she compensating for her forced marriage to him because she feared letting go of Xie Yunzhao? She did not want to see other women by his side. The joy he felt at being allowed in vanished, But had he not expected this outcome? I promised I would not take another. You are the only one. If that is the case, Shen Shurong descended from the bed and approached him. It is I who have caused you distress. Tell me what you desire, and I shall make amends. Xie Yunzhao lifted his gaze, longing for her heart, but then lowered it again. He felt wronged, yearning for something unattainable. Shen Shurong stepped through the curtain, her gaze meeting his deep, mesmerizing eyes, noticing his beautiful lips trembling slightly, as if on the verge of tears. She longed for him, for his embrace. Suddenly, she frowned, feeling dizzy, and as she closed her eyes and pressed her hand to her forehead, her body lurched forward. Xie Yunzhao, alarmed, caught her. What is wrong? Shen Shurong leaned against his chest, feeling faint. I'll be fine shortly. Xie Yunzhao tightened his hold, fearing she might collapse, realizing just how close they had become. He wanted to pull away, but found himself reluctant, especially with her softness pressed against him. Enveloped in her fragrant presence, unconsciously swallowing, he felt his cheeks flush. Allow me to help you sit. Shen Shurong understood the need to ease his fears. Slowly pushing herself upright, Xie Yunzhao supported her arms, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the alluring curves of her figure, realizing she was no longer a little girl. Suddenly, an unexpected flow from his nostrils caught him off guard. Xie Yunzhao turned abruptly, startled, and upon touching it, he was shocked to find it was blood. He hurriedly pulled out a handkerchief to stifle it, cautious not to draw her attention. You should rest. I have brought you the finest restorative medicine. Take it now, and I shall return another day. Shen Shurong shielded her eyes with the fan, her voice restrained. Thank you. I will lie down for a bit, and we'll be fine soon. Very well. I shall take my leave now and return to see you soon. Let us all attend the palace banquet in 3 days. It will be a chance to present ourselves. Agreed. Xie Yunzhao finished speaking and turned to leave, intending to flee. The maid outside noticed the bloodied handkerchief covering his face and assumed the princess had scolded him, yet no angry sounds followed. Sui Han escorted him out, but Xie Yunzhao waved his hand to halt her, not uttering a word. Once outside the princess's residence, Xie Yunzhao's anxiety began to subside. Qing Zhu glanced back. Young master, no one is pursuing you. Xie Yunzhao glared at him, tucking the bloodied handkerchief into his clothes, relieved that his nose had finally stopped bleeding. His mind drifted back to that exquisite vision. No, he thought, hastily pulling out the handkerchief to cover his face again as he made his way home. Jin Ji and Yin Ji entered the room to find Shen Shurong trembling as she lay on the couch, some of her hair ornaments having fallen off. Princess, please do not be disheartened. Jin Ji approached with reddened eyes, trying to console her. I knew he would make you unhappy. We should see him less in the future. Chapter 10. Growing up, Shen Shurong initially laughed at his awkward demeanor, amused by the blood trickling from his nose. Yet, as laughter turned to tears, she was reminded of the tragic reality that she had died in his embrace just yesterday, separated from him forever. Although she had been reborn, what of him? Would he remain alone, living a solitary life in his past? Shen Shurong's heart ached. Sui Han had escorted her away from the estate, and, upon returning, she was surprised to see the princess being supported by Jin Ji and Yin Ji, her cheeks stained with tears. Jin Ji, do you understand your mistake? Jin Ji, eager to interject further, paused at the words and then knelt down. Princess, I understand my error, but I acted with your best interests in mind. Look, he's made you cry. Shen Shurong refrained from specifying her grievances, simply instructing Jin Ji to kneel outside for an hour. The most favored maid kneeling outside? Jin Ji raised her gaze, seemingly incredulous, remaining motionless in her position. Yin Ji stepped in front of her, frowning as she glanced back. Princess, I am here to assist you with your medicine. Yes, princess, Jin Ji responded, rising to kneel in the courtyard. As Shen Shurong and damp, Appo's spirits lifted. She felt a renewed sense of existence in this life. Sui Han, observing this, felt a slight relief. Upon returning to the Duke's residence, the lively atmosphere outside could not deter him. Xie Yunzhao hurried into his chamber, locking himself inside. He lay restlessly on the bed, shifting positions until he finally curled up with the blanket, gradually calming his racing heart. Thinking back, he smiled. Today, he had entered her boudoir and held her close, the fragrance at his nose, the warmth of her presence, all felt undeniably real. Yet his gaze fell. She had not adorned herself with any of the gifts he had presented, not even the collar. She bore no resentment towards him, yet she could not forget Xie Yunzhao, and the thought chilled his once kindled heart. Even so, he harbored a despicable desire to be with her, to remain together forever. In the Chaoyi courtyard, Qiyu hurried back, reporting, "Young master, the second master has returned at this hour, likely invited inside." The ink on the paper spread as the writer paused, knowing she was not a person to be rude, especially when presenting gifts. It was customary to invite him in, yet there was no guarantee of a meeting. The princess's heart lay solely with him. What would it matter if they met? It would merely be a facade of gratitude. He felt no concern, only pity for her predicament, disliking the situation, yet compelled to engage. Whether they met or not, it held little significance in his heart. However, as for the young master, the suitors had trampled the threshold, and the third princess's maid had come to seek poetry. These matters would surely reach the princess's ears and weigh on her soul. Xie Yunzhao closed his eyes, aware of her jealousy. Though it defied propriety, he found it endearing and welcomed it, for how else could he prove her feelings for him? She had spent much of her childhood playing with Xie Yunzhao. He would delay as long as possible. How could he bear to see her in distress? Indeed, despite his words, it would be challenging. The followers of the Duke would undoubtedly wish for the young master's marriage to be settled soon, facilitating their next steps. In the princess's autumn courtyard, Shen Shurong gazed at the boxes sent from the royal residence, feeling transported back to her childhood. Bamboo dragonflies, clay sculptures. Inji and Suihan had no desire to look, unable to find praise. Sister-in-law remains as frugal as ever. Inji pressed her lips together, feeling the sting of being criticized for bringing gifts. Even though her family held no high office, and her stepmother was in charge. A year had passed since her marriage into the royal residence without timely gifts, drawing whispers. "Let us go. We must present these to grandmother." Inji paused, surprised. The princess had always defended the young master's wife in front of the grand princess. Was she now going to complain? As the three exited, Jinji turned to kneel and bid them farewell, her expression a mix of pity and eagerness to please. Shen Shurong ignored her, walking past. "You may cherish your own, but you must respect mine." Upon seeing the contents of the boxes, the grand princess's lips parted, recalling how the girl had once defended the Liang family. Now, observing her expression, she hesitated to criticize. Truly, who is the ancestor here? Why is grandmother silent? Do you find sister-in-law's gifts to be satisfactory? The grand princess shook her head. What does grandmother find unsatisfactory? The girl seemed to have matured. This morning, she had ordered someone to investigate the Liang family. The grand princess continued to shake her head, eager to discern her thoughts. Dismissing the others, Shen Shurong settled beside the grand princess, leaning against her. "Grandmother, your granddaughter is no longer a child." The grand princess chuckled. "Indeed, you and Appos V grown overnight. You may listen. I cannot marry the young master. Xie Yunzhao is bound to remain suppressed and will never gain prominence. I must plan for myself." The grand princess raised an eyebrow. "You have indeed matured somewhat. I also know that you and grandfather cannot always shelter me. When you chose the emperor's uncle, you made an error once. Henceforth, you can only continue to err. Or else." Before she could finish, the grand princess gasped. She had thought her granddaughter only concerned with her own family. How could she suddenly consider matters of state? Shen Shurong sat upright, facing her, their gazes locking. She felt no fear in front of her blood relative. The emperor's uncle had governed for 20 years, and his rule was hardly commendable. Despite his diligence, he lacked courage and capability. The treasury had been established since the founding of the state to consolidate wealth, controlling silk, porcelain, gold, silver, and trade both north and south, overseas as well, wielding power in the hands of those trusted by the emperor. In times of peace, the treasury held immense power, but now, amid national turmoil, its splendor had diminished. Yet, to outsiders, it remained a coveted prize. Xie Yunzhao's later achievements regarding the treasury had afforded him opportunities for prominence and to present his first wife. Without the treasury, the grand princess's influence in the court waned, and the factions that had previously relied on her had begun to defect, even turning against her. She was unaware of these dynamics, only recalling her grandmother's frequent sighs. Upon entering the palace, all the misfortunes and abnormalities were deliberately relayed to her, as if to relish her distress. The Grand Princess grasped her arms firmly. Who told you these things? Shen Shurong leaned closer, whispering, your granddaughter has grown overnight. You once staunchly supported the main consort only to keep the treasury within your grasp, ensuring our family and Appo's enduring prosperity and power. But grandmother, what the world? What the common folk? They're in dire straits. The Grand Princess's chest heaved with emotion. Did this impudent girl comprehend the weight of her words? Had no one taught her? Was the Crown Prince truly a better option? Perhaps not compared to the third prince. Yet, the Grand Princess insisted on supporting the main consort. For to waver would be to oppose the current regime. Are you suggesting that grandmother was mistaken? Does this relate to your arrangements this morning? Shen Shurong tilted her head, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Grandmother is not at fault. Yunzhao cannot suffer hardship. Therefore, our family's matters must remain within our family. The Grand Princess furrowed her brow. Have you uncovered something? Is someone attempting to seize the treasury? The Crown Prince appeared far less manageable than he pretended to be. The granddaughter dared to wager that his first act upon ascending would be to reclaim the treasury. Under the Emperor's uncle's governance, the treasury's current financial state had dwindled compared to the previous emperor's reign, and given the Grand Princess's age, she might not be able to contend with him. The Grand Princess understood her own advancing years and the severe floods in recent years, with the rise of water bandits and pirates. She no longer regarded the treasury with the same reverence. Are you suggesting that your father take control of the treasury? Or your elder brother? The little ancestor shook her head, leaving the Grand Princess puzzled. Besides her father and brothers, who else in the family was qualified? Shen Shurong pointed to herself, grandmother. You should teach Yunzhao. Chapter 11. The foolish one. The storeroom housing the treasury accounts was opened, and upon hearing the news, Master Shun rushed over, apprehensive that there might be an issue with the long-sealed accounts. Upon entering and finding his wife seated in the main hall, sipping tea, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He took her hand and inquired, what brings you here? The princess glanced towards the desk in the inner room, and Master Shun followed her gaze. Yunzhao, what business does she have with the treasury ledgers? The princess stood, leading him out of the room with a comforting smile. Jing Xian and Qi resemble you, while Yunzhao takes after me. What do you mean? He asked, astonished. She has taken me as her mentor and wishes to assume control of the treasury. Master Shun was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had never imagined his granddaughter would harbor such ambitions. The princess chuckled lightly, noting that her husband shared a similar reaction. Master Shun lowered his gaze, reflecting that their son and grandson did not aspire for much, content merely with scholarly pursuits. The once top scholar turned chancellor was the man she truly admired. Regrettably, she held power and could not marry down, while the chancellor was filled with ambitions of his own, unwilling to join the royal family. Thus it fell to him. In this lifetime, being with me has brought you such hardship, she mused. Master Shun was momentarily taken aback by his wife's words. I never implied anything negative about you three. I'm simply delighted at the prospect of an heir. He nodded in understanding. The princess frowned, questioning whether he truly comprehended her sentiments. Perhaps not entirely, she replied with a drooping smile. If there's a next life, I would still choose to marry you, bear your children, and grow old with you. Master Shun did not expect to feel bashful at his age. Was she truly unrepentant? A gentle smile graced his lips. Dear, you're far too old to require such coaxing. Master Shun felt his cheeks redden further and cleared his throat, steering the conversation back to their business. The treasury has seen minimal profits in recent years. What could she possibly change? She believes she has a plan, he replied, glancing back into the room. Let her give it a try, as long as it does not lead to disaster. I think the same, she concurred. If she cannot become the wife of a duke, and with Xie heir lacking ambition, perhaps she will indeed manage to make a difference. The couple returned hand in hand, leaving the accounts to accompany Shen Shurong in her endeavors. Jingji hurried in to attend to them, and Xiao Yu entered with invitations from Miss Qiao and Miss Yi. Yingji collected them, recalling the princess's orders to refrain from outside affairs for the next few days. Jinji had overheard some gossip on the way and was eager to share with the princess, believing it would pique her interest. As she hurried past Inji, the latter could scarcely keep up. "Princess, I have returned." Shen Shurong looked up. "Is it time?" "Yes," Jinji replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Casting a glance at Sui Han, who was attending nearby. "How dare you mock me?" "Princess, I heard this morning that many from the Duke of Lu's estate came visiting. All families with eligible daughters." Shen Shurong did not lift her eyes. "Since you were so intrigued, perhaps you need not attend to me for the next few days." Jinji was taken aback. "What does the princess mean?" "I cannot leave your side. I worry." Shen Shurong continued to study the ledgers. "I have other matters for you to attend to. Find out which families are involved." Jinji suppressed a smile, realizing her earlier fears were unfounded. It seemed the princess had entrusted her with something even more significant. She knew the princess cared most for the heir. "I will ensure it is handled properly." Waving her off, Jinji strode out with a sense of pride, casting a glance at Inji. "See, I understand the princess best." Inji shook her head. "She is merely considering you, yet you flaunt it. I hope your thoughts do not come to light." At the Duke of Lu's dinner table, the Duchess observed her son consuming ice-cold desserts. "Is it truly so warm? Be cautious. You may upset your stomach." Xie Yunzhao raised his gaze, taking a bite. He felt his temper flare. It was embarrassing to bleed in front of her, so he decided to limit himself to 2 bowls. "Mother, why am I not allowed to open the storeroom?" The Duchess glared at him. "How dare you ask? If you do not allow me access, I will demand 2,000 taels of silver tomorrow." "The princess is still feeling faint. You must procure some restorative medicine." The Duchess had little time to ponder the silver. Her gaze shifted to Xie Yunzhao, who, predictably, wore a dark expression. "Silence. We shall discuss this later. I have a stake in the family fortune. You cannot deny me." The Duchess shot a pointed glance at Xie Yunzhao, who continued to eat without acknowledging her. "Mother shall provide for you. If that is insufficient, I shall give you 2,000 more from my private stash." The Duchess felt her eyelids twitch with irritation as her son brought up the matter in front of Xie Yunzhao. Xie Yunzhao questioned, "Are we truly arguing over expenses?" Xie Yunzhao replied, "I thank my elder brother on behalf of the princess. After all, it is for her benefit. If someone is willing to be the fool, so be it." Xie Yunzhao had intended to provoke him, but was caught off guard by his acceptance. "Well, let us consider it a gift to Yongjia. May she recover soon." Seeing the 2 brothers engrossed in their meal without further conflict, the Duchess felt a slight relief, deciding it was best to limit their dining together in the future. For 3 consecutive days, Shen Shurong busied herself organizing the treasury accounts. Listening as the 5 managers recounted their respective businesses over the years, taking notes, and later compiling everything into order, often working late into the night. The gifts sent to the princess by Xie Yunzhao fell like feathers upon water, causing not even a ripple. He found it impossible to sit still, unable to find his footing, and felt no obligation to reciprocate. Yet, silence enveloped him, leaving him anxious. Xie Yunzhao scoffed, recalling that he had previously warned against attempting to win the favor of a royal with such crude offerings. Only Xie Yunzhao would dare undertake such folly. After 3 days, Shen Shurong had nearly completed her review of the Treasury's business operations, while Jinji had gathered information about families interested in the heir. "Princess, do you remember Miss Wei? It is said that General Wei himself visited the Duke's estate. How could she dare to compare herself to you?" Jinji scoffed, feeling deeply aggrieved. Shen Shurong recalled, Wei Yuran, the daughter of Wei Yinyang. In her previous life, she had refused to marry anyone but Xie Yunzhao, delaying until 20, when General Wei came to seek her hand, and she had agreed to take Xie Yunzhang's place. She had assumed that after her death, he would elevate her status, only to discover he had married the Empress's sister instead. In this life, without her, it remained to be seen whether the Wei family could secure a legitimate wife. Inji observed Jinji's furious demeanor and, taking advantage of the moment, called her outside, leaving Sui Han to attend. "Is there something you wish to say?" Jinji demanded. "Be mindful. The princess intends to marry the second son. Have you not noticed the gifts of supplements and jewelry these past few days? If the princess cannot let go of the heir and he finds out, she will suffer the most. Dare he? He is unworthy of such a title." Jinji spat in response. Yunzhi, exasperated, replied, "You have lost your senses. I have warned you. If you do not wish to be discovered by the princess, treat the second son well. He is the future son-in-law." Son-in-law? He is not worthy of the title. Yunzhi turned on her heel and left. The second son even sent exquisite bird's nest and offered to replenish it when it runs out. Yunzhi entered just in time to hear Sui Han's words, her irritation flaring once more. Sui Han, being by the princess's side, cannot afford to be naive. The bird's nest sent by the princess is worth many times more. Chapter 12. The hair-pulling incident in the depths of winter. Sui Han was aware that Yunzhi harbored no fondness for the second young master, yet she was taken aback by how swiftly she returned. The princess was evidently willing to listen. Albeit silent, her lips pursed in displeasure. Shen Shurong cast a sidelong glance at Yunzhi, demonstrating her loyalty to Xie Yunzhao. Yunzhi followed in, noting that their princess's attire and provisions were always of the finest quality, and it was commendable that the second young master possessed such earnest intentions. Sui Han chuckled, agreeing with Sister Yunzhi. Yunzhi rolled her eyes, refraining from comment, clearly dissenting. Shen Shurong allowed the maidens to bicker, aware that she had only just been married and couldn't appear too forgiving towards Xie Yunzhao, except in Sui Han's presence, where she felt less constrained. The past 3 days had been exceedingly busy, leaving her no time to examine the gifts he had sent, nor did she know if he felt disheartened. Though she took solace in the fact that she would see him the following day. The palace banquet was scheduled for the afternoon in celebration of the Empress's birthday, attended only by officials of the second rank and above, along with their families. At dawn, Xie Yunzhao, dressed in a casual yet refined outfit, transformed his usual style into a deep blue waist-length robe adorned with intricate embroidery, every stitch reflecting exquisite craftsmanship. His waist sash was embellished with jewels, and, atop his head, a crown of white jade glimmered with striking red and blue gemstones. After checking his reflection in the mirror, he sought reassurance from Qing Zhu and Qing Ying. The two, though silent, brimmed with confidence regarding their master's appearance, for his visage was among his few commendable traits, surpassing even that of the heir. Upon witnessing him rush out of the residence, a pang of jealousy tugged at Xie Yunzhao and Appo's heart. Was he truly going to fetch her so early? She scoffed internally, dismissing the notion that he could win her over with mere appearances. The second young master? The gatekeeper of the Long Princess's estate mistook him for a vegetable vendor and opened the door nonchalantly, only to be taken aback by the sight of his future son-in-law. "You're here so early?" Xie Yunzhao scratched his head. "I came to fetch the princess. It seems a bit early for the palace banquet this afternoon. Please, come in and have a seat. I will inform her." This was the first time he felt gratitude towards such a lowly servant as he entered the front courtyard to wait. Sui Han hurried back to Chiotong courtyard, spotting Yunzhi emerging, walking slowly with furrowed brows. She nodded and smiled at her. "What's the haste? Such a lack of composure will not serve the princess well." "Princess!" Sui Han exclaimed excitedly. Shen Shurong glanced over, questioning what was amiss, wondering if he had arrived. Sui Han nodded, biting her lip in a smile. The heir is indeed quite eager, arriving early for the afternoon banquet. Shen Shurong chuckled. Breakfast must have been of little use. She instructed her maid to inform her grandparents that she would dine in her own quarters. "Yes, shall I summon the heir?" "Do so." Shen Shurong had never shared breakfast with him, as during her time at the Xie residence, they only dined together on significant occasions. He often returned home late, but always made it back on those special nights, initially believed to be adherence to family rules, but now understood as a yearning to see her. Such moments were the only times when the meetings of sister-in-law and younger brother could be justified. In the front courtyard, Xie Yunzhao gazed longingly at the pastries, torn between hunger and composure. Arriving this early, he could not afford to be seen with an empty stomach, though he felt the shame creeping in, akin to 1,000 ants crawling within him. His mind was consumed with thoughts of her health, pondering whether she appreciated the gifts he had sent and if she had made use of any. Why had there been no word from her in 3 days? Even if she found him bothersome, a simple message would suffice to ease his heart. When Sui Han arrived to invite him in, he seemed oblivious to the implication that the princess wished him to join her for breakfast. Qing Ying and Qing Zhu, more animated than he, nudged him forward. As Sui Han led the way, Jinji returned, intercepted by Qiao Yu at the door. The second young master is coming. The princess requests you stay away. Jinji was incredulous, her heart sinking as she retreated to her maid's quarters, questioning why the princess allowed him to enter once more. Yet, she realized she had erred in her disdain for Xie Yunzhao. Among the maids accompanying her, it was unlikely she would find support. Suddenly, panic gripped Jinji. Regardless of whether the princess wed the heir, her ambitions lay firmly with him, and she should not have treated Xie Yunzhao with such disdain. Sui Han knocked on the door and received a reply, ushering Xie Yunzhao inside. The handsome young man, unadorned yet striking, captivated Shen Shurong, who nearly lost her composure, using her fan to conceal her astonishment. "So early, have you not dined yet? Please take a seat." Xie Yunzhao could neither admit to having eaten nor confess to hunger, for that would undermine his reason for being there. He complied and sat down, accepting the embarrassment as a necessary sacrifice. Their futures were intertwined. After all, how is your health faring? Much improved, thanks to your medicine. Xie Yunzhao's eyes brightened, relieved to hear it was effective. I only fear I may not be of much help to you. As they dined slowly, Xie Yunzhao felt as though he were floating on air, lost in the fantasy that she would soon be his wife, not merely his sister-in-law. They often savored each other's company in such serene moments. When they finished their meal, Shen Shurong, reluctant to part, sent everyone away to discuss recent happenings. Xie Yunzhao hesitated to speak, caught between the desire to share and the instinct to conceal, murmuring, "These past few days, I have been reading at home." Reading? Shen Shurong stifled a laugh. When had he ever shown such initiative? She held her tongue, sensing he might think she still favored Xie Yunzhan, striving to be more diligent. "You have not left the estate in 3 days?" "I have. Twice to the herbal shop and twice to the jewelry shop." Shen Shurong felt a swell of emotion. What lengths would he go to for her? In his past life, he had risked entering the palace to save her, even defying the crown. Now, he had endured 3 days of solitude for her sake. "Is there something you wish to pursue? If not, I can arrange for my grandmother to grant you an official position to manage the treasury alongside me. What do you think?" She understood he was not as idle as he appeared. Otherwise, he would not have braved the palace to rescue her within 2 years. Moreover, she could seize this opportunity to see him daily. Xie Yunzhao was at a loss for words, dazed as Shen Shurong led him to the Long Princess's courtyard, his thoughts consumed by the phrase "together with her." Did the princess mean they would be together every day, starting tomorrow? If it were merely himself, he might leap with joy, fearing the world would not contain him. The Long Princess observed the pair, disregarding Xie Yunzhao's demeanor, noting that they were indeed well-suited. He was conferred a 9th-grade official position to oversee the treasury, a role of low rank, yet as the son-in-law of the Long Princess. No one dared to treat him with disrespect. Shen Shurong then guided him to the back garden to feed the fish, with the maidens trailing at a distance, careful not to intrude. Arriving at the pond's edge, Xie Yunzhao pulled her back gently, cautioning her against falling in again. In their youth, they had often read and played in the Long Princess's estate. "Yunzhao Gij, have you not visited here in a long time?" Xie Yunzhao's mind spun. Yunzhao Gij? How many years had it been since he heard her call him that? He had practiced saying sister-in-law in his mind, striving to utter it while gazing at her face. At that moment, his heart ached, his eyes reddening. "Rong, what did you just call me?" Shen Shurong turned back, feigning indignation. "Oh, have I wronged you? Yunzhao Gij, do you remember when you roasted the fish I raised? I cried for 2 days." Shen Shurong teased, and Xie Yunzhao turned away, voice choked yet amused. "Rong, you finally avenged the general's hair." Shen Shurong observed his retreating figure, marveling at how much he had grown. She grasped his hand gently, swaying it lightly. His warmth surpassed hers. "Yunzhao Gij, do not be angry. I promise I will never pull your hair again." Suddenly, Xie Yunzhao spun around, covering her mouth. "Do you even realize what you're saying?" Chapter 13 Explanation. Shen Shurong couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, feigning ignorance on her face. "What's wrong? Did I say something inappropriate?" Xie Yunzhao's neck flushed crimson, at a loss for words, his gaze evasive. "It's nothing. I won't keep it up anymore. I won't roast your fish either. We are even." Shen Shurong grasped his hand, pulling it down gently. Brother Yunzhao, we were very close when we were young. We can still be that way. Xie Yunzhao's lips curled slightly. Her implication was that she wished to regard him as an elder brother, just like in their childhood. Fine. Brother it is then, he thought, feeling that it was certainly better than having no feelings at all. He clenched his teeth, silently encouraging himself. How forced this was. Shen Shurong adored his youthful demeanor, longing to nestle in his embrace and feel the warmth of his ardent heart. They sat on a stone, reminiscing about their childhood antics. Upon learning that he had been whipped a few days ago for falling into the water, her heart ached instantly. Does it still hurt? Xie Yunzhao noticed her beautiful brows furrowing deeply and wanted to assure her that it didn't hurt and was worth it, but what came out was simply, it hurts. Shen Shurong pressed her lips together, tears falling at the sound of that word. She owed him so much. Xie Yunzhao was alarmed, realizing he shouldn't have upset her. He hurriedly produced a handkerchief to wipe her tears. I was just joking. You know, my father has been beating me since I was little. I've gotten used to it. The more he reassured her, the more tears Shen Shurong shed. Without a second chance, they might never be together again. Perhaps in a past life, she should have insisted on marrying him, disregarding all notions of titles and status. Xie Yunzhao grew increasingly anxious, positioning himself in front of her, half squatting to wipe her tears. Softly coaxing, "Don't cry. I'm sorry for scaring you. Just hit me, and then you won't cry anymore, okay?" His soothing words broke Shen Shurong's resolve, and she enveloped his waist in a tight embrace. She was already married, yet he continued to harbor feelings for her. After such a long time apart, he still waited for her. In this life, aside from safeguarding the treasury and settling her debts, he would also seek vengeance for the grievances of his stolen title. Together, they would avenge. Tears soaked his garment, and Xie Yunzhao's hands were at a loss for placement. The person in his embrace seemed restless. Would holding her make it better? In the distance, Sui Han was joyful, and Yinji was astonished. They turned their backs, whispering, "Is the princess accepting the second young master?" Sui Han nodded. She can call him brother-in-law now. Yinji understood. Both she and Jinji had noticed that the princess had been quite willing to have Sui Han around these days, perhaps sensing her feelings. Brother-in-law quickly moved the treasury from the duke's residence. For years ago, before the title was decided, the second young master had treated the princess unusually. Yinji recalled, "So, you mean he has always, only that the title was given to someone else?" The princess had only cried the day she fell into the water. A single realization struck Yinji like a thunderclap. If the princess were reluctant to let go of the heir, how could she stop crying the moment the imperial edict arrived, and moreover, stop seeking death? Jinji had already cried herself into a lantern-eyed mess, truly, foolishly oblivious until now. Then, has the princess been avoiding outsiders and ignoring external matters to conceal this? Does the second young master know? Sui Han shook her head. It's better if he doesn't know. Otherwise, he would never believe it. The princess would be upset. Yinji nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is for the best. After a while, Shen Shurong's tears subsided considerably, primarily because she was now in his embrace. She withdrew from his hold, sniffling, "I'm sorry. I lost my balance." As the delicate figure moved away, Xie Yunzhao felt an emptiness within him. "Ahem, I understand. You've just recovered from illness and are still weak." "Yes," Shen Shurong replied. Sitting down again, Xie Yunzhao followed suit, but dared not speak carelessly. He tilted his head to glance at her. Her tear-streaked face was now flushed. He preferred her smiling visage, more beautiful than a field of blooming flowers. At the residence of Duke Liu, Xie Yunzhao was engrossed in a book, albeit upside down. He had arrived early and had not emerged from the princess's residence since. Was Yongjia keeping him there? That seemed unlikely. Those circumstances were unavoidable. She never compromised her own comfort, especially in the presence of Xie Yunzhao. Perhaps he was waiting in the front courtyard, or perhaps he was receiving lessons from the old tutor. He certainly wouldn't be with Yongjia all the time. Qi Yu entered, his expression grim. "Young master." The second young master has yet to come out. Xie Yunzhao threw the book aside in frustration. Xie Yunzhao, what a thick-skinned fellow. Perhaps the princess knows that her mother is arranging a marriage for you and is upset. A few days ago, some guards reported seeing the princess's maid inquiring. Really? Is she jealous? A glimmer of light sparked in Xie Yunzhao's eyes as he stood up, focusing intently on Qiyu. Qiyu clasped his hands respectfully. Not just one guard saw it, but several, and it happened more than once. Xie Yunzhao sat back down, shutting his eyes, feeling considerably relieved. As he pondered, a soft chuckle escaped him. The little girl was retaliating against him. She had succeeded, and quite well at that. Now that he knew, he would explain the next time they met. Yes, young master, you have the opportunity to explain in person. I understand. Today, I will find a chance to tell her that I have not agreed to anyone. If she knows, she should stop being angry with him. He truly cannot bear it. Afternoon, the carriages were prepared at each residence. Shen Shurong insisted on a separate arrangement. Brother Yunzhao has tanned. Let us ride in the same carriage. The maids chuckled. Qing Zhu and Qing Ying were astonished. The second young master had spent the entire morning with the princess and had not shown any dissatisfaction regarding her marriage. She even invited him onto her carriage. The two lowered their heads, pleased for their master. Xie Yunzhao touched his face. Did she care about his complexion? All right, I shall venture out less in the future. In the future, when we go out together, you can hold an umbrella for me to shield me from the sun, so we both won't tan. Xie Yunzhao felt as though he was immersed in a delightful bubble, floating in the air, his feet barely touching the ground. I excel at holding umbrellas. Rest assured, you won't be exposed to the sun or rain. As long as she liked it, he would hold an umbrella for her for a lifetime. Shen Shurong regarded him with appreciative eyes. Look, how useful you are. Who says you're not good? They both laughed. The princess and the old tutor's carriage led the way, with Shen Shurong and Xie Yunzhao following behind. Qing Zhu and Qing Ying guided the horses from the rear. The three riders in the back trailed at a distance. He had entered her carriage at his own request. She could hardly refuse. Or perhaps, she did not wish for others to see him walking beside her carriage. Xie Yunzhao still wanted to believe she was upset with him, but it seemed unnecessary to go to such lengths. Qiyu and Qi Shao followed behind, wary of speaking. They were most aware of how difficult these past few days had been for the heir after losing the princess. They refrained from advising him against feeling sorrow. Offering hope only brought more pain. Upon reaching the palace gates, Xie Yunzhao quickly rode over to greet the long princess and the old tutor as they disembarked. The two merely returned a light greeting, waiting for Shen Shurong. Xie Yunzhao stayed beside them, watching as Xie Yunzhao stepped down from the carriage first, taking Shen Shurong's hand and helping her down steadily. He accepted the oil paper umbrella from Sui Han, opening it. Rong, this way. You and be exposed to the sun. The long princess and her husband smiled with satisfaction. This lad truly knew how to care for his wife. Xie Yunzhao felt a chill run through him, his teeth chattering, fists clenched. In just a few days, he dared to hold her hand. Most importantly, she wasn't angry with him. He called her Rong, and she allowed it. Chapter 14. Conspiracy. Shen Shurong turned around and, upon seeing the person behind her grandmother, remained unperturbed, merely nodding slightly. Xie Yunzhao also noticed but chose to feign ignorance, focusing instead on her unsteady footing. She had recently been faint or unable to stand firm. The heir still awaited the duchess, so they decided to take their leave first. The couple of the grand princess led the way into the palace, with Xie Yunzhao accompanying Shen Shurong. Xie Yunzhao bowed to see them off, intending to wait for his mother, the grand princess, and the esteemed elder to proceed slowly, with his head bowed low, concealing the turmoil in his eyes. He could not help but perceive that the grand princess had deliberately retained him to avoid suspicion. Xie Yunzhao stood outside the palace gates, uncertain of what he awaited. Perhaps he was merely hoping to create a sufficient distance between himself and her. Previously, he would have been the one to accompany her inside. Yet now he could only watch as Xie Yunzhao grasped her hand, shielding her with an umbrella. Carriages and horses arrived in succession, and those disembarking greeted him respectfully, remarking on Xie Shizi's notably low spirits today. Qiyu and Qi Shao observed with a pang of sorrow, but refrained from mentioning that the princess might be irked by him, as the second master and the princess interacted quite naturally. Once he felt sufficiently distanced from her, Xie Yunzhao entered the palace. Xie Yunzhao would not speak well of him. Yunzhao was innocent, perhaps blinded by malice. His steps involuntarily quickened, suddenly filled with dread. fearing that she might no longer hold a place for him in her heart. Shen Shurong held no fondness for this palace. After parting from her grandmother, she ventured to the imperial garden with Xie Yunzhao. It was May, with flowers in full bloom, and the exquisite pebble path connected the corridors. Varied rockeries surrounded them, and the trees flourished, shielding them from the scorching sun. In the distance, kites danced in the sky, and Xie Yunzhao, aware of her fondness for play, inquired, "Shall we join them?" Shen Shurong shook her head, stating that there were too many people, and expressed her desire to sit quietly in the corridor, for she felt fatigued. Behind the rockery, the third and fourth princesses were gathered with the young ladies, merrily flying kites. "Why hasn't the Yunzhao princess arrived yet?" The third princess scoffed. "It's better that she doesn't come. Today, I'm the eldest sister. She must be too heartbroken these days to come out so early." Xie Yunzhao frowned, disapproving of the untimely interruption of Rong's rest. Just as he contemplated intervening, Shen Shurong obstructed him. It was necessary to maintain appearances with those who feigned amiability while harboring ulterior motives. It was not prudent to create further disturbances. They needed to conserve their strength, for a significant confrontation awaited them that day. Indeed, having lost such a promising match, I would also prefer to remain at home, she remarked. "I heard the third princess sought a poem from Xie Shizhi. You." The third princess glared at the one who had spoken, aware of her own rejection. "Wei Yuran's younger sister, I remember. I merely wished to request a poem for my mother's birthday. Unlike some who feign deep affection and resort to coercion." "Who are you referring to?" the fourth princess queried as Wei Yuran pulled her sister to observe the kites. "How brazen." The fourth princess, who had remained silent until then, approached. "Does the third sister feel the need to clarify herself? If you fear being judged, perhaps you should refrain from such behavior. Ladies, do not be angered. My sister is still young and naive." Wei Yuran interjected, bowing her head, her eyes already reddened. Shen Shurong listened, suppressing a smile at the usual antics of the Wei family. The third princess, Wei Yuran, harbored feelings for Xie Yunzhao, and now she relished witnessing their rivalry. However, the fourth princess had previously sought her assistance in matchmaking for her younger brother, hoping Xie Yunzhao would become her husband. Little did she know, others also coveted him. Shen Shurong recalled the dining table incident during her 10th birthday, where she casually mentioned the fourth princess, causing the foolish boy to abandon his meal in a rush. Everyone had assumed he was simply shy, but in hindsight, it was likely due to her matchmaking attempts that had driven him to tears. Xie Yunzhao scrutinized her expression, pondering if she might feel discomfort watching them vie for Xie Yunzhang's attention. Yet, he could offer no consolation. Should he say, "Do not worry, Xie Yunzhang has turned them down"? Or perhaps, "They are no match for you. Only you are worthy of Xie Yunzhang"? Seeing him frown, Shen Shurong, curious about his thoughts, softly inquired, "If you do not marry me, would you accept the third or fourth princess?" Startled, Xie Yunzhao leaped up, declaring that he desired no one but her. "The Duke's residence offers no future for you, while the princess might. Are you truly disinterested?" He shook his head vehemently, puzzled by her intentions. Was she merely testing him or genuinely wishing for him to seek another? Shen Shurong felt elated, settling down, relieved that he did not wish to pursue anyone else. Xie Yunzhao inhaled deeply. It was indeed a test, for he would marry no one but her. Shen Shurong and her two maids stifled laughter at his alarmed demeanor. "Have you noticed that the courtyard to the west of the Grand Princess's residence has recently been under renovation? The central area has been enclosed. Is it a palace granted to the third princess by His Majesty?" "Which one?" The third princess was unaware. "It is the former residence of the Qi prince. Aside from the Grand Princess's residence, it is the largest in the capital." The third princess clapped her hands in excitement. "Father truly dotes on me, willing to bestow such a grand estate." Shen Shurong pursed her lips, noting that since her absence, everyone seemed enamored with the third princess. She had once reveled in such attention, yet now found it tiresome. The third princess's residence would take a year to complete and would be smaller. When the time came for her to know it was the Duke's residence, she mustn't cry. The two sat quietly watching the kites as a man approached. His once fine demeanor now utterly transformed, the remnants of his upbringing dissipating in that moment. gesturing to summon a male attendant. Is my father looking for me? Xie Yunzhao frowned. He was with Rong and could not leave. You should go. I will wait here for you. He cast her an apologetic glance. I'll be back shortly. Shen Shurong waved him off. Go ahead. In the current palace, no one dares to bully me. Just as Xie Yunzhao vanished from her sight, a man approached from the side. Shen Shurong lifted her gaze to the rockery, grateful for the visual barrier. Otherwise, those young ladies would likely flutter towards her like butterflies. Xie. Shen Shurong greeted him with an elegant nod. Xie Yunzhang's eyes were bloodshot, a sign of emotions that had clearly been brewing. Did Xie Yunzhao send him away? Xie? The formal address felt foreign, sharper than any blade. Princess, have you accepted Xie Yunzhao? His voice was hoarse, laced with restraint. Shen Shurong slightly curled her lips. What other choice do I have? What if I told you that all of this is a conspiracy? A conspiracy? Shen Shurong didn't comprehend. What conspiracy? On the day you fell into the water. Why was he right there? And why did he not let go after rescuing you? He accused. He had long schemed this. He tarnished your reputation and destroyed our chance together. Oh, this matter is indeed a conspiracy. Shen Shurong lowered her head, contemplating whether she should feign great sorrow. But she could not and would not. Raising her gaze, she replied, Xie, all I know is that he saved me. Xie Yunzhang took 2 steps closer, his tone urgent, but if you had not fallen, you would not have needed saving. It is he who harms and then rescues. A calculated act of a hero saving a damsel. Do you have any evidence? Xie Yunzhang was momentarily speechless. He wished to express that Xie Yunzhao had liked her since childhood, but he could not. Such a despicable man, employing such tactics to snatch away his sister-in-law. Didn't he deserve to be deemed unworthy of being human? Yet, she still socialized with him, allowed him to ride in the carriage, and called him by name? Chapter 15. The successor, the man in the shadows, halted, his tightly clenched hands trembling incessantly. Would Rong trust him? A surge of anger erupted within Shen Shurong. By what right did he disparage Xie Yunzhao? It was he who was despicable, unworthy of being human. Xie Yunzhan. Whether he was deserving, she could not say. Whether he would save or harm her, she was equally uncertain. But for Xie to meet his future sister-in-law alone, did he wish for her demise to come sooner? Sister-in-law? Xie Yunzhan stumbled backward. Had she truly accepted this relationship? Moreover, she had never spoken to him so sternly before. Suppressing her heartache, she thought, I am not what you think. I merely wish to inform you that he will not speak well of me in your presence. Shen Shurong stood, her brows knitted with fury as she fervently condemned her own brother. No, her brother-in-law. If there was nothing else, she would take her leave. She had no desire to endure his nonsensical prattle. Xie Yunzhan's heart twisted painfully. It seemed that if she walked away, they would be forever disconnected. Was her anger rooted in concern for him? Princess, my mother is indeed arranging a match for me, but I have not accepted anyone. You know that my heart belongs only to Xie. Xie Yunzhan's words were interrupted as she gazed intently at him. Had she understood? Shen Shurong, uninterested in looking back, cast him a sideways glance and remarked, Xie should respond to the match, lest others speculate about my involvement. My reputation cannot withstand any further scrutiny. With that, Shen Shurong lifted her skirts and departed, feeling utterly vexed. Xie Yunzhan lowered her head, her eyes clouded with despair. What had Shen Shurong said? That he should respond. Did she not realize that once he agreed, he would become another's husband? Did she not understand that once he took a wife, there would be no chance for them? Xie Yunzhao smiled faintly as he walked out. Upon seeing him, Xie Yunzhan immediately regained her composure. It was rather quick of her to respond. At least she had some sense, yet she should not rejoice too soon. Her gratitude for his life-saving act was merely that. Xie Yunzhao lowered his head, stepping lightly on the beautiful pebbles, pondering whether she thought everyone was like her, willing to sacrifice everything to achieve their goals. I do not understand what you are saying. Xie Yunzhan turned to leave. Do you know why she does not trust you? The sarcasm was evident in Xie Yunzhao's voice. Because I never mention you in her presence. Xie Yunzhan narrowed her phoenix eyes. Though her heart ached, her demeanor remained proud. You dare to slander me. Yet the fearful one is you, is it not? Taking a deep breath, She chose not to engage in further argument and walked away, fortuitously passing by where the noble ladies were at play. Shitzi? Before Xie Yunzhao could feel sorrow, she was encircled by a throng of noble women. The words of Shen Shurong echoed in her mind. If she were to respond, to avoid gossip and speculation, should she truly agree? Scanning the crowd, she found only superficial beauty, all of them pale in comparison to her. Lacking the desire to engage, she sought to escape the noble women's clutches, yet images of their interactions flooded her mind, and jealousy grew wild within her like rampant weeds. Xie Yunzhao, do you truly believe you can win her heart? He turned to seek out Shen Shurong, acknowledging Xie Yunzhao's words. Indeed, he was afraid to mention Xie Yunzhao in her presence. But today, he saw a glimmer of hope. She believed in him, not in Xie Yunzhao. Not only did she not trust her, but she was also vexed by her. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. With a raised brow and a light-hearted tune, he went in search of his future bride. As the grand banquet was about to commence, all moved towards the Jingda Hall. Unaware of a figure struggling to crawl out from the thicket, teeth bared, hands bracing against the ground, both legs broken. If Xie Yunzhao were to see him, she would surely recognize him as the eunuch he had bribed. The magnificent palace stood tall, with robust pillars supporting the entire hall. Intricately carved with golden dragons and colorful phoenixes, lifelike in their artistry. The eunuchs and palace maids halted their final preparations, standing respectfully at the sides of the hall, awaiting orders. Xie Yunzhao escorted Shen Shurong to sit behind the Grand Princess, then returned to stand behind the Duke of Lu, anticipating the day when Rong could sit beside him, no longer separated as they were now. The Duke's wife gazed at Shen Shurong with a smile, for she was undoubtedly her daughter-in-law. Turning to her son, she inquired, "Where did you and the princess go?" "I accompanied her to rest in the imperial garden. Her health has yet to fully recover." "Yes, you must take good care of her. She is a princess, accustomed to indulgence." Xie Yunzhao nodded obediently. "Mother, please save any good things for the princess." The Duke's wife rolled her eyes, both exasperated and amused. Upon seeing Xie Yunzhao approach, she fell silent, understanding the situation. The two brothers sat behind their parents, ignoring each other. As the royal family entered, the hatred in Shen Shurong's eyes flickered and vanished. One must always pay the price for their past actions. Crown Prince Li Chun assisted the emperor to sit, taking his place beside the empress. Casting a glance at the Duke of Lu, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Shen Shurong, as previous concerns were no longer relevant. Now, no one would succeed at her expense. The princes and princesses presented their birthday tributes, with the empress offering frequent praise, expressing her satisfaction. As the goblets were exchanged, soon someone's gaze shifted towards the grand princess. The crown prince nodded slightly, prompting that person to stand and raise a toast. "I toast the grand princess," before the late emperor ascended the throne. She managed the treasury and has made significant contributions ever since. Indeed, the Grand Princess has indeed been of great service. The Grand Princess returned the toast, stating, "All for the sake of Dezhou, for His Majesty. It is my duty. This palace does not dare to claim credit." Li Chun raised his cup in agreement. "Aunt, you are too humble. Over the years, your diligent management of the treasury has not gone unnoticed. Your nephew is equally concerned for your well-being. Old woman, it is time to relinquish control of the treasury, is it not?" "Thank you for your concern, Crown Prince." The Grand Princess drank the wine, her eyes momentarily cold. Yunzhao was right. They were indeed after the treasury. Seeing her drink, the toast giver also finished his cup. Setting down her cup, the Grand Princess poured another. Rising to toast the Emperor, "Your Majesty, I have aged considerably, and the treasury should have a successor." At this proclamation, all eyes in the hall turned towards her. Did the Grand Princess wish to relinquish the treasury? Minister Chao slightly shook his head. The Duke of Lu's eyes sparkled. The Crown Prince shifted forward slightly. The hall fell into a profound silence. Xie Yunzhao understood that Rong was the successor. He would become her aide, assisting her in managing the treasury. The emperor did not prioritize the treasury now. After all, it was far less significant than before. "Aunt, please bear with me a few more years." The Crown Prince shifted forward again. "Father, Aunt has labored all her life. It is time for her to enjoy some peace. The Duke of Lu blinked, disagreeing, while the Crown Prince grew anxious. After a moment of contemplation, the Emperor asked, "If that is the case, does Aunt have a suitable candidate in mind?" Shen Shurong set down her chopsticks. "Of course, it is me." The Grand Princess pulled Shen Shurong up to bow. "This granddaughter of mine is devoted to the Zhou and has been nurtured under my guidance since childhood. I believe that with another year or so by my side, she will be more than capable." The Grand Princess's voice rang firm and strong, showing no signs of aging, and most importantly, no hint of insecurity. To hand over the treasury to a delicate young girl? The Crown Prince shifted back, scoffing inwardly. What trickery was this old hag attempting? She wished to keep it within her family? Dream on. Chapter 16. Strategies. The atmosphere within the hall was punctuated by occasional light laughter. Yet no one dared to voice their opinions, patiently awaiting the Emperor's rebuttal. The Emperor glanced at Shen Shurong, bursting into hearty laughter. "Is it true that Yunzhao possesses such ambition?" Shen Shurong gracefully bowed, explaining, "Your Majesty, you are burdened with state affairs, and my grandmother, advanced in years, has little energy left to manage the treasury. Having grown up under her guidance, I believe I am capable of taking on this responsibility, especially since my grandmother can continue to provide her wisdom. Furthermore, as a princess of the Great Zhou, I am devoted to serving our people and cannot idly enjoy the fruits of their labor." The Emperor pondered deeply. Since Yunzhao demonstrated such intent, it was indeed worth a trial. The Crown Prince narrowed his eyes, astonished that she genuinely intended to take over. The ministers fell silent. As the Princess of Along had always managed this task, now it would be handed to her granddaughter, with the Princess of Along assisting, leaving little grounds for opposition. However, it was imperative that they not remain in control. "Your Majesty, it is not that we do not trust the princess, but she is exceedingly young, and the treasury holds immense significance," one minister remarked. "Indeed, the treasury has diminished in influence in recent years. Perhaps a change in leadership could yield a different outcome," chimed in Chancellor Chao, who had remained silent until now. Xie Yunzhao felt a surge of indignation. Why should his Rongrong be deemed unworthy of this role? Duke Lu stood, bowing. "The princess is indeed quite young and is soon to marry. It may be inconvenient for her." Xie Yunzhao rose to counter, urging the Duke to sit. "Father, there is no inconvenience. My son and the princess shall manage the treasury together. Today, the Princess of Along has granted my son the title of treasurer." What? Duke Lu felt dizzy. The treasury had not even been relinquished, and yet Yunzhao had insinuated himself. Was it thus considered taken? He glanced at the Crown Prince, who evidently did not buy this narrative. Duke Lu chose not to press further, settling back down. With the treasury now effectively in his son and daughter-in-law's hands, what was there left to dispute? The Crown Prince discerned the Duke's intentions and pulled him into the fray. Duke Lu makes a valid point. Once Yunzhao is wed, she may lack the time and energy to oversee the treasury. Minister Su, the head of the Ministry of Revenue, had hoped the treasury would remain under his department's control. Now, a princess was stepping forth, complicating matters further. "Ah, Su, can't you comprehend? I intend to assist the princess." Xie Yunzhao interjected sharply, one by one. "They all covet Rongrong's treasury, as if she were merely a decoration." The Crown Prince chuckled. "Yunzhao, it is not that Minister Su fails to understand. Rather, you instill greater concern." The laughter among the ministers erupted, while several noble ladies stifled their giggles, amused by Xie Yunzhao's predicament. Xie Yunzhao fumed. How dare the inept Crown Prince mock him? Just as he was about to retort, Duke Lu restrained him. Turning to Li Chenfu, Shen Shurong remarked, "Given the current busy state of affairs, with your daily exertions, and the Crown Prince's regency amidst this year's floods and border disturbances, have strategies been devised?" The Crown Prince hesitated. "I am currently deliberating. It requires time." "Then allow me to say, Yunzhao understands your and the Emperor's burdens, all for the sake of the people. Meanwhile, she and Brother Yunzhao have enjoyed nearly 20 years of leisure. It is time to contribute to the Great Zhou and its citizens. If it pleases the esteemed ministers, may I request 1 year to prove my capability? Afterward, if I fail, both Yunzhao and I shall resign." Silence fell as all contemplated. A year was not unreasonable. What could be accomplished in that time? With no further objections, Shen Shurong turned to the emperor. Your Majesty, what are your thoughts? Chancellor? The emperor inquired. The chancellor believes that having the princess take charge would be expedient. The princess of Along is well-versed in treasury matters, and it is worth a trial. The emperor raised his hand, acknowledging, the chancellor's reasoning is sound. I find great comfort in Yunzhao's determination. Father, I too support this. Though I worry about the inconveniences of the impending marriage for Yunzhao, the crown prince added. Fear not. I have granted Yunzhao the estate adjacent to the princess of Along, so she need not worry. Yunzhao has been pampered since childhood and will remain close to her aunt. Another silence enveloped the hall. The estate of the princess, coupled with the treasury. Would this not make it the next stronghold of power? The third princess felt a flush of embarrassment. Her head bowed low. She had just boasted about her father's affection, which had granted her the largest princess estate. Curse Yunzhao for seizing everything. The noble lady shrank back. Having laughed at Princess Yunzhao's misfortune in losing the heir of the Xie family, unable to become the future duchess and facing the pressures of the first house. Yet now, she had secured a princess estate. The Xie family was aghast. Would Yunzhao truly reside in the princess estate with Yunzhao? He had married his daughter-in-law, yet seemingly whisked his son away to live separately. Duke Lu and his wife dared not express any discontent. After all, the princess marrying Xie Yunzhao was a step down. Xie Yunzhao clenched his fists, feeling a pang of regret. He had once held an advantage over Xie Yunzhao, but that was now utterly lost. Hearing this, Xie Yunzhao grinned broadly. Living apart is preferable. This way, Rong can distance herself from Xie Yunzhao. Stepping into the central hall, Shen Shurong gestured for Xie Yunzhao to join her. He leapt forward, supporting her as they both knelt in reverence. Thank you, Your Majesty. We shall not disappoint your grace. As the banquet concluded, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow. Shen Shurong returned home in her grandmother's carriage, with Xie Yunzhao riding behind an escort. They exchanged smiles, having secured their position. The future held much for them to accomplish. Grandmother, Yunzhao wishes to explore the world beyond, she said. Very well. Have Yunzhao accompany you, her grandmother replied, increasingly convinced that this marriage was advantageous, allowing Yunzhao to remain independent and ensuring she had a husband who would prioritize her, much like her own spouse. Yes, he is quite willing, the princess of Along smiled, recalling how the two had known each other since childhood and enjoyed each other's company. Had it not been for the changes in the Duke Lu's family, they would have been a pair long ago. Destiny had intertwined their fates. Though Yunzhao struggled academically, he excelled in martial arts, a fact that the old tutor Shun wholeheartedly agreed with, affirming his ability to protect her. As they reached her doorstep, Xie Yunzhao assisted Shen Shurong down. Am I home? He asked, his voice tinged with reluctance. Shen Shurong perceived the sentiment behind his words, replying, Yes, do take care on your way back. Xie Yunzhao watched her enter, while Suihan and Yinji observed, stifling laughter. Their son seemed eager to follow her inside. Once the door closed, Xie Yunzhao turned to reclaim his horse. Having spent a day together was already a significant step, and it was expected they would not see each other that evening. Qingzhu and Qingying felt exceptionally pleased, far exceeding their expectations. They had anticipated that their master would face several rebuffs. Just as they prepared to mount, a figure emerged from the small door. Upon seeing Suihan, Xie Yunzhao's eyes brightened. Did the princess send a message? Suihan bowed respectfully. Second young master, the princess requests your company for breakfast tomorrow morning. I understand. Please inform the princess that I shall come early to keep her company, Xie Yunzhao replied, his voice imbued with a cheerful eagerness. Suihan bowed once more, noting the glimmer of excitement in his expression. Before returning with a smile, the master is in high spirits again. Chapter 17. The annulment of engagement. After Shen Shurong returned to her room, she quickly refreshed herself and retired for the night. Utterly exhausted from the day's lack of a midday rest, Xie Yunzhao, riding back to the Duke of Lu's residence, galloped through the courtyard, practicing his swordplay, unable to sleep, his heart soaring with joy. The third princess had returned home in a huff, indignant that all the glory was seized by a mere county princess. The fourth princess, too, appeared despondent, eager to defend Yongjia. After the crown prince returned, he smashed the study in the Eastern Palace, while the old matriarch held on stubbornly. Shen Shurong had the audacity to claim the county princess's residence. After Xie Yunzhao returned home, he wreaked havoc in the Chaohui courtyard, questioning why Xie Yunzhao still lived. The old tutor was entangled with the eldest princess, inquiring whether the chancellor was siding with her. The eldest princess, exasperated, sent him to the study to rest, which only made the old tutor more irritable. The royal family did not anticipate Shen Shurong taking over the treasury and planned to visit the eldest princess's residence the following day to inquire about the situation. That night, only Shen Shurong slept peacefully. As the night deepened, a man cloaked in black stealthily made his way through a grand courtyard. Was it beautiful? He poured himself a cup of tea, drinking it down with envy. Wait, what does it mean to have control of the treasury? Your father and brother's ambitions remain unfulfilled. Yet you have succeeded first. What I have not obtained is hers. ISNT, what is hers also yours? No, what is hers belongs to her alone. And what is mine is also hers. The man sighed, continuing his struggle. Surely, he could find a moment of convenience? It depended on the circumstance. The next morning, Lu Ziqian arrived early at the Duke of Lu's residence, only to find his efforts fruitless. It had been 5 days. He could not be summoned, the invitations ignored, and he could not even catch a glimpse of him. Xie Yunzhao had already hurried off to the eldest princess's residence for breakfast. The Duchess of the Duke contemplated discarding his portion to the dogs. Her future daughter-in-law had yet to be brought home, yet he was off dining with others. Was he marrying a daughter-in-law or marrying off a son? The doorman, witnessing the earlier-than-usual arrival of young Master Xie, stifled a laugh as he led him into the front courtyard and sent someone to notify the princess. Xie Yunzhao rewarded him with 10 taels of silver, ensuring the doorman would not be spared from early morning disturbances in the future. The doorman expressed his gratitude profusely, remarking on the young master's excellent temper and kindness. As the morning sun rose, Shen Shurong had yet to groom herself, her cascading black hair loosely draping over her shoulders, a few strands falling delicately against her fair neck, adding an air of languor. Draped in an outer garment, she reclined on the couch, her sleeves gracefully hanging, appearing utterly at ease, as if the world's troubles had no bearing on her. This was the first time Xie Yunzhao had seen her in such a state. His heart raced, wondering if she minded his gaze. Yet, he felt he had intruded upon her rest. Had he come too early? Shen Shurong nodded slightly, admitting she indeed lacked energy and intended to suggest he need not arrive so early in the future. You need not concern yourself with me. I will wait until you have rested well before calling for me. Shen Shurong felt a laugh bubbling up. The foolish boy seemed reluctant to leave. Young Master Xie, you have arrived. Our maid recalls you favoring Biluakan tea, and she has just brewed a fresh pot for you to sample. Xie Yunzhao turned, frowning at Jin Ji, the maid who had previously blocked him. Ji, who accompanied her, also furrowed her brow, puzzled by the sudden warmth shown towards the young master. Surely, there could be no poison in the tea? Shen Shurong's expression remained indifferent. It seemed she had realized that without Xie Yunzhao, she could not even enter the Duke's residence, let alone have the chance to ascend to Xie Yunzhan's bed. Xie Yunzhao remained still, feeling no affinity for the tea, nor wishing to risk her intentions, which felt peculiar. Jin Ji grew somewhat awkward in the silence, finally speaking. Young master. The princess was startled when she fell into the water. I was overly anxious and spoke out of turn. I hope you can forgive me. The room remained silent, and Xie Yunzhao understood Shen Shurong wished for him to handle the situation. It's all right. You are also concerned for the princess. Thank you, young master. In the future, please often accompany the princess at meals. If there are preferred dishes, do let me know, and I shall inform the kitchen. Xie Yunzhao was not a miser, and, as someone close to her, he acknowledged her efforts. Young master is too courteous. Jin Ji prepared the tea and slowly approached Shen Shurong, saying, Princess, I truly know I was in the wrong this time. Very well, there is no need to avoid each other in the future. Jin Ji expressed her gratitude with a bow. I shall assist you in your grooming. Xie Yunzhao turned his attention back to the tea, unable to continuously stare. He focused his gaze on the teacup, only to find it wandering back to the dressing table, captivated by the sight before him. Her long hair styled in an intricate bun, adorned with hairpins, gradually added color to her appearance, until he noticed the crimson lipstick gracing her lovely lips. And he realized how long he had been staring. Flustered, he averted his gaze, his heart racing uncontrollably. He knew he was lost. If he had never attained her, there would be no talk of loss. Yet now, who dared to compete with him for Rongrong? He vowed to pursue this matter to the end. Once Shen Shurong finished her grooming and joined him, breakfast was laid out, and the two shared a quiet meal. The invitations from Yi Man, daughter of the Minister of Works, and Xiao Yu, daughter of the Grand Scholar, were presented once more. Upon seeing Yi Man's name, Shen Shurong felt a pang in her heart. She had wept for 2 days when Yi Man had died. Yet, after her own faked death, she had encountered her in the palace, who had also been sent to the dragon bed by a husband who had pretended to die, 2 years prior to her own experience. In this lifetime, she had altered her fate. What of Yi Man? Her wedding was merely a month away. Today we shall go out. Time is short. Please reply to the 2 young ladies. Understood. Shen Shurong stirred the bird's nest porridge, unable to eat. How could she annul her engagement? Xie Yunzhao paused, observing her closely. What did your friends say? Why are you displeased? Did they provoke you? Shen Shurong raised her gaze, her thoughts spilling forth. Is there any way to annul 2 engagements? Ding! Xie Yunzhao dropped his spoon, his face paling. She wished to annul their engagement? The maids widened their eyes in surprise. The princess intended to break off her engagement? Seeing his change in expression, Shen Shurong suddenly snapped back to reality. Hurriedly waving her hands, I didn't mean us, it's no. Shen Shurong realized she could not articulate it. Should she reveal what was to come? Xie Yunzhao felt a wave of panic. If not them, then whom did she wish to annul? Noticing his growing anxiety, Shen Shurong dismissed the maids and grasped his wrist. Do not be nervous. I am referring to Yi Man. She is engaged to the second son of Minister Jia, with a wedding set for a month from now. Xie Yunzhao understood. Jia Kaiyong, leave it to me. What? Shen Shurong was puzzled. What do you mean, leave it to you? Rongrong wishes for them to annul their engagement. This matter is in my hands. He did not ask for a reason? Shen Shurong's doubts were evident on her face as Xie Yunzhao held her hand. His eyes deep. Whatever Rongrong wishes to do can be entrusted to me. I do not require a reason, as long as you do not wish to annul our engagement. Chapter 18. Murder and plunder. Shen Shurong bit her lip, still uncertain of her reasons, which to him seemed wholly unnecessary. To claim indifference would be foolish. Do we truly appear as if we are on the verge of breaking our engagement? The two found themselves alone in a room, sharing a meal, their hands intertwined. Xie Yunzhao's ears flushed slightly. He felt afraid and shook his head, denying it. Will it be difficult? Not at all. It couldn't be simpler for me. If successful, Yi Man would no longer be a mere plaything for the dog prince. Their fates would be transformed. Shen Shurong leaned in with a smile, asking, Why don't you inquire about my intentions? The suddenly close young girl gazed up at him with a beaming smile, causing Xie Yunzhao's heart to race. Do as you wish. There is no need for a reason. Shen Shurong playfully glared at him. What if I were to murder and plunder? I would take your place, he replied. A sweet warmth filled Shen Shurong's heart. She believed him, as she observed his slightly flushed cheeks and the alluring curve of his lips. She felt an overwhelming desire to kiss him, yet hesitated, fearing it might startle him. Let us eat. There are many matters to attend to today. Xie Yunzhao released her hand, and upon seeing her appetite return, he felt relieved and began to eat. Yi Man and Xiao Yu had been waiting impatiently for several days. Eager to visit, Xie Yunzhao made space for them and followed the servants to the treasury. It had been a long time since their last meeting, and Shen Shurong felt grateful for the heaven's blessings. She took the hands of both girls and led them to the corridor for a chat. Xiao Yu, youthful and lively, enviously linked arms with Shen Shurong. Princess, I heard His Majesty has granted you a separate residence, a privilege reserved for princesses. How wonderful. Yi Man chimed in, indeed. I once thought it a pity that you lost Xie Shitzi, but now it seems for the best. As the daughter-in-law of the Duke's residence, it is far more satisfying than being a mere head of a household. Xiao Yu whispered, So, does this mean Xie Yunzhao is marrying into the family? Many aspired to marry the princess, and though Xie Yunzhao was a son of the duke's residence, he held no title, which could be seen as a form of social climbing. Shen Shurong was aware that they held little regard for Xie Yunzhao, but it mattered not. The fewer who recognized his merits, the better. Enough about me. How have you two been lately? Xiao Yu pouted. Not well. Yuman's cheeks flushed slightly. It's just busy. Sister Man is to be wed soon and has been quite occupied, Shen Shurong replied lightly, though she knew that her marriage might not materialize. Little Xiao, why are you feeling down? Do you remember the young scholar my father favored? He hasn't contacted me recently. That shouldn't be the case. Shen Shurong recalled how the young scholar had doted on Xiao Yu in their past life, showering her with gifts and love poems daily, never allowing her to feel so despondent. After their marriage, he often accompanied Xiao Yu to the duke's residence, and when Xiao Yu sought her out, he would turn to find Xie Yunzhao. Yuman poked Xiao Yu's soft cheek. He must be busy. It will surely improve in time. Xiao Yu sighed, perhaps. Men are not worth your worries. Sometimes, the more one sees, the broader one's heart becomes, Shen Shurong suggested. I plan to venture out today. You should join me. All right. Xie Yunzhao had hoped to accompany Rong privately, casting a glare at Yiman and Xiao Yu when no one was watching. The thought of Rong being upset over Yiman and Appo's as presence during breakfast had further incensed him. Second master, please take the carriage. The princess fears you might tan. Nonsense. She merely worries I will darken. Qing Zhu laughed. Indeed, please board the carriage. What carriage? Bring an umbrella. How could I shield Rong while riding in a carriage? The three young ladies shared a carriage, with an empty one following behind as they headed towards the western part of the city. Shen Shurong lifted the carriage curtain to see a young man on a grand steed holding an umbrella overhead. She chuckled, and Xie Yunzhao turned, grinning. Rest easy, Rong. This way, I can protect you from the sun. Xiao Yu and Yiman leaned into view, laughing at the sight of a young man riding a horse while holding an umbrella. Most passers-by focused their attention on Xie Yunzhao, who seemed indifferent. When several familiar young masters spotted him, they teased, Xie, which family's lad hold an umbrella? Xie Yunzhao raised an eyebrow. Am I not a lad? Were you unaware when you were getting beaten? Yiman looked to the princess. Aren't you going to say something? Shen Shurong chuckled. I let it be. Yiman was speechless, realizing he truly obeyed her. Xiao Yu leaned closer. He doesn't just listen. He only heeds the princess. Shen Shurong playfully scolded her. Isn't your young scholar the one who listens to you? Xiao Yu stuck out her tongue. Aside from this period of silence, he is quite obedient. Amid their jovial chatter, they were taken aback upon encountering the refugees in the Western District. Shen Shurong, having lived 2 lifetimes, had never witnessed such a scene. Emaciated figures trudging along, their clothing patched and tattered, some barely clothed. Makeshift shelters, battered by the elements, stood precariously. Some sold themselves to bury their fathers. Others begged for medicine for their children. In a foul ditch, a child fought a dog for scraps. Each image starkly contrasted with the lavish revelry of the palace from the previous day. Their group felt utterly out of place amidst it all. How could this be? I've only heard my father describe it. I've never seen it myself. The sisters' voices trembled with emotion. Xie Yunzhao grasped Shen Shurong's arm, steering her away from the crowd. This place is unsafe. Should we return? Shen Shurong held on to him. Brother Yunzhao, I wish to explore further. Xie Yunzhao shielded her as more and more people approached with bowls in hand, their heads bowing in desperation, seeking mere scraps. Yiman and Xiao Yu were overwhelmed by the stench and leaned on their maidservants to return to the carriage, unable to proceed. Shen Shurong endured the discomfort, thinking, what does this even signify? It is purer than human hearts. Xie Yunzhao noticed her struggle and felt a pang of anguish. What did she truly wish to accomplish? She need not personally endure this. Brother Yunzhao, she called. He leaned in slightly. What is it? In the past, during the Great Zhou, the people lived in peace and harmony, their families united, children gathering around them. Now, they have lost their homes and become refugees. Even the sun's rays may not shine for long. How will our descendants continue to enjoy today's peace? Xie Yunzhao hesitated. As long as he was present, their future would be secure. But should there come a day when he was gone, uncertainty loomed. Shen Shurong raised her gaze, fixing her eyes on Xie Yunzhao. I intend to utilize the treasury to help rebuild their homes. She sought a different path, wishing to give him a glimpse of her intentions, not wanting him to feel estranged. Xie Yunzhao was moved. He recognized her inherent kindness and beauty, yet was unaware of her aspirations for the world. Whatever Rongrong wishes to do, I shall accompany you. Chapter 19. Deliberation on the return journey. The carriage was enveloped in silence, with each individual harboring their own newfound reflections on life. Xie Yunzhao, still holding an umbrella while riding, could not shake the image of Shen Shurong's sorrow from his mind. When rulers are inept and those in power pursue selfish gains, the world devolves into chaos, rendering home unrecognizable and country a mere fade. His heart ached for her. She should not be burdened by such worries, but rather live carefree and beautifully. I will have my father send someone to distribute porridge. Inside the carriage, Xiao Yu's eyes were red-rimmed. Yu Man nodded. My family will also provide porridge. Shen Shurong did not object. An additional helping hand meant one more person could be fed. In their youth, their world revolved around music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, adorned with gold and jewels. As they matured, thoughts turned to the kind of spouse they would marry and the life they would lead thereafter. A minor disappointment could cast a shadow over their spirits for days. Yet now, witnessing the lives of others, she felt that merely being alive outweighed everything else. Xiao Yu agreed, saying, "The princess is right. I have been moping over a trivial matter concerning a small scholar, which is truly unwarranted. Whether he is in my life or not, my existence remains unchanged. But for these people, their struggle for a mere meal can lead to bloodshed." Yu Man concurred as her own marriage approached, her thoughts consumed by whether her husband would treat her well and if her mother-in-law would be harsh. In hindsight, these concerns seemed trivial. Meanwhile, Xie Yunzhao was in his study, fuming. How could he possibly take the princess to such a disreputable place? What if there were riots among the refugees? "Come with me to pick her up," he declared, grasping his sword and preparing to leave. Chiyu held him back. "Young master, is that really appropriate?" Enraged, Xie Yunzhao merely stated that he had official business and would only leave after ensuring her safety. Chiyu followed, insisting on a valid reason. Before they could exit Chaohui Courtyard, they were summoned by the Duke. Xie Yunzhao signaled to Chiyu and proceeded to the main hall alone. Within the Duke's council chamber, his subordinates and advisors rose in unison, bowing to the young master. "Father, what is the urgent matter that requires my presence? Your marriage must be settled." "Indeed, young master, the daughter of the Wei family has deep affections for you and is of admirable character." Xie Yunzhao was taken aback by the topic, furrowing his brow. "I'm not in a hurry. Let us. There can be no further delay. Yunzhao is about to take control of the treasury. If you marry someone of a better pedigree, the future of our Duke's residence will be more secure." The Duke's words resonated. "Young master, your marriage must be decided soon, and the hearts of the generals will be set at ease." The subordinates were optimistic about the current situation, which favored the Duke's residence. The princess marrying in with the treasury would add value, and Xie Yunzhao, despite being a pawn, would finally serve a purpose. The young master's marriage could also be leveraged to ensure the Duke's legacy. The Duke approached his son, observing his defiant demeanor, and whispered, "Since everyone is settled for less, choose someone you find pleasing." Xie Yunzhao closed his eyes, taking a moment to relinquish his stubbornness. "Father, choose someone advantageous for the Duke's residence." The Duke paused, then broke into a smile. "Yunzhao, I did not misjudge you. You do prioritize the Duke's interests. Father, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Go ahead." Xie Yunzhao wandered back to Chaohui Courtyard in a daze, locking himself in his chamber, where fits of manic laughter echoed through the room, reflecting the depth of his predicament. Qi Shao stood guard outside, his eyes filled with concern. After confirming Shen Shurong was unharmed, Chiyu returned, weariness evident in his gaze. On her way home, Shen Shurong bid farewell to her two friends and summoned the steward of the treasury. A series of orders were issued by the princess, and the ships, which had been idle for 2 years, were to be swiftly repaired. All captains and helmsmen were called back, and additional skilled sailors were to be hired. She aimed to establish trade routes between the north and south within 4 months. A swell of pride surged within Xie Yunzhao. His little girl had grown to be quite formidable. Once the stewards took their leave, Shen Shurong smiled at Xie Yunzhao. "Brother Yunzhao, Organizing the cargo ships is not the difficult part. The real challenge lies in these counties. In recent years, they have suffered severe disasters, and the waterways have long been overrun by water bandits. They seize any ship, even royal ones, without hesitation. She presented a map, pointing out the areas severely affected by calamity, Linhai and Anyang, where the local officials seemed oblivious to their duties. Despite annual funding from the emperor, disasters persisted year after year. Xie Yunzhao pondered. Ships and manpower were secondary. The crux lay in local governance. We must send someone to investigate. If the situation remains unchanged, I will go personally. He had already cursed the local officials countless times in his mind for causing his beloved Shurong distress. I want to go as well, Shen Shurong insisted, determined to oversee matters personally, ensuring no one profited from this crisis. Very well, we shall go together. Xie Yunzhao felt a warmth spread across his cheeks. Did she not wish to part from him? The two began to compile a list of available personnel. In the afternoon, Shen Shurong visited the Grand Princess, seeking command over 100 Zillion guards and requesting 2 officials from the Ministry of Works. Fuxi and Fushun had gathered sufficient intelligence, and 2 individuals were already serving in the ministry. The Grand Princess was taken aback, while the previous emperor had entrusted her with 100 guards. She had only taken them out on 2 occasions, and they had remained in the palace for the emperor's safety. How long do you intend to keep them? Shen Shurong smiled. I will not return them. The Grand Princess took a deep breath. This girl was growing increasingly audacious. Meanwhile, in the Duke's residence, the father and son were engaged in discussions with trusted aides when Xie Yunzhao entered. Continue your discussions. I shall not intrude. The Duke cast an awkward glance at his subordinates, while Xie Yunzhan furrowed his brow, puzzled by his brother's presence in the court. Before long, he was ignored. Suddenly, Deputy General Pei recalled someone. Since the young master does not wish to select a lady from a capital, what about the daughter of the Minister of Personnel? Though she has been raised in her hometown, her grandmother was renowned for her grace and virtue. I believe the granddaughter of the Li family must be quite admirable. General Zhang agreed. Indeed, and an alliance with the Minister of Personnel would benefit the Duke's residence. Xie Yunzhan pondered. Noble ladies from the capital, especially those who had previously pursued him, did not appeal to him. This Miss Li was not in the capital, and they bore no animosity. How can we ascertain her character if she is absent from the capital? Leaning back in his chair, Xie Yunzhao suddenly sat upright. When selecting a wife for the young master, she must be attentive and genuine. All eyes turned towards him. Do you have a suitable candidate, second young master? Certainly. The Miss Wei is unwaveringly devoted. She will marry no one but the young master. She is undoubtedly the most sincere option. We cannot consider the third princess, as the young master cannot be adopted into her family. Chapter 20. Tenderness. The Duke of Lu gazed at his second son, his brow furrowing and unfurling in confusion. How had he become embroiled in this matter? Your brother has no fondness for the capital. Nevertheless, we cannot disregard Miss Wei's earnest intentions. Why not have both as wives? One as a primary spouse and the other as a concubine? What nonsense! The Duke of Lu realized his visit was ill-fated and commanded him to leave. I shall not depart. I am a member of the Duke's household and must contribute to its affairs. Furthermore, my son is now involved in financial matters. Are you certain you wish to send me away? Deputy General Pei tugged at the Duke's sleeve, urging him to consider that the second son had matured and should be encouraged. Do not extinguish the child's enthusiasm, especially since information concerning the treasury is crucial. The Duke relented, permitting him to stay, but warned him to refrain from meddling in his brother's affairs. You often say we must unite as brothers. Now you deny me even the chance to offer suggestions? Xie Yunzhao rolled his eyes, dismissing his father's words. If you refuse to listen, return my token and provide me with some manpower. Why do you need the token upon returning home? What are you planning? Years prior, he had relinquished his token, and the troubles it had brought were numerous. Yet he did not hesitate to reveal his identity. What do you require assistance for? I serve in the treasury. Who would laugh at a princess? The Duke rubbed his forehead, realizing his son had come to collect debts. You may have it, but the token must not be misused. I understand, father. I come of age and am soon to be wed. I am capable of managing myself. The Duke, finally comprehending. acknowledged that his son was now a son-in-law to the Grand Princess, the fiancé of a princess, and a treasurer. Thus the token should only be used in dire circumstances. Understood. Father, I shall take my leave. The Duke remained in a daze, realizing his son had departed without him fully processing the situation. His true eldest son had matters to attend to? Xie Yunzhang's eyes glinted with intensity. It was too late for his brother to strive for improvement, and he would not grant him the opportunity. Please consider my perspective. The connections of the heir must be utilized wisely. Just as Xie Yunzhao stepped outside, he called back loudly. The Duke, infuriated, nearly rushed out, but was restrained by his subordinates. Connections, what a pleasant term. Xie Yunzhang clenched his fists. Still daring to mock him? Had he not lost Yongjia, he would require no one. Xie Yunzhao visited the censor Lu Siming, responsible for the Linhuai region. The middle-aged censor, upon learning of the visit, trembled slightly, wondering what this troublemaker sought. Upon discovering it was to inquire about the flood situation, he was surprised, yet received Xie Yunzhao with due solemnity. Xie Yunzhao, rarely serious, found Lu Siming forthcoming, and the censor mused that this young man had indeed taken on a respectable demeanor. In a secluded corner of a tavern, two men sat, one in deep thought while the other stood, both wearing grim expressions. Have you not seen him today? No. He's been preoccupied with his studies and new responsibilities. What do you think? This is all due to the marriage matters. Otherwise, it would not be. Are you blaming me? No, I will find a way. I will ensure he has fun and keep him away from responsibilities. After pondering for a moment, the seated man nodded slightly. Go ahead. The next day, at dawn, Xie Yunzhao returned to the Grand Princess's residence, instructing a maid to summon him when the princess awoke. Shen Shurong, still appearing as she had the day before, dismissed her attendants and inquired about breakfast. I retrieved my token yesterday and consulted with Censor Lu about the situation in Linhuai. I will share the details with you shortly. Shen Shurong was touched upon waking, contemplating how to embrace him. Suddenly, the wind lifted the curtains, startling her. What was that? Xie Yunzhao caught her as she stumbled forward and she leaned against him. Do not be afraid. It is merely the wind. Brother Yunzhao, ever since I fell into the water, I feel as though my courage has diminished. With her head resting against his chest, her hands found their place there as well. With me here, there is nothing to fear. Xie Yunzhao held her closely, whispering soothingly. After a moment, Shen Shurong seemed to regain her senses, pushing away from his embrace. Brother Yunzhao, I apologize. We are not yet married, and this is inappropriate. It is my fault. Xie Yunzhao felt an insatiable urge, the brief softness of the moment failing to quell his racing heart. He pulled her into his arms once more, holding her tightly, relishing her gentle softness. It is not your fault. You are frightened, and I must hold you again to ease your fears. Shen Shurong and Appo's arms subtly encircled his waist, a beautiful sight. Xie Yunzhao inhaled the delightful fragrance of roses from her hair, wishing never to release her. They were closely entwined, her breathing causing his heart to race with each rise and fall of her chest. Despite her delicacy, the intensity was overwhelming. He felt a wave of emotions, a tightening in his throat, and tears threatened to spill forth. Still craving her warmth, he reluctantly released her, fearing his eagerness might startle her. I shall step outside for a moment and return shortly to keep you company. Xie Yunzhao fled once more. Shen Shurong lowered her gaze. Realizing the wedding date was too far off, servants were scattered throughout the residence, and as Xie Yunzhao escaped through the door, no one paid him any heed. His handkerchief, now stained with blood, had yet to be tucked away when he encountered Lu Ziqian, who approached with a knowing smile. I knew you would be here. Haven't you sought me out in days? I have no time for games. I understand you wish to accompany the princess. Why not bring her along for some fun? Xie Yunzhao pondered for a moment. That could work. Return home and await my word. I will inquire about her plans and have someone notify you. Very well. Lu Ziqian rode off merrily. Shen Shurong summoned her attendants to assist her with her grooming. Yingji, perplexed by the lack of activity, wondered what was amiss. The young master left with his face covered, and the princess did not appear angry. Mama Hua entered, informing her that arrangements had been made at the estate. Shen Shurong gazed at her reflection, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. Xie Yunzhao, O Xie Yunzhao, your greatest bargaining chip shall soon slip from your grasp. Mama Hua handed her a letter, and as Shen Shurong read, her expression darkened. Her suspicions were confirmed. In a previous life, her grandmother had relinquished control of the treasury. And under the new emperor's oppression, the influence of the grand princess's household and the princely residence had waned. The Liang family had gradually lost favor with her brother. After being rescued by Xie Yunzhao, she had inquired about her family's affairs but had not heard the Liang name mentioned. Something significant must have transpired. Princess, she still has dealings with the Duan family. What? Currently? On the 15th of each month, which is tomorrow, go to the princely residence and summon my brother, claiming I am unwell. Unbeknownst to her, the grand princess had already summoned the princess consort, and the two were seated, deliberating how to convey the news to Shenqi. However, Shen Shurong had preemptively called for him. What ails my younger sister? I had breakfast with Xie Yunzhao and asked him to wait for me in the account room, in a private meeting with her brother. Shen Shurong was struck by the purity in his eyes and the worry etched on his face, making her feel excessively ruthless. Chapter 21. Clingy, so be it. If she is ruthless, she cannot bear to see her brother's fervor wasted. Brother, first take a look at this box. Inside are the gifts sent by Lady Liang the day after I fell into the water. Shen Qi was taken aback. How could his sister refer to Lady Liang as wife? During their visit to the temple to pray for their grandmother, they encountered a beggar being bullied, and it was Lady Liang who intervened, leaving a favorable impression on them both. After that incident, the kind and beautiful Lady Liang captured his heart, prompting him to seek her hand in marriage from their mother. However, their mother disapproved, deeming her father's position too lowly and her stepmother too domineering. Fortunately, his sister supported him. What had Lady Liang done to provoke his sister's anger? Surely a gentle coaxing would suffice. He took the box, opened it, and rummaged within, discovering only children's toys. Sister, do not be upset. I will inquire with her upon my return and ensure you receive something far better. Brother, we have been deceived. Our meeting with Lady Liang was a conspiracy. Shen Qi was stunned. What was his sister saying? Gazing at the paper in his hands, he felt the world spin. Lady Liang had a childhood sweetheart before their marriage, and her childhood companion had been taken by her stepsister, who vowed to marry a person of power and influence, the first to seduce being Xie Yunzhao. He was merely her third target. The tactics employed were all the same. She couldn't even be bothered to change them. Shen Qi collapsed onto the couch. How could this be? Sister, where did you learn this? It cannot be true. Lady Liang is kind, virtuous, incapable of raising her voice, and she is pregnant with our first child. Shen Shurong understood how difficult this was for him to accept, as it was for her. Each time their mother and grandmother spoke harshly of Lady Liang, she defended her. Brother, we were simply too kind and were manipulated. The wise often see through such cunning. Mother and grandmother may have long perceived her deep schemes. Shen Qi could not believe it, nor did he wish to. For the first time, he understood the fluttering of youthful affection. Having been pampered since childhood, he was not easily approached, yet Lady Liang's innocence drew him. He could not fathom that a wife willing to approach filthy beggars would orchestrate a plot against him. His sister, too, was kind-hearted, yet she could not bear the sight of filth. Of course, if she admired you and employed some means, I would not find it objectionable, for she has recently engaged in such pursuits herself. However, you are her third choice. If we count her childhood sweetheart, you are fourth. I cannot tolerate this. What I find most unacceptable is that her childhood sweetheart, now her brother-in-law, passed the imperial examination last year, and they have met in secrecy. In the room were only the two siblings. The grand princess learned of her grandson's arrival and secretly felt alarmed. The mother and daughter-in-law hurried over. Shen Shurong did not allow them in, believing that without a harsh remedy, he would remain lost in his fanciful love, and it would be better to cut through the chaos swiftly than to face greater disappointment later. Shen Qi covered his face, tears streamed through his fingers, and when he realized it, he felt a sudden heat on his cheeks, fearing he had become a source of amusement for his sister. Shen Shurong needed no inquiry to understand his thoughts. We siblings will always be the closest of kin. I have cried more in your embrace. Brother, do not take it to heart. What matters now is another matter. After hearing this, Shen Shi learned of another shocking revelation. Grandmother supports the crown prince, yet he wishes to ruin us? Shen Shi felt as though the world had been turned upside down. He had wasted 21 years of his life. So, brother, compared to the lives of our family, is Lady Liang still of importance? Shen Shi's focus shifted entirely. Shaking his head, he concluded that if the family was lost, then Lady Liang would naturally follow suit. What significance did sorrow hold? This was the reason his sister was taking charge of the family treasury. Upon exiting Shen Shurong's room, his demeanor returned to normal. In the face of family and life, love was trivial. The Grand Princess and the Princess Consort awaited him in the corridor. They were aware that Lady Liang was not as fragile and simple as she appeared. Yet they had not anticipated her audacity in scheming against the heir of the prince's household. Upon seeing Shen Shi emerge, they approached him, scrutinizing him closely. "Grandmother, mother, I have been blind. It shall not happen again." The mother and daughter-in-law, relieved to see him unharmed, returned home, pretending as though nothing had occurred, awaiting the next day to see if she would truly leave the residence. The Grand Princess entered to find Shen Shurong. "Your actions are too decisive. One must be more tactful. Grandmother, a single needle prick may only hurt for a moment, but should it be bandaged later, the prick would be in vain. Only a deep cut, with blood flowing freely, is truly effective. Otherwise, she will not be able to bandage it." Understanding her brother's nature, Shen Shurong knew that he could never remain innocent again. The Grand Princess grasped this truth as well, but being her own grandson, she found it difficult to be so ruthless. "Rest assured, while my brother is kind, he can withstand adversity." Among the royal family in the capital, who truly remains oblivious to the ways of the world? The Grand Princess sighed as she returned, having initially believed that with her presence, her grandchildren would remain in glory, only to realize that internal and external troubles persist. She had grown old and could no longer protect them. In this tumultuous time, she found some comfort. Shen Shurong sought out Xie Yunzhao, who was seated in the accounts room poring over the ledgers. It is not an easy task to have him sit at ease. "What are you looking at? Has your brother left?" "Yes." Shen Shurong appeared somewhat dejected. Xie Yunzhao noticed this and, sensing her mood, inquired whether she wished to go out for some leisure. "Are you not happy? Did you notice?" Shen Shurong sat beside him, her head gently resting on his shoulder. "Brother Yunzhao, is not kindness the most beautiful virtue? Why must the kind suffer?" Xie Yunzhao felt a stirring within. He sensed the girl was beginning to rely on him. Rong, in a world devoid of desires, one can be kind, yet human emotions are complex, and one cannot guarantee the absence of malice. Shen Shurong leaned closer to him. Can one not trust the person beside them? Xie Yunzhao was captivated by the depth of her dark eyes, their breaths mingling, and his ears tinged with a slight blush. "What are you afraid of, my dear? Or is it that there are troubles with Shen Shi and his wife?" Staring into her eyes, Xie Yunzhao spoke deliberately. "As for others, I cannot speak for them, but you can rest assured, you may trust me for a lifetime." Shen Shurong felt a rare lift in her spirits. "I have matters to attend to tomorrow. Do not come." Xie Yunzhao nodded in agreement, understanding that one should not be overly clingy. That night, the rain fell steadily. Shen Shi stood beneath the eaves of the study, watching the raindrops fall, slowly gathering together until they trickled into the crevices of the stone bricks. Even though she approached him with ulterior motives throughout their year of marriage, he had cared for her meticulously. His mother had mentioned taking a concubine several times, all of which he had rejected. Yet, had he failed to win her heart? "Why are you standing here, my husband?" Lady Liang approached, supporting her waist as a maid held an umbrella over her. Chapter 22. Caught in adultery, Shen Shi exhaled a breath of murky air, raising his head to ponder a matter. "Why are you still awake? We must inspect the shops tomorrow morning. I had intended to sleep, but seeing you have not returned, I came to look for you." Liang Shi looped her arm through Shen Shi's, causing him to stiffen momentarily. He then withdrew his arm, steadying her as they walked back. "Let the servants handle it. The rain will not cease tonight. You are far along in your pregnancy. The roads will be slippery tomorrow. Do not venture out." A touched smile graced Liang Shi's face. "My husband thinks of me, but I must still manage the few shops mother has given us." Shen Shi lowered his gaze to the path, nodding silently. There are 2 shops on the main street. Mother seems to want to give one to my sister. Do you like it? My sister will manage young Master Xie's family business and oversee the treasury. I fear she may not have the energy. Shen Shi, feeling like a failure, mused that even the treasury could be taken by Shen Shurong. What use was he as a man? His anger gradually morphed into bitterness. He was blind to the intentions of his partner, who harbored such plans. My sister is family. Do not worry. Mother will not treat you poorly. I know. I'm just a bit envious of my sister. When we married, my dowry was pitifully small, entirely my fault, for my birth mother passed away early. She had expressed such sentiments more than once, and each time they only deepened his pity for her. At that moment, he realized that every word she spoke bore a purpose, causing him to abandon any thoughts of negotiation. You should return. I have matters to attend to in my study. I will speak to Mother about the shops. If you like them, I will leave them for you. Liang Shi's face instantly brightened. Thank you, my husband. Rest early. I will return now. Shen Shi waved his hand dismissively, turning away as the pain within him surged uncontrollably. She braved the rain to come, solely for the shops. Not a shred of it was for him. The following day, Shen Shi visited the princess's residence, while Liang Shi took a carriage out. In a private room of a tea house, sounds of kissing echoed, reminiscent of a long-awaited rain after drought, intense and unyielding. The man in the next room clenched his fists. Had he not treated her well enough? She was unworthy. She was his by right. Shen Shurong pried her brother's hand apart, shaking her head. It is not worth it. Just as she was about to step outside, voices drifted from the adjacent room. In 2 months, the baby will be born, right? Yes, a boy would be ideal. With my prowess, it must be a boy. All the family assets will ultimately belong to us. Lower your voice. Be gentle, you rascal. Shen Shurong was stunned. The child in Liang Shi's womb, Shen Shi slumped into a chair, astonished that a person could be so shameless. Shen Shurong had not anticipated that her nephew from a previous life resembled Liang Shi, and no one found it odd. It was utterly intolerable. What had they done wrong to be treated so? Seeing Shen Shi, who was deeply affected, she realized that after this hurdle, her brother would still be the proud heir of the duke's estate, the eldest grandson of the princess. Unable to bear it any longer, Shen Shurong quietly exited, giving him space. She beckoned to Mama Hua and Mama Tian, instructing them to block the tea house and cease operations for the day. Yes, when Shen Shi and Liang Shi wed, the Duchess had gifted this tea house to Liang Shi, who came every 15th of the month, ensuring no guests were allowed in the private rooms. Yet she had never imagined that today, Shen Shurong and Shen Shi would be next door. Liang Shi had harbored feelings for a man surnamed Duan since childhood, but alas, the Duan family had fallen on hard times, and the younger sister-born of the stepmother had come to seize what was left. Under pressure, they were forced to part ways. Now, with his newfound status, the man had grown bolder, especially with lingering thoughts of Liang Shi. Their kisses were fervent, and Liang Shi's garments were loosened, with the man's hands exploring her bosom. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as a door was kicked open, and the man forcefully pushed Liang Shi, who was perched on his lap, to the ground. Upon recognizing the intruder, both were taken aback. Liang Shi, disregarding her pain, widened her fearful eyes. It is not what you think. Young princess, what brings you here? The man had already knelt, fluids seeping from him, as Shen Shurong pinched her nose, signaling for the guards to enter and bind him. Shen Shi had regained his composure, and his gaze toward Liang Shi was devoid of any affection, replaced only by cold mockery. Is that so? You wish to claim you were not engaged in an affair? Liang Shi nodded frantically. Shall we take a look at your garments? Liang Shi abruptly looked down, pulling her clothes tight. Husband, I was coerced. I was merely resting when he burst in no. She invited me here, claiming you lacked the ability, handing the treasury over to the daughter of the princess. The man surnamed Duan, perhaps possessing some cunning, attempted to shift the blame. Shen Shi wasted no words, seizing the long whip from Mama Hua and striking the man fiercely. What gives you the audacity to question the decrees of the princess's residence? Ah! Liang Shi screamed in terror, having never witnessed such ferocity from Shen Shi. The man surnamed Duan grimaced in pain. Mama Tian suggested Shen Shurong step aside, but she insisted on taking a seat to watch. Those who wrong them shall pay tenfold. 100-fold. Countless lashes fell upon the adulterer's back, leaving him curled on the ground, unconscious. Liang Shi had felt abdominal pain for some time, but her anxiety had obscured it. Only now did she realize, clutching her belly, that she was in distress. Husband, for the sake of our child's silence. Shen Qi wished he could stab that wretched being. Liang Shi was frightened by his gaze. Husband, I feel unwell. Unwell? Shen Qi laughed. The first genuine smile in 2 days. Ah, how wonderful. Someone, take her home. She requires the physician. Liang Shi was oblivious to the fact that he would discern the child was not his. As long as she bore child, she believed she would be safe. The man surnamed Duan's clothing was shredded, his understated gray robe now stained crimson, discarded like a dead dog at the Duan family's doorstep. Shen Shurong accompanied him to the duke's estate, while Liang Shi began to bleed. Shen Qi's eyes were devoid of warmth. Physician, save her. As Liang Shi fainted, her mind lingered on using her son to regain her husband's affection, unaware that the child had never seen the light of day. The Duchess ordered Liang Shi's courtyard to be surrounded, leaving only 2 rough servant girls to watch over it, while all the other servants were taken away to be interrogated, especially those who had come with her dowry. Shen Qi wished to see Liang Shi no more. Shen Shurong took him to a secluded estate, hoping that by keeping busy, he would forget. Shen Qi could not comprehend what was so appealing about the estate. Shen Shurong's thoughts drifted back to her past life, recalling the person Xie Yunzhao had brought back, who had created a potent form of gunpowder that had vanquished all the pirates. Now, having found this person 4 years earlier, it may not yield immediate results, but preventing him from falling into Xie Yunjing's hands was a favorable outcome. Bai Sanju's parents, 2 brothers, a sister-in-law, and 2 nephews, all 8 members of the family, had been brought to this secluded estate, all unaware of their fate. Chapter 23. Watching a performance when Shen Shurong arrived. She only encountered Bai Sanju, whose tension was palpable. At merely 12 years of age, his intellect was remarkable. Had he been born into a wealthy family, he would have undoubtedly distinguished himself at an early age. Amidst his anxiety, Bai Sanju was astounded. Was there truly such a pure and ethereal being in the world? Shen Shurong offered a warm smile, reassuring him, "Do not be nervous. I have heard you possess a fondness for novel creations. Whatever materials you desire, feel free to pursue your artistic endeavors. Your parents and family will be provided with work. Each will receive a monthly stipend of 1 tael of silver. As for your 2 nephews, I shall arrange for a teacher to educate them." Bai Sanju was left dumbfounded. Such good fortune? However, she clarified, of course, nothing comes without a price. All creations you produce will belong to me, and should I be pleased, I shall reward you generously. Upon hearing that it was not a gift, Bai Sanju's heart eased slightly. "Thank you, noble one." "Indeed," Shen Shurong said, patting her brother Shen Qi's arm. "This place is entrusted to you henceforth. Do not worry, sister." In the carriage, Shen Qi was already aware of his sister's intentions, feeling a profound responsibility for the safety of their family. In the afternoon, Shen Shurong returned to the city alone. The capital had become a hub of excitement. Just yesterday, the young master of the Duan family had been left barely alive, discarded at the entrance of their residence. The family, infuriated, sought to report the incident, but he himself intervened, forbidding any public outcry. Today brought even more shocking news. Someone had dared to visit the most popular brothel, Xie Yunzhao, without paying. The individual was forcibly ejected, only to be recognized outside as none other than Jia Kaiyong, the second son of the Jiao minister. Yimian, upon learning this, wept in her chamber as their wedding date approached, only to discover his true character. Shen Shurong had not anticipated such a turn of events. Her man acted swiftly, accurately, and decisively. However, the audacity of Xie Yunzhao was remarkable. Xie Yunzhao had quite the nerve. Engrossed in the successful execution of his task, Xie Yunzhao knew that Shen Shurong would undoubtedly commend him. Yet time was of the essence, and she needed to personally persuade Yimian. Discovering such truths before marriage was far better than after. Upon hearing this, Yimian exclaimed, "Indeed, if I were to find out after marriage, my life would be ruined. I refuse to marry him. Shen Shurong smiled, fully supportive of her friend's decision. In a fit of rage, Jia Kaiyong threatened to demolish the brothel, oblivious to how he had ended up there in the first place. Nor could he comprehend that his money had been lost within. Despite invoking his father's name and title, he was still cast out. The most humiliating ordeal was having his clothing stripped away. Jia Minister confined him at home, questioning whether this was not already humiliating enough. Hastily, he prepared to receive the Yi family, acknowledging that there was no need for discussion. Their engagement was to be annulled. Shen Shurong felt a surge of joy at this outcome, as it spared Yimian from being handed over to the dog prince by Jia Kaiyong. Seeking to share her thoughts, she took her friends out to see a play. Upon ascending to the second floor, before even entering the elegant box, she spotted Xie Yunzhao. He never attended performances. How could he be here? From the moment she stepped through the door, he had noticed her, perhaps waiting for a serendipitous encounter since she had left for the Yi residence. Considering that he might be meeting someone, Shen Shurong initially intended to feign ignorance. Yet she saw him striding towards her. Young Master Xie, you two have come to watch a play? Indeed, Princess. Yimian's cheeks flushed slightly as she glanced between the two, then decisively excused herself. I shall go check on Xiao Qiao. With only the two of them and their attendants remaining in the corridor, Shen Shurong wished to conceal her thoughts from him, smiling lightly while nodding. Xie Yunzhao gazed intently at her. She understood he seldom watched plays, indicating he must have come for someone special. A wave of nausea washed over her, realizing that such affection could be feigned. Surely, he had become engaged, perhaps meeting with his fiancée tonight. As she turned to leave, an urgent voice called out from behind. Hold on, it is indeed confirmed. But I have avoided those you do not wish to see. Shen Shurong couldn't help but smile. It was true she had little fondness for many individuals. Yet, that no longer mattered. It is the daughter of Minister Li. She has been raised in her ancestral home, returning only yesterday. You have yet to meet her. There were countless women absent from the capital. Why had he chosen the daughter of the Minister of Personnel? It was all for his own sake, draped in pretentiousness, avoiding those she disliked. Congratulations, young Master Xie. My companions are waiting for me. I must enter. In truth, she felt no genuine desire to congratulate him. The engagement was commendable, but the trajectories of their lives had shifted, and perhaps she would not gain the upper hand after all. Xie Yunzhao felt a pang of disappointment. Even if she merely furrowed her brow or struck him twice, it would provide him some solace. Did she offer her congratulations? As she entered the elegant box, he sat down next door, alone. Meanwhile, Xie Yunzhao languished at home, wondering why Shen Shurong had not summoned him for 2 days. Lu Ziqian urged him to go out and have fun, but he declined. What are you truly waiting for? Xie Yunzhao glared at him. You know nothing if you are without a wife. Qing Zhu hurriedly returned, whispering in Xie Yunzhao's ear. Xie Yunzhao has gone to the theater where the princess is. Xie Yunzhao sprang to his feet. See our guest out. He stepped briskly out of the courtyard. Lu Ziqian, bewildered, wondered why he was being shown out again. After watching 2 performances, he had intended to cheer Yimian up, but instead, she wept even more sorrowfully. Why could the lovers in the play not end up together? Why were there so many misunderstandings? Shen Shurong felt awkward. She had not anticipated such an outcome. Just as she exited the theater, she saw a tall, handsome man beside a brown horse. Her heart leapt with joy, and she instinctively moved to rush towards him, only to suddenly remember Zui, Chun Xiang, and retract her gaze. Xie Yunzhao did not see Xie Yunzhao. His heart had just settled when he noticed Shen Shurong ignoring him. The excuse he had prepared never escaped his lips. I happened to pass by, saw your carriage, and came to fetch you. Yimian and Xiao Yu, upon seeing him, covered their mouths with laughter. Princess, we take our leave now. Shen Shurong nodded, still ignoring the man beside her. As the carriage approached, she evaded his outstretched hand and allowed Yinji to assist her into the carriage. Xie Yunzhao felt increasingly anxious. Had she seen Xie Yunzhao? Was she now ignoring him? What had he said? Or did she learn about his engagement and was now sorrowful? Xie Yunzhao trailed alongside the carriage, lowering his head to conceal his own bitterness. Just as the vehicle was about to depart, Xie Yunzhao emerged from the entrance. The brothers exchanged glances that held the animosity of rivals. Xie Yunzhao boarded the carriage, asserting I am her fiancé. Xie Yunzhao narrowed his eyes, his grip tightening, intent on dragging him back out. Seeing him enter, Shen Shurong turned away. What brings you here? I came to fetch you. Xie Yunzhao dared not mention Xie Yunzhao. Why did not go to Zue Chunxiang? Although she understood his heart belonged solely to her, the thought of his involvement with such places made her uneasy. Xie Yunzhao was momentarily taken aback. Was Shen Shurong's anger truly directed at him, and not Xie Yunzhao? Surely, she could not think he had gone to a brothel. He hurriedly sat across from her, explaining, Shen Shurong, even if you gave me 1,000 boldness, I would never dare enter a brothel. Oh, so it is not that you do not wish to go, but rather that you are afraid? No, no, no. Xie Yunzhao waved his hands in denial. It is simply impossible for me to indulge in such vices. My loyalty to you is absolute. Chapter 24. The interception. Shen Shurong pressed her lips together, her gaze flitting over him. We have only just become engaged. How long have you truly been loyal to me? Perhaps you have been elsewhere before. Xie Yunzhao halted, his hand poised to swear an oath. Yes, he had been to such places, but he had never called upon a courtesan. His heart belonged solely to her. How could he seek another? He moved closer, his tone earnest. Rong, I promise. Please do not be angry. Shen Shurong frowned at him. So you really have been there before? That was my establishment. I merely went to review the accounts. I never summoned a courtesan, and I shall not return again. Shen Shurong's expression turned awkward. What business do you have at the flower house? Xie Yunzhao struggled to explain. To earn money. Seeing her disbelief, he continued, I have inherited considerable wealth, and I must think of my own future, which is also for us. Rong. Please don't be upset. Shen Shurong was aware of his connections, but she had not anticipated that the flower house was among them. Can you assure me you will not go there again? This time, Xie Yunzhao dared to swear. I promise. If I step foot there again, may the heavens strike me down. All right, I believe you. Shen Shurong interjected, pulling her hand away. Xie Yunzhao took the opportunity to grasp her hand gently, marveling at its softness and smallness, wishing to savor it. He gazed at her delicate face. Are you no longer angry? Only if you remain virtuous will I not be displeased. Of course, Xie Yunzhao replied, relieved. I thought. What did you think? Shen Shurong inquired, intrigued. Nothing, just. I recently saw. No, I cannot say that. She might think I do not trust her. You saw Xie Yunzhao, didn't you? Shen Shurong raised an eyebrow. Are you jealous? What are you trying to say? Xie Yunzhao paused, then spoke. Xie Yunzhao is engaged. You have me now. You can try to. Let go. Shen Shurong nodded. All right, I will let go. Xie Yunzhao suddenly looked up. Rong, are you truly letting go of Xie Yunzhao? Is it real? Of course. Xie Yunzhao beamed, but just as he was about to smile broadly, he added, It will take some time, though. You don't mind, do you? The light in the man's eyes dimmed momentarily. I do not mind. It cannot be that quick. Even if you say you will let go, it is likely a way to soothe me. After all, he had not been able to forget Shen Shurong for 4 years, and his feelings for her had only deepened. Contemplating this, Xie Yunzhao's smile faded. Would Rong feel the same, struggling to forget him? Seeing him before her, Shen Shurong felt a pang of longing. A thought struck her. Brother Yunzhao, I am tired. May I lean on you for a moment? Xie Yunzhao would never refuse. He moved closer, resting against the carriage wall. Shen Shurong nestled into his left side, feeling the vitality emanating from him, her heart beating in tandem. The man contentedly curled his lips, wary of moving, lest he disturb the delicate beauty in his arms. She did not reject him. She was willing to marry him and even considered their future offspring. Compared to before, merely looking at her felt like a luxury. Now, seeing her with Xie Yunzhao felt far superior. Exhausted from the day's events, Shen Shurong eventually fell asleep. The carriage had arrived at the princess's residence, and Jinji did not allow anyone to follow. Yunji lifted the curtain of the carriage and found the princess asleep on Xie Yunzhao's shoulder, who was holding her gently to prevent her from falling. Lowering the curtain, he turned to Suihan and shook his head, indicating they should wait. Shen Shurong awoke half an hour later, slightly shifting away from the man behind her. Have we arrived? Why did you not wake me? Xie Yunzhao's cheeks flushed. He raised his arm, which had gone numb, but he still wanted to hold her a moment longer. It is nothing. If you wish to sleep, then sleep. Shen Shurong wanted to say, not yet. We must wait until after marriage. Lu Ziqian invited us out for a gathering. Do you wish to go? Suddenly recalling her desire to be a good wife. Shen Shurong remembered she had not ridden a horse since she was 14. I should practice archery as well. Let us go horseback riding. It has been so long. Very well, I shall arrange it. Xie Yunzhao smiled, dismounting from the carriage and assisting her down. However, as soon as Shen Shurong's feet touched the ground, she felt a sudden numbness and stumbled into Xie Yunzhao's embrace. She swore it was unintentional this time. The bewildered expression on her face was undeniably charming. Xie Yunzhao steadied her, standing tall. A deep cough interrupted them. Both Xie Yunzhao and Shen Shurong turned to see her grandfather. Shen Shurong quickly straightened up, and Xie Yunzhao stepped back 2 paces, bowing respectfully. We greet the grand tutor. Both their faces burned crimson. Yongjia, return home, Shen's grandfather admonished Xie Yunzhao, glaring at him for daring to touch his granddaughter before their marriage. Shen Shurong winked at Xie Yunzhao and ran back toward the estate, lifting her skirts. Seeing her playful demeanor, Xie Yunzhao felt a tingle of excitement but restrained his laughter. In the future, you should come less often. After all, we are not yet married, and we must consider Yongjia's reputation. I understand. Please rest assured, Grand Tutor, Xie Yunzhao replied. Well, go back. Shen's grandfather treasured his only granddaughter, and the thought of her marrying this reckless man displeased him. Recently, Xie Yunzhao had been visiting more frequently. Once the elder had entered, Xie Yunzhao released a breath he had been holding, remembering how he had feared him during his studies, and still did, for he was Rongrong's grandfather. Riding back to the duke's residence, Xie Yunzhao and Qingzhu remained silent, his thoughts consumed by Shen Shurong's question about whether he minded that she had not yet let go of Xie Yunjin. Upon reaching Linfeng residence, Qingzhu poured him tea. Second master, the young master has gone to the theater. It seems he is doing it deliberately to provoke you. Xie Yunzhao concurred. The princess knew he was engaged, but she still could not fully let go of him. The young master's wedding was only a month later than Xie Yunzhao's. Once you both marry, the princess will naturally move on. Xie Yunzhao sighed. It is difficult. In the future, inform me about matters concerning the spring fragrance. The princess is concerned and does not permit me to go. Qingzhu's eyes brightened. Second master, does this mean the princess still cares for you? Xie Yunzhao turned his gaze back. Is that so? The flower house does not allow you entry. It seems she wishes to keep an eye on you. Xie Yunzhao's eyes began to sparkle. Are you suggesting she is jealous? Of course. You are troubled that she still harbors feelings for the young master, and, similarly, she is troubled by your visits to the flower house. Both are feeling possessive. Xie Yunzhao sat up straighter, considering Qingzhu's words. She leaned against me in the carriage today, and eventually she fell asleep. Qingzhu, unaware of the specifics, felt a rush of joy. Congratulations, second master. The princess clearly does not reject you. She is very much accepting. Xie Yunzhao could not remain still and began to pace. So, she does have feelings for me? Then can I bite her hand? Or perhaps kiss her? Just be mindful of the grand tutor's watchful eye. Xie Yunzhao's daydreams came to an abrupt halt. I cannot always seek her out. If I go out to play, the grand tutor will not follow, will he? Chapter 25. I want him break his leg in the following days. The council chamber of the Duke of Lu saw no trace of Xie Yunzhao. Instead of feeling joyous, Xie Yunjin's face was shrouded in clouds. He found himself spending every day in the company of the princess. In their 4 years of engagement, he had spent less time with her than Xie Yunzhao had since their betrothal. At the royal city's racetrack, a figure clad in red galloped past, her vibrant riding attire accentuating her beauty. To ensure agility, her hair was styled simply yet elegantly. Her spirited demeanor while riding captivated the surroundings. Xie Yunzhao's gaze followed her in endless circles, fixated on the young lady he adored, who had blossomed into a stunning beauty. Lu Ziqian was also entranced. Such a remarkable woman was wasted on Xie Yunzhao. Just as he lamented, he was kicked aside, told not to be an eyesore and to find his own companions to play with. You prioritize romance over friendship. Just think about it. Ever since your engagement, be quiet. Rongrong had approached. After a few days, the weariness that had enveloped her began to dissipate. Shen Shurong decided to dismount and rest for a while. Xie Yunzhao kicked Lu Ziqian away and rushed over to his sister. Are you tired? Yes, Brother Yunzhao. The piece of land next to my home is the racetrack I gifted to you. A racetrack for him? Fool, why are you dazed? She continued, I know you love to ride, so I specially asked my grandmother for it. By the time our residence is renovated, the racetrack should be nearly completed. They had just become engaged, and she was already bestowing him such a grand gift. Xie Yunzhao felt as though he was floating. Surely he had lost his senses. Or else how could he be imagining such things? It was evident to Shen Shurong that her gesture had deeply touched her man, grasping his hand and shaking it. She exclaimed, Brother Yunzhao, it's been so long since I practiced archery. Will you teach me? When Xie Yunzhao regained his senses, he found her nestled against his chest, her small hands drawing the bow, while his larger hands enveloped hers. Is this how I shoot? His heart raced uncontrollably, as if it were about to leap from his chest, his face flushed to the roots of his neck. In a hushed, slightly trembling voice tinged with uncontainable joy, he guided her, adjust your angle a bit higher to the left and back a little. They adjusted repeatedly, yet the arrow remained poised on the bowstring. Lu Ziqian, returning, mused that Xie Yunzhao had captured the princess's heart in such a short time. Interfering in this moment would likely lead to disaster. So he quietly turned to seek out other friends. Finally, they released the arrow, hitting its target. Shen Shurong quickly took another arrow. Brother Yunzhao, teach me again. Lu Ziqian hurriedly departed, only to bump into a figure at the edge of the enclosure, observing the affectionate archery lesson. He paused, scanned the area, and upon seeing no one, quickly bowed. How did you come here? The man raised an eyebrow. Enjoying yourselves? Lu Ziqian lowered his gaze, recalling that it was not his intention to let them play, avoiding Xie Yunzhao's engagement with serious matters. As you command. Make sure it's a game with plenty of people. I want him to break his leg. Lu Ziqian's eyelids tightened. Were they truly brothers? That fellow was quite capable, excelling in both skills and horsemanship, making it a formidable task. It all depends on your methods. Indeed, I shall find a way. After Lu Ziqian left, the man continued to observe the two on the field, his fingers emitting a cracking sound. He took advantage of her innocence, using it to his benefit. Only someone like him could commit such despicable acts. Yongjia, do not fear. I will resolve this swiftly, rendering him powerless. Shen Shurong wished to shoot again, but Xie Yunzhao had reached his limit. Being young and passionate, especially with the one he cherished, his thoughts were already in disarray. Rong, I need to speak with them. And once again, he fled. The figure in the shadows had already departed. Otherwise, he would surely have been discovered. With no one else around, Shen Shurong took the arrow. Whoosh, whoosh. Each arrow flew true, hitting the bullseye. Yuehan and Yinji chuckled. The princess is being deliberate. After a while, Xie Yunzhao managed to cool his flushed cheeks and dashed over to Lu Ziqian, feeling triumphant. We should play polo another day, Lu Ziqian suggested, and the other young lords agreed. They were all second sons, not favored by their families, and often gathered together for leisure. Xie Yunzhao found a splendid idea. It would allow Rong to witness his prowess. Polo? That sounds delightful. Who does Rong wish to invite? Not anyone from the palace, and those I dislike do not invite. Very well, I shall arrange it. On the return journey, in Shen Shurong's carriage, a man sat beside her, a fluffy little head resting on his lap as she drifted off to sleep. This had been the pattern for several days. Once in the carriage, she would doze off, and Xie Yunzhao felt privileged to have her resting so comfortably. Upon arriving at the Princess Chang's residence, the one to lift the curtain was not a maid but an elderly face, revealing through her eyes that she had once been quite beautiful. What disgrace! Shen Shurong jolted awake, and Xie Yunzhao, fearing she might bump her head, rushed to steady her. My apologies, Your Excellency. The princess is quite fatigued. With that, the elder released the curtain and turned to leave, having specifically waited there today. It was clear that it was his granddaughter's doing. Otherwise, who would dare enter her carriage? Frustrated, the elder returned to the main courtyard, unable to find a target for his anger. Princess Chong, observing the elder's displeasure, could not help but be curious. Who dares to provoke you? Xie family's second son. How outrageous, allowing Yongjia to sleep on his lap. I have warned him to be mindful of Yongjia's reputation. Princess Chong burst into laughter, It was your granddaughter who chose to lie down. He would have refused, and she would have been upset. Between you and Yongjia, he chose to heed her wishes. Protocol is lost on him. Come now. Think back to when you were determined to have him as a son-in-law. Did you not clamor to have him by your side? You've stolen his role, and even Wang Mama fears I might not need her anymore. Cough, cough, why dwell on the past? That was many years ago. Xie Yunzhao is willing to care for her. We should be delighted. Had it been Xie Yunjin, would he have humbled himself? The elder understood everything but felt a pang in his heart, wishing to keep her a few more years. She'll be 18 soon. We can't let her remain an old maid. The elder grumbled as he made his way to the study, not wishing to listen. Before Shen Shurong could reach Xiaodong courtyard, she was summoned by Princess Chong. With a sweet smile, she linked her arm with her grandmother's. Grandmother, did you call for me? Princess Chong playfully scolded her. You've been running around too much. My granddaughter has been practicing riding and archery. After falling into the water, she felt weak, but thankfully after practicing for a few days, she feels much better. Seated on the couch, Princess Chong affectionately stroked her hair. Do you like him? Shen Shurong's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her gaze in silence, revealing that her grandmother had noticed. The princess suppressed a smile, not daring to laugh out loud. Do you not think he pales in comparison to Xie Yunjin? Shen Shurong continued to look down, concealing her resentment, but being with him felt so liberating. Brother Yunjin is also wonderful, quite exceptional. Many envied my granddaughter in the past, but when I was with him, I often felt I needed to restrain myself, fearing I might not be worthy of him. Princess Chong nodded. You have always played well with Yunzhao. He is someone who brings you joy. Chapter 26. Tax reform. A bittersweet sensation flickered through Shen Shurong's heart. Everyone was aware of her thoughts, yet for the sake of the family, they would only guide her towards a better choice. Were grandmother and grandfather upset? He cherished you and wished to keep you a few more years. Shen Shurong's rosy cheeks instantly paled. She yearned to fly to his room. Would grandfather still want her to stay? The Princess Dowager did not miss the terror in her eyes. The sentiments of a young lady were quite decipherable. With a light chuckle, she teased her, I was just kidding. Grandmother has already spoken of him. Shen Shurong clung to her, as grandmother jested about Yongjia, exclaiming, how annoying. As Xie Yunzhao returned home, a smile lingered on his lips. He had grown increasingly close to Rongrong. In the main hall of the Duke of Lu's residence, the Duchess was admiring a box of East pearls, which was initially intended as a betrothal gift for Yongjia. After all, the Empress Dowager had bestowed it upon her for the birth of her 2 sons. Now, it was to be given to Li Waner. Xie Yunjin felt a heaviness in his chest and remained silent. The original betrothal gifts were meant for Yongjia. His mother had stated it was for the princess, and indeed it should be given to her. Xie Yunzhao strode in, snatched the box of pearls, and declared, whoever it is designated for, let it be so. What does it matter which son marries her? The Duchess frowned, questioning why he had returned at this moment. Don't cause a fuss. Your mother is selecting the betrothal gifts for your elder brother. Your wedding is just a month away. There's no time for further preparations. She reached out to take it, but Xie Yunzhao held it high, out of her grasp. Behave, after all. Your sister-in-law is the young master's wife. This pearl is quite exquisite. Is Yongjia not a princess? What right does a young lady from the Ministry of Personnel have to overshadow her? The Duchess discreetly observed her eldest son's expression, knowing his marriage was already precarious. Could Yunzhao not yield a little? Take it back. I will prepare something better for Yongjia. Xie Yunjin stood up, saying, Mother, give it to the princess. His heart already belongs to Yongjia. Whether the pearls go to Li Waner or not makes no difference. If it brings Yongjia joy, I am willing. Xie Yunzhao kept the box in his hands, rolling his eyes as he saw Xie Yunjin walk away. It was originally Rongrong's. Why is he acting so magnanimous? Mother, you are biased. The Duchess felt a pang of regret. She was caught between 2 sons, and it was her fault. Fine, take it. But Li Waner is still the young master's wife. A lesser betrothal gift would be rather unseemly. Xie Yunzhao handed the box to Qingzhu and sat down beside his mother. What, the young master's wife? If we are to speak of status, the princess is of royal blood. Even my father must bow before her. You, still sitting? What is there to sit for? When she enters the family, your father and I will serve her tea, right? Xie Yunzhao chuckled. That one and oppose. Tea be necessary. After all, she marries me, becoming your daughter-in-law. Yet, you must not forget her status as a princess. The Duchess, infuriated, turned pale, exclaiming, I have raised a son for nothing. Go back to your courtyard and stop bothering me. Had she not constantly intervened, the Duke would have long since celebrated the brothers' birthdays. And she was the one most concerned about Yunzhao. As Xie Yunzhao was pushed back a step, he remarked, Mother, if there are any good things, remember to give them to the princess. I take my leave. The Duchess clutched her chest, ready to hurl a teacup. Xie Yunzhao swiftly dashed out. Qingzhu, take this pearl and the list of betrothal gifts. Yes, my lord. The next day, Xie Yunzhao and Lu Ziqian drafted a list of invitees for a polo match, including the second son of the Duke's residence and the third son of the inspectorate, though he dared not extend the invitation under his own name, fearing no one would attend, thus opting for the name of the Duke of Lu's residence. Before finalizing the list, Xie Yunzhao was summoned to the council hall by the Duke's guards, with only enough time to remind them not to invite anyone from the palace. Inside, discussions were underway regarding the crown prince's military tax, a matter that could greatly benefit them and should be supported. Seated, Xie Yunzhao listened attentively, his brow furrowing deeper with each word. To serve in the military was a family's honor, even a clan's pride. Indeed, tax exemption should no longer apply. Indeed, he reflected, the treasury is depleted, and with impending floods, funds are urgently needed. If we can collect taxes from the families of soldiers, it could alleviate many burdens. Xie Yunzhao scoffed coldly. This group had forgotten how their ancestors ascended. Had they not once been mere foot soldiers? Now in high positions, they disregarded the lives of the lower classes. Soldiers fighting on the front lines could not fulfill filial duties at home and were still expected to pay taxes. What glory was there in such a fate? If it were so honorable, why not send their own sons to the front lines? As Xie Yunzhao felt disdain, the room fell silent, all eyes upon him. He realized his reaction, lifting his gaze with a mocking tone. What do you stare at me for? Is it not permissible to laugh? Second son, we thought you had something to say. Xie Yunzhao slightly rose, only to recline again. I believe it is best for me to remain silent. The second son could discuss the recent financial plans, so we may be informed. Xie Yunzhao raised an eyebrow. You wish to involve me? We are still in preliminary adjustments. There's been no significant progress or plans. The princess advised a slow and steady approach. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, second son, what we were discussing regarding the military tax must have a proper title, with the treasury undergoing reforms. Now is the time to act. Xie Yunzhao interrupted, realizing their true intent. Cease your scheming. The treasury is for generating revenue, not for exploiting soldiers. Deputy General Pei laughed. Who would dare exploit soldiers? It is merely that household tax exemptions will no longer apply. Seeing his son's lack of reaction, the Duke also urged, rest assured, the additional taxes will benefit the treasury. I will speak to the crown prince. Yes, the treasury is indeed in need. Xie Yunjin scrutinized Xie Yunzhao, reluctant for him to engage with the princess, yet recognizing his position within the treasury and his connection to the princess. He could speak on the matter without issue. Xie Yunzhao remained unfazed. These people had perhaps lost their minds, valuing money over life. If implemented, the short-term effects may be negligible, but in the long run, it would deter soldiers from enlisting, leading to discontent within the military ranks. What foolish scheme the crown prince had devised. How could he think such a notion could be executed? What do you look at me for? I am but a minor official in the treasury, not its head. Son, you should first gauge the sentiments and leave the rest to me. Xie Yunzhao sighed. Do you think me foolish? Very well. As a treasury official, I oppose this military tax. Thus, I implore each of you to seek alternative measures. The second son cannot make such a decision unilaterally. Perhaps the Princess Dowager and the princess may not disagree. At that time, the second son could be credited for a significant contribution to the treasury. The purpose of the alliance between the Duke's residence and the Princess Dowager's was indeed to achieve this. Xie Yunzhao concealed his indifference. He understood they would not relinquish their pursuit easily, but who spoke of alliances? I can inquire, but it must be done with sincerity. What are the terms? Who will distribute it? And how much can be allocated? If the military descends into chaos, who will take responsibility? You must provide me with a structure plan first. Chapter 27. Schemes. The Duke of Lu held his head high with pride, for his son, despite his lack of learning, proved to be of some utility to the ducal house. Smiles adorned the faces of all present, even Xie Yunzhao, who let out a sigh of relief. Yet, he remained unconvinced. Had he been the one marrying Yongjia, such concessions would have been unnecessary. The discussions shifted to other matters within the room, and Xie Yunzhao bore the tediousness patiently, the morning slipping away. Upon stepping outside, he scoffed, relieved he had not become a mere puppet of a young lord. However, there was a silver lining. Rong had not summoned him today, allowing him to visit the Grand Princess's residence under the guise of official business. Lu Ziqian waited in the Tingfeng Pavilion for Xie Yunzhao to return, but by afternoon, he had yet to see him. With the polo match tomorrow and the invitation already delayed, there was no time for Xie Yunzhao to select a suitable guest. He would have to send out the pre-written invitations without delay. Shen Shurong was occupied with the accounts of the treasury when she heard of his arrival. The weariness etched on her face vanished instantly as she eagerly requested him to come in. Jin Ji greeted Xie Yunzhao with a smile, expressing her anxiety over the Grand Princess's recent neglect of her. "Young master, the Grand Princess awaits your presence." Xie Yunzhao merely nodded, retaining his indifference towards her. Shen Shurong waved her hand, instructing the maids, accustomed to the routine, to serve tea and step outside. "Brother Yunzhao, what brings you here?" she inquired, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Do you long to see me every day?" "Just a matter at hand," Xie Yunzhao replied, taking a seat beside her desk, feeling as if she could see right through him. This morning, during the family council, the Crown Prince proposed the abolition of tax exemptions for soldiers' families. Shen Shurong nodded, acknowledging the matter but clarifying that the Crown Prince had only raised it after his ascension, and Xie Yunzhao was in support. "Your family supports this?" "Indeed, not just support. They want to use the treasury's lack of silver as a pretext for me to discuss it with you." Shen Shurong frowned. Does he not understand the repercussions? "And you support this?" Xie Yunzhao chuckled softly. "What need have I to support them? I have not opposed it, but I have asked them to present a formal proposal. Once they do, we can contest it. The longer it drags on, the more difficult it becomes." Leaning forward slightly, Shen Shurong scrutinized his handsome features, recognizing his unpredictable nature. The Duke of Lu commanded an army of 100,000. The tax exemptions for the soldiers' families would weigh heavily on the fiscal responsibilities of the Duke's household. If the exemption policy were indeed revoked, significant military funds could be conserved, benefiting both the Crown Prince and the Duke's family. Xie Yunzhao, momentarily taken aback by her insight, questioned, "Is this not a good thing? Do you truly believe the treasury can profit from this?" Shen Shurong shook her head. "No. The treasury should serve to benefit the people, not exploit them." Relieved, Xie Yunzhao knew she would not support such exploitation. "But have you considered how long we can prolong this? If they agree to a 90% tax, what reason do we have to delay further?" Xie Yunzhao furrowed his brow. Rong, do you have a plan?" Shen Shurong fell silent. "I do, but my plan may not be favorable to the Duke of Lu's household." He waved his hand dismissively, his expression nonchalant. "As long as the Duke's house remains intact, it matters not. If it falls, I am even less deserving of you, Rong." Shen Shurong shook her head. "It won't come to that. At most, they will face a few scoldings with no profit to be gained." She intended to incite the soldiers' anger until it reached a boiling point, then expose Xie Yunzhao as the mastermind behind the scheme. She yearned to witness Xie Yunzhao lose the loyalty of the Xie family army. Xie Yunzhao dismissed any concern for profit. "What of it? This is hardly damaging. Just tell me what to do, and I shall see it through." The wider the spread of this matter, the better. Within the barracks, it must be common knowledge. Xie Yunzhao was perplexed by her insistence on leveraging the treasury's name. Wouldn't that make the treasury detested? Shen Shurong clarified, "We should work together, ensuring the Crown Prince and his entourage are aware of our urgent need for this tax revenue. However, the final request for the decree must come from the treasury. Ultimately, the decision rests with us regarding whether and when to make that request. While we may face criticism for it, there is something she had not conveyed. She would not be submitting that request, meaning the burden of such decisions would fall upon her and Xie Yunzhao. In due time, All those who had scorned them would realize that it was precisely those they had derided who had safeguarded their interests. Xie Yunzhao was struck by the clarity of her plan. Indeed, this would allow for better control over the situation. Meanwhile, the Duke of Lu, preparing for an afternoon nap, felt an inexplicable unease, unaware that his beloved son and daughter-in-law were scheming against his interests. Xie Yunzhao remained with Shen Shurong to review the accounts and left only after sharing a meal together. Lu Ziqian, who had awaited his return in the Tingfeng pavilion, was left feeling as though he had withered away. Xie Yunzhao felt no guilt as he dismissed him, treating him with a mere air of charity. The following morning, Xie Yunzhao set out to fetch Shen Shurong, instructing Lu Ziqian to inspect the venue arrangements first. Lu Ziqian pondered whether he could excuse himself from the company of Xie Yunzhao. Ever since the latter's engagement, he had transformed, revolving around the whims of a woman. Lacking ambition, upon entering the venue with Shen Shurong, Xie Yunzhao's gaze fell upon the crown prince seated prominently in the stands. Shen Shurong's brow furrowed deeply, disgust evident on her face. Had she not expressly stated that palace officials were not to be invited? Noticing her discontent, Xie Yunzhao called for Lu Ziqian. "Why has the crown prince come?" "Sire, I did not invite him. He arrived unannounced, and I did not even prepare a seat for him," Lu Ziqian replied. "The two princesses are also here, enjoying the flowers in the garden," he added. Xie Yunzhao lowered his head, apologetically addressing Shen Shurong. "Rong, I specifically instructed against inviting them." Although unaware of the underlying reasons, he felt responsible for the misstep. Suppressing her revulsion, Shen Shurong managed a faint smile. "Is it possible to avoid them entirely?" "No matter. Since they are here, we must entertain them properly." She had dressed conveniently today, intending to join the competition, but now felt no desire to show herself before that wretched man. Instead, she turned away to the nearby garden. Watching her retreating figure, Xie Yunzhao felt a pang of guilt. Surely, Rong was upset with him. At that moment, he wished to confront the crown prince. Li Chun, sipping tea, suddenly felt a chill, tightening his robe, yet dismissed the feeling as paranoia, given the warmth of summer. Shen Shurong arrived late, finding the noble women surrounding the two princesses, lavishing compliments. The third princess is the perfect match for young Master Xie, had it not been for her status. How could the daughter of the Li family even be considered? Why is it that Xie Yunzhan is everywhere? She thought. Thank goodness he is not here today. Otherwise, I would have surely turned back. There is no chance for young Master Xie to marry into the royal family, given his prospects. Indeed, they agreed, relishing the moment. The third princess, basking in the praise, relished hearing the Li family's daughter being mocked as though it somehow elevated her own worth. The group chatted merrily, oblivious to the delicate young lady trembling in the shrubbery nearby. Young Master Xie deserves the finest in the world. It is just a pity he did not grow up in the capital. One wonders how refined he truly is. Enough. Shen Shurong could no longer bear the flattery towards Xie Yunzhan. The more she heard, the more nauseated she felt. The third princess abruptly turned. When did you arrive? Is it not possible for someone without merit to marry into the family? There are no restrictions against marrying down. The third princess was mortified, her face burning with humiliation. Was she being ridiculed? Chapter 28. Sisters-in-law, how could this princess lower herself to marry? The third princess's eyes were red. Fully aware that it was Xie Yunzhang who did not want her, yet she could not admit it. Since she could not, she ought not to behave as if she were a willing concubine. After all, the engagement had already been established. She should consider potential candidates for her future husband instead. In her past life, she foolishly waited only to end up choosing someone at random. The third prince consorting with another woman outside, leaving her in tears daily. The noblewoman behind the flowers slowly relaxed her grip. Who was this decent woman? The matron beside her was sent by the minister's wife to help her navigate the customs of the capital and recognize people. Bowing her head, she felt perspiration forming on her forehead. "Miss, this is the Yunzhao princess, the fiancée of Xie Shizi's younger brother, Xie Yunzhao." The young lady was unaware that the Yunzhao princess's engagement had shifted from Xie Yunzhang to Xie Yunzhao. Should she inform her? Li Warner nodded in satisfaction. This princess was indeed suitable to be her sister-in-law, unlike others who merely flattered her. Indeed, the matron remarked, the Yunzhao princess does not need to curry favor with anyone. I'm not in a hurry, the third princess retorted stubbornly, feeling vexed. Why did she need to say such things? If it were someone else, she would have already punished them. With the Yunzhao sister's wedding approaching, how could she have time come out? I naturally must attend the polo match organized by Brother Yunzhao, Shen Shurong replied, casting a sidelong glance at the fourth princess, not missing the fleeting disappointment in her eyes. Is it hosted by young Master Xie? The invitation is from the Duke of Lu's residence. We thought. Shen Shurong understood now. No wonder so many butterflies flocked here. They had even brought the crown prince, mistakenly believing it was Xie Yunzhao hosting. Yunzhao's sister, let's go play over there. The third princess wanted to escape her presence and pulled the fourth princess away. However, the noble women behind them surrounded Shen Shurong. Princess, you look so at ease today. Will you be joining the match? Not really, just going with the flow. The third princess stamped her foot in frustration. Why aren't you coming? The noble women exchanged awkward glances with Shen Shurong. Go on, take care of the two princesses. Once the noble women departed, Shen Shurong intended to return to her carriage to change her dress when a graceful young woman approached her. Unlike the capital S ladies adorned in vibrant colors and heavy makeup, this one exuded a fresh elegance, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Shen Shurong had never seen her before and waited for her to pay her respects, for no one would fail to recognize her. As the girl drew near, she merely bowed slightly. I have met the Yunzhao princess. Shen Shurong frowned. The courtesy was improper, and she did not state her family name. Who is this young lady? I am Li Wanner, the daughter of the Minister of Personnel, just returned to the capital a few days ago. We will be residing together at the Duke of Lu's residence, so we can chat often. Shen Shurong furrowed her brow, staring at the matron behind her. Did she not know that she had once been Xie Yunzhao's fiancée? Although it wasn't written down, those in the know understood. Seeing the matron's pale complexion, Shen Shurong realized the information had not yet been disclosed and did not wish to engage in further conversation. After all, once Li Wanner learned the truth, she would likely regret having greeted her so readily. Even if they lived together in the Duke of Lu's residence, she doubted they would converse much. This princess is feeling unwell and must return to the carriage to change. I apologize. Please excuse me. Li Wanner was taken aback. Was the princess so haughty? She would eventually be her sister-in-law, and the household management would fall to her, so there was no need to curry favor excessively since she was a princess. However, some degree of politeness was expected. Surely she desired to cultivate a harmonious sister-in-law relationship. Li Wanner restrained her smile, stepping back slightly. Princess, take care. Shen Shurong merely nodded before departing. Li Wanner furrowed her brow. She was not seeking anything from her, and if she was unwilling to interact, so be it. As she strolled, she encountered several noble women who spoke of the Yunzhao princess, so she refrained from approaching and pretended to admire the flowers. Do you think young Master Xie's fiancé, you will be invited today? She should be, but I did see the Yunzhao princess's carriage. If the Yunzhao princess sees her, it will surely be upsetting. Indeed, what a fortunate marriage, only to have it changed. Li Wanner's expression shifted. Why would the Yunzhao princess feel upset? Looking at the matron, she was trembling, and she grasped the matron's wrist, dragging her to a secluded spot. What is the relationship between the Yunzhao princess and young Master Xie? Speak. The personal maid was frightened and quickly pulled her hand away, but this matron was rewarded by the lady. The matron fell to her knees. Miss, the Yunzhao princess originally had a marriage contract with the Duke of Lu's residence, and everyone believed she would wed young Master Xie. However, after an accident where she fell into the water, she was saved by young Master Xie's second brother. And only then did we learn that it was the second brother who had the engagement with the princess. Do you believe such nonsense? Clearly, she and young Master Xie were forced apart. I knew she was ignoring people earlier. It's evident she cannot let go of young Master Xie and detests me. Miss, please do not think so. The princess has already agreed, so naturally. Slap. You failed to inform me promptly and attempt to excuse her. Who are you serving? Li Wanner was furious. Her parents only spoke of how wonderful young Master Xie was, but never mentioned that he was already engaged. So, if young Master Xie chose her, it was merely a secondary option, was it not? The matron dare not respond, but knew she had to speak. Of course not, miss. You are as beautiful as a water lily. Young Master Xie simply has not seen you before. Once he does, he will surely not be able to accommodate anyone else in his heart. Do you think I would believe that? Return home. I shall call off the engagement. Li Wan'er considered herself quite beautiful, not resembling the heavily made-up noble women of the capital. But upon seeing the Yunzhao princess earlier, her admiration stemmed not just from the latter's character, but also from her stunning beauty, leaving Li Wan'er feeling inadequate. Moreover, they had grown up in the capital together, naturally more familiar with each other and bound by years of engagement. How could she possibly compare to the Yunzhao princess's place in young Master Xie's heart? Miss, what nonsense are you speaking? The matron scrambled to follow, fearing for her own life. Li Wan'er shook off her hand, incensed by her lack of timely disclosure. She was not a woman who fought over men out of jealousy. Knowing her husband's heart belonged to another, why would she rush into marriage? As she stormed away, a horse suddenly halted in front of her, rearing up. Startled, Li Wan'er instinctively raised her hand to shield herself. Who is it? Are you courting death by appearing so suddenly? A guard stepped forward. The matron hurriedly interjected, My apologies for the offense, young Master Xie. My lady is indeed Li Wan'er, the daughter of Minister Li. The horseman scrutinized her. Li Wan'er? Li Wan'er lowered her hand and looked up at the man on horseback. Upon seeing him, she was momentarily entranced by his striking eyebrows and eyes, exuding a noble grace, his phoenix-like gaze void of emotion, carrying an air of superiority. Wait, the matron just mentioned young Master Xie. Is he Xie Yunzhao? Regaining her senses, Li Wan'er stepped back and bowed. I am Li Wan'er, pleased to meet you. Young Master. Gazing at the woman he was destined to share his life with, Xie Yunzhao displayed no emotion, his heart unperturbed. Yet he understood the necessity of propriety and dismounted his horse. Greetings, Miss Li. I see you are heading home? Li Wan'er pursed her lips and shook her head. No, I am merely returning to the carriage to fetch a handkerchief. Chapter 29. Outstanding. The old woman was elated. My lady, is it that you no longer wish to break off the engagement? She added, I shall fetch a handkerchief. You and young Master Xie should proceed inside. This area is not safe. Li Wan'er nodded slightly, her eyes radiating warmth. Go ahead. As she watched the old woman leave, joy danced in her gaze, and a faint blush crept on her cheeks. She turned her head slightly and asked in a soft voice, Is young Master Xie competing today? Xie Yunzhao shook his head. Although there were numerous official duties, today was different. A complex mixture flickered in his phoenix-like eyes, indifference intertwined with a subtle expectation. He was indeed curious to witness how his younger brother would suffer a broken leg. Fortunately, he had already persuaded Yunzhao that the treasury could provide them with a title. His brother, always mischievous, had sent out invitations under the name of the estate, and he was here to keep a watchful eye to prevent any disturbances. Young Master and his brother share a deep bond, Li Wan'er mused, finding him a man of great responsibility. Xie Yunzhao nodded slightly, accepting the praise without a hint of shame. Miss Li, please. As Li Wan'er followed him into the arena, she secretly sighed in relief, almost having lost such a splendid match. No matter how remarkable Princess Yunzhao was, she was already to become his sister-in-law. Their fates were now irrevocably intertwined. She merely needed to exert a little effort, and he would surely see her merits. As the two approached, several noble ladies waiting near the entrance excitedly fanned their faces, inwardly squealing at the sight of young Master Xie. However, who was the lady beside him? She was unfamiliar. Xie Yunzhao walked straight into the venue, intentionally ignoring distractions, and first approached the prince to pay his respects, with Li Wan'er trailing closely behind. Li Chen assessed the two with a glance before retracting his gaze. Young Master Xie. Miss Li, please take your seats. The first match is about to begin. Xie Yunzhao had initially intended to compete, but upon noticing Shen Shurong had changed into a dress and joined the viewing platform, he opted to sit beside her instead. Yi Manxiao and Kei sat off to the side, choosing not to intrude. Lu Ziqian was scratching his head in frustration. Why isn't this ancestor competing? He dashed over to confirm with Xie Yunzhao. You truly aren't competing? Xie Yunzhao shook his head. Not going. How could he even invite me? He can't manage such a small matter, and has ruined Shurong's enthusiasm. Seeing Shen Shurong in her casual attire, Lu Ziqian understood. If the princess wasn't competing, neither would he. He glanced at Xie Yunzhao from a distance. He had no courage to persuade the princess otherwise. The viewing platform was set with single tables. Close friends often squeezed together. Xie Yunzhao sat to the left of the prince, with Li Wan'er at the adjacent table, while the third and fourth princesses occupied the right side of the prince, followed by Shen Shurong and Xie Yunzhao. The third princess occasionally scrutinized Li Wan'er, pondering where she fell short. The fourth princess frequently cast glances at Shen Shurong, seemingly casual, yet every time she found Xie Yunzhao gazing warmly at Shen Shurong, engaging her in conversation, which filled her heart with dissatisfaction. Shen Shurong was genuinely surprised that Xie Yunzhao had also come. She was undeniably displeased. Everyone she despised from the palace was present, but she refrained from leaving, fearing it would upset her man. The fourth princess leaned in and quietly remarked to the third, "Sister Yongjia seems rather displeased." The third princess scoffed, "Sister Yongjia, today doesn't he seem to be a happy day?" Shen Shurong shot her a sideways glance. "As long as you're in a good mood, that suffices." The third princess fell silent, irritation flashing in her eyes, but she quickly composed herself. After all, young Master Xie had come with his fiancée. How could one not feel distressed? Both Xie Yunzhao and Li Wan'er overheard, but remained silent. Xie Yunzhao's anger surged. He understood why Shurong disliked those from the palace. Sitting up straighter, he glared, "Why does the third princess need to seek out my brother? What business do you have with the princess? If you cannot tolerate the competition, I shall have someone escort you back to the palace." What do I need young master for? Who said I intended to return to the palace? Well then, if you're not returning, do watch quietly and don't disrupt my viewing. The third princess, flushed with anger, found herself at a loss for words against this reckless individual. Continuing the argument would only lead to more unkind words. "Yunzhao, do not be rude," Xie Yunzhao interjected. "The third princess is both a guest and a princess. How can you treat her with such disrespect?" Xie Yunzhao rolled his eyes. "If you're so concerned about being respectful, why doesn't she marry you? Why not you?" Xie Yunzhao had not expected this topic to arise. "I believe it is time for our father to properly discipline you." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Xie Yunzhao retorted. The third princess, overwhelmed with emotion, began to cry. "What of my reputation?" "Oh." Xie Yunzhao raised an eyebrow. "So, does the third princess not wish to marry my brother? What are you saying?" The third princess glared at him, incensed, fearing that young Master Xie might misunderstand her intentions. "Xie Yunzhao." Xie Yunzhao truly became furious. Xie Yunzhao waved his hand. Understood. Yunzhao apologizes to the third princess. It was a misunderstanding. The third princess, feeling humiliated, buried her face in her arms and cried louder. Xie Yunzhao, irritated by her tears, thought, "Why should I bear witness to her weeping? Is she not Shurong? Do you wish to marry her or not? No matter what I say, it's wrong." He tossed his sleeve in frustration. "Whether you want it or not is irrelevant. My brother already has a fiancée. Let us focus on the competition." Shen Shurong covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. His antics had brightened her mood considerably. Indeed, it was a settled matter. There was no need for further contention, as it would only invite more trouble. The third princess, unable to bear the embarrassment, stood and attempted to flee. The fourth princess quickly grabbed her, shaking her head. It was she who had asked the prince to bring them. Leaving now would be improper. In truth, she felt equally distressed at how he defended Yongjia. The third princess wiped her tears, suppressing her grievances, and returned to her seat. Li Chen made no effort to assist her, finding the exchange rather amusing. The young ladies were merely engaging in a battle of wits. But he cast a sidelong glance at Xie Yunzhao, pondering that men could also be the source of trouble. Xie Yunzhao paid no heed, his attention fully on Shen Shurong. Was she indeed troubled by the woman beside him, as the third princess had suggested? He, too, was troubled by her close connection with Xie Yunzhao. Fate was a fickle mistress. He and Shurong were destined to love one another, yet were forcibly separated. But who could guarantee that the future held no opportunity for them? What a sister-in-law! If his brother were to be absent, the second household would naturally require him, as the elder brother, to protect it. Li Wan'er remained silent. yet observed keenly. The third princess and Princess Yunzhao were both enamored with young Master Xie. It seemed her parents had indeed chosen a commendable suitor for her. Today, she had prepared her riding attire, and she excelled in polo, which would surely showcase her prowess to them. She spoke softly. If there is to be a competition, let us participate. It is better for us to sit back and enjoy the matches. Her personal maid feigned a reminder. Young Master Xie, my lady is quite skilled in polo. Why not compete together? You little minx, so brazen. You sold out your own lady. Li Wan'er playfully scolded as she swatted the maid's palm. Chapter 30. The match. Xie Yunzhao's gaze was already withdrawn, and upon hearing the suggestion, he nodded faintly. Such an occurrence was indeed rare. Li Chun, brimming with enthusiasm, straightened his posture and proposed. How about this? You brothers take your respective fiancés and engage in a match. The exquisite gem-adorned feather fan shall serve as the prize. Xie Yunzhao turned to look at Shen Shurong, uncertain whether her displeasure stemmed from the crown princess or from Xie Yunzhao's fiancée, having just savored some almond pastries. Shen Shurong wiped her hand with a cloth and chimed in. Crown prince brother, let us join in. How can I miss the chance to watch my sister perform? Li Chen laughed heartily. Excellent. I shall partake as well. Seeing Shen Shurong's agreement, Xie Yunzhao did not decline. Very well, I shall change my attire. Xie Yunzhao followed Shen Shurong to the carriage, saying, Rong, if you do not wish to compete, you need not. It's fine, I will change in the carriage. Observing her lack of anger, Xie Yunzhao's tone became much lighter. Rong, rest assured, with me around, victory is certain. Shen Shurong, however, was indifferent to the prize. Her decision not to compete was merely to avoid dampening his spirits. To her, such trifles as winning or losing held little significance. Xie Yunzhao nodded in agreement, acknowledging that if Rong desired a fan, he could procure something far more splendid for her. Upon hearing that Xie Yunzhao would participate, Lu Ziqian's heart raced uncontrollably. Seizing the break, he quietly slipped away to the stable. As the match commenced, Lu Ziqian offered a slight nod to Xie Yunzhao, who glanced back at him. After the game began, several riders galloped forth. Xie Yunzhao, wishing for Shen Shurong and Appo's victory, played rather carelessly, aware of her aversion to losing. However, Li Wan and Appo's was fully committed, displaying a discernible level of skill. The third princess, watching from the stands, grew increasingly agitated, fidgeting with her handkerchief. What skill did it take to play polo? The fourth princess's gaze remained fixed on Xie Yunzhao, who, engrossed in the game, paid no heed to her attention. Yet today, he seemed to be merely toying around, chasing after the princess rather than the ball. The crown prince, growing bored of the game, noted that few appeared to be taking it seriously. Li Wan'er noticed Xie Yunzhao's lackadaisical attitude, missing passes that came his way. The third princess found amusement in this, exclaiming, Sister, does Li Wan'er not resemble a clown? After several missed opportunities by Xie Yunzhao, Li Wan'er sighed, but began to sense something amiss, no longer pursuing the ball and instead observing him intentionally. Yet, in 8 out of 10 instances, he seemed to be watching the Yunzhao princess, causing discomfort to Li Wan'er. Shen Shurong was more focused than Xie Yunzhao, calling out, Brother Yunzhao, the ball is coming. Pass it to me. All right, Rong catch. Xie Yunzhao, for the first time, felt no competitive urge, merely wanting to accompany Shen Shurong. Her words, that such trivial matters as winning or losing were inconsequential, resonated in his mind. Xie Yunzhao swiftly rode forward, seizing the ball and directing it towards Shen Shurong, who was poised to strike. Suddenly, he leaned back, his horse bolting uncontrollably towards her despite all efforts to rein it in. Shen Shurong was still tracking the ball when she heard others calling her name. Turning back, she was immediately struck with fear. Xie Yunzhao, initially anticipating a dramatic fall, was horrified to see the horse charge towards Shen Shurong and rush to intervene. Despite his attempts, Xie Yunzhao's horse could not be halted, and as it neared Shen Shurong, he leapt onto the horse's back, wrapping an arm around her waist to shield her. He kicked the horse's belly to change direction, landing with her on the ground, sliding to a halt. Princess, how could the horse become startled? The spectators were taken aback by this sudden turn of events and rushed towards them. Brother Yunzhao, Shen Shurong snapped back to reality, quickly checking on him. Xie Yunzhao remained on the ground, nearly frightened to death himself, relieved that she was unscathed. "I'm fine, it's nothing. My father's beatings are far worse. I'll be all right in 2 days." He surveyed her. "Don't worry about me. Check yourself for injuries." Shen Shurong, stunned, had momentarily forgotten her own pain until he inquired, and only then did she notice a slight ache in her left ankle. Shaking her head, "I'm not hurt. You're the one who has seriously injured. We need to find a physician." Sui Han and Qing Zhu had rushed over. "Second Master, Princess, Sui Han, take my token and summon the physician to the Duke of Lu's residence." "Yes, Princess. And you?" "I will accompany Brother Yunzhao to the Duke of Lu's residence. We shall see to matters there together." As Shen Shurong supported Xie Yunzhao towards the exit, she felt a sharp pain in her left foot, akin to a needle prick, but stifled her cries, fearing to distress him. However, Xie Yunzhao, ever attentive to her condition, noticed her struggle and promptly lifted her in his arms. "It is my fault. I should have protected you better." Shen Shurong gasped, clutching his neck. "Put me down quickly." "You're injured." Xie Yunzhao grinned through his pain. "I'm hurt on my back. Carrying you is a breeze." Tears streamed down Shen Shurong's face uncontrollably, overwhelmed by emotion. Her head rested against him, the tears seeping into his sleeve. The onlookers cast their gazes upon Xie Yunzhao's back, their thoughts varying. The fourth princess felt both pained and saddened, realizing he would risk his own well-being for her. Was she truly of such importance? The crown princess was escorted back to the palace by guards, bringing the polo match to an abrupt conclusion. Li Waner, still in shock, recalled seeing Xie Yunzhao rushing towards the Yunzhao princess. Although she was nearby, she understood his concern was not for her. He should not have acted thus. Seeing her remain motionless, Xie Yunzhao approached with a hint of concern. "Do not worry. The horses have been subdued." Li Waner nodded, recognizing his composed demeanor in handling the aftermath. Lowering her gaze to gather her thoughts, she lifted it again, her expression now composed. "I'm fine. It's just that young Master Xie and Princess Yunzhao are more seriously injured. Young Master Xie truly cares for the princess, even sacrificing himself for her well-being. His back is quite injured." Xie Yunzhao, unwilling to entertain such sentiments, retorted coldly, "It is merely a superficial wound. The princess has already summoned a physician." Chapter 31. The injury after the gathering dispersed, Xie Yunzhao entered a woodshed, where a man emerged from behind a pile of firewood. Just as he was about to explain himself, he was struck across the face. "Dare to lay hands on the princess?" The man was taken aback. To achieve his aims, the well-being of the princess was of little concern. Could it be that he still harbored feelings for her? He had been so attached to her, and thus, he could only resort to this tactic to lure her. Silence. Never harm her again. Understood. The man felt utterly wronged. Why was he forced to serve? He had no desire to serve anyone. Meanwhile, in Shen Shurong's carriage, she was filled with concern, while Xie Yunzhao continued to smile. His Rong cared so deeply for him, and for that alone, he felt it was worth enduring pain. He reached out to wipe her tears, cautious not to hurt her delicate skin, using a handkerchief to gently dab at her face, which had become a mess from crying. Shen Shurong chuckled at his antics. "If I look unappealing, will you still marry me?" "Of course. I would marry you no matter your appearance." Xie Yunzhao dared not tease her further. "I truly am fine. This matter is suspicious. Our horses must have been tampered with." "I know. Isn't Xie Yunzhao investigating?" Shen Shurong pouted, still doubting him. Xie Yunzhao paused. He had left Qing Ying behind specifically to investigate, perhaps believing that Rong would be more at ease with Xie Yunzhao. "You don't trust him?" He leaned in slightly, gazing intently at Shen Shurong, his heart brimming with anticipation. Shen Shurong, unable to deceive him, replied candidly, "I used to trust him, but now that I am bound to you, I only trust you." Xie Yunzhao felt elated, as if he could soar to the heavens. He bit his lip to suppress his laughter. "I will not betray your trust. I will always protect you." Shen Shurong believed him wholeheartedly, ruffling his hair. "Now, Dusty, we shall walk hand in hand through life, so I will protect you too." She had already sent Mother Hua and Fu Shun to investigate. The warmth between them intensified. Xie Yunzhao, who had previously lived in a daze, now clearly understood that he had someone worth protecting for a lifetime. and this person would protect him in return. Upon returning to the residence of Duke Lu, the Duchess was alarmed, hastily wiping her tears as she assisted her son into the house to rest. Shen Shurong sat on the couch, awaiting the doctor's arrival. What on earth happened? The Duchess was frantic. How did you all get injured? I have summoned the doctor. You need not worry. The heir is already investigating the stable. Very well. I shall check if the doctor has arrived. Let the house physician attend to him first. The princess's residence, along with the royal princes, soon received word and rushed to Duke Lu's residence. Upon seeing the injury on Xie Yunzhao's back, they collectively gasped. One could only imagine the ramifications had this injury been inflicted upon Yongjia. They did not dare to entertain such thoughts. And considering the boy had repeatedly safeguarded Yongjia, they held no grievances. The princess consort instructed someone to fetch the finest medicinal herbs to properly care for her son-in-law. Upon hearing himself referred to as son-in-law, Xie Yunzhao felt half his pain dissipate. The house physician prepared the medicine while the doctor applied ointment to his wounds. And Shen Shurong sat beside him in a chair. Xie Yunzhao had to lie on his stomach, gazing at Shen Shurong. This way was less painful. The doctor was cautious, applying the ointment gently as Princess Yongjia had requested. Rong, I'm fine. Do not frighten Doctor Hu. Xie Yunzhao wore a smile, touched by how worried she was for him. You must not leave the house for half a month. No studying either, just rest and allow your body to heal. Xie Yunzhao grew anxious at her words. A month without seeing you? I will recover in 3 days. No, 2. Shen Shurong playfully punched his arm. What are you in such a hurry for? You are injured and still thinking of going out to play? That's not it. Just as Shen Shurong was about to inquire further, she suddenly realized he might think they would be apart for half a month. I was worried you would find it dull, and thought to come daily to keep you company. Since you wish to go out to play, I want to come. Xie Yunzhao became suddenly agitated, attempting to rise. No. I will take care of my injuries. Please stay with me. Shen Shurong's heart softened completely. She knew. All right. I will come to keep you company every day. Doctor Hu shook his head helplessly. Can you not treat me as a living person? He held Xie Yunzhao down. Be still. I must apply the medicine thoroughly. The Duchess, along with the princess consort, waited in the adjacent room, sharing an awkward laugh at their foolish son. The princess consort cleared her throat. Yongjia, Doctor Hu says your ankle also requires a few days of rest. It's fine. Mother, we came here directly by carriage today. The princess consort felt like knocking her daughter on the head. Could they really continue to trample upon others' thresholds every day? No more could be said. Her daughter was determined to visit daily, which was quite embarrassing to admit. Yongjia is a grateful child. She is indeed a blessing to your duke's residence. The Duchess, equally embarrassed, quickly interjected, what the princess consort says is true. Yongjia is indeed a good child. Xie Yunzhao is responsible and knows how to protect his fiancée. These 2 children are truly admirable. Doctor Hu resigned himself to his fate, feeling like a competent corpse. The warmth and camaraderie within the room deeply pierced the hearts of those outside. Xie Yunjin, regardless of her motives, ought to have come to see Xie Yunzhao herself. But upon hearing the conversation inside, where she promised to accompany him daily, her legs felt as heavy as lead. He had saved her once more. Had she truly begun to develop feelings for Xie Yunzhao? Or was it merely gratitude and guilt? Taking a deep breath, she stepped inside, first greeting the 2 elders before moving into the inner room. Seeing the injury on Xie Yunzhao's back, she displayed no signs of concern. But upon noting how close he and Shen Shurong were, her irritation surged. The culprit had been apprehended, a stable boy who had mistakenly fed the horses the wrong fodder. Now terrified, had taken his own life. Shen Shurong did not turn around. She declared him untrustworthy, believing Xie Yunjin to be a hypocritical figure, espousing loyalty, filial piety, and benevolence, yet acting solely in his own interest. Xie Yunzhao snorted in acknowledgement. He had initially suspected Xie Yunjin, but could not disclose this to Rong for fear she would not believe him, thinking he was sowing discord. Yet, there was one thing he could not comprehend. He would never harm Rong. Was there someone else? Xie Yunjin fixed her gaze on Shen Shurong's hairpin. She was still angry over Li Wanner, not even glancing in his direction. Li Wanner excelled at polo, yet she could never replace Shen Shurong's place in his heart. Sooner or later, he would tell her this himself. Princess, you ought to walk less these days and take care of rest. The room fell into an awkward silence. While his words were not unfounded, he was originally Shen Shurong's fiancé and now her distant elder brother, making such expressions of concern rather inappropriate. Doctor Who found himself lamenting his age for the first time, feeling his slow application of the medicine was a burden. He also blamed Xie Yunzhao for the extensive area of his injury, inadvertently applying more pressure. Hearing Xie Yunzhao's sharp intake of breath, Shen Shurong quickly held down his arm. Doctor Who, please be gentler. Doctor Who, realizing his error, wiped the sweat from his brow. Chapter 32. A guilty conscience. Xie Yunzhao observed that Rong disregarded Xie Yunzhao, yet showed such concern for him. A smug smile curling at the corners of his lips. Xie Yunzhao felt a cold sneer within, thinking her foolish for not recognizing that even the princess was envious of him. After waiting for a brief moment without receiving a response, his gaze dimmed, and he turned to leave. Finally, Doctor Who finished administering the medication, lifted his medical kit, and hurriedly exited after greeting the two ladies. The princess consort intended to return home, but insisted on taking her daughter with her. Yongjia, your grandmother is still waiting in the main hall. Let's depart, so as not to disturb Yunzhao's recovery. Xie Yunzhao gazed longingly at Shen Shurong, dismayed by her swift departure. Shen Shurong shook her head, reluctant to part with her brother Yunzhao so soon. Mother, I am hungry. The princess consort exclaimed in frustration, and the duchess hurriedly began arranging a meal, feeling as if her head might burst. Once everyone had left, Shen Shurong instructed her maid to guard the door and began whispering to Xie Yunzhao. Brother Yunzhao, who do you think orchestrated today's events? Xie Yunzhao refrained from providing a direct answer, merely stating that it was Lu Ziqian who organized the polo match. Reflecting on Lu Ziqian, Shen Shurong remembered how he had always gotten along well with her brother, yet since returning from the palace, she had not heard him mention Lu Ziqian. Only the name of Gu Kaiji, the young son of the Minister of Rights, whom he had mentioned several times. Brother Yunzhao, do you think it could be Lu Ziqian? Xie Yunzhao shook his head, uncertain. I cannot draw a conclusion yet. I will keep a watchful eye on him. I remember you used to play often with Gu Kaiji. Why haven't we seen him lately? Him. Xie Yunzhao shrugged. He is somewhat foolish and uninterested in including me. Shen Shurong stammered, unsure how to relay her thoughts. Xie Yunzhao had spoken of Gu Kaiji with an affectionate tone in the past. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled. I feel as though Lu Ziqian has a certain malign influence on me. Xie Yunzhao was taken aback. What do you mean? The last time I fell into the water, it was after he arrived that we both tumbled in. And now, we have both been injured again. But he does not affect you. You have played together for many years. It is I who has brought about this misfortune. Xie Yunzhao pondered this, leaning towards the belief that it was better to err on the side of caution. He resolved not to associate with Lu Ziqian any longer, determined to protect Rong at all costs. Shen Shurong smiled and nodded. Thank you, Brother Yunzhao. If you find yourself bored, seek out Gu Kaiji. He is simple and honest, and knowing you are out with him will put my mind at ease. Xie Yunzhao, as heart fluttered, reveling in the thought that Rong not only cared for him, but also worried about him. After laughing for a while, he finally lifted his head. Once I am well, I shall play with him. Very well. The princess and her family had only just finished their lunch at the Duke of Lu's residence before departing. Once they boarded the carriage, the princess consort pinched Shen Shurong's ear. You naughty girl. How shameful. You might as well marry him today. Ouch. Mother, grandmother. Shen Shurong protested, pushing her hand away, though secretly considering the idea. Enough. The princess interjected. It would be ill-advised to let others overhear. Finally, releasing her grip, the princess consort continued. You do not know, but Xie Yunzhao had medicine applied to his back, and you were there watching. One moment you complain about Doctor Who's heavy hand, and the next you are there to accompany him daily. Mother, Doctor Who would not speak carelessly. You, the princess, shot a glare at the princess consort. At your age, you cannot manage a little girl? The princess consort was taken aback. What do you mean, mother? Shen Shurong, too, was stunned. Does grandmother mean for mother to take care of herself? Your daughter has twisted her ankle. She must rest for at least 7 days. The princess consort was enlightened, realizing that her daughter-in-law would certainly look after her child. Shen Shurong clung to the edge of the carriage, eager to leap out. "Do not keep me locked up at home. What has become of that woman? I told her the child had died, but she did not believe me, thinking I was merely keeping her child hidden from her. Huh, not taking her life is mercy enough. And how is Xie Yunzhao faring? My husband has sent someone to check on him. He is diligently studying weaponry and shows no signs of distress." "That is good," Shen Shurong interjected. "My brother is very strong. There are no weaklings in our family." The princess consort glared at her. "You may not be weak, but you are a tiger." At that moment, Xie Yunzhao was lost in beautiful fantasies, envisioning Rong visiting him daily. With this thought, his injuries felt utterly inconsequential. Qingzhu entered, announcing that Lu Ziqian was waiting outside. Remembering Shen Shurong's words, Xie Yunzhao waved his hand, instructing him not to come seeking him again. Qingzhu was perplexed, suddenly recalling today's events. "Sir, do you suspect he is involved?" Xie Yunzhao could not disclose his thoughts about Lu Ziqian and Appo's ill influence on Rong, fearing manipulation. Indeed, it was all arranged by him. "But I will not pursue the matter further. Henceforth, we need not have any dealings." Qingzhu's expression hardened, filled with anger as he exited. Lu Ziqian was about to enter when he was stopped. "Master Lu, please return. There is no need for future visits." Lu Ziqian stood frozen for a moment, astonished that Xie Yunzhao suspected him. "No, this tone is not mere suspicion. Does he have evidence?" "That cannot be." "Qingzhu, what does this mean?" "It means exactly what it says. The second master has declared that he shall not associate with you any longer." Had it been in the past, Lu Ziqian would have shouted angrily at the door, but today, after facing such doubt, he left the Duke of Lu's residence trembling, lacking even the courage to question further. To Qingzhu, this was a sign of guilt, and he returned to report to Xie Yunzhao. Initially, Xie Yunzhao had merely been wary of Shen Shurong's words, but now sensed something amiss, instructing his men to discreetly investigate Lu Ziqian's connections, leaving no stone unturned. "Understood, sir." That night, the rain pattered softly against the window, a mournful lament. Xie Yunzhao felt anxious, wondering if Rong would come if the rain persisted tomorrow. Perhaps it would be better if she did not come. Being caught in the rain would surely lead to her catching a chill. Shen Shurong was kept under watch by the princess consort and did not venture out on the first day. By evening, Qingzhu and Qing Ying observed their master's crestfallen demeanor and attempted to console him. Today's rain has hindered the princess's ability to visit. Indeed, the princess's ankle is still injured, and the roads are treacherous in the rain. It is best for her to rest at home. Xie Yunzhao was aware of their reasoning and echoed their sentiments to himself, yet he remained despondent. They had been seeing each other daily, and now, suddenly deprived of her presence, he felt an emptiness in his heart. Under the eaves of Chao Hui courtyard, the rain dripped continuously, like pearls from a broken string. Xie Yunzhao wore a smile, thinking it a mere formality to repay a life-saving grace. She was the most delicate. How could she possibly come to care for Xie Yunzhao every day? 3 days passed without Shen Shurong's appearance. On the first day, the rain had poured heavily. On the second, the roads were slippery. Yet by the third, Xie Yunzhao had no excuse, for the sun shone brightly. He perched by the door, staring longingly at the entrance, filled with yearning. He missed her terribly. Were it not for his inability to dress himself, he would have rushed out to find her. Qingzhu and Qing Ying racked their brains to concoct various excuses for Shen Shurong, feeling as though they had exhausted their wits. "You go and cheer him up. You go." No one moved. Xie Yunzhao felt elated over the past 3 days, and even her confidants sensed the change. During discussions, the heiress' mood was noticeably brighter than usual. Chapter 33. Longing to embrace you as dusk descended. She would not be coming today. Xie Yunzhao, lost and despondent, returned to his bed, laying his head down. Qing Ying could no longer bear to watch. She had made 3 trips to the princess's residence in the past 2 days without gaining entry through the main gate. The second master had sustained such grave injuries to save the princess, even if she did not harbor feelings for him. Surely, out of gratitude, she ought to make an appearance. I shall go once more, she declared. Qing Zhu shook her head. It's futile. It's almost the hour of you. Even a message delivered to the second master would suffice. Without turning back, Qing Ying exited the courtyard. Meanwhile, at the back gate of the princess's residence, two maidservants climbed onto a carriage for daily errands and departed quietly. If spotted, one might question why they were out at this hour. Just as Qing Ying stepped outside, she noticed a carriage halted before the Duke of Lu's residence, but paid it no mind as she proceeded toward the princess's abode. One maidservant alighted from the carriage, and upon seeing Qing Ying, her eyes brightened as she waved, Qing Ying, Kutzlit, King Ying Ying Kurid, Suihan. What brings you here at this time? Suihan pointed towards the carriage and whispered, the mistress is inside. Can you let us in? Joy surged through Qing Ying. Of course. She hurried to arrange for the threshold to be dismantled, considering that the princess had twisted her ankle and it would not be wise to be seen at this hour. The occupants of the carriage breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for the smooth turn of events. Throughout their journey inside, Qing Ying merely mentioned that the princess had sent over some medicinal supplies. The carriage soon came to a halt outside Ling Feng courtyard. Qing Zhu, who had been waiting outside, suddenly saw Sui Han assisting someone inside and, upon recognizing her, excitedly knocked on the door. What is it? Xie Yunzhao's weary voice echoed from within. He was in considerable discomfort. Rong Rong had not visited, and his injury throbbed painfully. Second master, look who has come. Xie Yunzhao, indifferent, replied. Father? Mother? At this hour, who else could it be? Come in. He beckoned. Yet he remained sprawled on the bed, his face turned away, unwilling to reveal his despondency. The door creaked open, and a figure entered quietly, closing the door softly behind them. The sprained ankle had healed significantly over the past 3 days, yet she still walked with a slight limp. Xie Yunzhao did not anticipate the visitor to arrive so slowly, and, feeling impatient, he turned his face. I'm fine. Don't bother me, before he could finish. He froze. Who is this? Rong Rong? Unbelieving, Xie Yunzhao rubbed his eyes vigorously. After 2 attempts, he opened his eyes to find it truly was his Rong Rong. He sprang off the bed. Rong Rong? Is it really you? Hearing him speak, Shen Shurong remained still. At that moment, she beheld the bare-chested man, his chest bound only by bandages, and her heart quickened involuntarily. She could see his heart pounding, as if it might leap from its confines to meet her. Feeling her face grow warm, Shen Shurong forced herself to maintain composure, feigning a choked voice. Do you find me bothersome? Impossible. I thought it was my mother, Xie Yunzhao lamented, wishing he could silence his own mouth. He hurried to her side and gently poked her servantess bun. Is it truly you? I thought you were ignoring me. Shen Shurong shook her head. My mother insisted I stay to recuperate. I sneaked out. Xie Yunzhao's heart melted. It was not that she had chosen not to come, but rather she had been hindered. Elated, he scooped her up. Is your foot feeling better? Shen Shurong wrapped her arms around his neck. Her cheeks flushed. Did he forget he was not wearing a shirt? She closed her eyes, her voice soft, much better. Brother Yunzhao, you must put me down. I can walk. Xie Yunzhao would not relent. After 3 endless days of longing, he held her tightly, unwilling to let go. Shen Shurong pointed towards the bed. Sit on your bed. You still need to recover. I will keep you company. Only then did he comply, placing her beside him and sitting down, gazing at her. Her long lashes fluttered with every blink, stirring his heart. The gloom of the past 3 days dissipated. She had disguised herself as a maid to evade the Duchess. Shen Shurong, unable to meet his gaze for fear of losing control, lowered her head, biting her lip, her fingers idly playing in front of her. Noticing her silence, Xie Yunzhao grew concerned. What's wrong? Is something troubling you? Shen Shurong extended a hand, gently touching his bare arm. Your clothing in an instant. Xie Yunzhao turned crimson. I'm sorry, Rong Rong. I didn't mean to offend you. I forgot. I'll get dressed. He dashed to the clothing rack, hastily donning a shirt, panicking that she might think him a lecher, having stood before her so brazenly and even embraced her. Xie Yunzhao returned, head hung low, unable to meet her eyes. Seeing him sulk, Shen Shurong couldn't help but chuckle. She bit her lip, reaching out to touch the back of his hand. I haven't visited you in 3 days. Are you angry with me? Xie Yunzhao shook his head. No. How could I be angry with you? Shen Shurong smiled gently. Then we are even. I shall not hold your earlier lapse against you. Seated closely, Xie Yunzhao was entranced by her smile, yearning to pull her into his embrace. Noticing his silence, Shen Shurong leaned in to inquire, Brother Yunzhao, what occupies your thoughts? Suddenly drawing near, Xie Yunzhao's heart raced, yearning to embrace her. And before he could filter his thoughts, he blurted, I want to hold you. Shen Shurong gasped, taken aback by his lack of subtlety. Realizing his blunder, Xie Yunzhao instinctively recoiled. I'm sorry, Rong. Shen Shurong placed a finger over his lips, moving closer, wrapping her arms around him. Eyes closed, pressing against his chest. I understand. Those who are injured need comfort, especially since you were injured for my sake. Xie Yunzhao was astonished. This time, her embrace was not a fluke, nor out of fear, but a genuine, intentional act. He returned the embrace tightly, wholeheartedly agreeing with her sentiment. Holding you eases the pain. Shen Shurong slightly lifted her head, gazing at his Adam's apple and the appealing line of his jaw, all hers. She closed her eyes, savoring the warmth emanating from him. With the wedding date still over a month away, Xie Yunzhao felt a surge of urgency. They should not be in such a position now. The room was enveloped in silence, while outside, Sui Han, Qing Zhu, and Qing Ying chatted in the corridor. The Duchess and the princess dine and reside together. How did you manage to leave? Our princess secretly summoned the Duke to escort the Duchess. Only when it grew late did the Duchess feel at ease to return with him. The princess is truly bold. Does she not fear being seen at this hour? Indeed, that is why we are dressed as we are. Qing Zhu and Qing Ying felt their resentment dissipate. It was not just the master's unrequited love. It was already past the second hour of the evening, and staying longer would be unwise. Sui Han also felt anxious, fearing they would be discovered. Yet she knew how much her mistress had longed for the young master. The princess was well aware. The two exchanged knowing glances. Their mistress's affairs were beyond their influence, yet all were filled with joy. Chapter 34. The lonely man and the solitary woman, the two individuals embraced tightly. Their longing finally alleviated somewhat, each wishing to never release the other. As they held one another, Shen Shurong began to tease, occasionally caressing his Adam's apple and tracing the contours of his jawline. Xie Yunzhao seized her hand, clasping it in his palm, hesitant to let her continue, fearing he might embarrass himself. What? Can't I touch? He asked, his deep voice tinged with a hint of pleading. Not now. Shen Shurong let out a soft laugh. All right, I'll allow you to hold me a while longer, but I must leave soon. Xie Yunzhao tightened his grip on her arm, whispering, embracing you truly does not hurt. My mind is filled with your fragrance. My thoughts are glued to you. How could I still recall the pain? In the study of Chao Wei courtyard, the man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. How long have they been in there? Qi Yu asked, his trembling hands forming a fist, his voice weak. Your Highness, it has been. A stick of incense. How outrageous. Does Xie Yunzhao not understand propriety and honor? Qi Yu dared not speak further. It was clear to him that the princess had come of her own accord, and her presence with the second master was hardly appropriate. Indeed, Xie Yunzhao was acutely aware that at this hour, she should not be here, let alone with him. Your Highness, the second master's injuries are severe. He must be tended to, he pleaded. Please do not be angry. He cannot do much at present. Xie Yunzhao was equally troubled, feeling as though he were being gnawed by countless scorpions. Leave, he commanded. Qi Yu exited, closing the door behind him. Xie Yunzhao sat down, massaging his temples, pondering what the two were doing inside. Xie Yunzhao's injury was to his back. If they embraced or kissed, it would not touch the wound. His head felt as if it might explode. He could hardly bear the thought of such intimacy, especially if they were to wed. He could not simply stand by and watch. That was unacceptable. Qi Yu leaned against the door, contemplating the princess's timing. Was she not simply adding to the second master's troubles? Did she harbor any feelings for him? Even if she were compelled to marry Xie Yunzhao, she should consider the second master's feelings. Suddenly, the door swung open from within, nearly knocking Qi Yu off his feet. Xie Yunzhao bypassed him and headed towards the Linfeng residence. Qi Yu's eyes widened. What if the second master saw something he should not? A servant from Linfeng residence rushed into the courtyard to relay a message. Sui-on, hurry and knock. The princess is here. Qingzhu came forward to greet him. Your Highness. The second master is resting. Step aside. Xie Yunzhao barged into the courtyard, announcing, the prince has arrived. The two who had been entwined instantly separated, sitting side by side. Their conversation abruptly halted by his entrance, their expressions reflecting displeasure. What is this? Shen Shurong queried, pulling a purse from her sleeve. Is this for me? She nodded. Of course. Xie Yunzhao accepted it as if receiving an imperial edict, his eyes shining with reverence. Thank you, but please do not tire yourself with such things. I know. I will be careful. Her small hand was seized. Will you come again tomorrow? No one is watching outside. Bang! The door was kicked open. Qingzhu and Qingying followed closely behind, their faces filled with apology. We apologize, second master. We could not stop His Highness. Xie Yunjing's piercing gaze locked onto their entwined hands, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. Then he turned to Shen Shurong, shocked to see her disguised as a maid, sneaking in. Shen Shurong caught sight of Xie Yunjing's furious expression, as if he had come to catch them in the act, and wondered what it had to do with him. Your Highness, you truly are polite, she retorted, her tone laced with discontent. Xie Yunzhao, already furious, was further provoked by her words. It is late. The princess should return to the manor. Upon hearing this, Xie Yunzhao stood to shield Shen Shurong, declaring, she is my fiancée. You need not concern yourself. Shen Shurong wished not to disturb Xie Yunzhao's recovery or incur the ire of the Duke and Duchess of Lu, gently urging him to sit. Yunzhao, you really should go. I will strive to return tomorrow. Xie Yunzhao's previously darkened eyes sparkled with anticipation, replying eagerly, all right, I will await your return. Sui-on promptly stepped forward, assisting Shen Shurong out of the room. Xie Yunzhao noted that as she departed, she did not cast a single glance in his direction, deepening his discomfort. Once she had completely exited the courtyard, he took a few steps towards the bed, his brow furrowed, reproaching, do you realize what time it is? Have you no thought for her reputation? You two, alone together. Enough. Do not preach to me about propriety. Xie Yunzhao interrupted impatiently, casting a cool glance in his direction. If it were another girl here, would you interfere? Xie Yunzhao lowered his gaze, his tone faltering. She is a princess, not an ordinary girl. True, she is a princess, but she is also my fiancée. We will inevitably find ourselves alone together. Must you always meddle? Xie Yunzhao glared back, not now. She was once my fiancée, yet we have never crossed the line. I never sought such honor, Xie Yunzhao declared, striding to the bedside, reclining without decorum. What a pity, one polo match, and I have ended up like this all for her. As he spoke, a gentleness and pride flickered in his eyes. She is so kind. As you know, she worries for me. Just now, she barely escaped the watchful eyes of the princess and could not wait to see me. She is merely grateful for your rescue. Do not take pride in it. Xie Yunzhao retorted, momentarily flustered, instinctively refuting him. Realizing his words, he ceased to argue, tossing his sleeves aside as he departed. Xie Yunzhao watched his retreating figure, narrowing his eyes. It was no easy feat to provoke such ire. He had let slip too much. To still harbor thoughts of his wrong was utterly unforgivable. The title of prince was of no concern to him. He held no interest in it. He had already yielded once for wrong. He would not do so again. Qingzhu entered, closing the door behind her. Second master, he likely will not relinquish his claim easily. Whether he is unwilling or not, I shall not concede. Xie Yunzhao replied. What of Lu Ziqian? Qingzhu inquired. Xie Yunzhao closed his eyes in contemplation, reflecting on how he had betrayed his trust, knowing full well of their discord, yet secretly colluding with Xie Yunzhao, a situation that had likely begun long ago. Fortunately, their interactions had been limited. He had never mentioned anyone else. Do not address it. Let him remain useful. In the future, when the princess is present, he shall not be seen. Yes, second master. He delivered an invitation today. Shall we entertain him? Xie Yunzhao shook his head. If it comes to dealing with him, he has committed no offense, and I would rather not suffer gossip. Let him go for now. He is unworthy of my attention. Simply respond in a manner befitting, instructing his messenger to convey that the princess is injured, and I am currently in a foul mood. When I have calmed, I shall seek him out. Understood, second master. As Qing Zhu was about to exit, she suddenly recalled something. Second master. Those who secretly protect the princess did not anticipate her disguise. Should there be a punishment? Chapter 35. The chasm. Qing Zhu felt a pang of anxiety for her brothers. Xie Yunzhao snorted coldly. At this hour, how could Sui Han leave the residence? Understood, second master. There's no avoiding this punishment. It concerns the princess. On his way back to Chaohui Courtyard, Xie Yunzhao suddenly changed direction. Shen Shurong's carriage had already traversed the street when it abruptly came to a halt. Sui Han lifted the curtain to see what was amiss. Spotting the man before the carriage, he quickly lowered it. Master, it's young Master Xie. Anger surged within Shen Shurong. Why was he looking for her again? Is there something you need? You shouldn't have come at this hour. Xie Yunzhang's tone was firmer than usual. Shen Shurong rolled her eyes. I understand. Xie Yunzhang's gaze, previously cast down, suddenly lifted. You heed his words? A glimmer of anticipation flickered within him. Perhaps she would speak the truth. Do you have feelings for him? Truly, Shen Shurong was acutely aware that he might not truly be able to let go, but rather it was his competitive spirit at play. He merely hoped that she would wallow in sorrow for him, distancing herself from Xie Yunzhao, forever caught in an unrequited love. Brother Zheng can't bear to see me happy. He wishes for my demise, doesn't he? Xie Yunzhao hastily waved his hands. That's not what I meant. He had protected her like a brother numerous times. The one destined to share his life with her was also him. Should he simply turn a blind eye? Xie Yunzhang's eyes brightened slightly. Did she mean to regard Xie Yunzhao as a brother? Understanding dawned upon him. A fear gripped him. He was terrified that she no longer held him in her heart. I see. Shen Shurong spoke nonchalantly to the outside of the carriage. Our engagement is in the past. Now, we can only observe from afar to maintain peace. Xie Yunzhao suppressed his reluctance and nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall no longer trouble you, and will watch from a distance. Let us go. Shen Shurong laughed inwardly. Unwilling, wasn't he? In this lifetime, he probably would never find contentment. Xie Yunzhao stepped aside, allowing the carriage to proceed first. Qiyu followed him back to the residence, hesitating to speak. Young master. Speak. The way you obstructed her carriage, should anyone see. The two maidservants, no one knows it was her. Those who do, won't speak of it. Indeed. Young master. The princess has her difficulties. Xie Yunzhao smirked. It was my error. I thought she had changed her heart. Only just learned of her predicament. Qiyu raised an eyebrow. It's good to speak of it. Young master won't lose control in the future. At Lingfeng residence. Qing Ying returned just as Qing Zhu was standing guard outside. Xie Yunzhao heard his footsteps and got out of bed. Qing Ying leaned against the doorframe in frustration, letting out a loud thud, startling Qing Zhu. What's wrong? Who vexed you? Qing Ying, brimming with pent-up anger, didn't he wish to elaborate? Nothing. Weren't you supposed to see the princess? What happened? Speak. The person inside halted. The young master has pursued her. Qing Zhu gasped. How dare he? He claims to care for the princess's reputation, yet privately meets her? Is that acceptable? It's a trivial matter. Qing Ying puffed out his cheeks. It's disgraceful for the second master. A trivial matter? Qing Zhu was bewildered. What could be more serious? Did he enter the carriage? Meet the princess alone? No. Qing Ying glared at him, if he dared. I'd confront him, regardless of his title. Such arrogance cannot be tolerated. Qing Zhu felt relieved, patting his chest. That's good. But, Qing Ying lowered his voice. Leaning closer to Qing Zhu's ear, the princess said she regards the second master as a brother. Initially reluctant to share, he felt suffocated keeping it inside, especially after the second master had saved her multiple times. Qing Zhu listened. A flicker of injustice flashed through his heart, yet he understood discretion. This matter should not be divulged to their master. I certainly know that. Fortunately, I was escorting her covertly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have heard her true feelings. Had it not been for fearing the second master's worry, I would have turned back to the residence. Qing Zhu squeezed his arm. We've known this matter for some time. Haven't we? How could she forget so quickly? It will be all right in time. Qing Ying let out a weak sigh. Qing Zhu was right. They all understood the princess could not simply forget the young master, yet they still felt indignation for their master. The two were preoccupied with concern. unaware that those inside were fully cognizant. Xie Yunzhao silently returned to his bed, fully aware that he shouldn't overthink, yet his heart ached terribly. When they first got engaged, he thought as long as he could marry her, it mattered not who resided in her heart. After she referred to him as a brother, he accepted it, for it was better than being nothing at all. However, the interactions of these past days had made his heart greedy, desiring both her and her affections to belong to him alone. Had her kindness towards him merely been an act to alleviate his doubts? It was his fault. He shouldn't have placed pressure on Rong or made her fearful. What did it matter if she did not harbor feelings for him? It was far better than being an uncle with her as an aunt, separated by an insurmountable chasm. He tried to console himself repeatedly. Yet Xie Yunzhao felt an unrelenting pain within. At the residence of the Grand Princess, Shen Shurong stealthily returned. Such antics could hardly escape the notice of the true mistress of the Grand Princess's estate. Look at this foolish girl, returning only as night falls. Old Madame Shen paced restlessly within the room. The Grand Princess calmly sipped her tea. Do not scold her in my presence. Go, reprimand her in her own courtyard. Old Madame Shen, infuriated, paced a few more times before reluctantly plopping down on a chair. Girls these days, so forward. Who is she taking after? She never behaved this way when she was to marry Yunzhao. The Grand Princess patted his hand. Calm yourself. With a royal decree for marriage, the wedding day approaches. It's nothing of consequence. Moreover, she is a princess. She must possess a bolder spirit. A true leader requires such fortitude. That asked the girl, if it were your grandson out courting a young lady, would you still be furious? Old Madame Shen tilted her head. What kind of reasoning is that? After pondering, she realized there was some merit to it. The Grand Princess, seeing him calm down, smiled. In the future, we shall raise Yongjia as our grandson. She will be the head of the household. Old Madame Shen eyed her. Are you also planning to find Yongjia a couple of concubines? Chapter 36. Cousin the Grand Princess covered her lips with a smile. What could be wrong with a strong woman and a weak man? The Grand Tutor, infuriated, rose to his feet. Did you not entertain such thoughts yourself, Princess? Do you not blame me for being inconsiderate and failing to assist you? The Grand Princess was taken aback, wondering how the conversation had shifted to her. That is not the case. I have enough with just you. I cannot even manage one. The Grand Tutor puffed out his cheeks in anger, while the servants in the room stifled their laughter, and the Prince Consort, consumed by jealousy, exhibited no regard for age. The following morning, Shen Shurong arose early, quickly preparing herself. Seizing the opportunity before the Duchess of the county arrived, she hastily arranged for a carriage to leave the residence. Xie Yunzhao, sporting prominent dark circles under his eyes, had not slept well. Suffering from insomnia due to the news brought back by Qing Ying the previous night after Shurong had been absent for 3 days. Sitting at the round table for breakfast, he found his appetite lacking. His thoughts oscillated between her warm embrace and the pouch she had gifted him, and her referring to Xie Yunjin as her brother. When Shen Shurong arrived, Qing Zhu and Qing Ying's enthusiasm was notably absent. Their demeanor was neither warm nor cold. They greeted her formally and invited her into the room, their expressions too neutral, lacking the usual hospitality. Sui Han and Yingji also sensed the shift. Usually, tea and snacks accompanied by friendly banter were offered, but today, only tea and pastries remained, with the attendants dutifully stationed outside the door. Inside the room, it was just the two of them. Shen Shurong expected him to embrace her playfully, using the same excuse as the night before, but instead, she was politely asked to take a seat on the couch, with a square table laden with her favorite snacks and fruits between them. Observing Xie Yunzhao and the table, she began to feel increasingly uneasy. Had everything changed overnight? Did Xie Yunjin's words truly resonate with him? Brother Yunzhao, does it no longer hurt? She asked. No, it doesn't hurt anymore, he replied, his gaze cast down. Tormented inside, he wished to alleviate her discomfort, to convey that she need not force herself to be close to him, that her presence was not a necessity. However, he hesitated, fearing that if he voiced it, she might cease to visit altogether. Something was amiss. Shen Shurong understood him well. Regardless of what Xie Yunjin said, he would not be swayed, nor would he heed anyone else's opinions. Had something transpired that he was concealing from her? She stood and paced the room twice. Xie Yunzhao watched her closely, perplexed by her actions. She wore a flowing dress of purple cloud-patterned silk, moving gracefully and radiantly, her hairpins simpler than usual, suggesting a hurried departure. Xie Yunzhao couldn't tear his gaze away from her until she reached the door. Suddenly, he stood up, his tone laced with urgency and fear. Rong, where are you going? Shen Shurong turned back, a smile gracing her lips. Seeing you silent and unhurt, I feel my presence here holds little significance. She pretended to open the door to leave. Xie Yunzhao swiftly approached her, pulling her into his embrace, burying his face in her neck, unwilling to let her go. How could your presence be insignificant? He thought. He was simply enamored with her. Feeling her breath against his neck, he trembled slightly, bewildered by his own emotions. Shen Shurong remained unaware of his turmoil. Had something happened that he was worried about? Xie Yunzhao shook his head, feeling suffocated, wondering if he was again imposing upon her. Suddenly, Shen Shurong had an epiphany. Perhaps Xie Yunzhao had spoken to him, deeming it futile. So he had listened? That would explain the peculiar behavior of the three of them today. In everyone's eyes, Xie Yunzhao paled in comparison to Xie Yunzhao, even being overshadowed by mediocre students from the academy, who at least focused solely on their studies without causing disturbances. If she were to explain her feelings for him now, claiming her dislike for Xie Yunzhao, he would likely not believe her. After all, she had cheerfully accepted being Xie Yunzhao's fiancée for 4 years. He was struggling with self-doubt, and she felt no anger towards him. However, she could not provide him with too much reassurance. A few careless words from Xie Yunzhao had shaken his judgment, indicating she had not done enough to affirm her affections. I fear my mother may come to check on me, so I slipped out early, missing breakfast altogether. Xie Yunzhao felt a pang of alarm. How could she skip breakfast? I intended to have it here, but Suihan mentioned that the Duchess would mock me, so I ate at Suji instead and arrived just in time, she explained. Xie Yunzhao inhaled deeply, the rise and fall of his chest evident. If she had wished to avoid him, she could have waited for the Duchess to leave, providing herself with a perfect excuse not to come. Yet she had not. She had risen early to evade her mother, even foregoing breakfast at home. In his mind, two little figures fought furiously. Was this forcing her? Was this tormenting her? Shen Shurong leaned against his chest, gazing up at him. Brother Yunzhao, who am I? Have you ever seen me compromise myself for anyone? Xie Yunzhao shook his head. She was the esteemed Princess Yongjia of the Grand Princess's residence, a figure who commanded respect even from the third princess and the crown prince. She had no need to feign anything in his presence, nor to offer insincere pleasantries. Delighted by her explanation, he tightened his grip around her waist. Her bright, peach blossom eyes and her delicate lips, moving softly, stirred his heart with joy. His gaze burned with intensity, as if he were ensconced in a furnace, her radiant presence rendering him weak. Shen Shurong, unable to contain her affection, stood on her tiptoes and planted a gentle kiss on the corner of his lips. The mere brush of her lips sent waves of exhilaration through him. Rong had kissed him, and this was no mere performance. Xie Yunzhao felt parched, licking his lips, contemplating if he could. As he leaned down slowly, Shen Shurong bit her lip, her cheeks flushed. Was he going to kiss her? She slightly tilted her head back and closed her eyes. Xie Yunzhao, invigorated, felt his heart race. Rong did not seem averse to him. Just as their lips were a mere finger's breadth apart, a knock echoed through the room. They hastily separated, standing upright, their faces flushed to the roots of their necks. What is it? Xie Yunzhao's eyes flashed with irritation. He was eager to discover who was interrupting their moment. Second master, your cousin has come to see you. Shen Shurong turned to him, puzzled. Which cousin? It is Li Shuang, the daughter of my third aunt's family. She arrived yesterday afternoon. Shen Shurong frowned. Why was she arriving in the capital at this time? She remembered that Li Shuang had come during her wedding with Xie Yunzhao and had stayed at the Duke of Lu's residence for 2 years. Initially, she thought Li Shuang was there to become Xie Yunzhao's concubine, but no one had ever mentioned such a thing to her. They had gotten along quite well, and Li Shuang often visited her for conversation. Eventually, she was taken back by her third aunt to marry, and their interactions dwindled. Delighted to see a friend from her past, she masked her familiarity, thinking it would be best to feign indifference. Please let her in. All right. Xie Yunzhao, realizing Shen Shurong bore no resentment towards him, felt his spirits lift considerably. His tone was noticeably lighter. Please invite my cousin in. Chapter 37. Embarrassing moments as the door swung open. A figure clad in a moon-white dress came into view, the hem adorned with faintly shimmering butterfly patterns. A single pearl hairpin adorned her twisted bun, and a jade ornament dangled delicately. Shen Shurong smiled. She remained as she always was, fond of simplicity. Upon noticing the two standing at the threshold, the young lady appeared slightly taken aback, but quickly lowered her head, curtsying. Li Shuang greets the Princess Yunzhao. And greetings to my second cousin. Shen Shurong concealed her delight, yet her voice still resonated with cheerfulness. Miss Li, it's a pleasure to see you. Although Xie Yunzhao felt somewhat disrupted by the visit, he remained courteous. Cousin, please come in and take a seat. Li Shuang, along with her maid, entered the room, followed by Qing Zhu and Yingji, who came in to serve tea, leaving the door ajar. Shen Shurong and Xie Yunzhao took their places on either side of the couch, while Li Shuang settled into a chair nearby. Shen Shurong's gaze fell upon the square table in the middle, suddenly feeling at ease, lest she be the subject of ridicule. Xie Yunzhao assessed Li Shuang. Her frail health was evident, further accentuated by her plain attire. He had discerned her delicate constitution even in their childhood, noting that she would not grow tall. In contrast to Rongrong, who had been raised with the utmost care, she was robust, having even climbed trees with him in secret. Cousin, given your frailty, you needn't have come so early. Indeed, Li Shuang's health was fragile. Her voice was soft and low. I heard my second cousin was injured and should have come to visit sooner, but I arrived late yesterday. Shen Shurong sipped her tea, appreciating the girl's adherence to etiquette. Xie Yunzhao waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. This minor injury is nearly healed. Li Shuang smiled gently. I heard that my second cousin was injured while protecting the princess. The princess is grateful to you. She even sent medicine last night. Shen Shurong felt a twinge of embarrassment. How had Li Shuang learned of last night's events so quickly? Xie Yunzhao's smile faded upon hearing her words. The princess is my fiancée. She may send whatever she wishes whenever she pleases. There is nothing to discuss regarding such matters. Li Shuang's expression froze momentarily, then flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze and softly replied. What my second cousin says is perfectly normal. Shen Shurong shot him a glare, cautioning him not to frighten the young girl. Xie Yunzhao felt displeased. Clearly, Rongrong had overcome numerous obstacles to see him, yet it was twisted into a narrative of gratitude for rescuing her. However, upon noticing Rongrong's glare, he fell silent. To ease the tension, Shen Shurong pointed to the plate of pastries beside Li Shuang. Miss Li, do try this cherry pastry. It is quite delightful. Thank you, Your Highness. Li Shuang nodded. I recall that my eldest cousin loves cherry pastries. He often visited my home with my second cousin. Do eat, Xie Yunzhao squinted, wondering why she was mentioning the deceased. It seemed his cousin had become more talkative than in their childhood. Li Shuang hurriedly brought the cherry pastry to her lips and took a bite. Shen Shurong shot Xie Yunzhao another reproachful look, were it not for the table between them. She might have pinched him for his treatment of her dear friend. Although she disliked mentioning Xie Yunzhao, she appreciated Li Shuang's vivacity. A lively girl was far more agreeable than a sullen one. Xie Yunzhao observed her as she ate. As soon as Li Shuang finished a piece, she met his gaze, which bore a hint of pressure. Steeling herself, she reached for another piece, took a bite, and said, Thank you, Your Highness, it is indeed delicious. Xie Yunzhao retracted his gaze, satisfied. That's more like it. He smiled at Shen Shurong. Rongrong, do join in. Su's culinary offerings are splendid, though breakfast cannot compare to Fuju Quan. I shall take you there another day. Shen Shurong smiled back. Thank you, Brother Yunzhao. You are quite familiar with these places. There are many delightful spots I wish to show you once I recover. Indeed, then I can take Brother Yunzhao to the royal hot springs. Speaking of hot springs, I recall hearing from my mother about a time when you were mischievous. After the princess consort left for a moment, you hid away, startling her into believing you had drowned. Shen Shurong lifted her fan to cover her face. How could the Duchess know? I told my mother not to speak of it. Your father dashed across from another pool, bare-chested, in a panic. Stop laughing. Shen Shurong protested, fanning him. You had your share of embarrassing moments as a child. Don't think I'll spare you. Xie Yunzhao, undeterred, seemed eager to hear more. I wonder how much Rongrong remembers. Feel free to share. I remember a time when you climbed a tree. Shen Shurong began, but then hesitated. Xie Yunzhao's thoughts began to wander, and his face turned red. You cannot say that. Was she about to recount the incident of him relieving himself from a tree? He had been 5 years old then, and the more adults forbade him, the more he rebelled. Yet, he had no memory of her being there, and she had only been 3 at the time. Surely, she wouldn't remember? Shen Shurong laughed behind her fan, recalling that when he was 7, he had been trying to retrieve a bird's nest when Duke Liu happened by. The Duke's loud shouts startled him, causing him to fall from the tree, a root painfully embedding itself in his backside. She had been right beneath the tree, her face alight with youthful glee as she laughed for a long while, imitating his walk as he clutched his rear. Reflecting on her own mischievousness during childhood, Shen Shurong felt as if that time belonged to a distant past. Seeing her smile, Xie Yunzhao began to feel parched again, recalling that they had not yet shared a kiss, and the atmosphere felt charged. The young lady, seated in the chair, lifted her teacup for a sip. Xie Yunzhao turned his head and questioned, "Why is my cousin still here?" He halted, his hand clutching the teacup. Shen Shurong wished to pinch him once more. How could he speak so thoughtlessly, especially since she had only just arrived? However, Xie Yunzhao held a different view. This was his courtyard, and a 16-year-old cousin ought to have left after a brief exchange of pleasantries. Li Shuang raised her eyes to Xie Yunzhao, noticing his insistence on the matter. Yet she remained seated, quietly saying, "I find your conversation entertaining." Just because it was amusing did not mean she could linger. Did she not see her future sister-in-law present, lacking the awareness to give them space? For the first time, Xie Yunzhao understood what it meant to be inconsiderate, having previously been the one to call others so. "Go find your eldest cousin to play," he urged, losing patience. He gestured toward the pastries beside Li Shuang. "Did you not say he enjoys cherry pastries? Take some with you." Unable to bear it any longer, Li Shuang promptly rose, gathered the pastries, and departed, saying her farewells. As she turned to leave, Shen Shurong noticed her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She wished to say something to salvage the moment, but upon remembering the unreliability of the person beside her, she refrained. Moreover, Xie Yunzhao was not someone easily accessible. This opportunity would surely please Li Shuang. Shen Shurong gazed after the young girl, while Xie Yunzhao's displeasure was evident. She should not have been allowed to enter. Rongrong shot him a reproachful look, then stood up, walking over to shut the door herself. Before Li Shuang could exit the courtyard, she turned back, finding the door that had been ajar now firmly closed, reminiscent of the moment she had first arrived. A solitary male and female in a room. Xie Yunzhao returned, sensing the awkwardness in the air. Rongrong. Shen Shurong regarded him intently. "Is this how you treat a young lady? What is wrong with that?" Xie Yunzhao took her hand, leading her to the bed. "Shall we sit together?" Chapter 38. Bargaining. You know this square table is rather obtrusive, yet Shen Shurong remains unmoved. Xie Yunzhao crouches to observe her, realizing she is no longer a little girl. She is 16 now. "I'm here too, so what?" he mutters. "Just because you are here, she should be walking even faster," Xie Yunzhao grumbles. Shen Shurong smiles gently, rising to pull him to sit at the edge of the bed. After all, she is still a girl. Her feelings are delicate, and one must speak kindly to avoid upsetting her. "Understood. If she cries again, I will ensure Rongrong does not see it." Shen Shurong leans against him, and Xie Yunzhao wraps his arm around her shoulder. "See, I told you that girl is delaying matters." He tries to cultivate a mood of frustration, but before he can gather his thoughts, there's a knock at the door. They separate and sit properly as Sui Han enters, the third manager of the treasury responsible for the fabric and silk trade, delivering news of a meeting scheduled for tomorrow. Shen Shurong is delighted. Although the people of the capital do not favor cotton, it is the best for warmth. "I will also go tomorrow. Do not let the news slip." "Yes, Your Highness. I will accompany you." "Your back injury? It will not hinder my outing." Shen Shurong skipped lunch and spent a while before heading back to the manor. At the lunch table, the princess consort watches her eat. Unfazed by her mother's gaze, Shen Shurong serves her, saying, "Mother, One must eat well to have the strength to scold. Laughter erupts among the household, realizing that the girl knows she is in for a reprimand. The next morning, as Shen Shurong steps out, she spots a handsome man on horseback. Thankfully, he is not as versatile as Xie Yunzhao. Otherwise, countless admirers might flock to him. Upon seeing her, Xie Yunzhao jumps off his horse to assist her into the carriage. Qingzhu and Qingla are performing their greetings well today. Their heads almost touch the ground. Shen Shurong is startled and hastily says, "No need for such formality." Turning to Xie Yunzhao, she commands, "You shall sit with me in the carriage. What if the riding aggravates your injury?" Xie Yunzhao, smiling, complies. Qingzhu and Qingla lead the horse along, rubbing their backsides as yesterday's kicks from the second master were too painful. What the second master said is correct, given the princess's status. There is no need for him to resort to deception. Thus, the princess merely seeks to dismiss the bothersome air. Inside the carriage, Xie Yunzhao inquires about today's business, as this is his first involvement in treasury affairs, and he cannot afford to hold Shen Shurong back. Shen Shurong patiently explains her rare seriousness. This cotton is resistant to cold and wear, having been introduced over the past 2 years. However, due to its southwestern origin, transporting it to the northern regions, where it is most needed, poses a challenge. It has only reached the capital, which experiences few cold days, and the fabric's monotone colors limit its sales. To date, a bolt of fabric costs only 500 won, which is the selling price. The cost should be around 250 to 300 won. So, Rong intends to ship it north after securing a vessel? Shen Shurong nods, saying she is here to negotiate the cost price. Xie Yunzhao comprehends, realizing that they have a substantial demand, and the suppliers could yield a bit more. Shen Shurong shakes her head, insisting that quality must not be compromised, nor should they exert undue pressure. Xie Yunzhao nods, suggesting they could add a little above the 500 won benchmark for the northern shipment. Shen Shurong again shakes her head. "Brother Yunzhao, the north is not as affluent as the south. I want them to be able to afford it. I do not want them to suffer from the winter chill." Xie Yunzhao gazes at her, momentarily lost in thought, touched by her kindness. Suddenly smiling, he replies, "I will heed your wishes." Upon arriving at the designated location, a tea house, Shen Shurong and Xie Yunzhao settle into a private room, while the third manager goes to negotiate in another room. When the other party arrives, the third manager introduces him as Boss Wang. While Shen Shurong and Xie Yunzhao sip tea, they await the outcome. The third manager returns, having exchanged words with Shen Shurong before stepping back out. When he re-enters, he shakes his head. "Your Highness, the other party insists on 400 won." Shen Shurong chuckles lightly. "That is not a low offer. I propose 281. Xie Yunzhao slams the table. "You went back and forth 3 times, and it is still 400 won? Who gave him the audacity?" Shen Shurong restrains him, whispering to the third manager, "Is he aware of your identity?" The third manager hesitates, reasoning that since they had set the appointment yesterday, he should know, and it would be prudent to inquire. How could one conduct business without due diligence? Shen Shurong feels a headache coming on, realizing the treasury's strong stance complicates matters. In the best private chamber of the tea house, 2 men sit across from each other. The man in yellow speaks coldly. "Isn't your father quite pleased? What can he accomplish? My father has such lofty ideals. Do you think they would accept 351? A young lady chimes in, one who only knows how to have fun. What business acumen does he possess? The man takes a sip of tea. Besides, you have your backing. 351 is your decree. The third manager steps out again and returns, looking troubled. He mentioned you, and he has lowered his price slightly. Shen Shurong rubs her temples, only slightly. 2 years later, when Xie Yunzhao recognized the advantages of cotton, the price mentioned was 281. Was it because I advanced the timeline? How much? Xie Yunzhao is anxious, noticing Shen Shurong's discomfort. 351. He says it cannot go lower. No one can. What nonsense. Xie Yunzhao stands. You all protect the princess. Leave Qingzhu and Qingla behind. I am going out. Shen Shurong cannot catch him in time. After all, they are no match for the manager's expertise. The third manager hastily follows, insisting he must lead the way. Just as they reach the door, Xie Yunzhao kicks it open. Inside, Boss Wong and the accountants are startled by the noise and rise in alarm. Who goes there? Xie Yunzhao strides in leisurely, pulling a chair toward him and sitting down. Close the door. The third manager, still dazed outside, snaps back to reality and rushes to close the door. Second master, you are Boss Wong, right? Xie Yunzhao interjects, stopping the third manager from introducing him. Is this how one conducts business? Boss Wong, initially taken aback by the abruptness, regains composure. Who is this young master? Does it matter who I am in relation to the price per bolt of fabric? Boss Wong settles back into his chair, raising his gaze to reveal a standard polite smile. It does not matter. The price has already been finalized, and we cannot yield even a fraction. Clap, clap, clap. Xie Yunzhao applauds 201. Boss Wong stares at him, then bursts into laughter. What a jest. There seems to be nothing left to discuss. The accountants behind him stifle their laughter, having never witnessed such a business approach. After the laughter subsides, Boss Wong, chuckling, says, I advise this young master to learn properly from your manager about how business is conducted. 201 per bolt. I demand the quality to remain consistent with the current standards, and I reserve the right to sell to others if I choose. Xie Yunzhao interrupts him. Boss Wong looks as if he has heard an absurd tale. Young master, may I ask what makes you think I would agree to such an unreasonable request? Xie Yunzhao chuckles, producing a gold token and slapping it on the table. By virtue of this, Boss Wong and his companions glance down. Reading, Order of the Duke of Lu. Xie Yunzhao leans back, crossing his arms, a mocking smile playing at his lips. Can you see it clearly? Do you dare to provoke me? With a raised brow and a tilted head, he exudes a blend of mischief and swagger. Chapter 39. The contract. Boss Wong's pupils constricted in shock. Want an appointed Xie Yunzhao, but hesitating. You're being oppressive. Is this not the behavior of a rogue? The third shopkeeper was equally bewildered. This slap not only left Boss Wong dazed, but also left him feeling utterly lost, having never conducted business in such a manner. Xie Yunzhao nodded vigorously, impressed by Boss Wong's complete understanding of the situation. Indeed, Boss Wong nearly fainted, and his clever young servant quickly supported him. You wish to exert your power to intimidate me? Are you not afraid of my complaints? Not all. Go ahead. The people in the room gasped in astonishment at such audacity. Xie Yunzhao bent down, retrieving a short knife from his boot, removing the sheath, and blowing on the blade's tip. With a swift motion, he thrust the knife into the table, puncturing through. Let us see if you have a life to go on. The accountant on the opposing side was so frightened that he fell to the ground, trembling as he pointed at the knife's tip, his mouth opening and closing without a sound. Never had he witnessed such a scene. Not only was Boss Wong struggling to maintain his composure, but even the third shopkeeper was on the verge of kneeling in fear. The young servant tightly held Boss Wong, discreetly pinching his waist, urging, Master, while that man may be resolute, do not expose our vulnerabilities. Boss Wong understood that dying would serve no purpose. That man would not support him. He had thought he was merely negotiating a business deal, aligning himself with a powerful figure, only to find himself risking his life. How could he possibly confront the Duke of Lu's residence for his own sake? Seeing Boss Wong slowly settle down, Xie Yunzhao waved his hand. Third shopkeeper, prepare the contract. The third shopkeeper fled in a hurry. Your Highness, what about the knife still embedded in the table? Upon hearing the 201 offer, Shen Shurong was momentarily stunned, but, upon learning of Xie Yunzhao's negotiation process, chuckled softly. It was entirely normal for business negotiations to be challenging. If one deal fell through, they could always try again with different terms and new leverage, and there would eventually be a breakthrough. Yet her partner acted decisively, achieving results directly. The third shopkeeper was once again bewildered. The expression on the princess's face was one of indulgence. Pride? Add an additional 51. But payment is contingent upon the quality being verified. Understood, Your Highness. The third shopkeeper wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved. He genuinely had no idea how the goods could be superior to coarse cloth. Upon returning, the third shopkeeper conveyed Shen Shurong's intentions, stating that since they were about to sign the contract, there was no need to hide the princess's identity any longer. Xie Yunzhao rose, and with that singular motion, everyone in the room involuntarily leaned back, including his own associates. He took 2 steps toward Boss Wong, lifting him by the collar. The extra 50 win stems from the princess's kindness. Remember to express your gratitude. Yes, yes, I'm grateful to the princess, especially grateful. Although Boss Wong was not tall, he weighed enough for Xie Yunzhao to lift him effortlessly, startling him to the brink of losing control. Xie Yunzhao's gaze turned icy. However, the contract must be signed under the name of your cloth shop. If you dare deceive me in even a minor detail, I will seek recompense from your son, your grandson, your entire family. Should you wish to file a complaint, the doors of the Duke of Lu's residence will always be open to you. But it is up to you to muster the courage to step inside. Releasing his grip, Boss Wong fell back into his chair, utterly terrified, as if his very soul had fled. The third shopkeeper quickly assisted the master to a more secure position. Your Grace, please sit. We shall sign the contract promptly. He rushed to the table, looking at the dazed Boss Wong, forcing a friendly smile, and gently asked, Boss Wong, shall we prepare the contract? Yes, yes, let's sign. I will sign. Boss Wong was terrified of losing the opportunity, fearing that a moment's delay could be disastrous. His young servant supported his trembling hand. Offending that man could prove to be quite perilous. Boss Wong was afraid. Better to avoid conflict altogether. The accountants on both sides began to calculate rapidly, and the contract was swiftly finalized. Xie Yunzhao withdrew the knife from the table, returning it to its place. Just as he was about to leave, Boss Wong called out to him. With a cold, piercing gaze, Xie Yunzhao turned back. Boss Wong trembled all over. May I ask how to address you if? Xie Yunzhao approached, sensing potential trouble. Yes, I am the second son of the Duke of Lu. Who dares to cause trouble? Send them to me. Thank you, second young master. Not at all. From this moment forth, you are under the princess's protection. She is my fiancée, and I shall naturally look after those who care for her. Yes, I shall remember. I will certainly express my gratitude to the princess. Boss Wong beamed, nodding and bowing. Xie Yunzhao patted his shoulder. Do not tremble. I am leaving now. As he departed from this troublesome situation, Boss Wong felt like crying. Brother, what sort of husband has your princess found? The third shopkeeper was unsure whether to feel relieved or worried. The man seemed quite aligned with the princess, yet his methods were somewhat unconventional. Hopefully, he wouldn't over here. Spotting a shadow outside the door, Boss Wong quickly covered his mouth, then released it, laughing heartily. The princess ought to find a husband like him. It is a blessing. He gazed intently at the door, reflecting on how kind the princess was, while the second young master. In any case, the princess and Xie Yunzhao were indeed a match made in heaven. As the shadow outside disappeared, Boss Wong patted his chest. Thankfully, he had reacted swiftly, having narrowly avoided provoking the king of hell. The third shopkeeper looked at him, suddenly wanting to laugh. Serves you right. You reap what you sow. Regardless of how their son-in-law may be, the business had been successfully negotiated. With the third shopkeeper and the accountants left behind, Shen Shurong and Xie Yunzhao departed, opting to walk rather than take the carriage. Xie Yunzhao summoned someone to fetch an umbrella. Very well. Shen Shurong smiled, the air sweet around them. The two shared an umbrella, standing close, the soft rustling of their garments creating a delightful sound in their ears. Each time Xie Yunzhao glanced down, he caught sight of Shen Shurong's subtly upturned lips. Her happiness brought him immense satisfaction. He had felt this way since childhood. For years ago, when the Duke of Lu's residence sought to bestow the title of heir, he knew he could not compete with Xie Yunzhao and willingly stepped aside, wishing to spare his father the sighs of disappointment. Yet when he learned that he might lose Rong, he realized that the title of heir was not only about the Duke's residence, but also tied to Rong's marriage. He could not allow that. He would not allow it, until Xie Yunzhao uttered a dismissive remark about her not looking at someone as insignificant as him, and he abruptly quelled his desires. For he understood that he was already unworthy of her, a realization that had dawned upon him long ago. Yet how could a deeply rooted love be so easily extinguished? He longed for her, yearned to see her, even if it was just from afar, or to share a banquet while seated behind a screen. He had even dared to hope for a wedding date that was not meant for him, for if she were married, he would have more opportunities to see her. Even if she became his sister-in-law, his younger uncle would still count as her family, and they would exist in this world through another bond. To share the same carriage, to share the same paper umbrella. to meet daily, to embrace, to rely on each other, and even, she might kiss him. These were once mere dreams in his mind, and now they were unfolding one by one. How could he bear to see her in distress? As they approached a jewelry shop, Shen Shurong entered to reserve a newly arrived pair of jade pendants. The shopkeeper showered them with praise. Two celestial beings have graced us with their presence, illuminating our humble abode. Indeed, all the gold, silver, and jade seemed to pale in comparison the moment they entered. The shopkeeper, like a treasure-bearer, presented the dragon and phoenix jade pendants. "Your Highness, these are what you reserved. The finest of all." Shen Shurong accepted them and personally fastened one around Xie Yunzhao's neck. Xie Yunzhao struggled to suppress a smile, not wishing for her to overspend. "Shopkeeper, please charge it to the Duke of Lu's account." Chapter 40. Blades have no eyes. Shen Shurong fastened her attire and looked up. "Do you not appreciate the gifts I bestow upon you?" Xie Yunzhao lowered his gaze upon the jade pendant. "I adore them. I am utterly enamored." "Shopkeeper, proceed to settle the final payment at the Princess Chang's residence." "Yes." The shopkeeper, envious, yearned for a lady of his own to gift him with presents. "What are you staring at? Fasten it for me." Xie Yunzhao snapped back to reality. "Is it acceptable if I brush against your skirts?" Qingzhu and Qingying turned away, stifling laughter, as Xie Yunzhao bent down to tie the ribbon at her waist, his face gradually reddening. "Can one discern that we are a pair?" "Indeed," the shopkeeper assured. Shen Shurong fixed her gaze on Xie Yunzhao. "I did not inquire about your opinion." "Yes." His foolish grin spread wider. Shen Shurong chuckled. "Well then." The two proceeded to Yunshang Pavilion, the finest tailor in the capital. The shopkeeper awaited them at the door, cheerfully bowing and ushering them inside. "Select the best," Shen Shurong remarked, choosing several bolts of fabric in complementary hues. The shopkeeper extolled the colors while inquiring about the desired style. Standing beside Xie Yunzhao, Shen Shurong stated, "Let's create an ensemble that, when we wear it together, reveals our unity to others." The shopkeeper clapped his hands in understanding, understood. Qingzhu and Qingying turned away, torn between laughter and tears. Realizing the princess's choices were premeditated and not merely due to the second master's assistance in securing the business deal. The second master had finally attained his happiness. Xie Yunzhao pulled Shen Shurong into the carriage, declaring no further shopping would occur. "But I must visit the next shop," she protested. "Why return to the carriage?" She had ordered a dagger, sharp enough to slice through iron, which he favored. Only when entirely shielded from prying eyes and enveloped in the warmth of the man's embrace did Shen Shurong ponder. Should one not reserve a portion of one's confidence? "Please, do not be agitated. You know this sum is significant for me." Xie Yunzhao shook his head. "It is not a matter of wealth." It was the truth of her heart, a willingness to let the world know he was her fiancé, even desiring to broadcast it deliberately. Within her heart, he was not the worthless man spoken of by Xie Yunzhan. While others lamented the loss of Xie Yunzhan, even her own parents, only she remained steadfast, believing he was worthy. The carriage lingered for a considerable time, with 4 attendants waiting, smiling. In a private chamber of a tea house, 2 men knelt upon the floor. A man clad in yellow regarded the contract in his hand, laughing derisively. 250 coins? You dare to approach? All is from the Duke of Lu's estate, the second son, coercing my family's lives. How could I dare? The man gestured to those behind him, leaving none alive. One of his companions interjected, "Do not blame him. We underestimated his shameful nature. The contract is signed. What use is it to kill him? Why not? If they can sell it, it is worth it." "Oh, indeed, why the rush? Let us supply them more. The more, the better." "Understood. I am grateful for your mercy." He crawled away, having preserved his life. At noon, the Duke of Lu ventured out for a meeting, returning drowsy to his carriage. But suddenly alert upon hearing the words "command token," he stormed into his residence, demanding to see his eldest son. The Duchess quickly covered Li Shuang's ears. "Husband, you frightened Shuang." The Duke softened instantly. "Forgive me, Shuang. Your uncle is merely furious." Li Shuang shook her head, shrinking her neck. "What has Yunzhao done now? Call him, and you will understand." The Duke seated himself, sipping tea to calm his temper. He had returned to change his medicine and departed again. "Someone go find him." Seek him at the Princess Chang's residence. Li Shuang clutched her aunt's garment in fear. Has my second cousin erred again? Xie Yunzhao was pushing Shurong on a swing, his mind occupied with creating an appropriate atmosphere for intimacy. Having been thwarted by his cousin yesterday, and now dragged back by his father, his mood was far from pleasant. Father, what is your business? Unworthy son, kneel. The Duke's phoenix eyes bulged with fury. Xie Yunzhao remained seated. Please state your concern first. My cousin is still present. Kneeling would be quite undignified. The Duke pointed at him for a long moment before relenting. All right, what did you promise upon taking the command token? Xie Yunzhao pondered, to refrain from producing it lightly. Yet you still carry it, audaciously oppressing others. What penalty do you deserve? Xie Yunzhao turned to the butler, lurking at the doorway. Old he, has anyone lodged a complaint? The butler shook his head no, second master. Xie Yunzhao turned back to his father, spreading his hands in protest. The Duke straightened his back. So, it is permissible to use the Duke of Lu's name to oppress others simply because no one has complained? Father, if no one has complained and you still wish to punish me, it is unreasonable. I helped the princess secure this business deal, showcasing my worth to our treasury. Since you are dissatisfied, I shall resign from my position with the princess tomorrow. You, the Duke felt a pang in his heart. Resign from what? That is unacceptable. Xie Yunzhao smiled gently. Then what do you propose? Let this be the last time. Understood, you simply possess a temper. No one is physically harmed, and no one has come to confront you, yet you remain irate. Xie Yunzhao rose to assist him. Come now. It has been ages since we had a proper sparring match to relieve your frustration. Are you certain? You wish to alleviate my anger, not face your father? Of course, but blades have no eyes. The Duke withdrew his arm. You bear injuries. I shall not fight you. Return to your quarters where you shall not trouble my mind. Thank you for your concern, father. Xie Yunzhao departed, aware that his father had learned swiftly. The Duke's frustration lingered when a soft voice interrupted. Uncle, my second cousin will not behave. The Duke turned. Does Shurong have a plan? Shurong, who had been away from the capital for a long time, wished her second cousin to take her on excursions. Indeed, you would be bored at home. Allow your second cousin to take you out. With the princess present, no one will raise an eyebrow. Most importantly, keep watch over him, so he does not cause trouble. I will manage. The Duchess patted her hand. Take care of your health. Your cousin is as mischievous as a monkey, and his playful escapades may tire you. It is fine, Aunt. The princess can manage, and so can I. Very well. If you cannot endure, return early. The shopkeeper appeared somewhat shaken today, nursing a headache, while his wife applied a warm cloth to his forehead. The other shopkeepers, upon seeing his condition, sighed. You seem distressed. Have you also succumbed to anger? I heard you were expecting a large shipment, yet you are still tangled with the princess. Indeed, the market is unsteady. Old 3, you ought to advise the princess. Old 3 tore off the cloth and sat upright. These are mere trifles. What? These are trifles? Is it not suffocating to have goods piling up unsold, waiting to spoil, even at a reduced price? If the second young master is present, I shall not attend. For silk, if you do not go, who will? Old 3 pondered, fearing that if such behavior continued, he might become enamored with the notion of using power to oppress the populace. Bah! It is enough for him to be present. Foolishness! What does he understand? Securing one deal does not guarantee countless others. Old 3 found it impossible to convey his thoughts to them. Only through experience would they comprehend. After speaking, he picked up the cloth again and reclined to apply it properly. Chapter 41. Composure. Xie Yunzhao departed in haste, leaving Shen Shurong unable to inform him of the itinerary for the following day. Just as she summoned Sui Han, Jin Jifu bowed and said, My lady, perhaps I should attend to this matter. Sui Han has accompanied you today and must be somewhat fatigued. Shen Shurong cast her a sidelong glance. Is it my fault that I have not taken you out recently? Jin Ji lowered her head further, her expression one of trepidation. How could a humble servant dare to question a lady? And what are you doing now? Jin Ji slowly straightened. I acknowledge my error and will not delay Sui Han's departure. As Sui Han exited, Jin Ji's gaze followed, filled with disdain. She was intent on orchestrating a match between the lady and Xie Yunzhao. The lady's infatuation was merely fleeting. Once she beheld Xie Yunzhao, a man of little ambition, she would surely tire of him, particularly when faced with his idleness. Turning back with a bright smile, she attended to Shen Shurong, acutely aware that her position as the favored maid was precarious, as several second-tier maids no longer regarded her with the same respect. "My lady, allow me to apply a hand ointment and some peach blossom salve. You swung too high on the swing, and your palms have turned red. Master Xie indeed indulges you, prioritizing your happiness above all." It must be said that Ji was the most adept in her service, sweet-tongued and skillful. If she wished to extol anyone, even a scoundrel, she would manage to uncover their unique merits. Shen Shurong extended her hand, permitting her to serve. In her previous life, she had conceived Anan merely 2 months after marriage. Ji often advised her, suggesting that rather than risk the heir's betrayal, it would be better to trust those close to her, even hinting that both she and Ji could be options. As a dignified princess of the great Zhou, having just wed, she would never acquiesce to such notions, even if she were with child. Yet, Ji did not relent. On the eve of Anan's birth, she sent medicinal meals to Xie Yunzhao under her own name, administering herbs to ensure her intentions were realized. Upon discovering this, Shen Shurong was incensed, yet she managed to deliver safely. Afterward, Ji became a favored concubine, leaving no room for trust. She would vie for attention, speaking sweetly to Xie Yunzhao, yearning to bear his child. When Wei Yuran entered the scene, the two engaged in spirited rivalry, with Ji, despite lacking a powerful background, successfully putting the Wei family's legitimate daughter at a disadvantage on several occasions. Shen Shurong smiled softly, remarking that such a formidable character should not be overlooked, and praised Ji's service. Ji, elated, feigned nonchalance and asked, "My lady, your wedding date approaches. Has the retinue been determined?" Shen Shurong agreed, stating, "Indeed, it was originally planned for the 4 of you, along with the 4 from my grandmother." Ji held her breath. "My lady, is there any change?" Shen Shurong sighed. "Brother Yunzhao feels." Ji paused in her application of the peach blossom salve. "My lady, I have recognized my mistakes, and I can see that the second young master holds you in high regard. He frowns, yet he cares for you far more than the heir." Shen Shurong chuckled lightly. "Do you genuinely believe he is superior to the heir?" Ji, forcing a nod, replied, "I now understand that truly caring for you is what matters." "Well then, do share this sentiment with him, if he can accept my invitation for you to join me. The selection of attendants shall remain unchanged." "I understand. Thank you for your guidance, my lady. Do you long for this? Perhaps I could have my grandmother choose a steward for you to marry." "No, my lady. I prefer to remain by your side. I cannot bear to leave you. I shall serve you for a lifetime." Shen Shurong affectionately tousled her hair. "Very well, I trust you." Ji, standing behind Shen Shurong, grew increasingly displeased with Ji, never having considered her so adept at performance. Her sweet words were clearly intended for the heir. Casting a scornful look at her, she thought, how absurd. However, the lady was to wed the second young master, while the heir was soon to marry a daughter of the minister. Ji would have no chance. Sui Han had recently developed a fondness for the residence of the Duke of Lu, where each visit, merely to deliver a message, granted her delightful tea and exquisite pastries, not to mention the charming company of Qing Zhu and Qing Ying, who lavished attention upon her and engaged her in conversation. "My lady, are you planning to visit several shops? If we finish early, we might row on the clear spring lake." Sui Han's cheeks were puffed out, unsure. "I don't know. The lady mentioned it might take several days." Qing Zhu and Qing Ying nodded, realizing that in the coming days, the desired atmosphere for the second young master would likely be unattainable. The next morning, Xie Yunzhao was summoned to breakfast by his mother before he could step out the door. "What? I am to take the lady out. What purpose would that serve?" With a sharp clap, Xie Yunzhao's hand was struck, leaving it stinging. "Your cousin rarely visits. Take her out for a stroll. Let her go with her elder cousin. Do you think Yunzhang is as idle as you?" Xie Yunzhao radiated dissatisfaction from every pore, knowing that her presence would divert Rong's attention. With darkened eyes, glinting with menace, he leaned closer to Li Shuang and murmured through clenched teeth, "I advise you to tell my mother right now that you are unwell and must stay home." Li Shuang smirked. "Annie, my second cousin is threatening me." When Xie Yun Yunzhao, finally stepped out. He found Li Shuang trailing behind him. His irritation dissipated upon reaching the gates of the princess's residence. I will go in to fetch her. You wait in the carriage. Understood, second cousin. Upon seeing Li Shuang at the gate, Shen Shurong was taken aback. Something felt amiss. Li Shuang had met Princess Yunzhao before and bowed respectfully, her demeanor proper. Xie Yunzhao offered a sheepish glance at Shen Shurong. My mother insists I bring her along. Shen Shurong shook her head, smiling as she approached, and gently touched the 2 hairpins in Li Shuang's hair. It is perfectly all right for my cousin to accompany us. She can keep me company in my carriage. Cousin? Li Shuang exclaimed in surprise, quickly bowing her head in gratitude. Xie Yunzhao was rendered speechless, realizing Rong wished to share a carriage with Li Shuang. What about him? On the street, a young man appeared, riding with an umbrella. Inside the carriage, Shen Shurong engaged in light conversation. Why has my cousin come at this time? My wedding date with your second cousin is still over a month away. Li Shuang kept her head lowered, her voice soft and familiar. I had nothing to do at home, so I came early. Shen Shurong chuckled. I wonder if your family is surprised to learn that the one marrying me is your second cousin. Li Shuang nodded, affirming that they had indeed not expected the princess to consent. Do you think your second cousin is inferior to your elder cousin? Li Shuang raised her gaze slightly, a flicker of alarm in her eyes. No, both of my cousins are excellent. Is that so? Shen Shurong laughed lightly. If you had to choose one? Li Shuang fell silent for a moment. The elder cousin is composed, while the second cousin is lively. Ah, I see your point. Most people tend to favor the composed. Li Shuang gasped, her eyes widening in shock. This was not her implication. Wait, could it be that the princess was suggesting this? Second cousin, did you hear? The princess's heart still belongs to the elder cousin. Li Shuang. Li Shuang turned to draw back the carriage curtain. Second cousin, you are so fond of your elder cousin. Go seek him out. Li Shuang grew increasingly flustered. Annie says he is busy. Xie Yunzhao gritted his teeth and nodded. Fine, I understand. Let us return. Li Shuang turned back to find Shen Shurong smiling at her, lowering her head once more. Shen Shurong offered her tea. It is acceptable to favor Xie Yunzhao, but should you wish to covet Xie Yunzhao, I shall not hesitate to turn sisters into rivals. Chapter 42. A world apart. Li Shuang took a sip of tea and gently set the cup down. I recall they visited your home. What games did you all play back then? She hesitated to speak, yet felt compelled to respond. Some friends of my mother would bring their children to play, and my second cousin was exceptionally skilled. He excelled at everything. After speaking, she caught a glimpse of Xie Yunzhao not far from the carriage and let out a slight sigh of relief. Shen Shurong observed her subtle gesture and offered her a piece of pastry. I heard that once they accompanied your father on a hunting trip. Upon receiving the pastry, Li Shuang dropped it upon hearing this. How careless of you. Shen Shurong handed her another piece. This was information Li Shuang had previously shared with her. My eldest cousin is particularly remarkable. One year, he and my second cousin came to my home, and my father took them hunting. My eldest cousin returned with a deer. Upon learning this, my second cousin abandoned the rabbit he had and searched the mountain for the deer, only to return with nothing but the rabbit. Isn't that amusing? Each time Li Shuang conversed with her, she extolled Xie Yunzhao's virtues, not realizing how much she appreciated humor. After waiting 2 years, it seemed that her fiancé had not responded, prompting her to heed her aunt's advice and return home to marry. What was the outcome of that hunt? Li Shuang lifted her gaze and glanced at Shen Shurong, curious if she knew something. It was unlikely her second cousin would have told her, but surely her eldest cousin must have boasted about it. Resolutely, Li Shuang spoke. That time, my eldest cousin hunted a deer. Is that so? They were quite young then. It must have been difficult to hunt a deer, correct? Li Shuang remained silent, merely nodding with pursed lips. What good was silence? No wonder you admire your eldest cousin so much. Li Shuang lowered her lashes and blinked. That was not the case. It was evidently you who liked your eldest cousin. What did Brother Yunzhao hunt that day? Shen Shurong inquired again. Li Shuang's small hand fidgeted nervously. Is this ever going to end? Rong, we've arrived. Xie Yunzhao's voice carried a hint of urgency. He did not want her to discover how badly he had fared that day. As they prepared to disembark, the topic quieted. The carriage came to a halt, and Xie Yunzhao lifted the curtain, shooting Li Shuang a glare. Tears almost brimmed in her eyes. Her second cousin was such a fool. The princess was clearly using their conversation to express how much she liked her eldest cousin, yet he could not discern that. Li Shuang descended from the carriage, and Xie Yunzhao stepped back, allowing her maid to assist her. As Shen Shurong dismounted, Xie Yunzhao hastily ensured she was steady before following suit. Instructing his cousin, "You can explore the shops on your own." Li Shuang bit her lip tightly, fully aware of her second cousin's intentions. She dared not wander far, merely glancing at a few nearby shops. By the time the two emerged from the bank, Li Shuang was already waiting by the carriage. Xie Yunzhao steadied Shen Shurong as she climbed aboard before joining them, with his cousin taking a seat in the rear. Flushing, Li Shuang made her way to the back. "Brother Yunzhao, I need to rest for a moment," Shen Shurong said, leaning against him. "Yes, but let us not allow anyone else on your carriage. You shouldn't tire yourself." "Is my cousin not considered a stranger?" "She's not a stranger to you, but I am." Shen Shurong pinched his hand. "Understood, you're not. She is." Xie Yunzhao smiled in satisfaction, gently kissing her hair, the sweet fragrance of roses wafting through the air. Since their engagement, Xie Yunzhao sought the company of Princess Yongjia daily. The princess likely felt reluctant, but found it difficult to refuse. A few noble ladies by the street observed Shen Shurong and Xie Yunzhao emerging from the bank, whispering amongst themselves. One of them was Li Wan. Recently, she had been mingling with some daughters of officials and had found a few companions. Today, they had plans to stroll through the streets. A few days ago, she had inquired with her mother about the past between Princess Yongjia and young Master Xie, discovering that their engagement had only lasted 4 years. She also learned about Xie Yunzhao's character, leading her to believe that Princess Yongjia would not willingly marry him. At this moment, seeing the two together frequently, she felt a twinge of envy. Since the polo match, Xie Yunzhang had not invited her again. In fact, it was Xie Yunzhao who had arranged that match under the name of the Duke of Lu. One brother longed to see her daily, while the other wished to avoid her. Despite being siblings, the disparity was striking. Li Wan's enthusiasm waned. "I suddenly remembered I have something to attend to. I shall take my leave." She bid farewell to her companions. Madame Li was puzzled upon her return. "Did you not just step out?" Noticing her daughter's discontent, she sent someone out. "My dear, what troubles you?" "Mother, young Master Xie knows how to arrange outings with his fiancée." "Why does young Master Xie not?" Madame Li glared at her. "They are brothers. There's a vast difference between them. How can they be compared? Young Master Xie is a failure. Do you still wish to marry him? He is the future of the Duke of Lu. There is no room for such romantic notions. Besides, after he is conferred the title of heir, he will have little opportunity to meet with Princess Yongjia." Li Wan was filled with jealousy. Even if they did not meet, he should at least send a token gift. "I have yet to see even a box of pastries from him." Madame Li had no retort. Indeed, it was customary to send some small gift along with a few polite words. "Should I ask the Duke's wife to arrange something?" "Don't." Li Wan turned away. "Mother, what is it?" "It is not embarrassing. I can take you to visit acquaintances. We do it often. You are engaged now, so it is even less of an issue." Li Wan stood up, pushing her away. "I said no. Mother, I need to rest." Madame Li glared at her. "It is still morning." "Very well. He must be busy lately. Once he has some free time, I will inquire after him." "Understood." As the morning passed, after visiting 3 shops, Shen Shurong felt fatigued and wished to return home, prompting Xie Yunzhao to escort her. Once he had seen her home, he found himself in an awkward position. He still had to return his cousin to the Duke of Lu's residence. Failing to do so would earn him a reprimand. Yet if he did, he would have no excuse to join Shen Shurong for lunch. "I will come to keep you company this afternoon," he suggested, gazing longingly at Shen Shurong. Shen Shurong smiled and shook her head. "No need. I must organize the issues I discovered today and take a nap. You should rest as well." At that moment, Xie Yunzhao wished he could send Li Shuang back to her hometown. If he lingered, he could spend the entire afternoon. Watching Shen Shurong enter, he drooped his head and mounted his horse, returning home. Sending her back was unrealistic. Li Shuang would likely remain until Xie Yunzhang's wedding, so he needed to devise a plan. After a day filled with frustration, Li Wan received an invitation from the Duke of Lu's residence in the afternoon, scheduling a meeting for the following day with the venue of her choosing. Madame Li observed her daughter's reaction with a smile. My dear, he is busy. Do not overthink it. You have stumbled upon such a fortunate opportunity from the princess. Consider it a blessing. Li Wan'er's cheeks flushed. Did he truly send this? Why is there no signature? Of course, who else but young Master Xie? Li Wan'er's face turned even redder. Mother, where shall we go to play? Madame Li grinned. I shall assist you in planning. In the Chao Hui courtyard of the Duke of Lu's residence. Xie Yu entered the study and handed an invitation to Xie Yunzhao. Young master, from the Li family young lady. Li family young lady? Oh, Li Wan'er. Xie Yunzhao took the invitation. The characters on it seemed foreign to him. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock, enjoy the lotus blossoms at Qingquan Lake. Chapter 43. Dignity, time, and place have been ascertained. Li Wan'er pondered how he could be so resolute in his stance regarding the time they were to meet. She decided to inquire if anyone had delivered an invitation to the Li minister's residence in her name today. Xie was assigned to investigate. Upon his return, his expression was less than favorable, fearing the wrath of the young master due to the arrangements made by the second master. Xie Yunzhao furrowed his brow, questioning why he should concern himself with such trifles. Summon cousin Shuang to see me, he commanded. When Li Shuang arrived, she was unaware of the matter at hand, but a single utterance from Xie Yunzhao made everything clear to her. What did you discuss during your outing today? Shouldn't we be inquiring about what games were played? Dear cousin, today, I rode in the princess's carriage and conversed with her throughout the journey. I find you to be composed, while the second cousin is lively. And the princess seems to agree, mentioning that most prefer a steady demeanor. Xie Yunzhao lowered his gaze, concealing his inner joy. And what else? Li Shuang smiled knowingly. Having guessed correctly, I also recounted the occasion when you hunted a deer at my family's estate. The princess was quite impressed, stating that you were quite young at the time, making it no small feat. I too expressed my admiration for you, dear cousin. A subtle smile graced Xie Yunjing's lips as he picked up a book to read. It was no wonder that his cousin enjoyed spending time with the second cousin. They shared a delightful rapport. I have some matters to attend to. You may return home for now. There is a red agate bracelet that would suit you well. Have Qi Xiao retrieve it for you. Li Shuang rose to bow, expressing her gratitude before taking her leave. Xie Yunjing nodded with a smile. Once she had departed, he set the book aside and gazed at the ceiling. The princess admired him as well. It was no surprise that Xie Yunzhao was eager to bring himself closer to Li Wan'er, having likely heard that the princess held him in her thoughts. Though troubled by Xie Yunzhao's actions, he had made prior arrangements and could not breach his word. He resolved to inform Li Wan'er that he would arrive punctually. Rather than feeling anger, the young master felt rather content, allowing Qi Yu to proceed with his duties at ease. Li Wan'er, unable to sleep from excitement, reflected on her mother's words. He indeed had important matters to attend to, unlike the frivolous Xie Yunzhao. A smile adorned her face as she had come to realize the esteemed status of Princess Yongjia in the capital. The emperor had granted her a princess's residence after she had fallen into the water, showcasing her favored position. Alas, without Xie Yunzhao, she would lose everything. Her future would be entirely her own. Recalling the gaze Xie Yunzhao had cast upon her, a pang of bitterness stirred within her. What did it matter if she was a princess? She still had to heed her elder sister-in-law in all matters. Having a princess's residence meant little. She would not allow her to live freely on her own. Had she shown a better attitude during their first meeting, everything could have been negotiated amicably. But Shen Shurong had not regarded her, so she could not be lenient. Even the master is reluctant to abandon his trust. The maid, Xiuhua, jested. Miss, although you did not grow up in the capital, the best marriage prospects await you here. Li Wan'er shot her a glare. Shameless. Do you think Princess Yongjia despises me? What good would hatred do? She has lost her reputation, and it cannot be blamed on you. Li Wan'er chuckled lightly. So her betrothal gifts are now all mine? Xiuhua replied with pride, of course. If the young master marries the princess, the betrothal gifts would undoubtedly be the finest, and now they belong to you. Not only the betrothal gifts, but the finest courtyard and items from the Duke of Lu's residence, along with future authority over the household. All will be yours. Li Wan'er smirked. I am not a petty person. She is still a princess, and I will afford her the dignity she deserves. You are the kindest of all, Mississippi. Early the next morning, before dawn had broken, Xie Yunzhao stealthily slipped out of the residence, opting not to ride. instead dozing against the outer wall of the Grand Princess's residence. The gatekeeper, upon seeing him, ushered him inside, questioning why the young master hadn't called for the door to be opened. Shen Shurong, pleased by his solitary presence, feigned curiosity. Is Li Shuang not coming? I left too early. I will have someone fetch her shortly. Fetch her? You intend to have her accompany you? Xie Yunzhao grinned mischievously indeed. My cousin and sister-in-law are going to Qingchuan Lake today, and I shall have someone bring her along. Shen Shurong understood, and then thought of something. It would be dull with so few people. Perhaps the two young ladies from the Wei family might be bored as well. Xie Yunzhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, yes. My brother's happiness depends on me. Shen Shurong called for Jinji to come in. Whether you can leave the residence today depends on the second young master. Jinji expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. Upon Xie Yunzhao's return, he saw Jinji bringing a cup of tea. The maidservant offers tea to the second young master, in gratitude for accompanying and protecting our princess. I have only recently come to realize that only the second young master truly cares for the princess. Please forgive my previous short-sightedness. Xie Yunzhao accepted the tea and drank. Rest assured, the princess is safe with me. Yes, the maidservant is at ease, Jinji replied, glancing at Shen Shurong. You all can join us soon. Jinji was elated and expressed her thanks before stepping back. What is going on? Xie Yunzhao inquired, taking a seat beside Shen Shurong. She has shown you disrespect. She must sincerely apologize. Xie Yunzhao felt spoiled, a sweet sensation enveloping his heart. The two set out to inspect the shops, and Qing Ying informed Xie Yunzhao that the young master had already departed. You go fetch Li Shuang and head directly to Qingchuan Lake. Qing Ying is a man. That won't do. Jinji, you accompany Qing Ying to protect Miss Li. Return to the Grand Princess's residence only after ensuring Miss Li is safely back. Shen Shurong instructed. Yes, Your Highness, I will make sure to protect Miss Li. Jinji was overjoyed. The second young master's intentions were clear. He was taking Miss Li to see Xie Yunzhao, and she would finally get to meet him. The two of them busily inspected the shops, although it was a duty. Xie Yunzhao felt no tedium as long as he was with Shen Shurong. It was the happiest thing for him. In the month of June, a splendid time to appreciate the lotus flowers, Li Wanner meticulously adorned herself. By the time Xie Yunzhao arrived, her carriage was already waiting by the roadside. She shyly descended, greeting him with a blush. Xie Yunzhao merely nodded slightly, and they strolled by the lakeside for a while, with Li Wanner doing most of the talking, to which Xie Yunzhao responded with murmurs of agreement. Li Shuang had initially thought her second cousin had left without her, but to her surprise, Qing Ying had come to fetch her. Her downcast expression instantly transformed into one of sunshine, although the princess's maid was also present. It did not detract from her joy at being remembered by Xie Yunzhao. Quietly sitting in the carriage, she adjusted her skirt. Jinji noticed that Qing Ying was leading them toward Qingchuan Lake, stirring excitement within her. Xie Yunzhao, uncertain of what to say, realized they lacked shared memories. Remembering Qi Yu's arrangement for a boat ride, he asked, Miss Li, would you care to take a boat? Noticing the awkward silence, Li Wanner nodded. That sounds lovely. Xie Yunzhao signaled for someone to lead the way, and just as they reached the dock, they encountered two individuals. Wei Yuran and Wei Yuxin greeted them. Greetings. Young Master Xie. Miss Li. Xie Yunzhao felt a twinge of annoyance, aware of Wei Yuran's intentions. Ladies, we are off to take a boat. We shall not disturb your outing. Wei Yuxin quickly bowed again. Might we borrow your boat for a brief excursion? We forgot to have someone prepare one. Yuxin, do not disturb them. Wei Yuran feigned pulling her back. It's fine, sister. We can sit at the bow and won't be a bother. Wei Yuxin shrugged off her sister's grip. Chapter 44. Beware. Li Wanner wore a grim expression, fully aware that Wei Yuran was infatuated with young Master Xie, which was the reason for her prolonged singlehood. Before Xie Yunzhao could utter a word, a gasp echoed through the air. Cousin? Li Shuang was taken aback. Turning to Qing Ying, is second cousin also here? Qing Ying grinned widely, revealing his teeth. Second master mentioned that he and the princess were on outing. Since Miss Cousin was unlikely to enjoy herself, he sent me to bring you here upon learning that the young master would be boating today. Li Shuang's complexion turned pale. It was all too deliberate. Qing Ying approached Xie Yunzhao and bowed. I have come to pay my respects to the young master. I kindly ask you to take care of Miss Cousin. Li Wan'er clenched her handkerchief into a tight ball. Did these two betrothed individuals not know to avoid each other? Such lack of decorum was unbecoming of the capital's elite. Jin Ji was overly delighted, nearly shoving aside Li Shuang's maid to assist her onto the boat. Miss Li, the princess has instructed that I remain by your side. Xie Yunzhao secretly chuckled, realizing that Xie Yunzhao must have thought Li Shuang frequently brought him up to the princess, hence his reluctance to include her. Let us board, he declared, stepping in first. Though displeased, Li Wan'er could not refuse the company of so many, suppressing her anger as she followed inside. Li Shuang's expression darkened as she trailed closely behind. Jin Ji had been specifically arranged by the princess to observe the interactions between her cousin and fiancé. The second cousin was too naive, and she would ultimately reveal her true colors. Wei Yuran remained still, but her sister pulled her insistently onto the boat, and she could only shyly express her apologies for the intrusion. Jin Ji shot her a glare, understanding that if she acknowledged her disturbance, she should promptly leave. How dare you, a daughter of the Wei family, and yet you think to climb into the young master Xie's bed within the cabin? Four noble ladies gathered around a square table, while Xie Yunzhao stood at the bow, lost in thoughts of Shen Shurong's every smile and frown. As long as she was present, these women would pale in comparison. Li Wan'er, incensed by his absence, lamented that they had scarcely exchanged a few words. Wei Yuran quietly sipped her tea. Despite her anger, Li Wan'er understood her role as a half-hostess. Do try these pastries. They were specially prepared for me by the young master. They are sure to be delightful. Li Shuang, eagerly supportive of her future cousin-in-law, chimed in, Thank you, Miss Li. The pastries from cousin's household are indeed exquisite, and what cousin has prepared for you must be the finest. Li Wan'er smiled broadly. You are quite charming, dear sister. Now that you reside in the Duke of Lu's mansion, do visit me at the Li residence if you find yourself bored. Certainly, Miss Li. You may also come to visit me. I will inform my aunt, who will surely welcome you. Li Wan'er beamed with joy, taking Li Shuang's hand and removing a jade bracelet from her wrist. As a token of our first meeting, please accept this small gesture. Li Shuang smiled as she accepted it. We will surely see each other often after marriage. Li Wan'er's eyes crinkled with delight. Jin Ji looked disdainfully at Li Shuang, recognizing her as a simpleton from the countryside, easily swayed by a few sweet words. Ah, how well one can know a face yet remain ignorant of the heart. You've just returned to the capital. Allow me to share an amusing tale. Wei Yuran began, her lips curving with a hint of mischief, all the while scolding in her heart for their lack of discernment. What amusing tale? Wei Yuran inquired, noticing the silence. I heard that a cousin from the Chui family was treated exceptionally well by her sister-in-law, only to betray her by climbing into the eldest son's bed, causing her sister-in-law to nearly take her own life. Li Wan'er gasped in shock. Did Li Shuang know that the young master had summoned her? Was she also attempting to entrap him? She discreetly shifted away from Li Shuang, making her intentions clear. Li Shuang frowned. Why was the second Miss Wei targeting her? Wei Yuran, hiding her smirk behind her fan, gently tugged at her sister's sleeve. Sister, it is ill-mannered to discuss the affairs of others. I mean no harm. I merely wish to offer a warning to someone not to misplace their suspicions. Li Shuang knew little of the Wei sisters, but felt no need to explain herself. She did not care for her cousin, and her future sister-in-law would eventually uncover the truth. Jin Ji rolled her eyes. Not a single decent person among you. Miss Li, there are indeed many amusing tales in the capital, such as the thief who cries stop thief, a common occurrence. Li Shuang could not help but chuckle softly, eliciting the attention of others. How dare a maid be so disrespectful? As Wei Yuran prepared to rebuke, she saw that it was the chief maid of Princess Yongjia and quickly silenced herself. Li Wan'er also realized that while she was unsure of Li Shuang's intentions, Wei Yuran's overt interest in Xie Yunzhao was evident, and she was attempting to sow discord between her and Li Shuang. She was straightforward, not one to beat around the bush, and coldly remarked, The Wei sisters are well-traveled, but knowing too much can be detrimental. As the saying goes, a woman without talent is virtuous. Otherwise, she may find it difficult to marry, much like Miss Wei, who is approaching 19, I believe. Wei Yuran and Appo's anger surged, nearly causing her to rise. Wei Yuran clutched her sister tightly, her eyes brimming with tears as she stumbled to her feet. You all continue. I'm going outside for some fresh air. Hearing her sister's departure, Wei Yuran found relief, hoping her elder sister would have more time to spend with the young master. She envied genuine love and believed that her sister's deep affections should not go unreciprocated. Li Wanner's alarm bells rang. The audacity of that woman to boldly step out to see her man. Miss Wei, please wait. Li Wanner rose to chase after her, with Jin Ji following suit, having discerned Wei Yuran's intentions. Wei Yuran hastened her steps, reaching Xie Yunzhao's side and feigning the boat's instability, ready to lunge towards him. However, the quick-footed Li Wanner seized her, and they both tumbled to the ground. Jin Ji, caught off guard, also fell. Xie Yunzhao turned to witness the spectacle, his expression a mixture of astonishment and amusement. Wei Yuran, vexed, lamented that she was so close to him. Li Wanner gritted her teeth, realizing that had she been a moment late, she might have lost her husband before even marrying him. This Wei woman was more shameless than she had imagined. Wei Yuran and Li Shuang, who had just emerged, were taken aback by the scene. Under Xie Yunzhao's gaze, Li Wanner forced an awkward smile. The boat is quite unsteady, isn't it? Shall we board? Xie Yunzhao scoffed, noting that even Princess Yunzhao was bolder than they were, never succumbing to seasickness, and would run around recklessly in her youth. Having embarrassed themselves before Xie Yunzhao, the group lost interest and agreed to disembark. Upon reaching the shore, Xie Yunzhao excused himself, citing official business, and Li Shuang followed him back to the residence. Jin Ji walked beside Li Shuang's carriage, her heart swelling with admiration for Xie Yunzhao's retreating figure. With the young master's protection, Qing Ying did not return home, but sought out Xie Yunzhao. Li Wanner fumed as she slumped into the carriage, feeling more aggrieved than ever. She had heard that Xie Yunzhao personally escorted the princess whenever she ventured out. She had never felt so wronged in her life. The Wei sisters wore equally displeased expressions, having arrived with high hopes only to leave shortly after their arrival, their little schemes thwarted. Xie Yunzhao, noting Qing Ying's swift return, realized that Xie Yunzhao had enjoyed himself thoroughly today, fulfilling his duty as a caring elder brother. The two had visited 3 shops that morning and dined at Suji for lunch. Xie Yunzhao secretly rejoiced at having shed Li Shuang. It allowed him to enjoy a meal in the company of Rong. If they could spend the afternoon together, his spirits lifted. He began to serve Shen Shurong some dishes while casually suggesting, Rong, shall we go boating to admire the lotus flowers this afternoon? Chapter 45. Yearning for your kiss, Xie Yunzhao's subtle selfishness could not escape Shen Shurong's keen perception. The kiss, tantalizingly close yet unconsummated, lingered in the air as he freed himself from Li Shuang's presence and arranged for a boat outing, perhaps with mischievous intentions. Shen Shurong gently fanned herself, contemplating. The intricately embroidered fan, adorned with golden threads, fluttered against Xie Yunzhao's heart, awaiting her response. Well, won't Li Shuang's cousin complain about you? She mused. Yet Xie Yunzhao dismissed her concerns. I would have taken her along, but her frail constitution is of little use, and besides, she already enjoyed a boat ride this morning. Shen Shurong wished Li Shuang could hear how rare her second cousin's concern was. The scorching sun poured over the lotus leaves, glistening in vibrant green. Shen Shurong stood at the bow, admiring the lake filled with blooming lotus flowers. Xie Yunzhao drew her into the cabin, shielding her from the heat. I have prepared some delicious cherries for you. Sui Han and Yin Ji, also at the bow, exchanged glances, realizing that even the second master acknowledged the sweltering weather. Qingzhu handed over a lotus leaf for shade, and a playful contest ensued among them over whose leaf was larger. Shen Shurong entered the cabin, slightly raising an eyebrow at their earnestness. Inside, 4 ice bowls were set out, and a round table was adorned with exquisite fruits and delicacies. With a resting area for when fatigue set in, Xie Yunzhao seated himself beside her, hand-feeding her cherries, watching as the red fruit disappeared into her rosy lips, causing him to feel parched and shyly avert his gaze. He inadvertently caught sight of her luminous neck and blushing ears, wishing to turn away, yet unable to do so. Shen Shurong offered him a cherry, their fingers brushing, sending a shiver through him. He grasped her hand, drawing her closer, filling the void in his heart. Shen Shurong, too, was captivated, yearning for him. As Xie Yunzhao's breath quickened, he heard her softly inquire, "Brother Yunzhao, what troubles you?" He longed to express his feelings, to confess his desire to kiss her. This yearning intensified within him, a relentless urge he feared he could not contain. Rong, what is it?" Shen Shurong struggled to lift her gaze, ensnared in his embrace. "I wish to kiss you. Is that permissible?" Xie Yunzhao watched intently for her reaction, anxious for her answer. A flicker of joy surged within Shen Shurong, her expression remaining innocently perplexed as she gently nodded. The tension within Xie Yunzhao unraveled. She had not refused him. His fingers brushed her soft lips, and Shen Shurong slowly closed her eyes. The man was overwhelmed with delight, leaning in, their noses grazing, warm breaths mingling, igniting the chords of their hearts. His lips descended upon hers, initially a feather-light touch, tentative and cautious. Shen Shurong's lack of retreat served as encouragement, prompting him to deepen the kiss, their lips pressing together, entwined in a tender dance. Fearing he might startle her, yet reluctant to halt, it was only when Shen Shurong gently pushed him away that he realized the kiss had lingered too long. "Enough, my lips are swollen. Grandmother will notice." Xie Yunzhao cheerfully acquiesced. "If you're tired, you may rest." Indeed, Shen Shurong felt fatigued, lying down as she heard him open the door to the adjacent water room. Closing her eyes and secretly smiling, Xie Yunzhao emerged from the boat, radiant, realizing that Shen Shurong's acceptance had come more swiftly than he had anticipated. This realization brought him greater joy than the kiss itself. As they rode back in the carriage, he noticed her lips indeed appeared slightly swollen. In a jubilant mood, he leaned close, playfully nibbling at her lips like a chick pecking at grains. Shen Shurong was taken aback by his actions. It felt almost addictive. In a previous life, he had been so restrained, not returning for an entire night. "Once we reach home, if grandfather sees, you will never be allowed to see me again." Xie Yunzhao, alarmed, quickly set her down and asked, "Will you join me tomorrow to admire the lotus?" Shen Shurong glared at him. "We haven't even admired a single leaf, have we? The floods in the south are escalating. I intend to go and personally oversee the relief efforts." "Are you going now?" Xie Yunzhao questioned, puzzled. "Isn't there an imperial envoy going? If the envoy were effective, would there be so many suffering people? We promised to go together." Xie Yunzhao was reluctant to part from her for even a day, fearing he might not be able to kiss her again. "Very well, together it is." Upon returning to the estate, Fu Shun delivered a message. "The imperial envoy dispatched this time is the same as in your previous life. Name's Wei Yuqing, a corrupt individual." Shen Shurong's resolve to go strengthened, while Xie Yunzhao swiftly arranged travel plans. After he departed, Fu Shun entered again, reporting, "Princess, we have recruited 300 young and capable individuals skilled in water to be sent to the village. Half of the Zillion Guard will remain to instruct them, while the other half will accompany you south." "Good. Continue the search for that individual. He is the key." "Yes, Princess, I have been searching diligently." That day, Shen Shurong refrained from visiting her grandmother, her lips truly swollen, resolving to wait until the morning. Xie Yunzhao rode back to the estate, a smile perpetually gracing his lips. Qingzhu and Qingying exchanged glances and bowed, congratulating the second master. Xie Yunzhao waved his hand dismissively. The best is yet to come. They set out from the capital, glad that the elderly matriarch would not see her swollen lips, bringing him immense joy. "Prepare yourselves. I shall accompany the princess out of the capital, and the return date is uncertain." Qingzhu chuckled. "Yes, second master, please take good care of the princess on the journey." Xie Yunzhao playfully glared at him. "Of course. She has only me by her side." Chapter 46. The troublemaker. Upon returning home, Xie Yunzhao hastily packed his belongings, causing the duchess to fear he intended to marry into the princess's household. During dinner, the family gathered, with Li Shuang in attendance. Upon hearing Xie Yunzhao mention his plans to travel south with the princess, Xie Yunzhang's chopsticks broke in his hand, prompting a maid to quickly bring him a new pair. Xie Yunzhao, however, feigned ignorance and continued to enjoy his meal. Li Shuang felt a sudden heaviness in her chest. her eyes brimming with tears as she lowered her head to eat. The Duke and Duchess urged him to reconsider, questioning why he would leave just before the impending marriage. Xie Yunzhao remained resolute, stating that it was not his decision. If the princess wished to go, he must accompany her. Second cousin, I also. Li Shuang began, but was interrupted. Eat your meal. What do you desire? I shall have someone prepare it for you. Before she could finish, he added, you should find a fiancé to accompany you. Xie Yunzhao's gaze turned icy, causing Li Shuang to tremble and tears to fall silently down her cheeks. How can you speak like that? The Duchess comforted her. Pay no heed to your second cousin's nonsense. You are still young, no need to rush. However, you cannot accompany him. The south is unsafe at present. Sniffling, Li Shuang acknowledged this. Xie Yunzhao was perplexed as to why Shen Shurong would go, but recognized that this foolish person could indeed protect her. Suppressing his overwhelming jealousy, he stood between his parents and declared, it is the princess's desire to go. Your opinions are irrelevant. Xie Yunzhao nodded in agreement, asserting that no one's words would sway him. Return the token, the Duke commanded, reaching out his hand. Father, if you forbid me, I have locked it away. I shall not take it, rest assured. The Duke withdrew his hand, satisfied with his son's resolve. After dinner, Li Shuang sought out Xie Yunzhao, who was increasingly displeased with her presence, as she disrupted their private world. He did not allow her to enter, telling her to speak in the courtyard. Second cousin, let them exit first. Xie Yunzhao, exasperated, replied, if you don't speak, I shall leave. He pretended to walk away. Second cousin, Li Shuang's voice grew more urgent. Xie Yunzhao turned back, remarking on her suddenly loud voice, which was usually as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Li Shuang's cheeks flushed as she lowered her voice. Second cousin, do you know why the princess has sent her maid to accompany me? Xie Yunzhao crossed his arms, asking why. She wants a maid to keep an eye on me, you know. Rolling his eyes, Xie Yunzhao turned to leave. Second cousin, she cannot let go. You heard what she said yesterday. Are you going to continue deceiving yourself? He stepped back, staring at her. What? Do you think I should break off the engagement? Li Shuang's face lit up as she eagerly nodded. And then what? Who will I marry? Her cheeks turned crimson as she fidgeted with her fingers. Xie Yunzhao narrowed his eyes, surprised to discover her intentions. He had assumed she was merely mischievous and always seeking to interfere with his affairs. You little girl, suppress all your thoughts. Without the princess, I will remain a bachelor for life. Li Shuang was taken aback, not expecting him to reject her so candidly. Do you truly not care? Do you know I am unworthy of her? Tears streamed down Li Shuang's face as she raised her voice in anguish. No. Second cousin, you deserve the best. In her eyes, he was worthy of the finest, despite being reduced to a secondary son, stripped of his title. She could not bear to hear the words, not worthy. Xie Yunzhao frowned at her tears, stepping back in disdain. Indeed, the princess is the best. Li Shuang was left speechless, unable to convey her feelings. Her heart is not with you. You will regret this. Xie Yunzhao smirked, is it not? It is not now, but it will soon be, as long as I fill her life and erase the presence of another. Today's kiss is ample proof, is it not? Do not meddle. If you dare to slander the princess again, do not expect me to acknowledge you. He returned to gather his belongings. Annoyed at the time wasted, Li Shuang ran away in tears, wondering why her beloved cousin could not see her sincerity. The following day, upon learning that her beloved was going south, the Grand Princess nearly retracted her funds, exclaiming, what business does a girl have in such a chaotic place? Do you understand river management or how to settle refugees? Shen Shurong shook her head. I know how to have fun. The Grand Princess smacked her palm. You are to be wed in less than a month. When will you grow up? Grandmother. After marriage, I shall have even less freedom. I beg you. Shen Shurong rolled about in her embrace. Take more attendance. Her tone was filled with deep resignation and indulgence. Of course, half of the Zillion guards and Brother Yunzhao will accompany me. The Grand Princess shot her a stern glance. Do not think you can act recklessly just because you have the imperial decree. You are not yet wed. I know, grandmother. Shen Shurong replied bashfully as she ran off. Qing Ying relayed messages back and forth, and the two confirmed their departure for the following day. Xie Yunzhao was summoned by his mother, and upon seeing Li Shuang, he felt a wave of annoyance. How dare she covet him? Had it been anyone else, They would have been thrown out to be fed to dogs. He slumped into a chair. Mother, what do you need me for? This time you must take your cousin Li Shuang with you. Xie Yunzhao sat up straight, incredulous. Mother, are you out of your mind? Cousin is unwell. What if she falls ill on the journey? Who will take responsibility if she dies? Enough. The Duchess's face turned pale. What nonsense are you speaking? This is your cousin. Can you not speak kindly? Xie Yunzhao slumped back in his chair. If you insist, then I shall not go. Let her accompany the princess instead. I will break off the engagement. The Duchess glared at him. How can you speak of breaking off the engagement? The decree has already been issued. If your cousin goes, it will prevent gossip about the princess. Are Qing Zhu and Qing Ying not people? Is a grand princess not arranging for attendance? Why do you need to worry? I see you cannot bear to see me well. I should never have been born, taking the place of your legitimate eldest son. I have returned everything. What more do you want? Xie Yunzhao glared. Do you wish for me to die? You ungrateful child. The Duchess clutched her chest in anger. Li Shuang wept openly. Second cousin, how can you speak to Aunt like that? She has done so much for you. Is this all you're doing? He retorted. At such a young age, a troublemaker. If you are so eager to leave, go back to your own home. I do not need your blessings for my marriage. Li Shuang's face turned pale. The Duchess searched for something to throw at him, wishing to punish this ungrateful child. Xie Yunzhao disregarded everyone and declared, Qing Zhu, send word to my third aunt to take Li Shuang back. Li Shuang, terrified, chased after him. Second cousin, I was wrong. I will not accompany you. Xie Yunzhao halted, but did not turn around. Mother, think carefully. Your two sons are about to marry. Why does your niece arrive so early? Today she is rowing with the eldest cousin. Tomorrow she wishes to accompany the second cousin. Does she not know to avoid suspicion? What scandal might arise? Will you not hold me accountable for your two daughters-in-law? Li Shuang collapsed to the ground, shocked that he would speak of her in such a manner. Turning back, she indeed saw her aunt's distressed expression and shook her head pitifully. And I did not. Chapter 47. The influence of fate. The Duchess of the State had not given the matter much thought. Her youngest sister's daughter would not become a concubine, nor would she allow it. With the marriages of her two sons already arranged, she believed that this fragile little girl harbored no ulterior motives. However, upon hearing her son's words, a flicker of doubt crept into her heart. Shuang, my dear, I know you wouldn't tea, but if your second cousin does not wish for your company, it might be best to refrain from visiting, said her aunt. Li Shuang was already aware that she could not go. She had never held any special status with her second cousin. Only Shen Shurong had ever been privileged in that regard. The maid helped her rise. Aunt, Shuang acknowledges her mistake and will return home now. Oh, my dear girl, your second cousin has always been rather unruly. Do not heed his words. Your aunt believes in you. The Duchess embraced her niece. Stay at home with your aunt, wherever you wish to go play. I shall accompany you. Li Shuang smiled through her tears. Aunt, you must attend to the marriages of my two cousins. How could Shuang possibly cause trouble? The Duchess chuckled, praising her niece's maturity. Do not be upset with your second cousin. Your aunt cannot be angry with him either. Return home to rest, and I shall seek you out when I am free. Once Li Shuang departed, the Duchess turned to her trusted maid and instructed her to keep a close watch on Li Shuang. The marriages of her two sons were of utmost importance, and it was wise to take precautions to prevent any embarrassing incidents. In the autumn hall of the princess's residence, Jin Ji recounted the events of the boat outing from the previous day, while Shen Shurong listened with keen interest. The chaos within Xie Yunzhao's household only added to the amusement. You understand my preferences better than anyone. This time, I want you to remain. The arrangement of my bridal chamber must reflect my habits. Moreover, the dowry and betrothal gifts are of paramount importance. I cannot leave such matters to others. I must oversee them myself. Jin Ji had initially intended to accompany her, but feared that after being away for over a month, the princess would become accustomed to the absence of her presence. However, upon hearing about the bridal chamber and wedding preparations, she felt elated, as this meant she would have the opportunity to visit the Duke of Lu's residence. A little extra effort was acceptable. After all, their princess was quite precious and deserved no less than perfection. Yes, Your Highness, I shall ensure your satisfaction. Ah, Li Shuang has just arrived in the capital. I cannot take her with me. Please visit her often. If she encounters anything she does not understand, offer her some guidance. I do not want her to be bullied by other young ladies. The maid nodded, understanding that the princess seemed quite fond of Miss Li. Jin Ji felt a surge of joy. This was yet another legitimate opportunity for her. Shen Shurong lowered her gaze, seemingly whispering, "Her temperament is gentle, and she's indeed my cousin. It is only fitting." Jin Ji comprehended that the princess held affection for Li Shuang due to the heir's regard. "Rest assured, I shall protect her," she promised. Shen Shurong returned briefly to the duke's residence, where the duchess expressed her reluctance to part with her daughter and offered many words of advice. After a conversation with her stepmother, it became clear that Lord Liang's stance was straightforward. As long as they did not return to the Liang family, they could do as they pleased, provided they preserved some semblance of dignity for their family. Shen Shurong scoffed. "Then let them demote her to a lowly concubine and feign illness to avoid appearing too comfortable. If she manages to endure until the future, let her witness what she has lost." The duchess was perplexed. Did she not already possess nothing? What would she do in the future? However, she agreed, sharing the same sentiment. Anyone who dared to treat her son so poorly would not escape unscathed. Shen Shurong made another visit to the palace to see her uncle, the emperor. When the emperor remarked on her good spirits, she abruptly knelt and prostrated herself before him. The emperor was taken aback. "Rise and show me your forehead, foolish child. Why such a grand gesture?" Shen Shurong felt slightly dizzy. "Uncle, I have a request regarding Yongjia." Li Chen learned that the princess of Yongjia had entered the palace and hurriedly made his way there. If the old dowager had not come, how could she meet the emperor alone? He was informed midway that the princess of Yongjia had already left, having only stayed for a brief moment. He did not falter in his steps. Shen Shurong now possessed considerable resources, and he could not treat her as an ordinary sister. "Your son greets the emperor. I heard that the princess of Yongjia visited, but my grand-aunt was not present. Was there something amiss?" "Nothing of the sort. Yongjia merely wished to enjoy herself before departing." The emperor replied with a sigh of relief. "This girl is becoming increasingly restless. She is soon to be wed, but still seeks adventure." Li Chun smiled as he steered the conversation toward matters of state, yet he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Why would she venture south at this time? Was she toying with floods and refugees? As they parted, the emperor cast a glance at him. The endeavors of Yongjia could be deemed noble, so why keep it hidden even from the crown prince? Upon returning home, Shen Shurong was visited by Yi Man and Xiao Yu. Yi Man's marriage was yet to be settled. Her family was cautious and did not wish to encounter another deceitful man like Jia Kaiyong. Noticing Xiao Yu's glum demeanor, Shen Shurong playfully tousled her hair. "What troubles our little Xiao? Who has upset you?" Xiao Yu had initially intended to spare the princess her worries, but still sought her opinion. "It's about that young scholar. He hasn't reached out to me since." Shen Shurong was puzzled. How could her rebirth possibly affect Xiao Yu's romantic prospects? While she had intervened in Yi Man's fate, she had not in Xiao Yu's case, and she had always regarded the young scholar highly. He doted on Xiao Yu. "You should have informed me sooner. If it bothers you, I can discreetly look into it." Xiao Yu hastily waved her hands, her eyes reddening. "It's nothing, your highness. I'm not incapable of marrying. Even without him, I can." The young girl choked back her words, feeling aggrieved. Yi Man took her hand to comfort her. The three of them had faced their share of tribulations in matters of the heart. Shen Shurong wrapped her arms around Xiao Yu's shoulders. "Do not cry. Leave it to me. If he encounters difficulties, I shall assist him." Xiao Yu nestled against her shoulder, nodding through her tears. "But you must promise me that if he has feelings for another, you will also withdraw your affections and not harm yourself over him." "Indeed, little Xiao. I endured Jia Saiyong's treatment. I have also moved on. It's nothing to fret over. Yes, rest assured, I would never sacrifice myself for a man and forfeit all the delicious food," Xiao Yu replied, her spirits lifting. The two shared a laugh. Indeed, food was of utmost importance. Outside the gates of the Duke of Lu's residence, Lu Ziqian encountered Gu Kaiji. "What brings you here?" Lu Ziqian asked, his brow furrowed with discontent. Xie Yunzhao had not suspected him regarding the polo match. He was merely upset that he had not arranged matters properly and had offended the princess. Having finally caught Xie Yunzhao neglecting the princess of Yongjia, how could he allow this fool to interfere? "I'm quite entitled to come, am I not?" Lu Ziqian scoffed. Xie does not wish to take you along. Do I really need to spell it out? Gu Kaiji held his head high. He hasn't been spending time with you lately. Besides, I merely came to check on his injury, he said, lacking conviction. Lu Ziqian smirked, clearly mocking him. It was evident that the fool had been bewitched by Xie Yunzhao's charm, eagerly following him despite being dismissed. Xie Yunzhao had openly declared he would not include him in his activities, yet he stubbornly lingered nearby. Just wait. He may not even invite you in. The two were ushered into the main hall by the steward, where they awaited Xie Yunzhao. Chapter 48. A brotherly quarrel. The young servant soon returned, requesting both individuals to accompany him. Lu Ziqian furrowed his brow and then relaxed it, perhaps because they were at the doorstep. Xie could not call him alone. Gu Kaiji was pleasantly surprised, casting a sharp glance at Lu Ziqian before striding off with an air of arrogance. As the two entered Lingfeng residence, they were startled by several boxes in the courtyard and learned from Qingzhu that they were preparing to depart. What brings you both here? Xie Yunzhao greeted them, inviting them to sit. Lu Ziqian kept his distance from Gu Kaiji, recalling their earlier encounter at the entrance. Gu Kaiji, with his bright dog-like eyes, fixed his gaze on Xie Yunzhao, exclaiming, I've come every day these past few days, and I finally catch you at home, brother Xie. Xie Yunzhao smirked, thinking him foolish. Wouldn't he write a letter? Although his previous attempts were futile, the situation was different now. Rong had begun to oversee his friendships, and she trusted this foolish lad enough to allow him to accompany her. I might not return for a while after I leave. Do you wish to join me? I must first consult my father. Lu Ziqian hesitated. Where are you going? I shall go, brother Xie. As long as you take me, I will join. Gu Kaiji replied without a second thought. Lu Ziqian shot him an incredulous glare. I didn't ask you. Gu Kaiji retorted, you did ask. Brother Xie looked at me while asking. Lu Ziqian, mid-sip of tea, had genuinely overlooked that. Stop dreaming. It is true, Xie Yunzhao interjected, placing a hand on Gu Kaiji's shoulder. However, keep your distance from me. I intend to accompany the princess. Of course, I shall maintain my distance and will not intrude upon your time with brother and sister-in-law, Gu Kaiji assured. Upon hearing Gu Kaiji refer to Rong as sister-in-law, Xie Yunzhao felt that he had no faults and was worthy of being his friend. Return home and gather your belongings. Bring along more servants. We are heading south. Understood, Gu Kaiji exclaimed, leaping up and dashing off, worried that Xie Yunzhao might change his mind. Wait, are you truly taking him? Lu Ziqian questioned, skeptical of Xie Yunzhao's sanity. At the door, a person called out, Lu San, do not sow discord. Brother Xie himself said he would take me. Remember to bring your token. I know, brother Xie. Do not worry, Gu Kaiji had already dashed out. Brother Xie has always excelled in everything since childhood, possessing the greatest courage. Being with him is always amusing and thrilling. I must perform well this time. I cannot be sent back. Lu Ziqian pondered, unable to comprehend why Xie Yunzhao would bring Gu Kaiji along, as he was merely brawn without skill in archery, throwing pots, horse polo, or kuju. Would he not be a burden? Xie Yunzhao spoke lightly. What if we encounter a landslide? Lu Ziqian understood now. He was indeed suited for laborious tasks. I shall accompany you as well. I will return to inform my father. Do not go. Remain in the capital in case I require your assistance. Lu Ziqian considered this and replied, very well, then returned promptly. Yes, I shall not play today. I need to pack my belongings. You may head back first. Seeing that Xie Yunzhao's demeanor remained unchanged, Lu Ziqian felt a weight lift from his heart. In the evening, the family awaited Xie Yunzhao to dine together, but he did not arrive. Claiming he needed to avoid suspicion, Duke Lu and Xie Yun were baffled. Avoid what suspicion? And with whom? Li Shuang's eyes turned red, and she left the table after a few bites. The Duchess was embarrassed and unable to control her son, choosing to ignore the situation. That night, Xie Yunzhao lay in bed, propping his head on his hand, his charming lips curving into a smile. Tomorrow they would leave the capital. Just the two of them. He vowed to protect Rong closely day and night. The thought excited him, preventing sleep. The image of their kiss on the boat lingered in his mind for 2 days, yearning for something new to replace it. As he rolled over, embracing the quilt, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? It's me. Xie Yunzhao? What brings you here? Are you asleep? Out on the road. Do not just indulge in play. Safeguard the princess. A voice called out from outside, tinged with exasperation. Xie Yunzhao jumped from his bed, hurriedly walking to the door and flinging it open. Are you out of your mind? Also, pay attention to her reputation. Despite having servants, public opinion can be fearsome. Do not be alone with her. Xie Yunzhao, unable to sleep without offering his advice, was troubled by the thought of them being alone outside for so long, feeling as though his heart was being fried in hot oil. Xie Yunzhao, using the door for support, kicked out in frustration. He was not with Li Wanner after all. Xie Yunzhao retreated while defending himself, seeking an opportunity to retaliate, equally furious. The two brothers, one wearing an outer robe and the other clad only in his inner garments, began to brawl in the courtyard. Xie Yunzhao was no match for Xie Yunzhao. A punch to his abdomen left him breathless and unable to stand straight. Someone, the young heir, is sleepwalking. Return him to Chaoyi Courtyard. No need. Should I learn that you take the opportunity to bully her, I shall not spare you. Xie Yunzhao retorted as he turned to leave. Xie Yunzhao reached for his sword but was stopped by Qing Zhu and Qing Lei. Young master, do not. Xie Yunzhao narrowed his eyes. He was adept at feigning innocence and would never engage in such foolishness. Moreover, it was late, and Xie Yunzhao must have endured considerable turmoil to summon the courage to come. It was unexpected that he had yet to grasp reality, not accepting that his fiancée had become his sister-in-law. Qing Zhu, spread the word that the son of Deputy General Pei has failed to rise to the position of 1,000 households. The young heir's contributions are undeniable. Yes, young master. How can the young heir be so idle and still retain the title? Deputy General Pei had been the most supportive of establishing Xie Yunzhao as the heir, and Xie Yunzhao understood the importance of reciprocation, secretly promoting others. Xie Yunzhao lay back in bed, the visage of Shen Shurong resurfacing in his mind, possessing a magical allure that dispelled all anger, causing the previously agitated man to smile once more. The following morning, Xie Yunzhao, reluctant to partake in breakfast, was summoned by his mother. Your cousin has not come. She is dining in her own courtyard. Xie Yunzhao nodded in satisfaction. Mother, she harbors ulterior motives. The Duchess frowned. What you said yesterday was reasonable. We should observe her closely. Has anyone noticed any unusual thoughts regarding your elder brother? Xie Yunzhao grasped his mother's arm. Mother, do you not recall you have 2 sons? The Duchess, astonished, widened her eyes. You mean yourself? Surely not. Li Shuang is not a shallow person. Xie Yunzhao chuckled in exasperation. I do not care if you believe me. She cannot enter my courtyard or dine at the same table as me. Only the princess is permitted, correct? Indeed, only the princess and you, mother. What about the Duchess? Are you jesting, mother? Xie Yunzhao raised an eyebrow and smiled. Of course, my mother-in-law is welcome. At this moment, Xie Yunzhao remained unaware of what his future mother-in-law had arranged for him. Shen Shurong's carriage was spacious. The seats widened and cushioned for comfort during the long journey. Although Xie Yunzhao had a carriage, he chose to ride, happily escorting Shen Shurong out of the city. The Duchess and the Duke accompanied them, satisfied with his decorum. Qian Mama, at your service. While the Duchess spoke to Qian Mama, her gaze flickered towards Xie Yunzhao. Stay close to the princess. Remember? Xie Yunzhao felt that glance was laden with meaning. Chapter 49. The great defense between men and women. Xie Yunzhao remained oblivious to the implications of Mama Qian's presence and set off with great enthusiasm. Inside the carriage, Shen Shurong was troubled. She had not anticipated her mother's intervention. Mama Qian had accompanied her grandmother from the palace, overseeing proprieties and etiquette, and the mere sight of her evoked a profound urge to flee. The maidens of both households had received her guidance, avoiding her as one would a venomous serpent. She squeezed into the carriage, feeling the weight of the atmosphere. Mama Qian, with her stern demeanor, sat rigidly, daring not to speak carelessly. The princess must also pay attention to decorum while traveling, she remarked, as she adjusted the hem of Shen Shurong and Oppo's gown, her eyelids drooping with age. Shen Shurong nodded resignedly, understanding Mama Qian's intent. With 6 carriages and nearly 100 individuals, the procession moved slowly forward. After half an hour, having long departed the city's gates, Xie Yunzhao called for a halt. He approached eagerly, lifting the curtain of Shen Shurong's carriage. "Rong Rong, I came to, second young master," came the commanding voice of a middle-aged woman. Shen Shurong closed her eyes, murmuring a silent wish for Xie Yunzhao's good fortune. "Greetings, Mama," Xie Yunzhao said politely, recognizing the need to ensure the departure of both her and Yunji. Firstly, though there was a royal decree of marriage between the second young master and the princess, until they were wed, they must observe the strict boundaries between the sexes. The carriage of the princess was akin to her boudoir, and the second young master should not lift the curtain without permission. Xie Yunzhao was taken aback. Was he not permitted to lift the curtain? Was he even allowed to board the carriage? Surely, with permission, he could. Secondly, the second young master was required to pay his respects and address her as princess. Propriety must not be neglected, even when away from home. He glanced at Shen Shurong, bewildered by the multitude of rules. Shen Shurong averted her gaze, her face obscured by her fan. Yunji's hands trembled, though she was not the one being addressed, her anxiety palpable. Thirdly, it seemed the second young master wished to enter the princess's carriage, which was utterly out of the question. Should anyone witness this, the royal decorum of the Long princess's household would be ridiculed. Xie Yunzhao released the curtain, realizing Mama Qian had misinterpreted his intentions. "I merely came to inquire if the princess desired a brief respite. Since she does not, let us continue our journey." With that, he retreated to the rear carriage, reclining with a sense of frustration. It appeared this matron was indeed formidable. The princess dared not contradict her. As long as she was present, his aspirations would be thwarted. There would be no chance for intimacy, not even a touch. An hour later, the group paused beneath the shade of trees, with some seeking privacy in the woods for personal matters. Shen Shurong descended to stretch her legs, finding the prolonged sitting uncomfortable. Not far off, Xie Yunzhao watched Mama Qian retreat, then took a few steps closer to Shen Shurong, shielding her from prying eyes as he grasped her hand. "Rong Rong." Shen Shurong longed for his presence, but feared Mama Qian and damp, Oppo's watchful gaze. She withdrew her hand and turned away. "Keep your distance." Xie Yunzhao felt a pang of disappointment. Would this be how it was throughout the journey? Just as he was about to reach for her hand again, he caught sight of Mama Qian and Oppo's retreating figure and quickly withdrew. Their morning together had been reduced to mere fleeting touches, leaving Xie Yunzhao feeling profoundly discontented. Noon arrived, and they reached a town where, fortunately, he could share a meal with Rong Rong at the same table, unmonitored by Mama Qian. Xie Yunzhao first bowed respectfully, addressing her as princess, then picked up the serving chopsticks to offer her some food, all the while stealing glances at Mama Qian for her reaction. Noticing her lack of objection, he grew bolder, continuing to serve her. Knowing her fondness for fish, he reached for it a fifth time when suddenly Mama Qian interjected. "No." Shen Shurong frowned slightly. "Mama Qian, given the limited conditions while traveling, must we adhere so strictly to every rule?" "Princess, I have already relaxed the conditions as per the circumstances," Mama Qian replied, unwavering. Shen Shurong closed her mouth, shaking her head, but then attempted to serve Xie Yunzhao, only to be stopped once more. "Princess, that is not permissible. There are distinctions of rank." Irritated, Shen Shurong scooped the food into her own bowl, understanding Mama Qian's stance. Their meal was far from satisfying for either of them. Xie Yunzhao wished he could send this old matron back, but he knew that would only upset Rong Rong. "We have finished our meal. You may go eat as well, but we must be on our way shortly," he instructed the servants, finally relishing the prospect of some private time with Rong Rong. Sui Han, Yunji, and Qing Zhu stepped out, but Mama Qian remained. Shen Shurong frowned. "Mama Qian, you must be weary. Go rest and have your meal." Mama Qian bowed slightly, her tone calm yet firm. "Princess, I'm not tired. The royal consort has commanded that I remain by your side without fail. A bit of dry food will suffice for the journey." Xie Yunzhao felt a wave of frustration. Would their future together be governed by such constraints? Suppressing his emotions, he stood up. "Mama Qian may remain here. I shall check on the caravan." With a courteous smile, Mama Qian replied, "Thank you, second young master." As Qing Zhu and Qing Ying were dining in the hall, they noticed Xie Yunzhao's dark expression. Second master, what brings you out? Xie Yunzhao whispered to Qing Zhu, who gasped in surprise. Understood, second master. Half an hour later, as the caravan prepared to depart, Shen Shurong suddenly spotted another group approaching, led by Gu Kaiji. What was he doing here? Gu Kaiji did not dare greet them and entered the tavern directly. Had it not been for his subordinate's hunger, he would not have hastened so, uncertain if he had intruded upon Xie Yunzhao. I hope he does not send me back. If they were not staying at the relay station tonight, they would lodge at an inn, hoping to avoid further encounters. Mama Qian shook her head, lamenting the young master's lack of decorum for not greeting the princess. Had they not been traveling, she would have reprimanded him for such disrespect. Before boarding her carriage, Shen Shurong pouted, stealing glances at Xie Yunzhao. Mama Qian even monitored her reclining posture. She longed to nestle in Xie Yunzhao's arms, having not seen him for 2 days. Xie Yunzhao felt a pang of heartache, filled with the bitterness of thwarted romance. Rong, fret not. We shall soon escape this predicament. Xie Yunzhao left Qing Ying behind and summoned the caravan to proceed. They reached the relay station before nightfall. When a meal was served, Qing Zhu signaled to Xie Yunzhao. Today, the station has specially prepared some game to treat you and the princess. Xie Yunzhao waved his hand dismissively, aware of the potential risks. I shall taste the dishes for the princess. Everyone else may leave. Mama Qian and I will attend to the princess, he instructed. Mama Qian smiled and nodded, pleased to see Xie Yunzhao attending to Shen Shurong, as was proper, given her status. Today's offerings included a fair amount of game, wild rabbit, along with some wild vegetables. Princess, allow me to sample first. Very well. This rabbit meat is quite good, though seasoned with sauce, which I find unfamiliar. The wild vegetables are somewhat bitter, not quite palatable. Princess, let me serve you something else. Xie Yunzhao tasted each dish. Shen Shurong nodded, and upon finishing her meal, Yingji and Sui Han also concluded theirs, attending to her bathing needs thereafter. Chapter 50. Shedding conventions, Xie Yunzhao rose from his seat and addressed Mama Qian. These delicacies are rare. I wonder if you can stomach them. If not, please have someone take them away. I must depart to inspect the night watch and ensure the horses are fed. Mama Qian had long been salivating at the table. It had been years since she had tasted the wild vegetables from the fields. Hearing him mention that the rabbit meat was savory only heightened her appetite. Little did she expect that the second young master was a meticulous person, arranging everything with great care. I have always been somewhat careless, but when it involves the princess, I must see to it personally to ensure there are no hidden dangers. The second young master is considerate and diligent. With a smile, Xie Yunzhao stepped out, gently closing the door behind him. With no one to disturb her, Mama Qian sat down, knowing that the princess would take her time bathing, giving her ample opportunity to relish this meal. She first tore off a rabbit leg, the aroma making her mouth water. Upon taking a bite, the perfect balance of saltiness combined with the tender, flavorful meat burst with sauce in her mouth. It was exquisite. She then picked up some wild vegetables, the slightly bitter taste evoking memories of her childhood. The combination of rabbit meat and wild vegetables created a uniquely satisfying flavor, making the experience worthwhile. After Shen Shurong had finished washing up, Yingji applied a special rose-scented balm to her skin, which was so supple and smooth it seemed to glisten. Once Mama Qian had finished her meal, she returned to tend to Shen Shurong's hair, using a scarf to wipe it dry before applying the rose oil. You all may leave. I will keep the princess company tonight, she instructed. Yingji and Sui Han promptly withdrew. Mama Qian, running her fingers through the princess's long hair, couldn't help but reflect on how much it had grown. Indeed, I am already 18, no longer a child, Shen Shurong replied. To the princess and the duchess. You will always be a child. Shen Shurong sighed, feeling her resistance futile. Having cared for her raven locks for over 2 hours, Shen Shurong and Appo's eyelids grew heavy. Mama Qian assisted her onto the bed for rest. Just as she was about to rise, a sudden pain gripped her abdomen. She tried to stand, but the pain intensified, preventing her from straightening up. What is the matter, Mama? I am well. It is merely a matter of hygiene, the old servant replied, forcing a smile. I will call Yingji to accompany the princess. Perhaps I overindulged. The dishes were too delectable. Mama, do not hide any matters from me. We have a physician. Shen Shurong insisted. Thank you for your concern, princess. After uttering this, Mama Qian hurriedly exited. When Yunji arrived, she was unaware of the situation. Shen Shurong, unable to sleep due to worry, instructed someone to fetch the doctor to check on Mama Qian. Yes, princess, was the response. After Mama Qian relieved herself, she felt much better, attributing the discomfort to mere overindulgence. Returning, she encountered Xie Yunzhao. Why have you come up, second young master? Mama Qian, I just had stomach pains and ran to the restroom several times. I wanted to check if the princess is well. Are you worried about the cleanliness of the food? Indeed, Xie Yunzhao replied, his expression anxious. Suddenly, he thought, did Mama eat after I left? Is she feeling unwell? Mama Qian nodded, fronins. I also experienced stomach pains. I just returned from cleansing my hands. Quickly check on the princess, Xie Yunzhao urged. Mama Qian, too anxious, no longer emphasized the propriety of gender separation. Upon entering, they found Shen Shurong with a rosy complexion, showing no signs of discomfort. Both exhaled in relief, glad that the princess was unharmed. Xie Yunzhao suddenly remembered the wild game. Thankfully, he had not allowed the princess to partake. Brother Yunzhao, you and Mama Qian should see the doctor, Shen Shurong urged, concerned that this was just the first day of their journey, and she did not wish to delay their plans. Very well, we shall go at once. Do not worry. Rest early. We must travel tomorrow, he assured her, his deep eyes filled with tenderness, soon replaced by urgency. Princess, I feel ill again. I must leave. Yunji, take care of the princess, he instructed. Mama Qian furrowed her brow as she stepped out. She too felt unwell, seemingly suffering from food poisoning rather than mere overindulgence. Xie Yunzhao had only taken a few bites before running to the restroom 3 times, while Mama Qian had consumed the wild vegetable soup entirely. What a terrifying thought. The doctor arrived to take their pulses and, with a resigned tone, advised, second young master, Mama Qian, when traveling, it is best to avoid wild vegetables. You will likely find yourselves making frequent trips to the restroom. However, I have prescribed some medicine that should alleviate the pain. Xie Yunzhao admitted his fault. Thank you, doctor. I hardly ate. It was not to my liking, and I will be more cautious in the future. Mama Qian remained silent, feeling embarrassed and yet again experiencing discomfort. Xie Yunzhao ended up making 3 more trips to the restroom, while Mama Qian went 4 times. By the next day, she was unable to rise, lying weakly in bed, a sight that Shen Shurong had never witnessed before. She resembled a toothless tiger, stripped of its regal presence. Yunji and Suihan observed, inexplicably feeling a sense of satisfaction. Shen Shurong felt a pang of sympathy, but could not afford to delay their journey. A day might not suffice. She left 2 second-tier maidservants to care for Mama Qian. Mama, I have pressing matters to attend to. I cannot afford any delays. Mama Qian propped herself up on her elbows, but could barely lift her head. The doctor had said she should not eat until 2 hours had passed without a restroom visit, leaving her both weak and hungry. Mama, do not move. Conserve your strength. Shen Shurong urged. Xie Yunzhao stood outside the door, his tone laced with concern. Mama Qian has suffered. I've already punished the station master for this. As for traveling, the second son of Minister Gu is also at the inn. I will escort the princess first, and once Mama Qian is well, she can join us on the road with Gu Kaiji, who has few female companions. I trust you will catch up with us swiftly. Is Gu Gongzi's destination the same as the princess's? Mama Qian inquired, puzzled as to why they would not travel together. Originally it was not, but it is not far. I will speak with him, and he will send Mama Qian along to find the princess. Shen Shurong found this arrangement favorable. It would not delay her journey and would ensure Mama Qian was cared for. She patted Mama Qian's arm reassuringly. Mama, do not worry. I will take good care of myself and will not do anything that would cause concern to you or grandmother. You focus on recuperating. At that moment, Mama Qian had no choice but to acquiesce, recognizing the thoroughness and reasonableness of Xie Yunzhao's considerations. She nodded slightly in agreement. Please trouble the second young master to inform Gu Gongzi. It is no trouble. He is my friend. I shall go find him now. As he turned to leave, a smile graced his lips. Gu Kaiji had been elated to be invited to stay at the inn by the Qingying. It was clear that Xie Yunzhao had no intention of rushing him. When he saw Xie Yunzhao approaching, his spirits lifted further. "Xie brother, what brings you here?" "There is someone who needs your assistance." "Who?" "The princess's matron. She has fallen ill and may need to delay her departure for 2 days." Gu Kaiji stood in respectful silence, cupping his hands in greeting. "Rest assured, Xie brother, I will ensure that your sister-in-law's companion is well looked after." Indeed, Mama Qian has been with the princess for many years, first in the palace and then in the princely residence. She is now aging and wishes to experience the sights of the world, so I appreciate your efforts. Gu Kaiji felt a lump in his throat, touched that Xie Yunzhao would express concern for his well-being. "It is no trouble at all. I also enjoy traveling and will ensure she has a wonderful experience." "Take care of her," Xie Yunzhao said, patting his shoulder before returning. For the first time, Mama Qian found herself flouting conventions, unable even to accompany the princess to the carriage. Xie Yunzhao mounted his horse and rode ahead, and once they were far from the inn, he dismounted eagerly and slipped into Shen Shurong's carriage. Chapter 51. Silence. Only kisses the foot that had stepped forward startled Shen Shurong. Yinji and Sui Han stifled their laughter as they took a seat in the back of the carriage. "Brother Yunzhao, Mama Qian forbids you from boarding my carriage," Shen Shurong said, feigning defensiveness as she leaned back. Upon hearing this, Xie Yunzhao felt a wave of despair wash over him, and he knelt down. Shen Shurong was taken aback, sitting upright. Why was he kneeling beside her? "Mama Qian is not here. Does that mean I am not allowed to come up?" His voice bore a hint of grievance. Shen Shurong suddenly glared at him. "So, did you intentionally shake her off?" Xie Yunzhao was taken aback and quickly moved to sit beside her. Rong, the journey is arduous, and she is older. She cannot take care of you properly. I am young and strong, and I can take excellent care of you." He said this while patting his chest. "If my mother finds out—" He paused. "She is greedy for food and cannot blame me." Pulling her into his embrace, the fragrance and softness against him made him feel alive. No one would know. Shen Shurong lay in his arms, gazing up at his brows and eyes, her affection blossoming from within. "There are so many people here," she said in a playful tone, charming and alluring. Her petal-like pink lips had yet to utter bewitching words when Xie Yunzhao could no longer resist and leaned down to kiss her. Whatever that lovely mouth might say made him feel a delightful itch. He preferred to keep his eyes open, not wanting to miss any of her expressions, whether it was indulgence, enjoyment, or discomfort. As time passed, it became a struggle for breath. Soft gasps escaped her lips, accompanied by her delicate hands pushing against him, prompting the infatuated man to gently pull away. He closed his eyes, his nose brushing against hers. "Are you all right now?" Shen Shurong responded. "We just separated." At that moment, Xie Yunzhao thought of Gu Kaiji, convinced he would treat him as his dearest friend in the future. With joy, he kissed from her forehead to her brows, then from her nose to her chin, and finally to her collarbone. As the man grew bolder, Shen Shurong pressed her hand against him. Should she stop him? Would he think it improper to indulge before marriage? Just as Xie Yunzhao could no longer contain himself and wished to continue, Shen Shurong struggled to rise, turning away from him. "No, this cannot happen." Xie Yunzhao felt a pang of regret. He was so close to. Rong, I have offended you. I could not hold back." Shen Shurong turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze. "Do you think I am, what, licentious?" Xie Yunzhao was startled, sitting upright and holding her face to look into her eyes. Shen Shurong pushed him away and turned back. "I was not your fiancé before." Xie Yunzhao sensed her turmoil and gazed at her gently. Regardless of whether she had been engaged or married, as long as she was willing to follow him. It was a blessing he had accumulated over 8 lifetimes. Each moment spent together was a gift from heaven. As long as she did not distance herself from him and allowed them to avoid the appearance of a brother-in-law and sister-in-law, he would gladly give his life for her. After a long silence without his response, Shen Shurong looked back at him and found him smiling, waiting for her. "What are you laughing at?" Xie Yunzhao chuckled, amused that she did not recognize her own worth, and laughed at how desperately he craved her. To voice it would surely frighten him. His younger brother was obsessed with his sister-in-law to the point of madness. He would not miss any opportunity to be near her, even if she was merely contemplating attending. Whenever Xie Yunzhao was present, they would converse together, and though it made him feel sour, he would steal glances from afar. He was unafraid of Xie Yunzhao knowing. He was aware that he had conceded, and if he didn't accept it, he would face the consequences. Yet, he could not allow Shen Shurong to know how despicable he truly was. He even secretly rejoiced when she fell into the water, thankful that he happened to be by her side. Speak or not, if you don't, I'll kill you. Shen Shurong crawled over, hands gripping his neck, baring her teeth fiercely. To Xie Yunzhao, she was utterly adorable, reminiscent of their carefree childhood together. His smile widened as he suddenly flipped Shen Shurong over, propping his arm beneath her back and leaning over her, silent but for the kisses. The two were perfectly aligned. Finally breaking the kiss, he nestled beside her ear, breathing heavily. Rong Rong, I give you my life, all right? Shen Shurong held him tightly, as if understanding. What use is your life to me? I only wish for your company. This declaration deeply moved him, and he found her lips once more, kissing her. Her tongue was sweet and soft, leaving him wanting more. Shen Shurong felt as if her bones had melted away, languishing in his embrace. She was unaware of the immense allure she held over him at that moment. The earlier reactions he had been suppressing could no longer be contained, and he dared not continue. I'll sit back down. Reluctantly rising, he adjusted his robes before returning to his carriage. Within the two carriages, no one could maintain their composure. Shen Shurong looked down to find flecks of plum blossom red. Throughout the journey, she had either been lying down or using a fan to conceal herself. Yet, movement was inevitable. Yingji and Sui Han were not blind. They simply refrained from speaking out of consideration for the princess's modesty. Yingji felt a twinge of guilt before their departure. Mama Qian had specifically instructed her to keep an eye on the second young master. However, she was aware of her own limitations and sensed that the princess was also pleased. Fostering affection early on would be beneficial. At that moment, Mama Qian was troubled, having already received 3 visits from the esteemed Gu family scion that morning. Young Master Gu, I just had a meal and am feeling much better. There is no need for you to come personally. That cannot be. Brother Xie specifically instructed me. Mama Qian is beside the princess, and I must take good care of you. If you worsen under my watch, Brother Xie will certainly send you back. Mama Qian felt helpless, but smiled as she asked. We embark tomorrow. I shall go buy some items shortly. Gu Kaiji shook his head. We do not travel tomorrow. Mama's illness has not yet improved. We shall depart the day after. That cannot be. The princess cannot be without me. It's all right. The princess has Brother Xie. Do not be deceived by his seemingly carefree demeanor. He treats the princess with utmost care, always striving for better. Once you recover, I shall take you to appreciate the scenery along the way. Gu Kaiji stood up, bowing respectfully. I shall take my leave now. Mama, please rest well. Mama Qian was momentarily speechless, wondering if this child had lost his senses, treating her, an old servant, with such reverence. Perhaps it was because she had delayed their journey, making her reluctant to urge him. Chapter 52. Fall. During a brief midday respite, Xie Yunzhao attentively refrained from disturbing her, accompanying her for a meal before allowing her to rest. As they journeyed in the afternoon, Shen Shurong lay in the carriage, slumbering throughout the ride, while Xie Yunzhao vigilantly kept watch by her side, ensuring her utmost safety. By evening, they arrived at a quaint town and took refuge in an inn. After sleeping the entire afternoon, Shen Shurong, having dined, expressed a desire to take a stroll, with Xie Yunzhao dutifully accompanying her. Is Mother Qian all right? Shen Shurong inquired, uncertain of the extent of his actions. No worries. It was a hasty arrival and a swift departure, the man replied, his tone as indifferent as if discussing the weather. Shen Shurong paused, a hint of concern in her eyes. Does that mean she will soon catch up? Unlikely, Xie Yunzhao mused, though his confidence in Gu Kaiji was, to be candid, not particularly robust. But if she does arrive, we shall deal with it then. Shen Shurong chuckled. Wouldn't it be suspicious if she came again? This time, there was no suspicion, as he, too, fell into the trap. I simply cannot bear to see you uncomfortable. Shen Shurong lifted her gaze to meet his. Is it not for your own sake? The carriage had nearly rendered her senseless. Xie Yunzhao did not deny it. Primarily for you. And besides, I noticed that everyone seemed rather uneasy, especially the two maidens who hardly spoke. Indeed, I find Mother Qian rather vexing. There are hardly any shops open at this hour. Well, if there were. Xie Yunzhao abruptly halted. What is it? Nothing. Then let us continue our walk. Xie Yunzhao recalled that this town had its share of brothels. Why would he remember such places? Who has ever mentioned that even such a small town could have? Not long after, they came across a brightly lit establishment, the sounds of merriment wafting from its entrance. Shen Shurong turned to Xie Yunzhao, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Is this what you meant? Xie Yunzhao felt a cold sweat break out. He had merely heard of such places. What are you anxious about? Shen Shurong shot him a glance, her skepticism evident. Had she not personally verified in her past life that he was indeed watchful, she might not have believed he had never visited. Xie Yunzhao dreaded her anger, fearing she would discard him, especially after he had so incensed her at the Hualu. To her, a marriage decree was of little consequence. Crying before the Grand Princess, one could easily render the imperial edict as mere waste paper. He was not anxious, but rather fearful that she might doubt him. I trust you. With that, Shen Shurong ceased her intimidation. Let us return. Xie Yunzhao sighed in relief, yet hesitated, testing the waters. If Rongrong cannot sleep, shall I keep you company? Shen Shurong did not look back, her thoughts drifting dreamily. Will you not agree? Xie Yunzhao kept pace, his hand gently clasping hers. She did not shake him off, much to his relief. From birth, he had known no fear, save for the enchanting girl before him. He had forgotten how he had provoked her. Her tiny teeth sank into his arm with a fierce bite. He dared not cry out, fearing it would startle her. Only when she released her grip, having satisfied her wrath, did he leap back, exclaiming in mock pain. Regaining his composure, he returned, extending his other arm, teasingly asking, "Will you bite again?" At this thought, Xie Yunzhao smiled, enduring the pain as he watched her redden, rubbing the spot where she had bitten him and blowing gently upon it. In that moment, her tearful demeanor was so endearing that he could hardly remember the pain, only wishing she felt no guilt, hastily assuring her it was nothing, that it didn't hurt at all. He was the one injured, yet he found himself comforting her. Had it been another girl, he would have long since kicked her down. He had done so before. People often called him reckless, destructive, and bullying, yet in his view, such acts were not particularly malevolent. The weak, the elderly, the sick, none were exempt from his wrath. He was aware that he was no paragon of virtue. The principles of righteousness imparted by old Madame Shen had long since faded from his memory. What he truly feared was Shen Shurong's disregard, her indifference. Xie Yunzhao had noted that the princess seemed to take delight in his mischief, and he had observed it as well. Whenever he acted playfully or engaged in antics that others dared not, Shen Shurong would gaze at him with eyes sparkling with admiration. He felt invigorated, striving to excel in all endeavors, seeking to capture her undivided attention, ensuring she looked only at him. I saw you asleep and thought to leave. Still trying? Shen Shurong was not unwilling, but fearful that their mutual desires might lead to excess. They had significant matters to attend to. They could not allow fleeting romantic inclinations to interfere with their greater purpose. Upon returning, they each took a bath, and Shen Shurong extinguished her lamp early. Xie Yunzhao, waiting with bated breath, noticed Zilin Wei standing outside her door. At that moment, Zilin Wei was garbed as a guard of the Grand Princess's estate. Though Xie Yunzhao knew better, feeling disgruntled, he returned to his room, pondering how he could not intrude upon her space. Today had been an improvement over yesterday. As he had been close to her, he ought to be content. The next day, Xie Yunzhao directly boarded Shen Shurong's carriage, unable to enter her chamber. Yet he seized the opportunity to embrace her tightly within the carriage. Noticing the faint lavender hue at her collar, Xie Yunzhao felt a pang of guilt. And soon his gaze fell upon the subtle curve below. His throat tightened as desires surged within him, longing for her, yearning for them to become the closest of companions. At that moment, he felt the wedding date was too far off. Shen Shurong caught his gaze. She had never bound her chest as a child, and when her mother suggested it, she planned to undo it upon her return to the Duke's residence. He had always been fond of her. Thus, she made an effort to maintain her appearance, applying fragrant balms daily and consuming nourishing remedies. When his hand gripped her waist, Shen Shurong, blushing, leaned against his shoulder, unable to meet his wolfish gaze. Seeing her flustered, Xie Yunzhao began to tease her, playfully coaxing her with his tongue, reveling in the delight she exuded. In this chaotic world, no one could escape the snare of desire, much like an unfathomable quagmire, gradually sinking within an endless whirlpool of yearning. Love, too, was akin to an invisible yet resilient thread, entwining itself within the hearts of people, effortlessly swaying their thoughts. As they both breathed heavily, Xie Yunzhao held her tightly, cherishing her as a precious treasure. Rong, you do not despise me, do you? You like me, don't you? She did not reject his touch, allowing him to kiss her daily in the carriage. It was not merely due to her falling into the water, compelling her to marry him, was it? Xie Yunzhao yearned to know. It mattered deeply to him. She did not only regard him as a brother. There was a hint of affection in her feelings for him. Wasn't he there? Shen Shurong shot him a glare. Is it not obvious? Had it not been for the wedding handkerchief, I would not have endured this much. Who said I am not disliked? Xie Yunzhao, startled, looked up at her. You lie? Shen Shurong pinched his nose. I find you annoying. Do not kiss me anymore. Just as Xie Yunzhao was about to feel disheartened, he suddenly sensed something amiss. If she truly disliked him, would she allow him to kiss her? Wretched girl, speaking in riddles. He grinned, leaning down to capture her disobedient lips in a kiss. Chapter 53. Who can be free from greed? Xie Yunzhao kissed with an unprecedented fervor, urgently prying open her lips, pressing her onto the bed, his hand steadying her head, his kiss both ardent and possessive. They kissed for what felt like an eternity. Yet he remained unsated, ultimately taking her fingers, placing them in his mouth, sucking them with fervor. He was losing his sanity, patiently waiting for his madness to subside. Shen Shurong lamented, Are you biting me? Xie Yunzhao quickly sat up, denying it. Although he wished to bite her, it was not a true desire. He simply did not know how to handle the situation. Shen Shurong dared not imagine how things might unfold if she admitted to liking him, given that a mere expression of non-dislike could lead to such intensity. She sent him back to his carriage, recalling how he had brushed against her leg just moments ago. Would she be able to refuse him if he were to plead as he did in their past life? She doubted her own resolve. As Xie Yunzhao dismounted, he turned back thrice, imploring her to stay. He truly had not bitten her. Shen Shurong stifled a laugh, mounting her carriage with the speed of lightning, leaving him to ponder the distance he had traversed in vain. Yet, she felt no pity. She urged her horse to gallop on. In the following days, Xie Yunzhao adhered to many rules, still frequenting her carriage. Unable to restrain himself, he would steal fleeting kisses, his wildness only intensifying. News of the Princess of Yunzhao traveling south had spread far and wide, with officials along the way eagerly awaiting her arrival. However, the governor of Linzhou, Sun Yongkong, was in no rush, knowing the princess would surely linger wherever she went. To everyone's surprise, she did not tarry, arriving directly at Linzhou as if with purpose. Outside the city gates, Governor Sun Yongkong, dressed solemnly in official attire, stood with local officials, patiently awaiting the princess's grand entrance. Soon, a cloud of dust rose in the distance, accompanied by the sound of hooves and wheels drawing near. A procession of nearly 100 stunned the officials. This was indeed the grandeur befitting a princess of the grand princess's residence. At the forefront, a magnificent steed glistened, its rider, a young man of striking elegance and tall stature. Draped in a lake-blue brocade robe adorned with exquisite cloud patterns and a black waist sash inlaid with precious stones. The air of a noble scion radiated from him, and as he approached, none dared to look down upon him. The lavish carriage behind him slowly came to a halt, its curtains drawn, concealing the princess within. Sun Yongkong approached the carriage, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, the arrival of Princess Yunzhao brings great honor to Linzhou. I am Sun Yongkong, the governor of Linzhou, and I humbly invite you to rest. Please dispense with the formalities, came a refined female voice from within the carriage. I have prepared a welcoming banquet for you. Your Highness, when would it be convenient for you? He inquired. Tomorrow, please. I have traveled a great distance today. Very well. I shall summon my wife to invite you tomorrow. At that moment, the sound of hooves echoed as a young man interjected, Governor's son, let us return to the city. The princess is weary. The officials looked at the speaker with confusion. This is the second young master of the Duke of Lu's residence, also the princess's fiancé. Zui Yuqing promptly introduced. Indeed, let us head back to the city, second young master Xie affirmed. As they traveled in the carriage, Sun Yongkong whispered to Zui Yuqing, what manner of person is this second young master Xie? He holds no official position, yet carries himself with such arrogance. So Yuqing scoffed. He is, in a word, insufferable. Best to ignore him and avoid provoking him. Sun Yongkong's expression turned grave, concerned about his own son, who is similarly insufferable, often causing trouble, especially one who hailed from the capital. So Yuqing waved dismissively. It matters not. One is naive, the other idle. Even if they head straight to Linzhou, they are merely here for leisure. The princess is only temporarily managing the treasury, likely for business matters. Sun Yongkong felt somewhat reassured to have Zui Yuqing by side. Shen Shurong and her entourage settled into the governor's residence, dismissing the officials who had escorted them, as the princess was not receiving guests that day. Accompanying her was the chief steward of the treasury, who had arrived an hour earlier to oversee Linzhou's business affairs. In the afternoon, 2 officials from the Ministry of Works, disguised, were invited by Shen Shurong into the room, where only 4 people were present. Your Highness, there is a significant issue here. One pointed to a specific area on the topographical map. At the junction of 3 counties, there is no governance, and none of the counties are accountable for the problems arising from it. Each year, due to its dilapidation, disasters recur, leading to an increase in disaster relief funds. Perhaps this is exactly what they wish to see. Thank you for your hard work, Shen Shurong praised, admiring Xie Yunzhao's ability to select capable individuals. Their talents were no less than those of 6 years hence. Your Highness, what are your plans? The 2 inquired, bowing. Listening intently, Xie Yunzhao remained silent, observing Shen Shurong's calm demeanor. Gazing at the topographical map, Shen Shurong gradually spoke, if no one governs this area and there are no repercussions, it signifies that this land is unclaimed. It is indeed the area most afflicted by disasters, encompassing vast tracts of land that lie fallow. Understood. Have you devised a plan for its management? Your Highness, if this area can be effectively managed, the remaining counties will surely follow suit, ensuring stability for a decade, unless faced with a once-in-a-century calamity. Reinforcement every 10 years will suffice. Shen Shurong comprehended the implications. With no one else to govern, she would take the reins. Your Highness, the 2 exclaimed in shock, this is no small matter. Raising her hand, Shen Shurong urged them to remain calm. Whoever governs, it will claim it. Do you find it worth the effort? The 2 pondered, then bowed. It is feasible. But what does the princess intend to do? What are the other counties? How can they heed her commands? Shen Shurong frowned, reflecting on the universal greed that pervaded. What troubles you? Xie Yunzhao gently inquired, noticing her furrowed brow. Second young master Xie, gaining their cooperation will not be straightforward. Even if the princess intervenes, it is likely to delay matters. And how long might that delay be? He pressed, knowing their wedding date was but a month away. The 2 shook their heads, faces filled with helplessness. Local officials excel at procrastination, with excuses you cannot fathom. It may very well extend until the end of the flood season. What? Until the flood season ends? Xie Yunzhao could no longer sit still. Your Highness, allow me to handle this matter. You? How will you proceed? Xie Yunzhao hesitated. No need to inquire. I will resolve it promptly, ensuring no disruption to your affairs. Shen Shurong regarded him silently. Trust is not given lightly. Meanwhile, the path they traveled also had allies walking alongside them. Shen Shurong had arrived, yet the rules had yet to catch up. Mama Qian lamented her situation, torn between urgency and the relentless enthusiasm of the young child. Young Master Gu had taken her up the mountain to forage for wild vegetables. With a small shovel in hand and a basket to fill, the morning slipped away. How would they continue their journey in the afternoon? Would they have to camp in the forest? Gu Kaiji furrowed his brow, perplexed at how he could not outpace Mama Qian, despite his youth and strength. He found foraging for mushrooms a challenge, as her keen eyes detected everything except mushrooms. No wonder Xie Yunzhao was disdainful. Do not be disheartened, young Master Gu. Given that you have never done this before, gathering so much already speaks volumes, Mama Qian encouraged. Gu Kaiji bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Mama Qian. I only ask that you do not tell Xie Yunzhao. Chapter 54. A life at stake. Mother Qian had long retracted her remark about the rudeness of the young masters these days, for Gu Kaiji, despite being her servant, would bow to her on every occasion. In contrast, it was she who had become the one lacking decorum. Young Master Gu, please do not bow to this old servant. It is quite overwhelming, she said. Gu Kaiji shook his head, aware of his own limitations and wit. Yet he understood one thing with utmost clarity. Princess Yongjia was the most cherished person by Xie Shurong. Since his childhood, he had yearned for Xie Yunzhao's gaze to be directed upon him, hoping to be included in their play. Yet whenever the princess was present, he found himself relegated to the sidelines. Now, with their engagement, he could only hold the princess in the highest regard, for Xie Shurong would not easily dismiss him. That cannot be. Gu Kaiji smiled slightly, the inappropriate phrase escaping his lips. Rituals must not be neglected. Mother Qian was taken aback, recognizing the familiarity of his words. In the East Palace of the capital, the hour was late, and fingers rhythmically tapped upon the desk, each strike resonating within Xie Yunzhao's heart. Have we arrived at Linzhou? He pondered, having been preoccupied and unaware of the happenings. What have you been busy with? Xie Yunzhao lowered his gaze, uncertain of the answer, as even the recent proposal had been met with disapproval from Deputy Commander Pei, which was unprecedented. When matters became stuck, one must seek new avenues. Yet the reasons he supported seemed insubstantial, akin to exerting effort in vain. Your Highness, I acknowledge my errors, Li Chun announced as he rose, fanning himself. Have you heard? Your esteemed younger brother has been dining with my Yongjia sister. He approached and lifted Xie Yunjing's chin with the fan, his gaze teasing. They are cohabiting. Xie Yunzhao was astounded. How could that be? They are not yet wed. How dare he? He had clearly instructed otherwise. Indeed, when one is not personally affected, the pain is less palpable. Li Chun savored Xie Yunjing's widening eyes, realizing the depth of his agitation. Ah, he lowered the fan. If you doubt it, a simple inquiry will reveal the truth. It is unclear by night, but what of the day? He paused, leaving suspense hanging. Xie Yunzhao stepped forward in haste. What of the day? Li Chun smirked. It is said that Xie Yunzhao's carriage has become a storage place for goods along the Yongjia route. Xie Yunzhao recoiled, his head spinning. Xie Yunzhao, you are doomed. I acknowledge my errors. I will arrange for someone to keep watch in Linzhou. Li Chun waved his hand dismissively, his eyes turning cold as soon as the messenger departed. Your Highness, you must not. This time it must be his life. Xie Yunzhao was beside himself with fury. The second master will eventually become the princess's husband. If you continue to dwell on this, it will not change that reality. She no longer offered consolation. If he dies, I shall call off the engagement and still marry Yongjia. Your Highness, it is merely the folly of youth. The Duke knows that no matter how exceptional you are, he will not spare you. Can you stand idly by as he disrespects Yongjia? A delicate woman like her. Daring to oppose him? She urged him. The princess may not have opposed him. With a sharp slap, Xie Yunjing's hand trembled. She is not an ordinary person, as you know. When they are together, she feels shy even to hold hands, quickly releasing her grip. Indeed, I believe in the princess, she said, his face pale. But wait a moment. If it is not as you fear, you will be the one at a loss. Xie Yunzhao closed his eyes, pondering for a long while before finally instructing. Send Lu Ziqian to oversee Xie Yunzhao's actions. He must not disturb the princess. Yes, your Highness, do not be angry. I will make the arrangements. As Qi Yu exited, he let out a deep breath. When has the princess ever feared anyone? Why would she not allow it? Xie Yunjing's preconceptions could be mistaken, yet he knew better than to voice his thoughts further. Inside the carriage, Xie Yunjing's hands still trembled. He understood Xie Yunzhao's feelings for Shen Shurong, and his own sentiments were no less profound. They had both studied in the palace of the Grand Princess since childhood, and Yongjia had spent years by his side, making it impossible for him to see other women. His affections for her outweighed those of Xie Yunzhao, and he knew how to win her heart. Thus, he deliberately encouraged Xie Yunzhao's mischievousness, while he himself worked doubly hard, striving to the point of certainty, sacrificing his childhood in the process. At 16, his father decisively declared him the elder brother, conferred the title of heir, and arranged for him to marry the princess. If Xie Yunzhao were to vanish before the wedding, he could uphold the marriage alliance between their families. The princess would still belong to him. After all, he had always been one to indulge in mischief, hadn't he? Who could stop him from orchestrating his own demise? Shen Shurong urgently sought imperial approval for the governance of unclaimed territories. She was confident that her uncle, the emperor, would acquiesce. After all, a ruler would not begrudge her for spending money on matters that might not come to fruition. Voices drifted from outside, suggesting that guards were driving someone away. Is there an issue outside? Yirhan has summoned Xiaoyu back. Princess, the eldest son and the third miss from the residence have come to pay their respects upon hearing of your arrival. Ji frowned. Did I not say no visitors today? Yes, the guards have already sent them away. I shall rest for a while when the second master returns. Let him come to see me. He has been out all afternoon without a word. Outside the courtyard, a young man and woman, accompanied by servants, walked away. The girl in the yellow dress pouted in complaint. Can the princess really act so high and mighty? The young man beside her replied, nonchalantly, of course. Being beautiful warrants it. Sun Feifei pinched his arm. It's all your fault for insisting on seeing the so-called first beauty, causing me to lose face. As the third miss of the governor, she had never been turned away before. It was merely the capital S elite exaggerating their worth. Sun Changyao chuckled to reassure her. What loss of face is this? She is of royal blood. Even father went to fetch her, but did not see her. Sun Feifei grew more incensed, pinching harder. Then why did you bring me to seek an audience? What kind of brother are you? All right, I was just hoping for a stroke of luck. It seems I was mistaken. Sun Feifei shot him a scathing glance, halting her steps to let him pass, unwilling to associate with him. She felt foolish for following him without clarity, realizing too late that he was unreliable. Once Sun Changyao had walked far enough. She was about to return to the courtyard when the steward reported that the son of the housekeeper, Yu Sheng, sought an audience. Sun Feifei detested him most, with his pedantic demeanor and dullness, and her mother even suggested considering marriage with him. Do not let him in. Say, I am ill. She quickly corrected herself. No, tell him I am asleep. The steward complied and left, while Sun Feifei patted her chest, knowing that if she claimed to be ill, he would surely come to inquire. He was thick-skinned enough to disregard her condition. How much better is the ninth master? Though he hailed from a merchant background, his stature and looks. Qingzhu, that is not sufficient. We need more details. Time is of the essence. Yes, second master. At the fork ahead, someone approached. Were they from the capital? Sun Feifei was struck dumb. They must be, or else how would they appear at her residence? The leading figure. Who was he to the princess? Xie Yunzhao's profound gaze shifted toward her, warning, what person dares to stare at me? Look again, and I shall have your eyes. Apologizing for the offense. Sun Feifei quickly lowered her head, licking her lips, feeling a trickle of saliva. Her heart raced. He was terrifying. Yet, he was even more handsome than the ninth master. Chapter 55. Longing for her, as Xie Yunzhao strode forward, he suddenly halted, causing Qingzhu to collide into him, nearly dropping to one knee in shock. Cursed be his misfortune. Xie Yunzhao steadied her and reminded her to report to the princess. Qingzhu straightened up, her eyes clouded with confusion. Report what? After Xie Yunzhao had bathed and changed, Shen Shurong finally awakened. Qingzhu entered behind her, performed her greetings, but her expression was far from pleasant. Shen Shurong noticed something was amiss. She typically did not allow subordinates to enter. Feeling a bit awkward, Qingzhu wondered how to broach the subject since the princess did not initiate the inquiry. Shen Shurong, puzzled, turned to the bashful Qingzhu, who looked almost like a timid young girl. Is there something you wish to discuss with this princess? Qingzhu immediately glanced over, her gaze wavering. Casting a sidelong glance at Xie Yunzhao, what a difficult task, second master. Xie Yunzhao shot back a look, urging her to speak up. Shen Shurong's expression grew serious. Could it be that someone was bullying her man? Princess, when second master returned, a woman was staring at him. Upon saying this, Qingzhu felt the words flowed easier. Xie Yunzhao feigned nonchalance. A trivial matter. She meant no harm. Second master, I am aware she meant no harm, but her gaze upon you, an outsider, surely indicates impure intentions. Shen Shurong regarded Xie Yunzhao with a look of understanding. It was no surprise that with his striking features, anyone would struggle to look away, especially with his alluring, fox-like eyes. Normal? Xie Yunzhao lowered his gaze, a hint of disappointment flickering within him. When it came to Shen Shurong, she was not one to overlook. Waving her hand, Qingzhu stepped outside, while Xie Yunzhao took a seat beside Shen Shurong. Rong, you think it's normal? Shen Shurong observed him, questioning when he had ever cared about being looked at. What was he tangled up in? Do you find her rude? Has she offended you? Would you like me to speak up for you? Xie Yunzhao withdrew his gaze. It's nothing. There's no need. I'm not so fragile. It's merely my own greed. Shen Shurong chuckled lightly. Oh, so you wish to make her jealous? Perhaps we should find out who that lady is and warn her to keep her eyes off your man, lest she face dire consequences? He heard Xiaoyu mention that Rong was looking for him. Yes, I wanted to ask what plans you have and how I might assist. Xie Yunzhao hesitated to divulge the details, but realized he genuinely needed her help. In a couple of days, I might need you to invite the officials' families from Linhuai for an outing. Shen Shurong nodded. That's easy. I can do that. I will mention it at the banquet tomorrow. Xie Yunzhao understood he could not wait for the emperor's decree, even if it were expedited across 800 miles. It would take days. The news of the military tax reform had already spread, causing discontent among many soldiers, and the princess and treasury had been frequently mentioned. That's for the best. The crown prince is fanning the flames, casting all the blame upon himself. Her assuming control of the treasury had certainly angered the crown prince, and it was inevitable he would place obstacles in her path. This southern excursion might not go smoothly. As long as you are aware, rest assured, they shall not gain any advantage. No one shall. After discussing serious matters, Xie Yunzhao, who had not had a chance to embrace her all day, felt an urge welling within him, his gaze fixated on her lips. In another residence, it was not like home. They had to keep the door open during their meetings. Shen Shurong picked up a fan to cover her mouth, successfully obstructing the desire in his eyes. I'm fine. Xie Yunzhao sighed. Had I known, I wouldn't have stayed here. With the table too obstructive, he rose and stood before her, blocking the light from outside. He took the fan from her hand and grasped hers. In the days to come, I may be quite busy. Shen Shurong lifted her gaze, and so, in broad daylight, within another courtyard it was. In the midst of her astonishment, she found herself pulled into a private chamber. Let me hold you for a moment. Just a moment. The struggling figure ceased to resist. Her resolve was equally fragile. Xie Yunzhao embraced her tightly, burying his face in her neck. It should not feel like a secret rendezvous, but he would certainly not sleep well tonight without holding her. Even if he did not voice it, she must have sensed it. He had long coveted her. Otherwise, how could he explain such behavior? Yearning for her and entwining himself with her even. Longing for her? They had been engaged for less than a month. Where did such deep affection stem from? How many years had he harbored this feeling? She must have wondered, too, or perhaps she was aware and chose to feign ignorance for his sake. Rong I. Shen Shurong's ears perked up, waiting for him to continue. Yet, he still dared not speak, even though his feelings were profound. The nature of his desire was undeniably inappropriate. Shen Shurong pulled back slightly. What is it? I want to kiss you. Shen Shurong leaped into his embrace. What with the seriousness? You never said I couldn't. The man smiled as he lifted her chin, leaning down to kiss her. Shen Shurong wrapped her arms around his neck, closing her eyes to savor the kiss, sometimes gentle, sometimes restrained. It was inevitable that she would feel unsatisfied. As she stepped outside, desire still flickered in her eyes. The next day, the princess's welcome banquet commenced at noon, and Sun Changyao presented his finest attire, the most exquisite set. Who could resist such splendid colors? The princess's fiancé had also arrived, confident in his charm, eager to compete, perhaps hoping the princess would indeed take a liking to him and regret her engagement. If he truly won the princess's favor, would his father still scold him? Young master, the folding fan you requested has arrived. Sun Feifei saw it and burst into laughter. What a flamboyant peacock. still laughing at him. Adorned with jewelry, it looked as if she had donned an entire jewelry shop. Sun Changyao tapped her forehead. Why are you dressed so ostentatiously? Sun Feifei rolled her eyes. Big brother, will you know? Why do those stunning beauties linger beside the princess? It's because they are wealthy and influential. Her outfit was just right to catch the eye of the man she had encountered yesterday. She was no less than them. When attending to the distinguished guests of the capital, one must dress splendidly. Sun Changyao wished to advise her, but feared she would take offense. He decided against it, as he had his own targets to entice. You all are to serve in the princess's courtyard. Do not be lazy. If anyone is found lacking by the princess, do not blame me for selling you out. Yes, madam, rest assured. In the room, Shen Shurong overheard and let out a cold laugh. So she was like that, meticulously managing everything for a man's future, treating people with decorum, exchanging gifts, and navigating through the affairs of various ladies. While doing so, she thought it was simply how things ought to be. Everyone did the same, never questioning its worth. Now, it seemed that what she had derived from it was hardly worth it. One could not help but wonder if Madame Sun would one day come to regret her choices. The middle-aged woman, her eyes sparkling with smiles, entered with Xie Yu, not directly meeting Shen Shurong's gaze, adhering to the customary etiquette. I, Sun Zhang, pay my respects to Princess Yunzhao. May Princess Yunzhao be at peace. Madame Sun, no need for formalities. Only then did Zhang straighten up, casting a glance that was enough to leave her astonished. She had expected the princess to be lavishly adorned. It was the understated elegance that rendered her unmatched. The preparations for the princess's welcome banquet were complete, and the guests had arrived. I have come to escort you. Thank you for your efforts, madam. Zhang humbly replied. It is my duty. To host the princess is an honor others cannot seek. Chapter 56. The invitation of the princess as Shen Shurong entered. Sun Yongkong, seated at the head of the table, was the first to rise and bow, prompting a chorus of greetings from the assembled guests. She invited everyone to take their seats, suggesting a more casual atmosphere for the banquet, and chose a prominent position at the table herself. The attendees finally beheld the true visage of the Princess of Yunzhao, and as they settled in, their seating arrangements quickly descended into chaos. One individual forgot to sit, while another reclined too hastily. Sun Yongkong's patience wore thin as he glared across the table, his dignity compromised amidst the disarray. Sun Changyao found himself taken aback by Shen Shurong, utterly captivated. Indeed, the world could not deceive him, for she was the most beautiful woman in the great Zhou, a title she rightfully deserved. Sun Feifei, blushing, nearly crawled beneath the table to remove her hairpin, feeling the weight of societal expectations. Wealth and power alone were insufficient. Beauty was paramount. Once the two received a discreet signal from their father, they dutifully composed themselves, albeit one would steal glances while the other discreetly adjusted her appearance. Ladies and gentlemen, Sun Yongkong announced, allow me to introduce the second young master of the Duke of Lu's residence, who is also the princess's betrothed. The revelation elicited a wave of admiration. Both were formidable figures, a match deemed perfect by all present. The diversion was indeed successful. The qualifications of the princess's fiancé were commendable, and while external appearances were important, the marriage had yet to occur, leaving opportunities still available. Entering the family through marriage could also be seen as an advantage. The son of the Duke of Lu was known to be charming and adept at winning the affections of women. One attendee mused that, as the princess's fiancé, he would likely prefer a woman of lesser status, one who embodied gentleness and subtlety, qualities that she herself possessed. Sun Yongkong continued to introduce those present, not expecting anyone to remember the details, merely adhering to the decorum of the occasion. The meal unfolded with hosts and guests alike enjoying themselves. Though Xie Yunzhao's gaze frequently lingered on Sun Changyao, his disapproving stare directed at anyone who dared to look upon his beloved Rongrong. Yuxing seized the opportunity to speak with Sun Feifei, following her outside for some fresh air. Feifei, why have you removed all your adornments? You look splendid, he remarked. Sun Feifei, puzzled, replied, really? Of course. Who looks better, me or the princess? His anticipation was palpable. Yuxing scratched his head, his cheeks flushed. The princess is indeed beautiful. But that does not concern me. You are lovely. Sun Fei retorted, we are not connected, before storming off in frustration. Yusheng, dismayed, returned to his place behind his father, casting furtive glances at Sun Fei, perplexed by her anger. After all, he had complimented her. Shen Shurong noticed someone observing Xie Yunzhao, the third daughter of Governor Sun, emboldened enough to steal glances at those she knew. Xie Yunzhao harbored thoughts of extracting the eyes of the siblings who dared to gaze upon his fiancée. As evening fell, Shen Shurong had just settled down when noises from outside disrupted her peace, prompting her to send someone to investigate. Just moments earlier, a servant had approached Sun Changyao in his courtyard, announcing, "Young master, the princess requests your presence." The word struck him like thunder. Having just bathed, he quickly changed into fresh robes, instructing the servant to wait. The servant stepped outside, leading the way around the lake. Excitement coursed through Sun Changyao. Was this a clandestine rendezvous? Yes, hence the detour. Upon reaching the lakeside, the servant fell back a few paces, abruptly pushing him into the water and swiftly concealing himself. Sun Changyao, lacking swimming skills, was fortunate that the household boasted esteemed guests. Patrols nearby heard his cries for help and rescued him, though he took quite some time to recover. Sun Yongkong, fuming, demanded to know the cause of this commotion so late at night. Sun Changyao, too intimidated to confess the truth. How could he disclose such indiscretions in front of his father? Stammered, "It's nothing, father. Merely a sleepwalking episode." "Return at once," Sun Yongkong ordered. Soaked and disheveled, Sun Changyao retreated to his quarters, only to be interrupted again by the servant. "Young master, the princess is still waiting." "Very well," he replied, hastily bathing once more and changing into new robes. This time, he resolved not to take the lakeside route, mindful of not delaying the princess. The servant smirked, allowing him a false sense of security. Upon exiting, he seized Sun Changyao and pushed him back into the lake. Once again, the drenched young man emerged, spluttering water, causing Sun Madam to faint. Overwhelmed by the absurdity of her son's antics. 2 plunge incidents in one night. Chaos ensued once more, with Sun Yongkong demanding answers. What on earth is happening? Sun Changyao, now incensed, confessed, "Father, the princess is leading me astray." Shen Shurong, disturbed by the noise, wondered why it was so difficult to enjoy a peaceful night in the governor's residence. As the commotion grew louder, it seemed to be approaching her courtyard. Sun Yongkong sought an audience, and Shen Shurong instructed a screen to be placed at the entrance before admitting him. "Governor Sun, what seems to be the problem?" "Your Highness, my son has fallen into the water twice tonight, claiming he was summoned by you. I have come to inquire, fearing someone may be using your name for mischief." "Fallen in? Is he unharmed?" Shen Shurong inquired, her concern genuine. "He is outside, waiting. I have already retired. How could I call for him? Moreover, it is late, and propriety must be observed." Sun Yongkong instructed the servant to bring his son forward, still clad in his damp attire. "Speak to the princess about what transpired. Rest assured, she will advocate on your behalf." "Yes, father." "Your Highness, a man came twice seeking Changyao, claiming it was on your orders." "What was he wearing?" Shen Shurong asked, piecing together the situation. "He donned blue garments, dressed as a servant." Shen Shurong shook her head. "There is no man in my service. All my guards are attired in black, and I have not summoned you, Governor Sunday. Please escort your son home." Left with no other choice, Sun Yongkong led his son away. "Father, silence. We will discuss this tomorrow." Sun Yongkong suspected that his son had been lured by the allure of beauty, toyed with under the guise of the princess's invitation. Likely, it was Xie Yunzhao behind this, but he could not allow the situation to escalate. His son had no justification, and he would not let this go unpunished. Sun Changyao returned, weary and drained, and as he lay down, the servant appeared at his bedside. "Young master, the princess requests your presence." Startled, Sun Changyao curled up in fear. "I was wrong. If the princess seeks me, I shall not go. I would rather perish than answer her summons." Qingying glared at him. "Remember your words, young master, or you may find no guards passing by the lakeside again." "Yes, yes, I will not dare. I shall leave the city and stay with relatives, far from the princess." Sun Changyao realized he could no longer indulge in such folly. Life was paramount, and with it, the prospect of happiness. Starting tomorrow, you shall accompany the second master, but you must not gaze upon the princess again. Understood. I shall heed the second master. Satisfied, Qing Ying departed. How could it be him? Sun Changyao trembled in fear at the corner of his bed. He could not confront this situation directly, for should he perish, it would be in vain. How could his father oppose the Duke of Lu's residence? He lamented, for he had always wielded his status to dominate others. This was the first time he had been so thoroughly humiliated. Just wait. Chapter 57. Deception. Shen Shurong had gone to sleep, and only her man could manage such a feat. It was what he desired. Suihan Yingji also guessed what had transpired, covering her mouth with a laugh. It served him right, for no one in the capital dared to look at the princess that way. In the main courtyard, Zhang Shi was still unconscious on the bed, and Sun Yongkang's gaze towards her was indecipherable, part anger, part unwillingness, ultimately transformed into helplessness. How could she have given birth to such a foolish son? To be deceived once was bearable, but to be deceived a second time without any change in tactics? He bore no resemblance to her at all. However, this was not the time to stir up trouble. Larger matters were at stake, and it was imperative to deal with the current situation before seeking revenge for her son. Take good care of the lady. Call the doctor when she awakens. Sir, you're not sleeping in the main courtyard? I'll go to the study. Yes, sir. Take care. The next morning, Xie Yunzhao set out to meet Shen Shurong. At this moment, he felt as if they were already akin to a married couple. A husband, before departing, would inform his wife of his whereabouts, who he was meeting, how long he would be away, and when he would return. He entered with delight, only to find anger in Shen Shurong's eyes. The paper in her hands crumpled tightly. He rushed over, grasped her hand, gently prying apart her clenched fingers. What has happened? Rong, do not be anxious. Mama Hua, standing nearby, greeted Xie Yunzhao. I have met the second young master. Do not worry. It is not related to the princess. Xie Yunzhao sighed with relief, though he remained anxious. Who could make her feel this way? Mama Hua stepped outside and closed the door behind her. Shen Shurong looked up at the man beside her, wanting to ask what was truly real. Xie Yunzhao held her hand, crouching down to gaze into her eyes. Why are your eyes red? My heart aches. Rong, tell me, who has upset you? The more Shen Shurong thought, the more terrifying it became, and she clung to him tightly. Before leaving the capital, she had promised Xiao to help her investigate the troubles of the young scholar. But what Mama Hua discovered turned out to be the complete opposite. He faced no difficulties at all. In fact, he was pursuing Li Meier ardently. The cousin of Li Wanner. All the little love poems, the thoughtful gifts, the care and attention had been transferred from Xiao Yu to Li Meier, even using the same love poem. It was utterly disgusting. In her past life, she had envied Xiao Yu for her innocence and romance, her vivacity and beauty, untouched by the mundane grind of life, with her young scholar always protecting her. Yet everything she had envied turned out to be mere interests. Simply because she was Xiao Yu's confidant, she would marry Xie Yunzhan. His subsequent rise to prominence under Xie Yunzhan's patronage proved that his years of humble deceit were worthwhile. Now, with Li Wanner marrying Xie Yunzhan, he would charm Li Meier instead. Should she blame herself for not having a cousin to rely on, or for having a younger half-sister? After her fake death, would he still treat Xiao Yu the same way once she lost her value? Was Xiao Yu's fate truly as happy as it seemed? Human hearts were terrifying. Li Chen was not only involved with her and Yi Man. He had truly found a virtuous wife, and officials were sending him gifts one after another. What happened to morality and ethics? Were they all fed to the dogs? At this moment, she had no doubt that if Li Chen desired Xiao, the young scholar would certainly be sent, as long as he promised him a bright future. What did they truly think of women? Sensing her unease, Xie Yunzhao remained crouched, his hand gently stroking her back in a soothing manner. Shen Shurong inhaled his familiar scent. Not incense, but something intoxicating, bringing her a sense of peace. He was real. After a while, she lifted her head and kissed his cheek. I'm fine now. Xie Yunzhao, still worried, unable to relish her affection. Whose matter is it? Xiao. It's nothing. I can handle it. I'll stay with you. No need, you go ahead. Xie Yunzhao could not rest easy. I can send someone back to the capital. Shen Shurong's tension eased significantly. It really is nothing, just a matter between girls. I will write her a letter. Xie Yunzhao scrutinized her, noting the absence of sadness in her eyes, and gradually relaxed. I will return before dinner. All right, can I have a hug? Shen Shurong stood and opened her arms. Xie Yunzhao also stood, enveloping her in his embrace. If something arises, have them find me. Your matters are of utmost importance. I understand. You need not worry. As Xie Yunzhao departed, he left Qing Ying behind. Shen Shurong wrote a letter to Qiao Yu, laying everything bare. Her life had already lost its purity. If she continued to hide the truth, it would only unveil a harsher reality later. Mama Hua entered. Princess, do you wish to disrupt his plans? Shen Shurong scoffed coldly. There is no need to interfere. If we cannot meet, we can assist him. Some individuals and occurrences are far more interesting when they rise high only to fall. Xie Yunzhao was unaware of how long he could sustain this. If he wished to invest his efforts, so be it. At least he would have company in the end. Mama Hua was puzzled, but did not inquire further. Yes, princess. The chief steward is still waiting in the side hall. Understood. I will go over. Princess, the merchants of Linzhou are led by the Mo family. The rest are insignificant. However, the newly appointed head of the Mo family, known as the Ninth Young Master, possesses considerable skill and is deeply trusted. If he does not engage in business, no one will follow. Have you been able to make contact with anyone in the past few days? I have not revealed my identity yet, but it is said to be extremely challenging. The Mo family was originally led by his father, who suddenly suffered a stroke. And there are rumors of foul play. The 16-year-old Ninth Young Master is the only legitimate son. His methods are extreme, and he swiftly cleared this matter to take over the business. The entire Linzhou does not hold him in high regard because he is the only one in the Mo family with a chance to receive an education and has never been involved in business. And yet, it seems he's doing quite well in both academics and commerce. Shen Shurong remarked with a faint smile. One must never underestimate anyone. Indeed, he possesses an exceptionally keen sense of smell and dares to try new ventures. In just 4 short years, the Mo family, under the Ninth Young Master, has become a leader in the field. Such a person can only be a friend. In the future, when our ships are connected, we can promise to take him along. I think the same, but it is rumored that he is rather arrogant and difficult to approach. Governor Sun does not seem to concern him much. He may not regard shipping seriously. Very well, every bone is tough to chew. Until we have certainty, do not reveal your identity. We must control this year's grain prices. Yes, I take my leave. Suddenly, Shen Shurong felt the urge to go for a walk. Have Sun Feifei come to see me. Understood. Xiao Yu complied and left. At this moment, in another courtyard, a man expressed his confusion. Why bring the token? No one in Linzhou would not recognize me. If I tell you to bring it, just bring it. Why so much nonsense? Sun Chongyao retrieved the token, which he had not used in quite some time. Each family's token varied in style, serving little practical purpose other than proving identity and allowing control over one's servants. Some special tokens could even summon soldiers, such as Xie Yunzhao's Duke of Lu's token, which could command 2,000 of the Xie family troops. He had even summoned troops privately to engage in fights. Chapter 58. Is he a source of amusement? Yet, Sun Chongyao could only muster a handful of guards for the city gates. Just as he discovered this, Xie Yunzhao swiftly snatched it away, placing it in his possession, insisting that relying solely on looks sufficed. A sense of foreboding washed over Sun Chongyao, an unsettling feeling that made him tremble as he pointed out, Xie, young Master Xie, please refrain from misusing that. Xie Yunzhao turned to leave, rest assured. Why would I display it without cause? He tossed it lightly, catching it deftly before tucking it into his garments. Sun Chongyao heart sank, feeling momentarily hollow. Where is young Master Xie off to? Do you know how to ride? Yes. Then be on your way. In Sun Feifei's courtyard, 2 young ladies were nestled inside, exchanging confidences. Hu Lingyun, the county magistrate's daughter, blinked and whispered, Yesterday, I met the princess's fiancé. He is even more handsome than the Ninth Young Master. What do you think, Feifei? Sun Feifei, having received her father's directive to steer clear of nobility in the capital, recalled how her elder brother had been thrown into the water twice just the day before. She pouted, so what? He is about to be wed. All right, it seems. Dear sister Fei Fei still holds a fondness for the ninth young master. Let us depart. Today is his miss. The princess requests your presence. A maid interrupted. Son Fei Fei trembled slightly, recalling how her brother had ended up in the lake. Hu Lingyun nudged her, eager for a chance to meet the princess privately. Son Fei Fei regarded her friend, realizing that bringing another person along might alleviate any potential awkwardness. As they stepped outside, they encountered Xiao Yu. Son Fei Fei inquired, "This is my friend, the county magistrate's daughter, who also wishes to pay her respects to the princess. Is that permissible?" "Of course. I shall inform her first," Xiao Yu replied, bowing before leading the way. Upon learning that the county magistrate's daughter was present, Shen Shurong invited everyone inside. "Miss Sun Fei Fei, Miss Hu Lingyun, you have both met the Yunzhao princess. Please have a seat. Princess Xie, I intend to explore the town. Do you have any recommendations?" Sun Fei Fei hesitated, but Hu Lingyun chimed in with a smile. "The Mo family's silver shop has new arrivals today. Are you interested, princess?" "The Mo family?" Shen Shurong's eyes brightened slightly. "Very well. Let us go together." "Certainly, princess." Fei Fei arranged for a carriage. The two young ladies exited, with Sun Fei Fei pulling Hu Lingyun aside. "Why did you mention the silver shop?" "Today is the ninth young master's day to inspect the silver shop." "It's quite timely," Hu Lingyun replied, a hint of mischief in her tone. Sun Fei Fei blushed. "Do not speak of such matters before the princess. What lady would pry into a gentleman's affairs?" Yet, Hu Lingyun, attuned to her thoughts, always sought to uncover such details. "I know," she teased, sticking out her tongue playfully. When they arrived at the princess's carriage, the silver shop's manager hurried to greet them. "Your Highness, it is an honor for the Mo family silver shop to host you today. Please follow me to the private room on the second floor." Shen Shurong nodded and entered. "Manager, bring forth the new styles," she instructed. "Rest assured, miss, they are the finest quality." Ascending to the second floor behind Shen Shurong, Hu Lingyun spotted individuals standing outside a private room and excitedly tugged at Sun Fei Fei's sleeve. "Look quickly, the ninth young master's attendants." Sun Fei Fei peered out, though uncertain if she would actually see him. Hu Lingyun insisted, "With the princess here, surely we shall not miss the opportunity." Shen Shurong turned to find the two exchanging glances. "What is amiss? Is there a problem?" Sun Fei Fei's face flushed crimson. No, nothing at all. "Manager, since the master is present, why not come and pay your respects to the princess?" Hu Lingyun suggested. The manager hesitated, aware that he had not summoned the master. And even if he had, the master might not come. Shen Shurong's gaze drifted to the door of the adjacent private room, her understanding dawning. "No need. I'm no great figure. Everyone should come to pay their respects." "Is this the room?" she asked, glancing back at the path ahead. The manager began to sweat profusely, realizing that the princess's words implied that not coming would be a slight, but his own master, "Your Highness, please, I shall fetch the jewelry for you. You three may peruse at your leisure." "Very well." The three took their seats, and Shen Shurong scrutinized Hu Lingyun. "Miss Hu, did you know the master would be here today?" Hu Lingyun, who had been smiling, suddenly stood. "Your Highness, I apologize. I should not have brought you here with ulterior motives." "For what reason?" Hu Lingyun glanced at Sun Fei Fei, who stood petrified, unable to speak. Shen Shurong accepted the teacup handed to her, taking a sip. "You need not speak. I understand. At our age, it is only natural to be intrigued by certain attractions." The two girls' cheeks flushed deeply. Was such a sentiment truly appropriate for public discourse? Shen Shurong raised an eyebrow. "Why do you not take your seats? The desire for beauty is a universal sentiment. We are here to select adornments, are we not? If everyone looked the same and eschewed embellishment, where would the delight lie? Who says men cannot be objects of admiration?" The two girls pursed their lips, stealing glances at Shen Shurong, realizing her sincerity in the matter, and they settled down, acknowledging her wisdom. Truly, she was a royal princess. Such words were beyond their usual conversation. Indeed, gaze freely, but do not bestow your heart lightly, for he may not be deserving. Shen Shurong recalled the ninth young master, recognizing that despite his allure, he was still a merchant, and, as noble ladies, they ought to remain guarded in their affections. However, Sun Fei Fei had not yet shown genuine affection, having been fixated on Xie Yunzhao just yesterday. Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness. Meanwhile, a pair of ears pressed against the wall withdrew, as a man scoffed disdainfully. Is he merely a source of amusement? He's not worthy? The manager entered, holding a jewelry box, addressing, Master, the princess is in the adjacent private room. What do you say? I shall go over. He instinctively raised his hand to adjust his attire, but halted before he could touch it. He was not a mere spectacle. Xiao Yu entered, announcing, Your Highness. The manager has arrived. Seated in the center, Shen Shurong raised her gaze to see a dashing young man. Though his attire was luxurious, his demeanor exuded a refined elegance, unmistakably scholarly. Surely, this was the 9th young master, a figure described as rare by the manager and one worthy of admiration in the eyes of the two young ladies. Sun Feifei's eyes were glued to him, while Shen Shurong assessed the scene, concluding that this young lady was prone to folly in the presence of handsome men. Hu Lingyun, however, maintained her composure. Mo Chun's gaze did not wander. He fixated on the center, his irritation undiminished by her stunning beauty. How could a dignified princess utter the words good looks so casually? Commoner Mo Jio greets the princess, Miss Sun, and Miss Hu, Mo Chun said, bowing in turn. No need for formalities. It is I who intrudes, Shen Shurong replied. Not all. It is our shop's honor. Mo Chun bit his teeth in frustration. Noting the tension in the manager and Oppo's tone, he quickly placed the jewelry box on the table and stood behind him. Your Highness, being well-traveled, are these adornments of the finest quality available in the capital? Mo Chun gestured toward the items. Shen Shurong lowered her head to inspect them, each possessing its unique charm, making it difficult to choose. Whichever you prefer is the finest. Then why still seek out the new styles? The manager cringed, gently nudging him. Shen Shurong frowned, sensing the two young ladies were still unacquainted. Even if she had insisted on seeing him, such hostility was unwarranted. Sun and Hu's sisters furrowed their brows. The 9th young master was far too audacious, prideful without regard for his audience. New styles, or old, ostentation without substance may hold significance to others. But I find it inconsequential, Shen Shurong remarked with a light laugh, pulling Silver Ji closer. What does the princess deem significant? Chapter 59. A good reputation after a brief moment of silence. Shen Shurong chuckled softly. If I speak of it, I fear that young Master Jio may not believe me. And Mo Chan clenched his fist, pondering whether such frivolity implied that a man's appearance held paramount importance. Could there truly exist a woman of such character, merely because she was a lofty princess? The common folk believe it best for the princess to remain silent. How audacious! What audacity allows you to speak to the princess in such a manner? Shen Shurong refrained from intervening this time, recognizing the arrogance of the situation. If it were merely the assets of the Mo family, he would not be worthy of such an audience. Young Master Mo has been disrespectful. Mo Chin bowed, momentarily stunned by his own anger. Nevertheless, he harbored no regrets. Throughout his life, too many women gazed upon him with insincere eyes, reminiscent of the loathsome look from Sun Feifei just moments ago. Although he did not perceive disdain from the princess, her previous words were undeniably disrespectful. The shopkeeper interjected, attempting to ease the tension. Let's not be alarmed. The princess is merely upset. The young master is still naive and unfamiliar with decorum. Choose any jewelry you desire, as it is our humble offering to you. Our princess is not in need of such trifles. Indeed, the shopkeeper sighed in exasperation. Can we converse civilly now? Shen Shurong addressed Mo Chun. Please, speak your mind. From your earlier remarks, it seems you already know what I wish to convey. Mo Chun remained silent. To make assumptions upon our first meeting is rather impolite, young Master Jio. Feeling a flush on his cheeks, he realized his misstep. Having been caught off guard, he replied, Your Highness, the commoner is all ears. Please speak. I shall believe you. Shen Shurong waved her hand dismissively. Whether you believe me or not is of little consequence. What I intend to say and do is beyond the scrutiny of others. To do what? The princess continued. I believe that gold and silver jewelry are mere objects. The essence of life is the most vital aspect of this world. Mo Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Why would the princess express such sentiments when her own life was not in jeopardy? Shen Shurong regarded the group, saying, "See, I told you they would not believe. How dare we?" The others quickly lowered their gazes, retreating from her penetrating stare. What you may not comprehend is that the strength of the Great Zhou is steadily declining. The population decreases by hundreds of thousands each year, and revenues dwindle year after year. As I now oversee the treasury, I naturally wish for more lives to endure. Only in survival is there demand. The greater the demand, the more vibrant Great Zhou can become, and the treasury can regain its former glory. Seeing their astonished expressions, she continued with a smile, "I harbor selfish motives. I am not so noble. Yet, I also aspire to do what I can to preserve lives that should not be extinguished." Mo Chan's face flushed again. Her candidness diverged greatly from his expectations. Though she possessed her own self-interest, her intentions also aimed to benefit the nation and its people. Shen Shurong finally regained her composure. "Now that we've talked enough, let's choose some jewelry." The commoner offers these as a gesture of goodwill, merely to appease the princess. Mo Chun spoke sincerely. "Are you attempting to dismiss me? I shall not venture here again. Take your time, Your Highness." The commoner only seeks to recover costs. "Thank you, young Master Jiao." Shen Shurong ceased her refusals, acknowledging the goodwill. As Mo Chun took his leave, he felt a twinge of regret. It had been years since he had acted so impulsively. He had anticipated her to be flustered, yet she appeared unperturbed, bold enough to speak her mind in his presence. Having achieved her objective, Shen Shurong casually selected 2 items. "If you find anything you like, simply place it on my account." "Thank you, Your Highness." As the 3 descended the stairs, 2 unexpectedly encountered Yusheng. "I have met Princess Yunzhao." Yusheng approached to pay his respects, then blushed as he glanced at Sun Feifei twice. "Feifei, this hairpin suits you well. May I gift it to you?" Sun Feifei glared at him, irked by the frequent encounters with young Master Jiao. "Your Highness, I shall wait for you outside." She turned abruptly, ignoring Yusheng, who appeared dejected. Shen Shurong discerned the situation, recognizing the game of cat and mouse. Why was she fleeing? Yusheng seemed quite fond of her. Hu Lingyun chuckled, explaining, "Do not be upset, Brother Shang. You are aware of Feifei's temperament. Besides, she is particularly fond of young Master Jiao. It would not reflect well if young Master Jiao saw her receiving your gift." Shen Shurong was not surprised by Yu Sheng's forlorn expression. She cast a sidelong glance at Hu Lingyun. Her words seemed to defend her friend. Were they truly so? As they strolled through other shops, Hu Lingyun continued to lament Yu Sheng and Appo's lack of understanding, claiming that he had become foolish from his studies. Sun Feifei shared in this indignation, growing increasingly agitated. Shen Shurong found amusement in their banter, thinking how naive it was to let oneself be manipulated without realizing it. After a leisurely lunch at an inn, Hu Lingyun took her leave. Shen Shurong invited Sun Feifei to ride in her carriage. Feifei was taken aback, feeling both honored and overwhelmed as she climbed aboard, marveling at the luxuriousness of the princess's transportation. "Do you like it?" Sun Feifei quickly averted her gaze, embarrassed by her lack of sophistication. "Be at ease. I am not a beast," Shen Shurong remarked, taking a sip of chilled tea. "This miss who has not treated you as a sister. One might say she considers you an adversary." "An adversary?" Sun Feifei's cheeks flushed anew, her brows knitting in confusion. "How could that be?" Shen Shurong nodded. "Indeed, she is a rival in affection. She harbors feelings for Yu Sheng, who, in turn, favors you. Thus, consider whether she is not always seeking to facilitate your union with young Master Jiao." Sun Feifei struggled to comprehend, mulling over the implications for a long while. Yet, she realized Hu Lingyun was indeed more eager for her to meet young Master Jiao than she was. After some contemplation, her eyes flared with indignation. "How dare she treat me like this? I have no affection for Yu Sheng. If she likes him, let her mother propose on her behalf. Why drag me into this? How do you know she hasn't? Perhaps Yu Sheng declined, or perhaps he promised only to marry you." Sun Feifei felt heat rise in her cheeks once more. But her disinterest in Yu Sheng remained steadfast. "Do not dwell on it. Your most pressing concern is to enhance your own significance. In time, those who wish to marry you will not only consider the status of son the governor, but also the essence of who you are. Your Highness, Fei does not comprehend. If you do not understand, then simply follow my lead. Starting tomorrow, volunteer at the porridge distribution site. I shall cover the expenses. You will bear the responsibility for your reputation. Gradually, as your good name spreads, marrying into the capital will not be difficult. What is the significance of your financial contribution? Your Highness, I shall depart soon, yet I require someone to remain. You are perfect for this, being the governor's daughter, with considerable influence. A reputation for benevolence is the finest dowry you can possess, ensuring that when you encounter someone who truly cares for you, they will seek to wed you. Shen Shurong spoke earnestly. Realizing she was easily persuaded, she could not allow herself to be manipulated by others alone. Moved to tears, Sun Fei felt grateful for the princess, who had known her for such a brief time, yet cared for her so deeply, unlike those who had grown up alongside her with ulterior motives. She seated herself, bowing deeply. Thank you, Your Highness. You are the one expending effort on my behalf. Do not mention it, and there's no need to visit daily. Just ensure that in the first few days, it is known that you are the one distributing porridge. As time passes and more people come to know, you will not need to continue. Fei understood. Shen Shurong smiled as she returned to the courtyard, instructing Mama Hua to inform the chief steward to assist Sun Fei in her charitable efforts, ensuring that the entire city learned of the governor's daughter distributing porridge. Understood. Furthermore, make it known that a token of gratitude should be sent to young Master Gio on behalf of this princess, merely an expression of thanks, with no mention of other matters. Young Master Gio gratitude? Has the princess made contact with him? Within 2 days. Find a way for young Master Gio to inadvertently discover that the one supporting Sun Fei is this princess. Yes, Your Highness. I shall attend to it immediately. Chapter 60. My father is the prefect in the recent county of Tianshui, near the riverbank. The levee was undergoing repairs, with several elderly and frail laborers painstakingly shoveling earth. To claim that no one was overseeing the work would be untrue, yet the supervision was nominal at best. Xie Yunzhao, feeling exasperated, produced his token from his garment and approached the workers, declaring, "Behold, this is the token of the prefect's eldest son. If this levee is not properly reinforced, you can expect your county magistrate to face severe consequences." All present were taken aback, including the laborers and the prefect's eldest son himself. Hadn't the second son stated that he would not reveal his identity? Naturally, once they had left the prefectural city, no one here would recognize him, compelling him to display his token. Xie Yunzhao advanced, showcasing it one by one before the laborers. Remember this. The eldest son will return tomorrow. Should you merely feign diligence, the magistrate's cap shall be stripped from him. One worker, realizing the gravity of the situation, fled in terror to find the county magistrate. Sun Chong Yao trailed behind, pleading, "Please return the token. If my father learns of this, I shall be in grave trouble." Xie Yunzhao, exasperated, retorted, "Why would he punish you? You are merely ensuring proper governance. He should commend you for it. Besides, if I remain silent, who would know? By the time it is discovered, the river will be properly managed, and you shall be credited for it. I will return to the capital, seek a position for you from His Majesty, and you shall rise above your father. Who knows, the tables may turn in future." Sun Chong Yao was bewildered. Could he really hold a higher office than his father? Yet, even if he ascended, he could not betray his own father. It was merely a suggestion. Your priority now should be to excel beyond your father. Do not fret, for the Duke of Lu's household can elevate your status. Simply take joy in this opportunity. With no alternative, Sun Chong Yao acquiesced, conceding to the second son. "Let us dine in the county." Upon arrival in the county town, Xie Yunzhao seized a passerby. "Where is the finest tavern in this town?" The man stammered, "This esteemed gentleman, sir." "Speak plainly. You are addressing the prefect's eldest son," Xie Yunzhao interjected, patting Sun Chong Yao on the chest. "Just ahead, left turn Yuan." He released the man, gesturing grandly, "After you, dear eldest son." Sun Chong Yao was taken aback. Why was the second son so secretive about his identity? If he did not reveal it, how could he expect to be taken seriously? But why not reveal yours? Your status far exceeds mine. In the vastness of the realm, they might not recognize the Duke of Lu, but Sun the Prefect was known to all. Xie Yunzhao finished his thoughts and strode away, indifferent to whether those behind him laughed or cried. Upon entering He Yuan Tavern, he slammed his token onto the counter. The prefect's eldest son? The innkeeper's eyes widened in astonishment. Ah, Master Son, please, allow me to show you to a private room. That was a mistake. It is not I, Xie Yunzhao retorted, pulling Sun Changyao from behind the bamboo curtain. It is this gentleman. All esteemed guests, all esteemed guests. Please, upstairs. The innkeeper ushered them with urgency. Sun Changyao suddenly felt a thrill. This was far more exhilarating than merely being recognized in the prefectural city. Once seated, the innkeeper entered, and before Xie Yunzhao could speak, Sun Changyao banged the table. Bring the finest food and wine your establishment offers. Certainly, Master Son. I shall prepare it immediately. The innkeeper bowed deeply and retreated. Now, that is the spirit. Xie Yunzhao applauded. Is it the same in the capital? Of course. If our father is formidable, we must make good use of that, for it is a matter of resource management. The young masters in the capital are well aware of this. Sun Changyao understood. He had previously felt insignificant. His father should be grateful. Compared to the likes of him, he had fallen short. The innkeeper presented the finest and freshest dishes, intending to offer a discount for the prefect's son. However, after a few bites, they merely patted his shoulder, declaring delicious, quite good. We shall return. Are they leaving without paying? Sun Changyao turned to look, only to be blocked by Xie Yunzhao. What are you staring at? Do not show weakness. But I have never dined without paying, he protested. Consider this an introduction to a more exhilarating experience. Xie Yunzhao draped an arm around his shoulder and led him onward. Arriving at the largest gambling house in Tianshui County, he withdrew 300 taels and handed them to Sun Changyao, saying, wager freely. Sun Changyao was astonished. 300 taels was no trifling sum for him. Was he truly being given this amount? Yet, the thought of gambling made him uneasy. His father was strict about such matters. Go on, it is fine, no one will speak of it. Oh, right, he mused, feeling emboldened. He wandered in, cautiously wagering a few taels at a time. That is too little. Here I have more. Xie Yunzhao stood behind him, arms crossed. In disbelief, Sun Changyao realized he had already lost 50 taels. Was that still too little? Xie Yunzhao produced a 1,000-tael note. Is this sufficient? Sun Changyao swallowed hard. A casual 1,300 taels? Was this the wealth of the young masters in the capital? He considered himself extravagant, a frequent patron of the finest establishments. But this amount was enough to sustain him for a long while. Xie Yunzhao raised an eyebrow. Be bold in your wagers. Amidst the excitement, one gambler discreetly withdrew from the table. Sun Changyao, feeling emboldened, declared, excellent. It is not my money, so I have no qualms about losing. He threw his chips forward and took Xie Yunzhao's as well, wagering it all. The dealer, swallowing nervously, called bet placed. No turning back. As the outcome was revealed, Xie Yunzhao swiftly snatched the silver notes, leaving the table in shock. Sun Changyao was stunned. Had he not encouraged him to wager boldly? Tucking the notes into his clothing, Xie Yunzhao declared, these are my winnings. He shall pay for his own losses. As his words echoed, the gambling house doors slammed shut. No one is leaving. To wager is to accept loss, a virtue well known among gentlemen. A burly man with a thick beard stepped forth, surrounded by a dozen men wielding clubs, their gazes mocking. It was clear that no one could escape the debts incurred in this establishment. Other gamblers retreated, watching the spectacle unfold with indifference. With a few blows, one would not escape unscathed. Sun Changyao, terrified, clung tightly to Xie Yunzhao's arm. Second master, please, consider this alone. I did not bring so much today. Can we not come to an understanding? What are you afraid of? Xie Yunzhao glared. Have you forgotten your identity? Sun Changyao recalled that his father was the prefect, but just as he puffed out his chest to declare, my father is, his confidence faltered. Even if his father was the prefect, he could not simply deny his debts. Chapter 61. Tapping into the treasury, Xie Yunzhao shot him a glare. How ambitious. He reached into his pocket and produced a token, holding it high for all to see. This is the decree from the esteemed son of the governor of Linzhou. Pay attention, everyone. The esteemed son has received reports of cheating in this gambling house and is here to investigate. On the second floor, a man tightened his grip on the railing and exchanged glances with a bearded fellow. The bearded man stepped forward, staring intently. Heavens, it truly is him. He looked up at the second floor, nodded slightly, and then bowed his hands, saying, I was blind and failed to recognize young Master Sunday. I beg for your forgiveness. The man on the second floor gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger, and replaced it with a sycophantic smile. Ah, so it is the governor's son. I apologize for the lack of proper welcome. Please, allow me to escort you to a private room for some tea and refreshments. Sun Changyao sighed in relief, stepping forward with his chest out. He caught Xie Yunzhao's smile, and his heart raced. He felt he was about to be toyed with. They ascended to the second floor together. Upon exiting, Sun Changyao stared blankly at the 3,000-tael silver notes in his hand. After a brief moment of distraction, he was overjoyed. So, the governor's son can utilize his status in such a manner? He was truly enlightened, having never so brazenly taken anything before. What is this? Are you really so thrilled by this mere sum of silver? Xie Yunzhao teased. Don't tell me you've never leveraged your father's influence before. Seeing Sun Changyao's prideful demeanor, he added, surely you've taken a few women for yourself, albeit discreetly. Oh, is that all? Xie Yunzhao nearly laughed himself to death, having expected something bolder, yet finding only a hint of lechery. He pulled out 2 of the notes, saying, your reputation is worth 1,000 taels, while my audacity is worth 2,000. Sun Changyao knew he couldn't pocket all 3, and 1,000 taels was still a fair amount. He grinned, gazing at Xie Yunzhao with admiration. Second young master, where shall we go tomorrow? Qingzhu raised an eyebrow, thinking Sun Changyao had become quite the fool. Xie Yunzhao placed a hand on his shoulder. Tomorrow, we'll pack our bags and take a little trip. Great, but should we? He hesitated, raising his brows suggestively. Where to? The flower house? Sun Changyao felt compelled to voice it out loud. He believed everyone of their age would enjoy such pastimes. Xie Yunzhao narrowed his eyes, realizing he was being drawn into a trap. The princess is in the city, she wanted to know. I'll treat. Sun Changyao's eyes lit up. Xie Yunzhao restrained his fist hidden in his sleeve. No, the princess wants me back early. You, without a fiancé, wouldn't understand. Sun Changyao smirked in disdain. A man can't be controlled by the women of the inner court? I thought you were bold enough. But perhaps it's time to return to the governor's mansion. Upon returning to the city, Xie Yunzhao spotted a pastry shop and personally bought 2 of Rongrong's favorite treats. Sun Changyao looked down on him even more, thinking it unbecoming for a man to engage in such trivialities. After all, the princess was his woman. It was her duty to serve her husband well. Once home, Sun Changyao was summoned to see his father. When asked, he simply stated he had taken the second young master for a ride, stopping an inn. Sun Yongkong nodded, allowing him to return, deeming him relatively honest. Xie Yunzhao glanced at Qingzhu, ensuring evidence was preserved. Yes, second young master, everything has been arranged. He instructed Qingzhu to inform the princess of his return. After freshening up, I shall pay her a visit. Understood. Qingzhu reached out for a pastry, but grasped at thin air. Very well, the second young master's intentions must be delivered personally. After cleansing himself of the day's dust, he felt refreshed to meet her. When Xie Yunzhao arrived, Shen Shurong was in high spirits. Brother Yunzhao, come quickly. She pulled him into the inner chamber. I brought you peach crisps and soybean cakes. Do try them. Before he could set the pastries down, she enveloped him in an embrace. Xie Yunzhao smirked. What is you in such high spirits? She was drawing him into the inner room once more, eagerly holding him. It was what you had been indulging in revelry for days, neglecting the investigation of local sentiments, merely waiting for the county magistrates to arrive. The disaster relief funds, it seemed, could be casually assigned a figure. Are you observing me? He teased. Indeed, I have something wonderful in hand. Shen Shurong stood on tiptoe, whispering in Xie Yunzhao's ear, it's from the emperor's uncle. Only by keeping a close watch on him can I keep it within my grasp. After speaking, she dropped back down, looking up at him, seeking praise. Xie Yunzhao quickly placed a kiss on her forehead. You're truly remarkable. This would expedite his plans. Today, he had also encountered prominent merchants in the area, which would facilitate future cooperation, as long as the grain prices were well managed. The treasury could promise even more in the future. I am not a stingy person. Those who follow me first will only reap greater benefits later. Shen Shurong gazed at his brows and spoke animatedly about her gains from the day. Unable to contain himself, Xie Yunzhao leaned down to seal her soft lips with his. Shen Shurong pushed him away twice, her small hands pounding against him, already swollen. I'll be visiting the official's reception area tomorrow. I will be gone for 2 days. He grasped her hand, his gaze filled with longing. Shen Shurong ceased her playful strikes, realizing she wouldn't be able to see him for 2 days. The man leaned in closer. We can make up for it over the next 2 days. In the afternoon, the head steward of the Mo family was frantically purchasing rice. The next morning, he revealed his identity and went to the Mo family to deliver gifts. Mo Chun welcomed him with an apologetic demeanor. Soon enough, merchants throughout Linzhou learned of the Mo family's connection to the treasury and began to inquire. The steward of the Mo family's rice shop recognized the head steward as the one purchasing rice in bulk and informed his employer. Mo Chan instructed his subordinates to investigate why the princess was buying so much rice. The feedback revealed that the head steward was secretly delivering rice to Sun Feifei's charity kitchens, with the governor's daughter leading the initiative. Officials like the deputy governor and county magistrates began their own charity work. Was this what she meant by ensuring more people survive? She wasn't utilizing her name or her wealth for her father's sake, but rather to rally more support? And Mo Chun, having received a scholarly upbringing, was steeped in the profit-driven mindset of merchants. He had never encountered someone so selfless, and his perspective broadened as if a veil had been lifted. When the head steward visited again, he personally delivered an invitation, and Mo Chun, without a second thought, accepted, eager to see if there were further surprises in store. The following day, Mo Chun stood before his wardrobe, perplexed as to why he was tasked with selecting this bright blue and white outfit. Previously, he had chosen darker colors to navigate the cunning of his business rivals, aiming for a more mature appearance. He reached out, selecting an outfit. Yet as he stepped out, he hesitated, scolding himself for losing his sense of self over her words. He returned to change back at the west gate of the governor's residence. It was opened solely for Shen Shurong, as the arriving merchants were dressed extravagantly. Regardless of their status, their standard of living was sufficiently high. Meeting the princess was something they had never imagined. Though it wasn't a necessity, they felt it granted them more bragging rights. In business, the broader the network, the better. The side hall served as a temporary meeting room. Shen Shurong sat at the head, with only her maidservants behind her. The room full of men felt somewhat uneasy. The princess hadn't even set up a screen, nor had the governor's wife accompanied them. After exchanging pleasantries, they hesitated to take their seats. Chapter 62. He cares noticing the awkwardness among the crowd. Shen Shurong sought to clarify matters for everyone. Although she was not a merchant by trade, she currently managed the treasury and understood that in business, sincerity is paramount. There is no need to be overly formal. Please take a seat. As everyone settled down, the chief steward stepped forward to explain the purpose of their gathering. Each business has its own expertise. Even if the operations are similar, the formulas are distinct. For instance, in a dyeing workshop, the colors and patterns are crucial to its survival. Presently, most provinces produce and sell their goods locally. If we could restore trade routes, it would greatly benefit all of us, as each region has its unique produce that, through exchange, can circulate effectively. The first merchants to collaborate with the treasury will undoubtedly reap the rewards. However, those who come later without distinctive offerings may find it challenging to compete. Upon hearing this, several merchants exchanged glances. The idea was indeed commendable, yet they felt the princess was somewhat naive. Given the perennial flooding and the increasing banditry, could trade routes truly be reopened? One individual slightly shook his head, diverting his gaze towards Mo Chun. Mo Chun, with his head bowed, savored the tea presented by the princess, meant to honor distinguished guests. The steward had made it clear, while she currently valued them, that might not always be the case. The other merchants exchanged puzzled looks. What did the ninth young master intend? Shen Shurong, too, regarded him with a hint of pride, as if waiting for his approval. The stewards noticed the princess's gaze on Mo Chun and shared a knowing glance, amused at yet another captivated by beauty. Sensing the attention, Mo Chun set down his cup and inclined his body in a gesture of respect, expressing his willingness to support the princess's vision, not just for their own sake, but for the common people. Yet he urged her to understand their hesitance, given the years of disasters. Could you provide us with a rough timeline? It would help ease our concerns. Shen Shurong nodded, acknowledging that they had made a commendable first step. I have come precisely for this matter. Your worries will be alleviated in 4 months. It will no longer pose an issue. For months? Whispers began to circulate among the attendees. Could the waterways truly be restored in such a time frame? With banditry rampant, the princess seemed too youthful, her optimism bordering on fanciful. Mo Chun remained silent, casting an apologetic glance at Shen Shurong. Her intentions were noble. As the discussions continued, she requested a topographical map. If His Majesty were to grant me this region, do you believe I would allow it to lie fallow? Mo Chun abruptly stood and walked over. With the other merchants following suit to examine the area, the chief steward pointed out. Mo Chun was taken aback. The resources required for such an undertaking were immense. Would she truly finance this endeavor herself? Surely, the emperor's decree would arrive soon. The following day, Mo Chun found himself once again before the clothing rack, feeling significantly less conflicted. You've had its merits. The carriage stopped at the west gate of the governor's residence, and the other merchants arrived, each showcasing their unique skills, which was entirely customary. However, why were they all young men? Just yesterday, they had been reticent about it. He had arranged for maidens to attend. The merchants exchanged awkward glances, observing one another, hesitant to voice their discomfort. Given the princess's status, it was only natural for her to bring dashing relatives. After all, she had seemed particularly taken with the 9th young master yesterday. Who could resist beauty? What women? They were in positions of power. Would they even glance at the likes of them once the favorable winds blew their way? Yet, upon witnessing the 9th young master's attire, they nodded in approval. Indeed, he was willing to present himself. Alas, they were too old. The princess would hardly look their way. Mo Chen's expression darkened. Did he subconsciously share this sentiment? Otherwise, why were such garments? He considered retreating to change. He had not come to compete in appearances. Shen Shurong observed Mo Chen's sulky demeanor with bewilderment. He had been perfectly fine yesterday. What had transpired? Was there someone causing disruption? The chief steward and Madame Hua exchanged knowing glances. The princess likely had no idea why these young men were present. Each family took turns showcasing their specialties, making sure to flaunt their masculinity, which drew Shen Shurong's frequent glances. The items were impressive. No wonder they had endured. Did they truly believe themselves capable? He was employing maidens otherwise. Mo Chen's irritation grew, prompting him to change his focus, determined not to look. Just as he shifted his gaze toward the entrance, he spotted a man with an expression darker than his own. This individual appeared quite agitated, breathing heavily as if he had just run 20 miles. What are you all doing? Shen Shurong's heart leaped at the sound. Had he returned? The crowd turned, uncertain of the newcomer. But the man's appearance was leagues above the young men present, raising concerns about the princess's reaction. Shen Shurong stepped forward, addressing the group. The chief steward will attend to you. I must take my leave. Indeed, Your Highness, they replied. Shen Shurong moved gracefully from the main area to the door, her smile radiant, more brilliant than the sun outside. Mo Chun felt a pang of bitterness. How could she be drawn to anyone else when such a person was by her side? It was no wonder she regarded him with such clear, unclouded eyes. Xie Yunzhao had not anticipated the scene that greeted him upon his hurried return. If he had delayed any longer, would she have continued to gaze at others? Shen Shurong sought to pull him back inside, eager for his presence. Xie Yunzhao remained steadfast. He had business to attend to. It was customary for the proprietors or master craftsmen to present themselves, not for unseasoned youths. Shen Shurong, realizing the number of guests present, momentarily forgot to introduce him. Turning back, she smiled and said, "This is young Master Xie from the Duke of Lu's residence, my fiancé and a treasury officer." My goodness, the princess's fiancé has arrived. Quickly, let us cease the demonstrations. Several merchants hurriedly took the samples from their relatives and bowed to Xie Yunzhao. Greetings, young Master Xie. Xie Yunzhao scrutinized each eager young face, grateful to Shen Shurong for rescuing them. Her mention of her fiancé calmed his earlier unease. "Greetings to all. My fiancé, Yi, and I shall take our leave." "Safe travels," they responded. Xie Yunzhao nodded slightly, taking Shen Shurong's hand as they departed. Upon returning to Shen Shurong's chamber, she embraced him tightly. "Did you not say you would be away for 2 days?" She longed for him, recalling unfinished business from the previous night. A restrained voice emerged from above. "I return early. Does it matter to you?" Shen Shurong gazed up at him, puzzled. "What do you mean, of course it matters?" The man turned his head aside, hesitating to articulate his thoughts, wondering if she might perceive him as unreasonable. She was engaged in serious matters. With a sigh, he tightened his embrace, contemplating what to do. Should he conceal his feelings or openly express his jealousy? Should he confess just how much it bothered him? "Are you unhappy?" His emotions were easily discernible. Given the chance to linger, how could he merely hold her? "With so many splendid items just now which caught your eye?" Xie Yunzhao closed his eyes, struggling to contain his frustration. Shen Shurong reflected. The celadon was exquisite, and that ink-colored satin was equally lovely. "I set aside some to make you a few inner garments." Xie Yunzhao's face brightened, stepping back to gaze at her intently. "So, you were genuinely examining goods with such seriousness?" Chapter 63. Infidelity. Shen Shurong frowned. What else could it be? Those showcasing the goods are all our own children. Did you not perceive their intentions? Naturally, they wanted their own people to take the spotlight in order to connect with the treasury. Xie Yunzhao silently breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he had not asked further and that Rong had not thought in a perverse manner. Yet, Shen Shurong seemed to grasp the situation. "Are you displeased because of me watching them?" The man widened his eyes, hurriedly shaking his head. "No." Shen Shurong glared at him, pulling him closer. "If there is, then there is. I never said you couldn't be jealous." "What did Rong say?" Xie Yunzhao exclaimed excitedly, even more thrilled than if she had denied seeing anyone at all, leaning down to kiss her deeply. For she had granted him permission to feel jealous, to care. Shen Shurong's tightly shut eyes curved into crescent moons, her words sending him into a frenzy. After a while, they finally separated and sat at the edge of the bed. Shen Shurong nestled in his embrace. "However, as long as I manage the treasury, such scenes will not be the last." Xie Yunzhao's smile faded slightly, his voice muffled. "Oh, I see." Shen Shurong, feeling a bit mischievous, chuckled softly. "In the future, I will insist on inviting women. Are you reassured now?" The corners of the man's mouth lifted again. She was far too playful. In a swift motion, he pinned her onto the bed. "Is this what you said?" Shen Shurong giggled as he kissed her neck, knowing there was no escaping. Once the princess had spoken, it was as binding as a promise. Xie Yunzhao's eyes gleamed as he regarded her. Surprised, Shen Shurong queried, "Are you going mad?" "Stop it, you should go outside." Her lips were silenced once more, then released. "It doesn't matter. In a few days, who knows where everyone in this courtyard will be." Shen Shurong ceased her movements, allowing his wildness. Xie Yunzhao truly lost his mind. Rong had not rejected him, and he should cherish this. "Let us hasten our wedding. It's too difficult to endure." Suddenly, a voice interrupted their sweet, torturous moment. "Princess." The two of them looked up in uncertainty, straining to listen. "Princess, this old servant has sinned." The voice grew closer. Xie Yunzhao, in a panic, pulled her up. "How did she arrive so quickly?" Shen Shurong laughed. "It has been 6 days. Is that too fast?" Amid their laughter, they heard the knocking and the maid's excuse. "Mama Qian, the princess is resting." One could tell that Yinji was saying this with a stiff upper lip, her legs trembling. "Resting? Is the princess already tired by morning?" Mama Qian glared. "How have you been serving her?" Shen Shurong glanced around, realizing there was no way to hide him. "Push him under the bed." Xie Yunzhao's eyes widened. "Yes, crawling under the bed? But he is the legitimate fiancé." Shen Shurong pinched him. "Even if he is still an unmarried fiancé." "Unmarried?" Xie Yunzhao wilted, crawling in, looking pitiful. Rong, let me out quickly." "I know." They whispered softly to each other. Shen Shurong removed her outer garments and took out her hairpin, pretending to have just woken up. The maidservants were stammering when the door opened from the inside. Upon seeing Shen Shurong, Mama Qian was moved to tears, wanting to kneel. Princess, this old servant has made a mistake. I have delayed for so long. Please punish me. Shen Shurong quickly raised her hand, and Yunji hastened to help her up. Mama, how could it come to this? You're getting older. You should not be running around. All is for my sake. How could I punish you? The old servant's presence here is as good as not being here. Failing the royal consort's instructions. Shen Shurong felt guilty, her fingers trailing through her hair. Mama Qian, you have worked hard. Please do not say such things. Go rest first. No, the old servant is not tired. I have rested too much on the way. Shen Shurong's heart raced. Then prepare for the matters concerning Nanshan. I have invited all the county magistrates' families from Linzhou, and the governor's wife will assist in hosting. If there are any uncertainties, feel free to consult her. Yes, the old servant will attend to it immediately. Shen Shurong sighed in relief. Just as she was about to close the door, Mama Qian turned back, causing her heart to leap again. Why is the princess resting in the morning? Is it because they have not served her attentively? Yunji, who is usually composed, remained silent, bearing the blame, but Shen Shurong felt embarrassed to let them take the fall. No, I have been busy with treasury matters these past few days. The head steward is still occupied, so I've been a bit overwhelmed. Mama Qian's heart instantly ached for her, knowing that the princess, so delicate and precious since childhood, had never endured such fatigue. You're grown up now. She stepped forward to support the stiff Shen Shurong. The old servant will help you inside to rest. The maidservants were astonished, all glancing towards the princess. The second young master is still inside. All right. Shen Shurong mechanically turned around, walking while closely watching the partially concealed space beneath the bed, hoping to hold on a little longer. Mama Qian helped Shen Shurong lie down and sat by the bedside. The old servant will wait until the princess falls asleep before leaving. Puff, Xie Yunzhao beneath the bed nearly spat blood, thinking to himself, forget it. If I am to lie down, then I shall sleep. At least it means sharing a bed with Rong Rong, albeit with the distinction of being above or below. Shen Shurong gently nudged her, her tone playful. Mama, please go. How old am I now? Do I still need someone to sleep beside me? Mama Qian smiled. Very well. Princess, call for the old servant when you awaken. She rose and exited. Once the coast was clear, the maidservants released the tension they had been holding, utterly terrified. Did Mama Qian not discover anything? Where's the second young master? Did he jump out the window? Before they could guess further, they saw him being pushed out by the princess. You should leave quickly. Xie Yunzhao. Was he here to steal a moment? Upon returning, he encountered Gu Kaiji and Lu Ziqian, who were puzzled. Why are you here? I found it rather dull in the capital without you, and happened to run into him. Lu Ziqian set down his teacup. Gu Kaiji, with a serious demeanor, addressed Xie Yunzhao. Brother Xie, I have fulfilled my duty. Mama Qian mentioned your journey was quite enjoyable. Indeed, it would have been even better had I returned half an hour later. What? Nothing. He looked at Lu Ziqian. Did you bring the token? Lu Ziqian. I did bring it. Sun Changyao had just returned with Xie Yunzhao when their father summoned them. Where have you accompanied the second young master these past few days? To Nanshan. The princess wanted to take the officials' families for leisure. I went ahead to ensure safety for the princess. Sun Yongkong nodded, glancing at the screen. You must be tired as well. Go rest. Thank you, father, for your concern. I take my leave. The person behind the screen emerged. Sun Yongkong approached. Look, ever since they arrived, they have been busy with business and leisure, not engaging in anything else. That is excellent. However, Lord Sun, do not become complacent. Rest assured, my son may not excel in other matters, but he is quite adept at entertainment. I guarantee they will not be involved in anything detrimental. I will make this clear to His Highness. Lord Sun, your future is bright. Sun Yongkong had been waiting for this affirmation. He had lingered in the region for too long. Thank you for your kind words. My son has been quite useful lately, and my daughter has also been commendable, leveraging the princess's wealth to gain renown. After sending off the man in black, Sun Yongkong nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 64. The Imperial Sword. That evening, the magistrates of the 7 counties and their families were entertained by the governor and his wife. Shen Shurong was present and greeted the ladies of each household. The following morning, Sun Yongkong and Xie Yunzhao planned to convene the magistrates to discuss governmental affairs, and all officials remained at the governor's residence. The ladies accompanied Princess Yunzhao and the governor's wife to enjoy an outing in Nanshan. Shen Shurong, cloaked in a veil, was assisted by Yunji to rest upon their arrival at Nanshan, while the governor's wife organized activities for the other ladies and their children. Meanwhile, a group of young gentlemen set out for hunting on a mountain, and the young ladies enjoyed a spring outing and playful moments at the hot springs. In the conference hall of the Lingzhou governor, including county magistrate Hu, 8 magistrates gathered, awaiting Governor Sun and the imperial envoys Xie Yunzhao. They waited in vain, sipping tea for hours, and when they sent a servant to inquire, he was turned away. What was happening? They were barred from exiting, as guards stood watch at the entrance. This was an unprecedented situation. What was the governor planning? Approaching the door, they found it as expected. No one was allowed to leave. A multitude of guards, clad in unfamiliar attire, stood at the entrance. What is the meaning of this? Where is Lord Sun? And where is Lord Zhua? Esteemed officials, do not be alarmed. A complaint has been lodged against Governor Sunday. Once the matter is resolved, he shall come to meet you. The crowd gasped in astonishment. How could anyone dare to accuse Governor Sun? Outside the governor's residence, a crowd awaited their summons. For the first time, Governor Sun found himself standing in the court as the accused. At the center of the proceedings sat Xie Yunzhao, equally bewildered by the sudden influx of accusers against Sun Yongkong. He could only muster a formal inquiry. Who dares to bring forth a complaint? I, the commoner Lu Er, wish to accuse Sun Changyao of abusing his power, accepting bribes, and oppressing the people. Governor Sun has failed to discipline him and has acted as his accomplice. The assembly was struck dumb. Sun Yongkong was equally astonished. He had indeed shielded his wayward son from 2 virtuous women, but where was the evidence for bribery and oppression? Sun Changyao, standing behind, was equally shocked, glancing incredulously at Xie Yunzhao, his widened eyes seemingly asking, "Did you not assure me there was nothing to fear? Don't look at me. Have you forgotten your own misdeeds?" Xie Yunzhao retreated a step, leaving Gu Kaiji and Lu Ziqian baffled behind him. Sun Changyao, overwhelmed with rage, rushed forward to strike, but Qingzhu delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling, unrepentant. Xie Yunzhao considered withdrawing on the grounds of insufficient evidence, suggesting a postponement of the trial. However, Xie Yunzhao commanded Qingying to bring Sun Changyao forward. Indeed, it is he. He is the governor's eldest son, who spent 200 taels at our tavern without paying a single coin. Our gambling den has never violated the law, yet he demanded 3,000 taels, threatening to shut us down if we did not comply. He even brandished his official token. It was he. Sun Changyao glanced back and forth, his world spinning. Sun Yongkong slapped him, urging him to regain his senses. "Have you done this?" "Father, it was Xie Yunzhao who instigated it. He held my token silence. To speak further is to admit guilt." He then gestured to Xie Yunzhao, "Esteemed envoy, my son is in a precarious state. May we postpone the trial?" "Yes, let's defer wait." A woman emerged from behind, accompanied by a retinue of purple-clad guards, halting before the court. Her sudden appearance left everyone perplexed. Had not the princess gone to Nanshan? Xie Yunzhao's pupils dilated. Was he dreaming? The appearance of the Zillion guards signified the emperor's presence. Just as he was about to kneel, he realized that there were many princesses. Were these guards brought by the current one? Standing tall, he remained in his place. "May I inquire what the princess intends?" "I am a specially appointed envoy of the emperor, merely here to conduct the trial. I have my procedures. Your involvement is unnecessary." Shen Shurong smiled, her expression laced with mockery. "Might I ask how the esteemed envoy intends to adjudicate today's case?" "Naturally. We shall detain the accused until I can ascertain the facts, but I have been informed that there is ample evidence and witnesses at hand." Shen Shurong ascended the steps, flanked by the Zillion guards. If Governor Sun cannot even manage his own son, how can he govern an entire province? I believe it is time to strip him of his official title, confiscate his assets, and send him to the capital. The assembly was thrown into turmoil. Sun Yongkong glanced at Shen Shurong, then at Xie Yunzhao. Xie Yunzhao offered a calming glance. The princess may not fully grasp the laws of the Zhou dynasty. Such actions are rather hasty. Furthermore, Governor Sun is an official appointed by the court. I beseech the princess to refrain from disrupting my proceedings. Shen Shurong waved her hand dismissively, commanding the Zillion guards to seize Xie Yunzhao. Please take a seat, envoy. Xie Yunzhao stumbled as he regained his footing. This was utterly audacious. Did she not understand the gravity of her actions? Turning, he retrieved the imperial edict, shouting, I am the emperor's appointed envoy. To see the edict is to see the emperor. Do you wish to defy imperial authority? Everyone in the hall knelt. Xie Yunzhao smirked. So what if she was a princess and the granddaughter of the grand princess? She still needed to adhere to the rules smack. The gavel struck the table. As the envoy for disaster relief in 2 provinces, your negligence is apparent. Now you fail to deliver justice and allow the officials to protect one another. What punishment do you deserve? Shen Shurong's cold gaze bore into him. Xie Yunzhao froze. She did not kneel. Was she revolting against him and seeking to punish herself? Frustrated, he opened the edict to read aloud, but a clear voice interrupted. Lord Xie, do you not wish to see what I hold in my hand? At this, all eyes turned toward Shen Shurong. The commoners were oblivious, and Sun Changyao was confused. Was it not merely a sword? Yet, the shock in Sun Yongkong and Xie Yunzhao's eyes revealed its significance. Outside, another individual was startled and hastily rode back to the capital. Xie Yunzhao was dumbfounded. Why would the emperor act in such a manner? Did he not trust him? Closing the edict, he knelt. Princess, this indeed. I am the emperor's envoy assigned to oversee your actions. If you diligently fulfill your duties, I will have no need to wield this imperial sword. Behind, Lu Ziqian trembled uncontrollably. The princess possessed the imperial sword. Gu Kaiji excitedly gripped his attendant's arm, knowing that following Xie Yunzhao would bring thrill. The attendant winced. Young master, do temper your excitement. Xie Yunzhao crossed his arms, observing proudly, my Rong is truly formidable. Father, what is that? Sun Changyao crawled to his father's side, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Sun Yongkong closed his eyes, wishing his son would remain silent. How could a token be so easily utilized? Enough. This trial will be presided over by the princess. I assure you justice shall be served for the people. Thank you, princess. The commoners expressed gratefully. Wait. Sun Changyao suddenly sprang to his feet, eyes ablaze with fury. The token was taken by Xie Yunzhao. He is the princess's betrothed. Everything is his doing, and it has nothing to do with me or my father. Chapter 65. Relying not on women's Sun, Yongkong also rose to his feet, asserting that if the princess desired fairness, she should summon Xie Yunzhao for confrontation, as it would be unjust to show favoritism merely because he was her fiancé. Upon hearing this, Xie Yunzhao sensed a turning point in the situation and joined in urging for Xie Yunzhao's appearance. Gu Kaiji, filled with admiration, gazed at Xie Yunzhao with newfound awe. Could it be that such a significant matter was instigated by him? Lu Ziqian instinctively covered the token hidden within his robes, resolutely refusing to lend it to Xie Yunzhao. Xie Yunzhao raised an eyebrow, boldly asserting that all was orchestrated by him, and stepped forward without hesitation. With a resounding clap of the gavel, the princess declared, Is my fiancé someone you can recklessly slander? He is the second son of the Duke of Lu. How absurd it would be to suggest he would borrow a provincial governor's token when he possesses a first-class duke's token. Sun Changyao stood momentarily stunned, realizing this had been a trap laid for him. See Sun Yongkong and Xie Yunzhao, strip them of their official attire, and imprison them. After I consult with His Majesty, I shall ensure that the people of Linzhou enjoy clear skies once more. Cheers erupted from the crowd, while said, We thank the princess and His Majesty. Xie Yunzhao hesitated, his foot poised to step forward, but then withdrew it, a smile gracing his lips, unwilling to suppress his joy. As Shen Shurong stood protectively by his side, the officials in the hall exchanged glances, uncertain of what to do, glancing nervously at the quaking deputy magistrate in the corner. Shen Shurong waved her hand, and the Zillion guards took action. Ignoring the protests, laments, and curses of the 3 men, they forcibly dragged them away. The Linzhou government is now under my command. Until His Majesty appoints a new governor, anyone who disobeys my orders will be thrown into the dungeon. The officials trembled, responding in unison, Yes, Your Highness, we will obey. After the court session, Shen Shurong summoned the deputy magistrate, seating herself before him with a stern gaze. Your continued position is not due to your esteemed role, but because I currently require your services. You ought to understand who you will be listening to and how to conduct affairs. The deputy magistrate bowed deeply, his demeanor exceedingly humble. I shall heed the princess's arrangements and ensure that all tasks are executed flawlessly. You shall not return home for the next few days. Your wife and children are away, and returning now would leave you without a warm meal. You will remain under my watch, diligently attending to your duties. His heart sank. Could it be? Was there treachery afoot regarding the Nanshan expedition? Yes, I appreciate the princess's concern. Shen Shurong assigned someone to accompany the deputy magistrate and then proceeded to the back of the hall. Xie Yunzhao, with a glimmer in his eyes, followed her. You've worked hard. Rong, I'll handle the county magistrates. Shen Shurong nodded, acknowledging the difficulty of her tasks. News had arrived urgently yesterday evening that His Majesty had acquiesced. She was occupied with large-scale recruitment and investigating the governor's estate, needing to report to her uncle. Today was fortuitously free of interference, allowing her to act with greater freedom. As Xie Yunzhao escorted her back, he admired her beauty, leaning forward to place a gentle kiss upon her forehead, knowing he could not linger, for they had pressing matters to attend to. Meanwhile, the gathered county magistrates clamored to leave, only to find Xie Yunzhao entering the room. Qingzhu brought forth a grand chair for him to sit upon, leaving the magistrates bewildered. Who was this person? Commissioner Hu, having met him at a welcoming banquet, questioned Xie Yunzhao's intentions. With a mischievous twist of his wrist and a sly smile, Xie Yunzhao proclaimed, "Do you not see? This place is under my control. By what authority do you imprison us? What are your demands? Quite simple. Each of you shall pay 100,000 taels to return to your respective counties and diligently repair the levees and expand the riverbanks." He raised the document in his hand. Those who sign this commitment and earnestly pay the silver shall be released without further inquiry. The magistrates were taken aback, with Commissioner Hu, furious, retorting, "We are officials of the court. Do not presume that your status as the princess's fiancé grants you liberty to act with impunity." Realizing the audacity of his claim, they understood that he was leveraging the princess's authority. Xie Yunzhao dismissed the document, asserting, "I, Xie Yunzhao, walk this world without relying on women." He produced his own token, spinning the red cord in the air. "Do you see this? The Duke of Lu. Dare you provoke me?" The magistrates exchanged glances, perplexed by his audacity. Xie Yunzhao, no matter how powerful your family, you cannot bully court officials. Are you not afraid we will report this to the emperor? Indeed, should that occur, even the Duke of Lu will be unable to protect you. Xie Yunzhao clapped his hands. Gu Kaiji strode confidently into the room, excitedly brandishing his own token. "And what of my father?" The Minister of Rights, a second-rank official, gasps filled the room as another joined, trembling as he revealed his token. "My father is not of high rank, but he is a deputy censor." "A deputy censor?" Xie Yunzhao observed their astonishment with satisfaction. "I demand that you all govern your jurisdictions properly. What grounds do you have to accuse me? Moreover, with our three statuses combined, it remains uncertain who would perish first should you choose to lodge a complaint." The magistrates simmered with indignation, never having encountered such brazen arrogance. Silence enveloped the room, all glaring at Xie Yunzhao. Unfazed, he rose, brushing off his sleeves. "Consider your choices carefully. Oh, and do not think to deceive me. I possess ample means to deal with you. Let us not forget, my father commands an army of 100,000. With a snap of his fingers, he left, followed closely by Qing Ying, who wore a mocking smile. Gu Kaiji added, "Do not attempt to deceive Brother Xie," and followed suit. Lu Ziqian trailed behind, drenched in cold sweat, fearing the consequences should Xie Yunzhao discover his involvement, or worse, if his father found out. Gu Kaiji eagerly pursued Xie Yunzhao. "Brother Xie, that was truly impressive. I have never engaged in such exhilarating affairs. Patience. Once we resolve these matters, I shall take you to Huaizhou for further exploits." Lu Ziqian, feeling overwhelmed, kept his head down, colliding with someone. "From now on, you must stick with me. I fear leaks." "Understood. No problem," Gu Kaiji enthusiastically agreed. Lu Ziqian, with a woeful expression, nodded, aware that his sole task from Xie Yunzhao was to ensure he did not disturb the princess. fulfilling that would suffice. With Sun Yongkong imprisoned, the atmosphere at the governor's residence was tense. Shen Shurong instructed that everyone continue their tasks as usual, but they were not permitted to leave the estate. As the morning passed, they were only provided with tea, confined to a single room. And the county magistrates found themselves in a predicament, reluctant to be the first to embarrass themselves. Qing Ying sat comfortably in the chair previously occupied by Xie Yunzhao. Crossing his legs, you see? Signing is the easy part. I've checked, and asking for 10,000 taels is not a daunting task. Preposterous. I am an incorruptible official. I too remain untainted. Commissioner who calmed his colleagues, do not waste your breath on him. Lord Sun and Lord Zhua will surely come to our rescue. Chapter 66. He is the devil. Qing Ying clapped his hands with a smile, uncertain whether to commend or mock them. Did they really expect former officials and envoys to come to their rescue? Former? What does that mean? Qing Ying waved his hand dismissively, instructing someone to seek the princess's permission to borrow the deputy from Yu's residence. The man departed on his errand. Before long, a man entered, nervously retracting his neck. He had heard that the council chamber was surrounded. The county magistrates welcomed him warmly. Lord Yu, what on earth is happening outside? Where's Lord Sun, the envoy? They are so audacious as to detain officials of the court. Hurry and summon Governor Sun. The deputy raised his hand to calm them. Please, one at a time. Do not rush. Sun Yongkong is no longer the governor. The princess stripped him of his position this morning. The magistrates gasped in shock. How can a mere girl wield such power? Unheard of. By what authority does the princess act? She holds no official title, but the princess possesses the imperial sword, which she used to dismiss the envoy as well. Now, the Lingzhou prefecture is under her command. What? Their expressions grew vacant, as the morning had turned their world upside down. What does young Master Xie want from you? It would be wise to comply with his wishes. The deputy cast a glance at Qing Ying, but dared not speak further, aware that their families were in Nanshan, likely without any means to escape. Very well. The deputy may leave now. Qing Ying signaled. The deputy hurriedly bowed his head and exited, feeling as though he had aged 10 years. The authority he once held dissipated. At noon, Xie Yunzhao sought out Shen Shurong for a meal, but she was busy. Lu Ziqian intercepted him, warning that if he didn't handle this task well, he might not survive. Let us dine together. You and the princess are not yet wed. It would be inappropriate otherwise. Xie Yunzhao frowned at him. I sent at young Master Xie, who sent me to oversee this. Gu Kai Ji pulled Lu Ziqian aside. Lu San, let us dine together. Brother Xie can accompany the princess. Xie Yunzhao not only dined in Shen Shurong's courtyard, but spent the entire afternoon there, refusing to leave her side. Mama Qian had gone to Nanshan, and he wanted to be with Rong Rong. Lu Ziqian sat in Xie Yunzhao's chamber, tears streaming down his face. He could not fathom how Xie Yunzhao could neglect everything to stay in the princess's quarters, failing even his own minor responsibilities. Gu Kai Ji handed him a handkerchief. You must grow accustomed to Brother Xie accompanying the princess. Just be patient and wait with me. Lu Ziqian rolled his eyes. Fool. To be used and still be so happy. Who knows how your father would punish you upon your return. Before dusk, Xie Yunzhao returned to the council chamber, where the atmosphere was grim. They had concluded that even without external rescue, Xie Yunzhao could not indefinitely imprison them. Once they were free, they would ensure he paid a price. Xie Yunzhao secretly admired their spirit. By the way, have your wives and children returned? The princess's carriage has already come back. The magistrates were taken aback. Didn't the princess not go to Nanshan? If she went and returned, then what of our families? What have you done to them? Where are they? Xie Yunzhao's fox-like eyes gleamed mischievously. How would I know? I haven't been to Nanshan. Perhaps they simply got lost? You scoundrel! How could the Duke of Lu father a son like you? How dare you detain the families of officials? Such audacity. Enough, Xie Yunzhao said, digging into his ears. Do you have any evidence? If someone goes missing, what is it to me? However, if I happen to see someone with 100,000 taels, I would certainly assist in the search. Strength in numbers, surely we could find them in a few days. But if someone proves ungrateful, I could also assist, though I cannot guarantee whether they will be alive or dead by then. Wouldn't you agree? The magistrates sat despondently in their chairs, realizing they had encountered a devil. Xie Yunzhao picked up a piece of paper. My patience is limited. Here's the deal. 8 of you, but I will only give 5 the opportunity. The last 3 to sign will not have their families guaranteed to return. Before he finished speaking, someone rushed forward. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Soon, 8 letters of commitment were signed, their seals pressed in red ink. Satisfied, Xie Yunzhao had them collected. Someone will accompany you back to stamp the official seals. Prepare the silver. Whenever it is presented, I shall assist in your search. Xie Yunzhao departed, indifferent to the curses hurled at him. The most distant magistrate hurried home that night, delivering 100,000 taels within 2 days. In 3 days later welcomed back his wife and daughter. Many employed local farmers to prepare defenses before the flood season. The deputy also contributed 100,000 taels to retrieve his family. Yusheng rushed to the prison to see son Fei Fei, tears streaming down his face. She had always been radiant. Though he could not discern her true feelings, he knew her heart was pure. Now, she lacked her former brilliance and pride. Fei Fei, are you well? If you need anything, please tell me, and I shall bring it to you. Son Fei Fei turned away, ignoring him. She had been imprisoned. What if bringing her something angered the princess and resulted in Yu Sheng's imprisonment? She did not wish to implicate him. Yu Sheng, in distress, pleaded at this point. Why do you still ignore me? I do not seek your gratitude, nor do I desire your affection. I only wish to help you to the best of my ability. Leave me be. My father's charges have yet to be determined. I do not need your pity. Son Fei Fei shouted. Yusheng lowered his gaze, disappointment enveloping him. If you refuse to speak, I shall prepare for myself. Tears fell freely from son Fei Fei's eyes, yet she still did not turn back. The following day, Shen Shurong and her party set off for Huai Prefecture, leaving Lingzhou in the care of the deputy. They stopped for lunch at an inn, where Xie Yunzhao accompanied her, contemplating a repeat of his previous tactics. Shen Shurong disagreed. Your methods cannot remain secret. What if they are prepared and send away their families? How then will you handle it? Xie Yunzhao had many underhanded tricks without family. He could simply resort to severing hands. 1 or 2 would surrender on their knees, for who among the 7th-rank scholars would dare oppose him? Yet, he dared not voice this fear, concerned that Rong might find him unscrupulous. Unfortunately, she caught on, though she said nothing this time. Next time, it might be different. What must we do to expedite this? We still need to return to the capital to wed, Xie Yunzhao murmured. Shen Shurong tapped his forehead. Have you forgotten? I am now an envoy. Anyone who refuses to pay will face confiscation of their property. Sun Yongkong's confiscated wealth amounted to 500,000 taels. What if the Huai Prefecture governor has even more? The mere thought delighted Shen Shurong, as such profits were rare in business. Xie Yunzhao gazed at her, astonished that she could be even more direct than he. He had intended to offer an opportunity for them to surrender willingly. What if they hide their silver and come crying poverty? Shen Shurong placed her hands on her hips. Then I shall demote him. If he has amassed such wealth yet cannot save any, he is of no use to us. Xie Yunzhao burst into laughter. Huh, Rong, you are too amusing. He laughed so heartily that he leaned in to embrace Shen Shurong for a kiss. Ahem, young master, mind your manners. Xie Yunzhao jolted, realizing Mama Qian was still present. Forgive me, your highness. I have been rude. Chapter 67. Jia County Xie Yunzhao was still troubled by his inability to get close to Rong, while chaos erupted in the capital. The crown prince faced reprimand from the emperor. It was Zui Yucheng who had recommended him. 2 years prior, he had personally inspected the situation, yet failed to uncover the governor of Lingzhou's corruption. With the crown prince being scolded, he naturally redirected his ire downwards, causing a wave of panic among the crown prince's faction. No one had anticipated that a dandy and a princess could incite such turmoil in Lingzhou. They had yet to hear that the county magistrate had personally funded the dam repairs. Otherwise, Li Chun would be infuriated. Xie Yunzhang was summoned, and before him, the study was smashed to pieces. Why does Yongjiao possess a special imperial sword? What is your good brother doing? I instructed you to keep watch. Where have you been looking? Do you understand what this signifies? Xie Yunzhang certainly understood. It implied that past disaster relief efforts had been questionable. Why not shift the blame on his Xie Yunzhao? The crown prince's heart raced with anger. Given the current predicament, it was the only viable course of action. Even if he sacrificed Xie Yunzhao, who would bear the losses from this incident? Taking a deep breath, Xie Yunzhao pondered what options remained. The princess must be acting under the emperor's orders. Why not expedite the military tax reform, increasing treasury revenues by 20%? Over 2 years, it could compensate for the losses. Li Chun sighed, feeling that Shen Shurong would not easily divulge information. The crown prince needed to consider the selection of the new governor of Lingzhou, keeping it firmly within his control. I'm aware, but the third prince will not let this opportunity slip by. I will send someone to keep an eye on him. The crown prince glared. Could he be trusted? Return now. On his way back to the estate, Xie Yunzhao felt a palpable change. The young girl trailing behind him, calling him Brother Zhong. How could she engage in such actions? How could she wield a special imperial sword? It seemed that since she had taken charge of the treasury, things had shifted. Without his protection, she had to consider the future of the princess's residence, as she could not rely on Xie Yunzhao. He felt immense sorrow at the thought of her being forced to mature so quickly. Xie Yu, let them act swiftly. Young master, we cannot find an opportunity. They have discovered the Zillion Guard. When they separate, remember, do not harm Yongjia. Yes, I have instructed them. The princess will not be harmed. Upon returning to the residence of the Duke of Lu, Xie Yunzhao unconsciously walked towards Xie Yunzhao's new chamber, lost in thought outside the door. No amount of festive decorations could change the reality. Perhaps no one would ever inhabit this space again, or perhaps their future children would. In any case, it would not be Xie Yunzhao, nor Yongjia. Hang more lanterns. The princess likes them. Yes, Miss Jinji. Jinji emerged, pleased, and was startled to see Xie Yunzhao. Why has the young master come here? Concealing her joy, she approached and curtsied. I, Jinji, have met the young master. Xie Yunzhao stared for a moment. She was the most capable maid beside Yongjia. Has the princess left you to monitor the new chamber? Indeed, I know the princess's preferences best, and she trusts me the most. Xie Yunzhao lowered his gaze with a gentle expression. Yes, she has always been provided with the finest since childhood, and is quite particular. Jinji's face lit up with greater delight. The young master remembers. Of course, he would not forget. She was someone they had cherished since childhood. Xie Yunzhao might mention Yongjia countless times in a day, but he would not do so, instead keeping it close to his heart. After Xie Yunzhao had given up, he would not bring it up, yet it remained within him. He had faced his own struggles. Thus, do not blame him for neglecting brotherly bonds. As he turned to leave, Jinji followed closely behind. Li Shuang, witnessing this, stomped her foot in frustration. Cousin, that fool. Jinji visits 4 times in 5 days just to keep an eye on the eldest cousin for Shen Shurong. Just wait until cousin returns. I will surely confront Jinji directly. In the desolate and unclaimed lands of Lingzhou, significant changes were underway. Many refugees and citizens from Lin County had come to restore the area. It was now known as Jia County, exclusively belonging to Princess Yongjia. A new decree from the princess stipulated that newcomers to Jia County would be exempt from taxes for 10 years, and refugees who had lost their homes would be prioritized for land allocation. Merchants would enjoy a 5-year exemption from ship docking fees. No longer did anxiety mar the faces of the people. Instead, they were filled with hope. They aimed to build the riverbanks sturdily, determined never to lose their homes again. Imochen watched the unfolding scenes with warmth in her heart. She had truly succeeded. It was his initiative to help her monitor not only Jia County, but also various counties in Lingzhou, hiring personnel and verifying results. He believed he ought to prove his worth. Otherwise, he would not deserve to collaborate with her. In Lingzhou, Shen Shurong indeed required someone like him, as she could not frequently return after going back to the capital. During their meeting, Xie Yunzhao was displeased, noticing the way the dandy looked at Rong. He could tell at a glance that any gaze directed at her that differed from Gu Kaiji's was insincere. Gu Kaiji, unaware that he had become the standard, only knew to treat the princess with utmost respect, as she had always been cherished by Xie Yun since childhood. As they journeyed from Lingzhou to Huaizhou, passing through several counties, even those who had once despised him wore smiles, as if their past grievances were but a dream. Wherever Xie Yunzhao went, he would inform the locals that it was the princess who had provided the funds for restoration, ensuring there would be no flooding this year. The common folk, oblivious to the truth, only knew that the princess had punished the governor and spent silver to repair the waterways, deeming her a living bodhisattva. Xie Yunzhao was quite pleased. His Rong truly was a living bodhisattva. After all, why would she travel so far to meddle in their affairs? The county magistrates could only wish to spit blood, unable to refute his claims. Who among them would admit that the 100,000 taels of silver came from their hands? Whoever did so would be signing their own death warrant. Nevertheless, they would not swallow this humiliation easily. Qing Zhu whispered to Xie Yunzhao, alerting him to the presence of unidentified forces tailing them. Upon reaching Huaizhou, news of Princess Yunzhao wielding a special imperial sword and the fall of Governor Sun had reached them before she had even summoned the local magistrate. Shen Shurong spoke succinctly, expressing her desire to avoid a raid and thorough investigation. Offer 200,000 taels. Each magistrate shall contribute 100,000 to restore the waterways. The Huaizhou magistrate, relieved to preserve his position, readily agreed, finding the process far more straightforward than in Lingzhou. Upon learning that the group was still following them, Xie Yunzhao went to meet Shen Shurong. The matters here were nearly concluded, and he needed to depart for 2 days. Shen Shurong felt reluctant, but understood he had his own affairs to tend to. Under Mama Qian's watchful gaze, they could not even share an embrace. Xie Yunzhao felt a twinge of melancholy and considered increasing the dosage of his medicine. 2 days later, if I have not returned, you should head back to the capital first. The carriage is slow. I will catch up quickly. Shen Shurong frowned. What is it that cannot be said? Xie Yunzhao restrained himself from divulging the details, fearing it would worry her. I will tell you upon my return. Shen Shurong pouted, displeased, then take more guards with you. Xie Yunzhao, wishing to hold her, glanced at Mama Qian and merely ruffled her hair. Do not worry. Qing Ying will stay with you, and both Gu Kaiji and Lu Ziqian's men will accompany me. He was uncertain who the assailants were targeting. Only by parting could he draw them out. Chapter 68. Each displaying their skills 2 days later, the chief steward remained behind, as Xie Yunzhao had yet to return. Shen Shurong, feeling an uneasy apprehension, decided to adhere to the plan and return to the capital. Passing through Lingzhou, the deputy governor received her and, recalling his son's request, cautiously inquired, Your Highness, the daughter of Sun Yongkong is still imprisoned. My son holds her in high regard. May I ask if it would be permissible for him to take her as a concubine? Initially, his son wished to wed Sun Fei, but given his youth and naivety and the disgrace that had befallen Sun Yongkong, he had repeatedly opposed the match until the boy relented, settling for a concubine instead. He hoped to save the girl from the hardships that would ensue should she be sentenced alongside her father. Shen Shurong was not one to pursue total annihilation. Moreover, she had unwittingly lent her support to the girl's cause. With the daughter of the former governor already imprisoned, how could the porridge kitchen continue its charitable work? The truth was now revealed. It was the princess who had been the benefactor, with the former governor using her grain to bolster his own reputation, leading many to express their gratitude toward her. Considering her disposition, she agreed to the arrangement for a concubine. My thanks, Your Highness. Shen Shurong waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was a trivial matter. Yu Sheng, having received his father's approval, dashed eagerly to the prison, believing he could save Sun Fei. The deputy governor accompanied him, fearing the boy might struggle to articulate his intentions. Sun Fei and her mother were confined together. Upon seeing Yu Sheng, they felt a surge of emotion for the boy, who was genuinely earnest in his affections. The deputy governor, with an air of regret, said, Madam, Fei, the princess has only agreed to allow Fei to become Sheng heir's concubine. This is the only means to ensure her safety. Sun Zhongshi understood the gravity of the situation and felt immense gratitude. She clasped her daughter's hand and nodded through her tears. Sun Fei shed tears as well, expressing her appreciation for this opportunity. I have but one request. If you deny it, I would rather perish. Yu Sheng, filled with urgency, asked, What is your request? The deputy governor subtly tugged at Yu Sheng's sleeve, wary of any unreasonable demands that the naive boy might agree to. You must not marry Hu Lingyun. Anyone else is permissible. Yuxing nodded. That is not a challenge. I promise you. The deputy governor remained silent, acknowledging that while he could forego marrying her, he could still wed another. The two women embraced and wept for a considerable time, as Yusheng stepped to the prison door, granting them their privacy. For 2 days, the rain fell incessantly. Shen Shurong stood by the window, gazing outside, uncertain of Xie Yunzhao's whereabouts. With his playful nature, she wondered if he might leap through the window to surprise her. Only 4 days remained until they reached the capital. Where could he possibly be? In the study of the Duke of Lu's residence. Qi Yu rushed back, exclaiming, "Young master, the princess is nearing the capital, yet there is no sign of the second master. Have our men returned?" "Not yet," Qi Yu replied. "But the second master cannot possibly be safe. How could he leave the princess unaccompanied?" Xie Yunzhao dared not relax. "Send additional personnel. We must ensure he does not return alive." "Yes, I have already made arrangements." As the torrential rain continued, Xie Yunzhao sustained a wound to his back while rescuing Qing Zhu. Gu Kaiji rushed over, delivering a powerful blow that sent the assailant flying. "Brother Xie, hold on. I'm fine. I haven't even married yet," Xie Yunzhao replied. Lu Ziqian's guards defended him against the attackers. "This is the third wave. Xie heir. Who have you angered? Why did you not accompany the princess? She has the Zilin guards. Are you foolish? Would I let her take risks?" All 3 guards had suffered losses, and they had not anticipated such an overwhelming number of assailants. Shen Shurong, having waited too long for Xie Yunzhao, had dispatched the palace guards, leaving only the Zilin guards for her protection. The Zilin guards were solely responsible for her safety. With only 2 days' journey remaining to the capital, Xie Yunzhao finally caught up with Shen Shurong's contingent. Lu Ziqian bore injuries on his face, while Xie Yunzhao's back was wounded. Shen Shurong would be terrified. How could there be assassins? Was it a consequence of her own harsh methods? Yet, why would the assassins target Xie Yunzhao instead of herself? Does Yunzhao know who is behind this? Any clues? "Rest assured, I am fine. I have my own insights," he reassured her. As Shen Shurong prepared to inquire further, he ushered her onto the carriage, unwilling to delay any longer as he quickly gathered the caravan to return to the capital. In his heart, he had formed a judgment but dared not disclose it to Shen Shurong. She would not believe him. His own brothers sought to end him. She was too innocent, unaware of the depths of their brotherly malice. Initially, he had regarded Xie Yunzhao as a true brother. Their father had urged him to relinquish the title of heir, which Xie Yunzhao had vehemently resisted, claiming he would not usurp his brother's position. For the sake of their father's peace of mind and the enduring power of the duke's household, he had complied. He thought himself wronged. Believing that yielding one title was sufficient, he did not realize he would also be expected to relinquish Shen Shurong. It was only upon losing her that he awakened to the truth. Xie Yunzhao was far from the tranquil, unambitious facade he presented. His refusals had only served to guide him, the elder brother, toward magnanimity. Perhaps he had long been scheming, not only to usurp the title of heir, but to entrap Shen Shurong as well. Only he, foolishly adhering to his parents' wishes, believed in sibling unity. Their hearts had long diverged. From that moment onward, he resolved to cease his frivolity, secretly cultivating his own network, refusing to remain subjugated indefinitely. Yet for 4 years without Shen Shurong, he had never conceived the thought of harming Xie Yunzhao. As long as Shen Shurong was well, he would not lay a hand on him. Now, however, he shamelessly sought to harm himself, unable to bear the thought of Xie Yunzhao marrying Shen Shurong. If that was the case, let each reveal their true strengths. Shen Shurong felt discomfort in her heart. He should know who was behind this. Why not confide in her? Was he uncertain or fearful? She would not believe him. She sensed that her feelings had shifted too rapidly, leaving Xie Yunzhao doubtful. Yet if she changed slowly, he would doubt her even more. Sighing, she noted that only 5 days remained until their wedding. After they were wed, she would clarify everything with him, for they would be one. 2 days later, they arrived safely in the capital. Xie Yunzhao escorted Shen Shurong home before seeking out his father. The Duke of Lu was astonished. "My son was attacked? Who was responsible?" "How should I know, father?" Please send someone to investigate thoroughly. Yes, I will dispatch someone immediately. And how is your injury? No worries. It does not affect my ability to marry. Fool! Watch your words. I am concerned for you. The Duke of Lu glared at him helplessly. Since you are unharmed, here is a, military treatise I have prepared for you, awaiting your return for study. Xie Yunzhao frowned. When had he ever read a military treatise? Why was his father giving him such a thing? Yet, he obediently accepted it, exiting to hand it to Qing Ying. Take this military treatise back. I shall go see mother. Qing Ying accepted it, flipping through it casually, her eyes widening in shock, her face turning as red as a monkey's rear. She hurriedly tucked it into her bosom, intending to place it prominently on Xie Yunzhao's desk. The second master will surely need this. Upon hearing of her son's injury, the Duke's wife was at a loss for words, her heart aching. Be careful. You are to be married soon. This is not your fault. Someone sought to assassinate me. Very well, it is not your fault. Stay at home for the next few days. You cannot see the princess before the wedding. Xie Yunzhao. Being denied a meeting with Rong Rong was more distressing than being attacked. Chapter 69. The Art of War upon returning to the residence. Shen Shurong bathed and changed her attire before greeting her grandparents. She was also required to enter the palace to return the imperial sword. The Duchess followed closely behind, chiding her, questioning why she meddled in the affairs of the court when she could simply enjoy herself or engage in commerce. As a young lady, how could she be so unruly? With her impending marriage, one would think she would settle down. Shen Shurong paid little heed to her mother's words. After all, her own mother was a woman, yet harbored many outdated notions about what women could or could not do. When she eventually has a daughter, she vowed not to impose such limitations, encouraging her to pursue her desires unabated. Without the grievances of Xie Yunzhao regarding her marital arrangements, she could still navigate the waterways and, in the future, the seas. As for the crown prince's opinion on her ventures, once she possessed explosives, she would deal with anyone who opposed her. Mother, I've already taken the necessary actions. Now I must contemplate the consequences of my actions on others' interests. Oh, you're aware of that? Look at your father and brother. Who else is as worrisome as you? Ever since you fell into the water, you have seemed like a different person. Is it Xie Yunzhao who has led you astray? Shen Shurong refrained from elaborating, but felt compelled to defend Xie Yunzhao. It has nothing to do with brother Yunzhao. I have even given him plenty of challenges. Not wishing to argue further with her mother, she decided to visit her grandmother. The Duchess, helpless, rose to follow her. I will accompany you. If your grandmother scolds you, perhaps, out of respect for me, she will be less harsh. Shen Shurong pouted. Let her scold me. It won't cost her anything. Yet, she maintained her defiance. Grandmother would never truly scold me. Before they reached their destination, they encountered old Madame Wang. The Duchess and the princess. Her Royal Highness has requested that the princess come alone. The Duchess frowned deeply, grasping her daughter's hand. It's no concern if your grandmother scolds you, but do not argue back. Do not provoke her wrath. Shen Shurong obediently acquiesced. How could she ever incite her grandmother's anger? She would only invoke her concern. Upon entering the main courtyard, Shen Shurong's eyes turned red upon seeing the grand princess. She knelt and tears streamed down her cheeks. Grandmother, Yongjia nearly did not return. I almost never saw you again. The grand princess, filled with unasked questions, hurried over what happened. Is it possible that the crown prince harbored jealousy towards Yongjia, sending someone to intercept and assassinate him? Throughout the journey back to the capital, they had been pursued. Thankfully, brother Yunzhao had secretly protected her, sustaining injuries on his back, while the third son of the Lu family was also wounded. Regardless of who the true culprit was, the blame would inevitably fall upon the crown prince. He would be dealt with sooner or later. The grand princess, furious, had initially intended to summon Yongjia for a discussion, believing the throne would ultimately belong to the crown prince and that he should not overstep. Yet, the notion that he would attempt to kill Yongjia was intolerable. You must rise and recount every detail of this journey. A gleam of satisfaction flickered in Shen Shurong's eyes as she accepted the handkerchief offered by Yingji to wipe her tears. She then stood, her eyes still red, evoking sympathy. In an effort to divert the grand princess's fury, she decided to accompany her to the palace. In the East Palace, Li Chen observed the composed demeanor of Xie Yunzhao with amusement. Your dear brother has returned safely? Indeed, it is good he returned, sparing our parents unnecessary worry. Xie Yunzhao lowered his gaze while sipping tea, his fingers trembling slightly around the cup. Li Chen pondered, unable to fathom why Xie Yunzhao, an ordinary woman, posed such a threat. Their marriage was already confirmed. He ought to focus on more pressing matters. Yes, I shall heed your advice, Your Highness. Perhaps I should arrange more meetings with Li Wan. After all, I have only seen her once this month, and that was at someone else and Oppo's banquet. Mentioning the banquet irked Xie Yunzhao further. During that occasion, despite the separation of genders, she had insisted on finding an opportunity to meet him. Such discourtesy was baffling. He wondered how her grandmother had raised her. At this moment, he had forgotten that Shen Shurong had once displayed similar rudeness, and he had never found it bothersome. Exiting the East Palace, he cast a glance at Qi Yu, instructing him to eliminate any traces that could lead back to him, ensuring their father remained oblivious. Qi Yu understood the command. Meanwhile, Xie Yunzhao was having lunch with his mother when he unexpectedly encountered Li Shuang, the second most disliked person in the household. Seeing her melancholic expression, he did not pause, knowing he would hear nothing pleasant. As he walked past without uttering a word, Li Shuang could no longer contain her tears. Cousin, I would never harm you. Why can't you heed my words? If you wish for me to still call you cousin, refrain from speaking nonsense. Are you aware that she has left behind her most trusted maid, frequently approaching my elder cousin under the pretense of inspecting her new residence? Xie Yunzhao turned to glare at her. Rong has left her most capable maid to oversee their new home, indicating her seriousness about our engagement. Furthermore, Rong is aware of my aversion to Jinji. Her decision not to bring her along was for my benefit. If she truly wished to keep someone close to monitor Xie Yunzhao, she could choose anyone else. Our matters are too complicated to explain to you, nor is it necessary. However, I can assure you of one thing. Even if I do not marry the princess, I will never consider you. With that, Xie Yunzhao turned on his heel. Once Rong married, he would ensure she remained distant from Li Shuang. After Xie Yunzhao's wedding, he would hastily send her back. What kind of upbringing was that? Li Shuang nearly collapsed into the arms of her maid, heartbroken by her cousin's callousness, believing she was acting in his best interest. The maid assisted her back, urging her to come to terms with reality and to let go. Already frail, Li Shuang fell ill after her outburst of tears. Xie Yunzhao returned to his chambers, where Qing Ying followed him inside, casting a knowing glance towards the table. Second Master, the military treatise has been placed on the table. Xie Yunzhao ignored him. What need is there for me to read a military treatise? Just as he was about to rest, he noticed Qing Ying lingering, his gaze puzzled. The subordinate urged him to take a closer look. Blushing, Qing Ying hurriedly fled the room after uttering those words. Xie Yunzhao approached, curious about the treatise that had unnerved him so. He picked it up, flipping it open, and the book fell to the ground, causing his face to flush crimson. Although his father was concerned about the future of the Duke's residence, he still cared for his son. In the evening, the family gathered for dinner. Xie Yunzhao felt guilty and avoided his father's gaze, for this military treatise was the book he had studied most diligently throughout his life. Their dispatched agents had yet to return. He was eager to see who dared to threaten the son of the Duke of Lu. Indeed, father, you must investigate thoroughly. This time, I am particularly grateful to Gu Kaiji and Lu Ziqian, especially Lu Ziqian, who injured himself to protect me. I plan to arrange 2 tokens of gratitude for them tomorrow. Good, Zhou, you are thoughtful. It is essential to express gratitude to these 2 young brothers. Xie Yunzhao smiled, subtly observing Xie Yunzhao's expression, which was infuriating him. Lu Ziqian protected you? Xie Yunzhao felt a flicker of doubt. Could it be that true brotherly affection had blossomed, and he was unwilling to see Xie Yunzhao come to harm? Chapter 70. A crimson attire, the Princess of Chang returned to the palace after sharing a midday meal with Shen Shurong and the Emperor. The details of the conversation between the Yongzhou princess and the Emperor remained shrouded in mystery, particularly regarding the impending response to the flooding in Linhuai. However, one thing is certain. His Majesty's trust in the Yongzhou princess now rivals that of the Princess of Chang. Those who sought to undermine the influence of the Princess of Chang found themselves compelled to slow their efforts. In the ensuing days, Shen Shurong dedicated herself to preparations for her wedding, with Yi Man and Xiao Qiao accompanying her in a flurry of activity. Noticing Xiao Qiao's untroubled demeanor, Shen Shurong felt reassured, having anticipated the girl might be upset. She believed it was advantageous to discern a person's true nature before marriage. Xiao Qiao sincerely echoed this sentiment, reflecting on her sister Yi Man's situation. Had it not been for Jia Caiyong's indiscretions before their marriage, the aftermath would have been even more disheartening. Shen Shurong wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing that seeing through a person's facade prior to marriage could indeed prevent the tragedies of her past life. Shen Qi returned from the countryside, bringing with him a crossbow and a concealed weapon disguised as a bracelet. Shen Shurong contemplated advising her elder brother against pursuing such weaponry, which paled in comparison to the potency of gunpowder, but refrained from speaking, observing the pride etched on his face. It seemed her brother had finally found a passion. 2 days later, the wedding date for the Yunzhao princess arrived, and early in the morning, boxes upon boxes of betrothal gifts were delivered to the princess of Chang's residence. A throng gathered at the entrance, enviously listening as the gifts were ceremoniously carried inside, including a rare East pearl. Hidden among the crowd, Li Wanner's maid, Xiuhi, was taken aback by the mention of the pearl, recalling her mistress's words that the Duke of Lu's household possessed only one, which surely would not be given away to anyone but the heir's wife. After hearing the complete list of gifts, Xiuhi hurried back, realizing that the princess was marrying the second son. If the betrothal gifts surpassed those of her mistress, the heir's wife would surely become the subject of ridicule. At the Duke of Lu's residence, the Duchess stood at Lingfeng Pavilion, her heart swelling with emotion as she beheld her eldest son adorned in a vibrant red wedding robe. Tears brimmed in her eyes. He resembled her, and she had always favored Yunzhao, her concern for him surpassing that for the more dependable Yunzhong. "Mother, your son is marrying the princess. You should be happy." The Duchess quickly dabbed at her eyes, replying, "Of course, I am happy, but I can't help but reflect on how grown you are now. You must not be willful anymore." Xie Yunzhao grinned broadly. "Of course, I will heed the princess from now on. There will be no more indulgence." Qing Zhu and Qing Ying stifled their laughter. The Duchess's smile froze. At this moment, Yunzhao's joy was mirrored by Yun Zheng's disappointment. In preparation for the wedding, she had arranged nothing for Yunzhong, allowing him only to make a brief appearance during the banquet. Still, her worry persisted, and she discreetly instructed others to keep watch over the heir. Such a day must not be marred by any misstep. Xie Yunzhao also had people monitoring Xie Yunzhang's movements, ensuring that nothing would disturb his union with Rong Rong. Standing in Chao Hui courtyard, he listened to the sounds of festivities outside, indicating that he was about to fetch the bride. The scene he dreaded most unfolded before him. Xie Yunzhang expressed a desire to drink, and they would soon perform the wedding rites, partake in the bridal chamber, and endure the excruciating moments that would follow. The young lady surrounding Shen Shurong remarked on her beauty. She wore a phoenix crown crafted from pure gold, adorned with countless red and blue gemstones, with pearl tassels cascading from either side, adding a touch of vivacity to her dignified appearance. Today, her makeup was notably heavier than usual, with thick rouge and a vibrant complexion. Although she felt unaccustomed to it, she believed it symbolized good fortune for a prosperous future. Holding a large red fan embroidered with mandarin ducks, Shen Shurong attempted to hide her face, feeling unattractive. Xie Yunzhao, unable to contain his excitement, mounted his horse early but still awaited the auspicious hour. When confronted by the young royal's obstruction at the gate, Gu Kaiji proved invaluable, though lacking in other abilities. His strength and determination allowed him to push through unimpeded. Grateful, Xie Yunzhao clapped him on the shoulder, declaring, "From this day forth, you shall be my brother." Gu Kaiji stood in place, reveling in the joy that equaled that of Xie Yunzhao's marriage. Xie Yunzhao, beaming with delight, quickly tempered his expression upon catching sight of Shen Shurong. "My dear Rong Rong, I have come to take you away." Shen Shurong persistently shielded her face, convinced of her lack of beauty. The matchmaker, observing the couple, felt tears welling in her eyes and hurried to position the newlyweds properly. "From this day forth, you shall honor your elders, uphold filial piety, and cherish one another. You must respect and love each other. And deliberate on matters together, the Princess of Chong struggled to continue, her voice choked with emotion. The elder statesman's feelings mirrored hers, having only one son. Their affection for their granddaughter surpassed that for their son, bordering on indulgence, and now he truly felt reluctant to part with her. The prince and princess also felt a sense of reluctance, but more pressing was their concern for Xie Yunzhao, fearing their daughter would suffer. Shen Shurong grasped Xie Yunzhao's hand as they knelt to bid farewell to their families, her tear-filled peach blossom eyes resolute. Grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, rest assured. Yunzhao will be happy. Xie Yunzhao bowed deeply, his voice steady and earnest. Grandfather, grandmother, father-in-law, mother-in-law, rest assured, I shall treasure the princess as my life, ensuring she endures no hardship whatsoever. The four elders responded in unison, acknowledging them as good children. Marrying Xie Yunzhao was a form of hardship, and a derisive chuckle wafted from the onlookers outside. Though faint, it was clear enough to be heard. Shen Shurong assisted Xie Yunzhao to his feet, her faith unwavering, even if others doubted. Following the matchmaker's direction, the couple exited. As Xie Yunzhao rode his horse, he glanced back at the bridal sedan. He had never imagined he would don a bright red wedding robe, let alone come to the Princess of Chong's residence to fetch Rong. He had thought he would never wear red. He had believed she would be wed to Xie Yunzhao, not him. With the auspicious hour proclaimed, the procession slowly made its way toward the Duke of Lu's residence. Trailing behind them was Shen Shurong's dowry. The seemingly endless stream of gifts stirred envy in countless women, for this was the treasure of both households, the Yunzhao princess. Since the untrustworthy Xie Yunzhao had taken her hand, both the Princess of Chong and the Duchess had gained much. Li Wan'er, observing the spectacle, clutched her handkerchief tightly, her heart aching. Why must her status as a princess dictate that she receive the East Pearl as a betrothal gift and now possess a more lavish dowry than her own? Was this meant to suppress her? A month later, comparisons between her dowry and that of the princess would inevitably arise. At this moment, she felt a surge of resentment toward Xie Yunzhao. Did he not understand the necessity of maintaining his own dignity amid this chaos? The heir of the duke, allowed to be bullied by the second branch, left her exposed to the ridicule of others. In Chao Hui courtyard, having prepared himself mentally for several days, Xie Yunzhao now endured heartache, summoned by the Duke of Lu to entertain guests. An impulsive thought surged within him, to abduct Yunjia and flee to a secluded place where no one could impede them. Chapter 71. Entering the bridal chamber with these thoughts in mind, Xie Yunzhao strode towards the main door, while Qiyu called out to him as if he were unheard. Upon reaching the entrance, he beheld the ornate bridal sedan chair, and a fleeting image crossed his mind. The rider was himself. Noticing his daze, Qiyu tugged him back. Suddenly, the crackling of firecrackers erupted, jolting Xie Yunzhao back to reality. Raising his gaze, he spotted Xie Yunzhao and, averting his eyes, retreated. This scene felt hauntingly familiar, as though he had lived it before. Yet the truth remained. Xie Yunzhao was marrying her, and he was but her elder brother. Qiyu let out a sigh of relief, saying, "Young master, please wait until the banquet begins to appear. A toast will suffice." Xie Yunzhao felt a pang of heartache. Each firecracker was not for him, and every blessing uttered was not directed at him. The festive atmosphere outside served as a stark reminder that he had no chance to approach her. Gripping his palms tightly, he regained some composure and feigned calmness. "Where the crown prince and the princes? I shall attend to the guests." Though Qiyu felt uneasy, he nonetheless led him away, determined to prevent him from witnessing the newlywed ceremony. Once the guests had gathered, the young master finally made his appearance, his expression devoid of the joyful demeanor expected at the Lu Guogong's estate. Those present could somewhat imagine the turmoil within him, especially with Princess Yunjia now holding the treasury and having aided the emperor in addressing the southern floods. Approaching Li Chen's table, he greeted, "I have met the crown prince, the third prince, and the fifth prince." The crown prince waved his hand. "Let us sit at the same table, young master. Indeed, let us share a toast in celebration." The third prince smiled at him, while the fifth prince, oblivious to the underlying tension, chattered on, his youthful innocence exacerbating Xie Yunzhang's frustration. The sounds of the ceremonial chants filled the hall, and when the words announcing the bridal chamber echoed, Xie Yunzhang downed a glass of wine, only to choke violently. As if his very insides were being expelled, tears welled in his eyes, whether from coughing or an unbearable sorrow. He stumbled back to his courtyard, punching the pillar in a fit of rage, his arm throbbing with blue veins. Why had he not killed him? Emotions demanded an outlet, and both Qi Yu and Qi Xiao felt their eyes redden, yet dared not intervene, standing guard at the courtyard entrance to shield the young master's grief from prying eyes. "Bring me some wine." They sighed deeply and complied. Meanwhile, the jubilant celebrations proceeded undisturbed. The newlyweds traversed the fire pit, making their way to the hall, bound together by a single red ribbon. Their path adorned with lush red flowers, steeped in an unspeakable, boundless affection. Xie Yunzhao could not help but glance at his side, his lips parting in soft murmurs, a smile in his eyes that reached deep into his heart. Shen Shurong found him rather childish, yet she adored it. Her fan concealed the slight smile playing on her lips, veiling the happiness sparkling in her eyes. Her wishes were finally realized. During the bowing ceremony, the Duchess of Lu cast envious glances, quickly blinking them away, while the Duke felt a sense of satisfaction, proud that his son had grown to be so sensible. Yet, upon seeing his son following the bride toward the bridal chamber, he realized he had spoken too soon and called him back. You still need to toast the guests. Reluctantly, Xie Yunzhao trailed behind his father to offer toasts. The Duke, perceptive as ever, whispered in his ear, "Do not be unwilling. Receive the well wishes of others graciously. Additionally, a little wine will bolster your courage." With that, he patted his chest. Xie Yunzhao seemed to grasp this, realizing he indeed needed a drink. Otherwise, the 59 strategies from the military texts would remain untested. After toasting 2 tables of guests, he felt satisfied and called upon Gu Kaiji and Lu Ziqian to take his place, escaping his father's scrutiny. Shen Shurong was in the new room, enjoying some delicacies, when she heard a knock at the door. The maids filed out, and upon seeing her husband, flushed with color, Yinji Suihan stifled a giggle. "Second master, please come in. The princess is waiting for you." Xie Yunzhao's eyes curved into crescent moons as he smiled. "Everyone, go get your reward from Qingzhou." The maids left merrily, expressing their gratitude and congratulations. Shen Shurong lowered her fan slightly, revealing her bright, peach blossom-like eyes, fixating on the young man approaching step by step. She had always known he was handsome. In their childhood, she cherished playing with him, perhaps due to his pleasing appearance. Now, adorned in a vibrant red wedding robe, he was simply irresistible. The matching golden crown atop his head further accentuated his unparalleled charm. Xie Yunzhao felt a rush of heat as he stood before her, akin to a lion seeking a mate, yearning to claim the heart of the one before him. He halted before her, gently brushing aside the fan that concealed her exquisite features. He had finally achieved his desire, but it wouldn't he budge? Rong Rong? Shen Shurong lowered her head, shyly hiding her face. Xie Yunzhao chuckled. He had adored her beauty since childhood. He loved her in every form. They say a bride is the most beautiful on her wedding day. Brother Yunzhao, I truly look unappealing. I might frighten you. I do not believe it. Show me. He seized the fan, and she could not resist, revealing her entire lovely visage. Xie Yunzhao crouched down, gazing intently, a broad smile gracing his lips, beautiful, like a doll from a New Year painting. Are you laughing at me? Shen Shurong playfully planted a kiss on his cheek, leaving a rosy imprint, and burst into laughter. Now, you look just as unappealing as I do. Xie Yunzhao remained in his position, captivated by her radiant smile, and in that moment, he was certain that she was just as delighted to marry him. Pointing to the other side of her face, he affectionately inquired, "Shouldn't this side match as well?" Shen Shurong ceased her laughter, unreservedly kissing him again. In the next moment, he enveloped her in his arms, truly marrying her. Their hearts beat in synchrony, feeling each other's pulse. He understood the significance of this moment, and she comprehended how long they had missed each other. As the man sought to kiss her, he was halted. They had yet to remove their makeup. They both sipped from the ceremonial wine, cutting a lock of each other's hair, intertwining them tightly before placing them in a box. Just as hair is inseparable, so too shall they be in this lifetime. Shen Shurong retreated to bathe and change, while Xie Yunzhao held the box, unable to take his eyes off the hair. Suddenly, a vision of himself drunkenly reveling flashed through his mind. If today she were to marry Xie Yunzhao, this scene would surely depict his exact state. Shaking his head, he dispelled the unwelcome thoughts. He glanced at the pastries on the table, his brow furrowing slightly, and requested hot dishes to be brought forth. After they had bathed and donned their red undergarments, the feast merely became a backdrop. Shen Shurong instructed the maids to clear the jujube and osmanthus from the bed, blushing as she lay down, pulling the dragon and phoenix wedding blanket over herself. In July, even with an ice basin set in the room, the heat was unbearable. Not only was her body warm, but her heart was aflame as well. The wedding candles by the bedside were meant to burn throughout the night. Xie Yunzhao secured the door, extinguished the distant flames, and approached the bed. Seeing him come closer, Shen Shurong tugged the blanket over her head, her lower lip bitten white. Not uttering a sound, the laughter in her eyes became increasingly difficult to suppress. They were finally together. Chapter 72. Siege and Conquest. Xie Yunzhao gazed at the figure nestled beneath the covers, shyly hiding away while nervously swallowing. The movement of his throat betrayed his anxiousness, causing his cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Shen Shurong sensed his presence beside the bed, but noted the stillness. Suddenly, the mattress dipped beside her, sending her heart racing as she instinctively covered her chest, fearing that the sound of her heartbeat might be audible. Before she could react, the quilt was lifted, a fleeting ray of light illuminating the space before it returned to tranquility, the covers settling back over her face, now accompanied by a warm body. Outside the quilt, their hands met, both palms slick with perspiration. He was uncertain if she was prepared for this moment. Suppressing his own excitement, he swallowed hard, his voice a low, restrained whisper, "Is it hot under this cover?" Shen Shurong turned her face away slightly, offering a soft reply. "Hot. I have a way to cool you down." With that, Xie Yunzhao rose and tossed the quilt aside, deeming it a hindrance. As he turned, he beheld the graceful curve of her waist, a sight that captivated him entirely. Wrapping his arms around her waist, he spoke in a husky voice laced with temptation. "Rong Rong, may I attend to you?" "If you please." Shen Shurong closed her eyes, silently inviting him. The joy in his eyes blossomed as he received her unspoken consent. He captured her beautiful lips with his, and with a gentle force, tasted the lively dance of her tongue. The fervor that had been pent up within him found its release, as the simplicity of their kiss could no longer suffice. It was only upon witnessing her radiant beauty that he felt truly fulfilled. He had indeed won her heart. After calling for water twice, Xie Yunzhao, ever mindful of her condition, held her close, repeatedly whispering her name and planting kisses upon her forehead, utterly enamored. Shen Shurong, somewhat exasperated, realized that sleep was a luxury she could not afford, especially with the impending meeting with her in-laws. Her voice, hoarse from fatigue, broke the silence. "Husband, I am tired. May we sleep?" Xie Yunzhao was momentarily taken aback by her words, remaining silent and motionless. As Shen Shurong began to drift into slumber, he softly called her name. "Wife, I shall keep you company as you sleep." She nestled closer to him, seeking the most comfortable position. The rapid beating of his heart echoed in his chest, and fearing it would disturb her, he struggled to quiet it. He was unaware of when he succumbed to sleep, but he knew that his dreams would not be as delightful as this reality. Meanwhile, outside the city, his brother, Xie Yunzhao, was engaged in a fierce battle against a group of assassins, intoxicated and unable to remain within the same residence. To his dismay, he found himself the target of an assassination attempt. Both Qi Yu and Qi Xiao bore the marks of conflict, fiercely protecting him. Soon, reinforcements arrived. Yet Xie Yunzhao had sustained injuries that would keep him bedridden for at least 10 days or more. The Duke of Lu was furious, pondering who could harbor such animosity towards him, having dispatched assassins to target his 2 legitimate sons. The Duke's residence remained lively throughout the latter part of the night, yet the newlyweds were undisturbed. Xie Yunzhao awakened briefly, gathering some understanding of the situation, but chose to ignore it, holding his wife close as he returned to sleep. The following morning, they presented tea to their in-laws, who wore grim expressions, particularly his mother, as if she had been weeping, and Xie Yunzhao was notably absent. Xie Yunzhao silently acknowledged his fortunate fate, realizing that his brother was unlikely to be easily subdued. Shen Shurong, indifferent to the absence, was relieved to avoid encountering him. After offering tea, they retreated to Ling Feng residence, where Xie Yunzhao noticed her unsteady gait, indicating her discomfort. Indeed, Shen Shurong felt unwell and promptly lay down. Just as Xie Yunzhao intended to join her, a maid knocked at the door, announcing that a young lady had come to pay her respects. Shen Shurong, unwilling to force herself to confront a woman who coveted her husband, was about to refuse when she heard Xie Yunzhao's sharp reprimand. Does she not realize she is unwell? Is she attempting to vex my wife? Tell her to return when she came. The maid hesitated, fearing the implications of relaying that message, instead conveying the second master's concern for the young lady's health. Li Shuang departed, looking as wilted as a frostbitten plant. Shen Shurong wrapped her arms around the man who had lain down beside her, inquiring, "Does my husband dislike her? More than that, I utterly detest her. From now on, you should keep your distance from her." "Very well, I shall heed my husband's wishes." Xie Yunzhao was elated by her response and leaned closer, kissing her tenderly, his hands firmly holding her waist, lost in the sweetness of the moment until an unexpected voice interrupted. "My lord, what have you been doing at home these past few days?" Xie Yunzhao faltered. For Shen Shurong had a knack for rendering him speechless. "My father gifted me a military treatise, which I have been diligently studying." "What military treatise could captivate you so? Show it to me. Lying here is dreadfully dull." Xie Yunzhao coughed awkwardly several times. "I shall show it to you tomorrow evening." Shen Shurong nestled against him, laughing softly, as if she had grasped the underlying meaning. Once she fell asleep, Xie Yunzhao rose to visit Xie Yunzhao. He felt compelled to check on his brother, who had suffered injuries, just as he had come to see him. Upon arrival, he found the Duchess of Lu wiping her tears. Xie Yunzhao considered saying that his brother was not dead, but out of respect for their mother and Appo's feelings, he refrained. "You've come. Just take a look and then return. You are newly married, and the sight of blood is not ideal." "I understand, mother." As Xie Yunzhao entered, he noticed Xie Yunzhang turning his face away, revealing the wounds on his arms and legs from the blade. Ignoring his brother's cold demeanor, Xie Yunzhao poured himself a cup of tea, contemplating how fortunate they were to be alive, pondering whom the Duke's demise would benefit. No one responded. "By the way, you missed the tea ceremony this morning. Consider that your greeting. It is your absence that counts." "Cough, cough, I did not slight her," Xie Yunzhang retorted, clearly frustrated. Xie Yunzhao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if one were to slight, it should be your betrothed. Do you not realize what has transpired? She has not visited you all morning. Perhaps she remains unaware. I instructed someone to send a message to the Li residence. I do not require that." Xie Yunzhang coughed. "It is ill-advised to meet before marriage." Qiyu, hearing the heir's cough, felt a pang of concern. He too bore injuries but remained worried for his master. "Second master, please return after you have seen him. The heir requires rest." Xie Yunzhao stood, brushing off his trousers as he made to leave. "You are far too proper. Do not fret. If it is necessary, I shall send word." "Do not go," Xie Yunzhang exclaimed in frustration, his injuries failing to mask the pain within, wishing to avoid the sight of anyone at that moment, especially Li Wan heir. Chapter 73. The Fiancé and Appo's inquiry into the injury. If Xie Yunzhao could be persuaded, he would no longer be called Xie Yunzhao. He was the master of creating frustrations. Upon exiting the Chaohui courtyard, Xie Yunzhao shot a glare at Qing Zhu, remarking on the diminished company. Qing Zhu's expression twisted slightly. "Second master, who could have anticipated his outing last night? Given the sudden arrangements, it's fortunate he sustained no more serious injuries. At least for the time being, no one will disturb you and the princess." Xie Yunzhao raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the silver lining of not seeing him for half a month. "Go inform Li Wan that her fiancé nearly met his demise. Does she not wish to offer her condolences?" Qing Zhu chuckled as he dispatched someone to deliver the message. Meanwhile, Qiyu observed Xie Yunzhang's closed eyes and furrowed brow. mistakenly believing him to be in pain. "Young master, should I fetch a doctor?" "No need. Have any findings emerged?" "Not yet." The Duke has also dispatched individuals to investigate. Xie Yunzhang's icy gaze fell upon him. "Do you suspect Xie Yunzhao?" Xie Yu paused, contemplating before shaking his head. How could the second master possess such influence? Moreover, it was his wedding day yesterday. Why would he complicate matters? As soon as he uttered those words, he noticed the darkening glimmer in his master's eyes and regretted mentioning the wedding. Though Xie Yunzhang felt a pang of sorrow, he conceded to Qi Yu's reasoning. Even if Xie Yunzhao had such power, he would not act recklessly on a day meant for celebration. "Do you think they have already?" Xie Yunzhang clenched his eyes shut, fully aware but yearning to know. Just what if she did not permit? Qi Yu lowered his head, understanding the question lingering in his master's mind, and he too harbored a glimmer of hope. He had inquired discreetly and learned that a wet nurse close to the Duchess had exited Linfeng residence with a smile. "Master, do not dwell on these thoughts. What is paramount now is your recovery. There are many matters awaiting your attention." Xie Yunzhang waved his hand dismissively, choosing silence as his response. He understood all too well. The bitterness within him festered, his hand forming a tight fist, reluctant to imagine the closeness they might share. The wound on his arm throbbed painfully from his clenched fist, but he remained oblivious until the bandage began to seep crimson, prompting Qi Yu to urgently call for a doctor. "Young master, do not let your anger take hold. At this point, as long as her heart remains with you, why concern yourself with external matters? You know the second master's temperament well. Besides, he has cherished the princess since childhood, and she too has made sacrifices. If you cannot let go, it may only bring harm to her." Qi Yu steeled himself, uttering words that should have remained unspoken, adding, "Moreover, you and the princess. The feelings reside in the heart, not in the flesh." Xie Yunzhang gradually loosened his fist. Qi Yu spoke the truth. Even if she had already, he still held her alone in his heart. When the doctor arrived, Xie Yunzhang complied with the dressing of his wounds, promising to refrain from further movement. Qi Yu felt a wave of relief. He understood his master's stubborn nature, having been so since childhood. Before long, a servant reported that Miss Li had come to visit. Upon learning this, the Duchess hurried to accompany her son. Li Wanner arrived with reddened eyes, her heart racing upon hearing of Xie Yunzhang's assassination attempt. From the moment she laid eyes on him, she had claimed him for herself. Though he showed no warmth towards her, she believed that, given time, affection would blossom. They were to be partners for life. Xie Yunzhang, in a daze, initially mistook the figure adorned with a maiden's hairpin for Shen Shurong, and joy surged within him as he attempted to sit up. However, upon recognizing the visitor, disappointment washed over him. Xie Yunzhao, had he not instructed her not to come? With a voice laced with irritation, he said, "Miss Li, I am currently in a precarious state. Please, may you and my mother move to the main hall?" Li Wanner felt a pang of grievance as her concern went unvoiced, only to be unceremoniously ushered away. The Duchess quickly intervened, casting a disapproving glance at her son. Despite her dissatisfaction, she understood the need for decorum. "Do not take offense, Wanner. Yunzhang is simply in pain. Upon our entrance, he immediately covered himself with the blanket. Refusing my entry." Li Wanner nodded, taking a seat. "It was I who overstepped." "Overstepped? Not at all. You share an engagement. It is natural to worry for one another in times of trouble." The Duchess, noticing Li Wanner's complexion returning to normal, hastily instructed for a screen to be set up. "Speak freely, the door remains open. I shall fetch some tea and snacks." With a smile, the Duchess exited, taking Qi Yu along with her. Xie Yunzhang glared at Qi Yu, silently commanding him not to leave. Qi Yu feigned ignorance, adhering to the Duchess's orders, hoping that if his master could establish a rapport with Miss Li, it might help him forget the princess. "How did you encounter an assassin? Why did you leave the residence last night? Were you on official business?" Li Wanner had a multitude of questions. "Last night, there was a celebration at the Duke's residence, and I had to step out. Is it because my former fiancé married my brother that I felt discontent?" Xie Yunzhang, reluctant to provide a direct answer, yet unable to be rude, simply affirmed, "Yes, it was for official business." Li Wanner nodded, relieved that it was not as she had feared. Is your injury severe? I brought some fine ginseng. Xie Yunzhao stared at the ceiling, expressing his impatience. It is a minor injury. Thank you. Sensing his reluctance to engage in conversation, Li Wanner resolved not to leave so soon, believing they needed to cultivate their relationship further. Besides, she had the matter of the East Pearl on her mind. She pondered her phrasing, not out of pettiness, but rather with a sense of urgency. I heard that the East Pearl was given as a betrothal gift to the princess by the Duke's residence. Xie Yunzhao slightly turned his head, glancing towards a shadow behind the screen. Why inquire about this? What is it to you? Nothing much. It was simply given to the princess. And when it came to me, there was none. I fear others might gossip. Would it not be better to borrow it from the princess? And I shall return it afterward? Li Wanner believed her reasoning sound, generous and unconcerned, merely acting in the interest of the Duke's residence. Xie Yunzhao turned away, irritation flaring within him. Why should she contend with Yungjia for it? No need. She is the princess and deserves what is rightfully hers. Li Wanner was taken aback, tightly clutching her skirt. I harbor no intention of competing with her. I merely think that since we will be living in the same residence, it is best not to have too great a disparity for your sake. Xie Yunzhao coldly retorted, disparity? Can her backgrounds truly compare? If a princess marries a commoner's son, can their dowries be the same? Chapter 74. Pretending Li Wanner was taken aback, pondering the meaning behind the young master's words. Did he disdain her for lacking the status of a princess? Wasn't it he who was comparing them? The bridal gifts were customary, and the dowry would depend on the Li family. Xie Yunzhao, losing patience, thought it unnecessary to waste words over a mere ornament brought into the family. Li Wanner felt discomfort in her heart. He showed no concern for her feelings, yet she feared he might propose to break off the engagement. So she refrained from speaking further. Perhaps I have not expressed myself well. Let's not discuss this matter anymore. You must focus on your recovery and not let your temper flare. As Li Wanner left the residence, the smile on her face faded entirely. She had expected him to show at least a modicum of sympathy for her, even if he knew she could not compare to the princess. A few comforting words would have sufficed. It seemed prudent to refrain from mentioning Princess Yungjia in his presence in the future. Meanwhile, Shen Shurong remained oblivious, still asleep in the room. Xie Yunzhao watched her, unperturbed by the possibility of startling his bride. Outside, Jinji was crying, covering her face as she rushed to the maid's quarters. Yinji, puzzled by her distress, learned from Xiaoyu that the young master had been attacked and was gravely injured. Only then did she realize the gravity of the situation. It could no longer be concealed. Trouble was bound to arise. She decided to guard the entrance to the newlyweds' chamber. When Shen Shurong awoke and saw her husband by her side, a radiant smile graced her face. Xie Yunzhao leaned down to kiss her, feeling that from this moment on, everything he did was justified. Yinji, hearing the princess's voice, knocked on the door to enter. Xie Yunzhao was displeased. He had not yet had enough of her kisses. Shen Shurong glared at him. In the years to come, there will be times you will find me irksome. Impossible, Xie Yunzhao retorted, for in this world, he desired nothing but her. When Yinji was permitted to enter, she immediately knelt and bowed her head. Princess, I have sinned. Please punish me. This display startled Xie Yunzhao. Suddenly, he felt that Yinji's matter was of greater significance than his own displeasure. What is it? Shen Shurong queried, unable to fathom what could cause such distress. 2 months ago, I sensed something amiss with Jinji. After observing her several times, I discovered she harbored feelings for the young master. I thought perhaps our shared upbringing would lead her to change, so I advised her repeatedly. I should not have concealed this from the princess. Please punish me. Xie Yunzhao's eyes widened in realization. No wonder Jinji had been so unwelcoming after the marriage arrangement. Shen Shurong raised an eyebrow. Why not continue to hide it? Upon learning of the young master and Appo's assassination attempt, Jinji was inconsolable and could not fulfill her duties. I could no longer bear to keep the truth from her. Assassination attempt? Shen Shurong was taken aback, pondering who would dare to assassinate him and why he had not been killed. Xie Yunzhao watched her anxiously, wondering if she would worry about Xie Yunzhao. Rise. Your punishment will be a 2-month reduction in your allowance. Should you hide any information again, you will be dismissed from the residence. Thank you, princess. I will never dare to do so again. This matter shall not be discussed with anyone else. I, too, am unaware of the details. Xie looked up suddenly, realizing that the princess had known all along and feigned ignorance. She exited in a daze. Yes, I understand. As she closed the door, her heart raced. The princess knew but chose not to punish her. How long had she been aware? What was her intention in keeping her? Xie Yunzhao dared not mention Xie Yunzhao, holding his wife close and inquiring about Jin Ji's feelings. Did you know all along what Jin Ji was thinking? Shen Shurong bit her lip, glancing up at him. Do you think I'm malicious? Xie Yunzhao's eyes sparkled as he embraced her, kissing her soft lips. How could you be? What sort of malice do you speak of? I am utterly fascinated by the idea of doing something improper. And what punishment could there be? At most, banishment or confinement, both of which seem unappealing. What would be better? Xie Yunzhao concurred. Such punishments were indeed dull. Shen Shurong sensed his mischievous thoughts and, emboldened, declared unrequited love. Xie Yunzhao was momentarily stunned. No one understood the cruelty of those words better than he did, resting his head against her shoulder in silence. She had not married Xie Yunzhao, but had chosen him. Jin Ji would never have the chance to vie for Xie Yunzhao's affections. Noticing his mood, Shen Shurong tightened her embrace. What is it? Do you think I am wicked and fear me? Not all. He merely feared enduring such punishment again. We are married now. Is there anything we cannot discuss? What a splendid notion. Shen Shurong gently stroked his head. Rest easy. I shall never treat you poorly. Xie Yunzhao held her hand to his lips, wishing to bite it, for her words truly soothed him. Once he regained his composure, a new thought struck him, but she accompanied the dowry and resides in the same household. What if she seizes an opportunity? Shen Shurong laughed lightly. Then splendid. We can simply watch the spectacle unfold. Xie Yunzhao's eyes widened in surprise. Did Rongrong truly regard Xie Yunzhao's courtyard as a spectacle? Though he had not wished to mention Xie Yunzhao, he suddenly found a surge of courage. He has been injured. Nodding slowly, she replied, I know. I just heard it from Yinji. She did not inquire further. It is serious. The person in his embrace nodded slightly, her tone calm and devoid of emotion, to the point of thrilling him. Oh, should we send some nourishing gifts as a gesture? A gesture? Xie Yunzhao stifled a laugh. Tilting his head to hide his delight, he was utterly pleased. Ahem, there was no need before, but now that I am married, it is only proper to reciprocate. Shen Shurong understood the importance of appearances, then let Mother Tian select a couple of items from the storeroom to send over. She tilted her head, a mischievous smile illuminating her face. No, let Jin Ji deliver them. Xie Yunzhao caught sight of this and could no longer restrain himself, leaning down to kiss her. Overwhelmed with joy, a failed assassination should not incur punishment. Instead, it deserved a reward. After an affectionate exchange, he finally stepped out to give instructions. Jin Ji, upon receiving the order, forgot her tears and hurriedly applied layers of powder, finally managing to conceal her distress adequately. Taking the tray from Mother Tian, she made her way toward the Chaohui courtyard. Qi Yu, upon seeing Jin Ji arrive, joyfully ushered her into the courtyard. Miss Jin Ji, the second master and princess sent for you? Jin Ji graciously acknowledged. Yes, the second master is concerned for the young master's health, and the princess has sent me to deliver some nourishing gifts. Red Feather intended to express gratitude and escort her out, yet neither had such plans. He desired to let her see the young master. Since the princess could not come, perhaps her maid would bring him joy. She wished to see the young master as well, to know the extent of his injuries and why he could not rise from bed. Her heart ached for him. If possible, she would gladly tend to him until he recovered. Thus, the two, each with their own thoughts, entered Xie Yunzhao and Appo's chamber. Red Feather led her inside. The screen still in place. Young master, the princess, and the second master have sent Miss Jin Ji with nourishing gifts. Upon hearing the title of princess, Xie Yunzhao's eyes flew open. She had sent someone to see him and even brought gifts. He longed to sit up and behold her with his own eyes. Jin Ji glanced at the screen and then at Red Feather, feeling uneasy about not seeing him. Red Feather, perceptive, discreetly moved aside, understanding that the princess likely wished to gauge her husband's condition through her maid before relaying the details back. Chapter 75. Who orchestrated your assassination? Thinking shrewdly, Red Feather sought to elicit some sympathy from the princess for his master, subtly adjusting the screen as he spoke. The young master sustained grievous injuries this time, affecting his arm and Red Feather. Red Feather, silence. Xie Yunzhao, discerning his intent, disapproved, knowing Yunzhao would worry. He turned to Jinji, a faint smile gracing his lips. I am unharmed. Assure her, them, that it is a minor injury, and I shall recover in a few days. His words belied the severity, as Jinji, aware of the gravity of his condition, felt a pang of heartache, stealing glances at Xie Yunzhao, who lay beneath a light sheet. She remained uncertain of the extent of his wounds. Lowering her gaze to conceal her rising emotions, she replied in a subdued tone, Understood, I shall. Please prioritize your recuperation, and may you have a swift recovery. Indeed, I shall. As Jinji departed, Red Feather, observing the resurgence of life in his master's eyes, felt a wave of relief. Young master, these are the finest provisions the princess has sent. Xie Yunzhao, glancing at the tray laden with medicinal herbs, a subtle smile played on his lips. Her affection is evident. Prepare a decoction. Red Feather, elated, readily accepted the task. Upon Jinji's return, she found Inji regarding her with a furrowed brow. Approaching her, she whispered, I harbor no ulterior motives. Do not misinterpret. The princess instructed me to go. Your actions are of no consequence to me. Inji retorted, turning away. She was cognizant that the princess had dispatched her, yet she remained perplexed. This was not the first instance of the princess facilitating her proximity to the young master, assigning her to protect the Lady Li Shuang and retaining her in the capital to oversee the decoration of the bridal chamber, seemingly providing her with opportunities. Unable to comprehend the princess's intentions, Inji chose to disregard them, trusting in the princess's rationale. Sui Han and Qing Zhu stood guard at the entrance, awaiting their mistress's commands. Hearing the occasional laughter emanating from within the room, their faces mirrored their contentment. Qing Ying hastened back, signaling Qing Zhu upon entering the courtyard. Qing Zhu glanced at the door, causing Qing Ying to pause abruptly. Were the second master and the princess alone in the room? Amidst his bewilderment, Fu Shun hurriedly approached. Why are you all loitering outside? Where's the princess? Sui Han bowed in greeting. Esteemed eunuch Fu Shun, the princess is with the second master in the room. Who among the nobility would be so preoccupied with their spouse during the day? Fu Shun momentarily faltered before understanding dawned. Given that his son-in-law had no other obligations, it was understandable that he would spend time with the princess. Inform her that I require her attention. There are matters that necessitate the princess's decision. Very well, Sui Han replied, knocking on the door. Princess, esteemed eunuch Fu Shun seeks an audience. Upon hearing the summons, Shen Shurong reluctantly relinquished her grip on Xie Yunzhao's pectoral muscles. Truly, if emperors could neglect their morning court, so too could a princess eschew her duties. The man lowered his gaze, noticing the faint tooth marks, and suppressed a smile. He had not bitten her, but her skin was so delicate that even a gentle touch left its mark. You inflicted more bites than I did. I only bit once. Very well, my love, bite as you please. Xie Yunzhao adjusted his attire and assisted her with hers. By the time they opened the door, a quarter of an hour had elapsed. Fu Shun shook his head and entered, bowing before standing respectfully to the side. With the son-in-law occupying the principal seat, he felt constrained in his ability to broach the matter. Xie Yunzhao, puzzled, wondered why he had been summoned. Glancing at Shen Shurong and then at the deferential Fu Shun, he understood. He rose to his feet. I have other matters to attend to. Summon me when you have concluded your discussion. As he began to rise, Shen Shurong extended her fan, gently restraining his arm. Let us hear it together. We are husband and wife. There is no need for secrecy. Xie Yunzhao blinked, suppressing a smile as he resumed his seat. It warmed his heart to hear Shurong refer to them as husband and wife. Fu Shun, with some trepidation, glanced at Shen Shurong. The princess's responsibilities had evolved beyond trivial matters, such as the arrival of new jewelry at shops or the acquisition of novelties by young ladies. How could he disclose such matters to the son-in-law, especially considering the duke's allegiance to the crown prince? Shen Shurong, with a subtle gesture, encouraged him to speak freely. Fu Shun cleared his throat and broached the subject with careful wording. News has reached us that after the morning court, His Majesty met with the third prince to solicit his input regarding the appointment of the prefect of Linzhou. With these words, he lowered his gaze, awaiting the princess's instruction for the son-in-law to excuse himself, signaling her awareness of the matter's significance. Xie Yunzhao's eyes narrowed slightly, inwardly acknowledging that Shurong was inadvertently assisting him, a debt he would remember to repay. Shen Shurong, however, did not dismiss him. Instead, she turned to him, inquiring, "My lord, who do you believe would be a suitable candidate?" Fu Shun was taken aback. Was the princess testing the son-in-law? Xie Yunzhao, equally surprised, wondered why she was seeking his opinion. Noticing Fu Shun's astonishment, he pondered for a moment. He was uncertain, as the decision rested with the third prince, wasn't it? Shen Shurong remained silent, waving for Fu Shun to withdraw. Though disagreeing with the princess's approach, Fu Shun dared not question it, and he exited the room. Xie Yunzhao frowned. Knowing that his father and brother were aligned with the crown prince, why would she seek his counsel? "Why do you regard me so intently, my lord?" Shen Shurong asked with a smile, scrutinizing him. "Are you afraid? Do you regret marrying me and wish to return to your father?" "How could that be? I am now married and naturally defer to you. What would I seek from him?" Xie Yunzhao replied, his hand moving swiftly in negation. "You have pledged to defer to me in all matters?" "Indeed," the man replied without hesitation, fearing she would doubt his sincerity. Shen Shurong smiled and rose to her feet, standing before him, her gaze fixed upon him. "Shall we join their game?" "Join? The prince's game?" Shen Shurong articulated each word with deliberation. "Henceforth, let there be no allegiance to the crown prince, no allegiance to the third prince, but only allegiance to us." Xie Yunzhao and oppose, as pupils dilated involuntarily, and he paused before responding. "Are you serious, Shurong?" Shen Shurong nodded emphatically. "I am serious. Only in this way can we ensure our eternal safety together." Xie Yunzhao recalled his assassination attempt. Had he not secretly cultivated his own network, he would have perished, never having the opportunity to marry Shen Shurong. Shurong is right. To be together forever requires more than simply marrying someone. "I agree. We shall play their game." Shen Shurong embraced him joyfully, kissing his lips. "We are husband and wife. Henceforth, we must conceal nothing from each other, agreed?" Xie Yunzhao embraced her tightly, seating her upon his lap. "Agreed, no secrets. I shall heed your every word." "Then tell me, who orchestrated your assassination?" Xie Yunzhao hesitated, lowering his gaze in contemplation. "Is it not that you cannot speak of it, but that you are unwilling?" Shen Shurong probed. "Then allow me to speculate. Your father, your mother, your brother? Or my father, my mother, my brother?" Xie Yunzhao chuckled softly. "Why do you suspect only our own family? Only those close to you would elicit such reluctance. You fear disappointing me, correct? It was Xie Yunzhao. Would you be disappointed? Would you believe it?" "What?" Shen Shurong exclaimed, dismounting from his lap, her face flushed with anger. "It was him? On what grounds? He has stolen everything from him, yet he still seeks his life?" Xie Yunzhao struggled to decipher her emotions. Disbelief, anger, or incomprehension. Perhaps he believed that without him, Shurong could. Chapter 76. An eye for an eye. Shen Shurong angrily returned to her previous seat, her chest heaving with agitation. Had it not been for her hidden allies and the assistance of Gu Kaiji and others, they would have been separated by an insurmountable chasm once more. He fancied that without Xie Yunzhao, she would still marry him. In reality, she would only see him dead. Xie Yunzhao approached and knelt before her. "Do not be upset. Am I not fine now?" Regardless of their bond as brothers, Shen Shurong was astonished to discover that it was Xie Yunzhao who had caused this turmoil. She embraced him tenderly, kissing his eyelids. "You must never hide anything from me again. Had I known it was him, I would have sent poison instead of nourishing tonics." The man felt comforted, all grievances dissipating, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Do you trust me?" "Of course," she replied. "If I cannot trust my own husband, how can I trust outsiders?" Xie Yunzhao bowed his head, suppressing tears. She referred to Xie Yunzhao as an outsider, yet called him her husband. Shen Shurong lifted his chin, her gaze fierce. "Furthermore, I shall not allow anyone to bully you, neither your father, nor your mother, nor Xie Yunzhao." "Understood," he replied, his eyes shimmering with tears, a mixture of surprise and gratitude in his voice. I understand now. With you by my side, no one can harm me. Shen Shurong glared at him, exasperated that he would shield her from his own troubles. Why did you not inform your father? Even if you didn't, it should be tit for tat. Wait. Suddenly, she recalled that Xie Yunzhao had also been attacked. So, it was you who sent someone last night. Xie Yunzhao's tears vanished, replaced by anxiety. Rong. You did well. Xie Yunzhao was incredulous. Had she praised him? Moreover, she had not even considered Xie Yunzhao, only herself, filling her heart with excitement. Shen Shurong leaned closer, whispering, Your father is unaware, is he? Xie Yunzhao shook his head, affirming his ignorance. Good, be cautious henceforth, lest they discover the truth. Xie Yunzhao's throat tightened. Not only did she not oppose him, but she also supported him. All right, the third prince still needs to recommend the governor of Linzhou. You should attend to it. Xie Yunzhao's legs buckled, and he sat down abruptly, his eyes wide with astonishment, fixed unwaveringly on Shen Shurong. The latter sipped her tea leisurely. Do not look at me like that. Xie Yunzhao is aligned with the crown prince, and you must align with the third prince. Let them fight to the death. Without uttering a word, Xie Yunzhao exited the room. What more was there to say? Whether Rong was merely guessing or truly knew was of little consequence. He had already revealed too much. Outside, Qing Ying was anxiously pacing. The second master had finally emerged and approached to whisper. No need to speak. I'm already aware. It must be the third prince sending a message to inquire about his opinion. My Rong is quite clever. Qing Ying scratched his head, bewildered. When had the second master become so prescient? Xie Yunzhao was contemplating their shared interests, he and Shen Shurong as allies, and made his way to the third prince's residence. The third prince, having awaited his arrival, was about to speak when he was interrupted with gratitude for the princess. The third prince sighed in resignation. He knew that his chance had come thanks to Shen Shurong. Yet this fellow was far too eager for him to express gratitude. Those in the know realize you are marrying a wife, while those who do not think that my sister Yongjia has saved your life multiple times. Close enough, he replied. Do you have a suitable candidate in mind? First, analyze the situation, and then I shall assist you. Xie Yunzhao did not provide a direct answer. Once he finished speaking, Xie Yunzhao stated, The princess evidently dislikes the crown prince. You know how much the Long Princess heeds her advice. Why not seize this opportunity to bring the Long Princess's supporters to our side? In time, the crown prince will also come to regard them with suspicion. The third prince hesitated, but the Long Princess has consistently supported the primary consort. Precisely because of that, we must distract them. The crown prince will no longer trust the Long Princess's residence as he once did. Seeing his continued hesitance, Xie Yunzhao arched an eyebrow. Do not find it daunting. If one attempt is insufficient, there will be a second. Over time, their mutual trust will surely crumble. I have already wed the princess. Do you really think I would allow her to assist the crown prince? Very well. I shall make preparations and visit Father Emperor tomorrow. The third prince had awaited this affirmation. Neither he nor Xie Yunzhao were heirs, and to avoid being harmed, they banded together, united by common interests. Having completed her duties as a wife, Xie Yunzhao returned home eager for praise. Within Lingfeng residence, the maidservants surrounded Shen Shurong, attending to her needs. Today's trifold maintenance had already been delayed. Princess, I inadvertently overheard that the heir's fiancée, Miss Li, had visited. Due to the betrothal gifts, Dongzhu argued with the heir and mentioned you in passing. Qiaoyu hurriedly entered, bowing. Jinji scoffed coldly. Dongzhu is precious. Of course it should belong to the princess. She cannot compare to our princess. The heir must find her unreasonable. Inji glanced up, quickly assessing Shen Shurong and Appo's reaction, and seeing her indifferent, she looked down. Shen Shurong chuckled inwardly. How could news from Chaoyi Courtyard reach Lingfeng residence? It was merely Xie Yunzhao's deliberate efforts to spread it. She was already married, yet he still harbored ill intentions, pretending to be affectionate for her sake. Such words ought not to be spoken carelessly. She was to become the heir's wife, the one by his side. When young couples quarreled, it was not for them to gossip. Yes, princess. Jinji hesitated, her hands pausing momentarily, her heart aching. She did not understand why. When the princess was the heir's fiancé, she felt no jealousy, even wishing for their happiness. Now, however, upon hearing that the heir would marry that Liwaner, her heart felt constricted. How could she possibly compare to the princess? Among Shen Shurong's 4 maidservants, Xie was primarily responsible for delivering messages. Since Xie Yunzhao was willing to relay this to her, she might as well utilize it. Xie, given that we are new arrivals, it would be prudent to remain vigilant. Do pay more attention in the future. Understood, princess. When Xie Yunzhao returned, Shen Shurong had just completed her foot care, and Yingji covered her up, realizing they were already married, but refraining from revealing it. Xie Yunzhao picked up the various jars, scrutinizing them. Which one can I apply? Shen Shurong asked in confusion. What do you need these for? Xie Yunzhao glanced at her calloused palms. Her skin was delicate, and last night, as he held her waist, he had been cautious not to apply too much pressure. Her legs were equally smooth, and he felt that any contact would leave marks. I want to moisturize my hands. Otherwise, I fear I may scratch you. Shen Shurong coughed lightly, glaring at him. What are you saying? The maidservants blushed, and Yingji hurriedly retrieved hand cream for Xie Yunzhao. Second master, use this, the princess and Appo's body is delicate. Shen Shurong feigned anger. No laughing. The maidservants stifled their laughter and withdrew in unison. It is all your fault for being so indiscreet, Shen Shurong playfully chastised. Xie Yunzhao opened the porcelain jar, scooping out a dollop of peach blossom cream and meticulously applying it to his hands, ensuring not a single crease was neglected. They were not mistaken. My wife is indeed precious. Indeed, you still say? Once finished, his hands felt considerably smoother, at least preventing painful scratches. Let me see your waist. Is it still bruised? And the inner thigh. Shen Shurong buried her head under the covers. In broad daylight, how shameless. Xie Yunzhao chuckled at the sight of her exposed pant leg. Rong, is it not your head that should be hidden? Chapter 77. Listening to the mistress, Shen Shurong lifted the quilt, wrapping it around herself, revealing only a small head, attempting to conceal herself. Xie Yunzhao chuckled as he embraced her along with the bedding, resting his head on her shoulder, quietly holding her. Since leaving the third prince's residence, he had pondered extensively, contemplating that Rong's feelings for Xie Yunjin might not merely be of romantic nature. The fact that she remained unfazed upon learning of his orders to kill Xie Yunjin suggested that perhaps she had once regarded him solely as a fiancé. He should reassess Xie Yunjin's standing in her heart. We are married now. What is there to be ashamed of? Let me see. In the evening, the Duke's household hosted a family banquet. Aside from Xie Yunjin, a multitude of relatives had arrived, and the Duchess led Shen Shurong to meet them. After a day's rest, she appeared revitalized. Upon seeing her third aunt leading Li Shuang over, Shen Shurong couldn't help but smirk coldly. Perhaps her third aunt was aware of Li Shuang's intentions. Otherwise, why would she allow her daughter to come alone ahead of time? Yet, it was likely not out of maternal concern, but rather a desire for the Duke's power. Your Grace, this is your third aunt, Shuang's mother, the Duchess introduced with a smile. Shen Shurong graciously greeted her. Greetings, third aunt. Not at all. It should be the aunt who greets the princess first. The third aunt replied with a smile, patting Shen Shurong's hand. I heard from Shuang and Appo's, or that today she didn't and Appo's, to even enter the courtyard when paying her respects. Surely she must have disturbed the princess. I apologize on her behalf. Li Shuang frowned and tugged at her. Mother, why mention this? Does it bring you glory? Shen Shurong chuckled softly. It's all right. She didn't disturb me. It is my husband who is rather displeased. Cousin, perhaps you should visit when he is not around next time. The third aunt's expression stiffened. Could she not perceive this as a reproach? Li Shuang blushed and pulled her sleeve. Mother, I feel a bit unwell. Shall we sit over there for a while? The third aunt forced a smile and accompanied her daughter away. Shen Shurong glanced at the Duchess, uncertain whether she would hold her accountable. The Duchess reassured her with a gentle pat on the hand, signaling that with her presence, she had ensured no one would disturb the newlyweds. What was Li Shuang doing? 2 concubines of Duke Lu brought their daughters to pay their respects to Shen Shurong. Xie Ying was 16, and Xie Jin was 14, being born of a secondary branch. They seldom approached her, but after her marriage in a previous life, they frequently came to greet her. She had also arranged decent marriages for them, with dowries comparable to those of legitimate daughters. Now, having completed their greetings, the two retired to a corner, likely understanding that she was not the official wife and need not curry favor. Shen Shurong smiled faintly, relishing her leisure. Xie Yunzhao, after greeting the guests, rushed over to find Shen Shurong. The Duchess felt both exasperated and helpless. Her daughter-in-law was a princess. How could anyone dare to take advantage of her? Besides, she, as the mother-in-law, was there to protect her. Xie Yunzhao took Shen Shurong and Appo's hand and led her aside, saying, "If you are feeling impatient, just have someone call for me, and I will escort you back to Lingfeng residence. Is it you who finds it bothersome? Not at all. It is just better to be with you in the room." Shen Shurong covered his mouth and glanced around. "Lower your voice. We are outside." Xie Yunzhao grasped her hand, pulling her behind a pillar to a spot hidden from view. Kissing her cheek, "If anyone dares to bully you, just retaliate. Your husband will back you up." "Who would dare to bully me? Besides, my mother is here. There's nothing to worry about." Xie Yunzhao adored her fierce demeanor, finding it endlessly captivating. He kissed her a couple more times before reluctantly letting her go. Shen Shurong watched him depart, only to turn and notice Li Shuang's despondent gaze. She summoned Mama Tian, instructing her to keep an eye on Li Shuang. Mama Tian was taken aback. How dare she harbor thoughts towards her son-in-law? She nodded in agreement. When Li Shuang saw Shen Shurong approaching, she immediately donned a smile. "Your Grace, why does a cousin go inside?" Li Shuang replied, somewhat downcast, "Just stepped outside for some fresh air." "Ah, your second cousin can be quite clingy. I must have embarrassed you." Li Shuang's smile stiffened. "Not at all. It is good that the princess and my second cousin share a strong bond. Thank you for your blessings, cousin." Shen Shurong nodded slightly and walked inside. Li Shuang tightly shut her eyes and, complaining of feeling unwell, returned to the courtyard. The maidservant, seeing her distress yet unable to help, could only stay by her side. "Tell me, what is it like to be a concubine?" The maidservant was stunned. How could the master allow a legitimate daughter to become a concubine? "I do not expect him to remain devoted to me alone. I only wish to stay in the Duke's household. My lady, the master and mistress would never agree. And if they do not agree, what can I do? It hurts so much here," Li Shuang wept, her hands beating against her heart. But the second young master cannot take a concubine. There is a decree against it. I am his cousin. He will plead with the princess to spare me." The maidservant dared not dissuade her further. Her mistress was unwell and crying so fiercely, she feared she might fall ill again. Once the family banquet concluded, Shen Shurong returned to bathe and instructed for Xie Yunzhao to be prepared a hangover remedy. The groom had been overly indulged in drink. By the time he finished washing up, half an hour had already passed, and he lay on the bed, tipsy, forcing himself to focus on Shen Shurong. His gaze was dazed and unfocused. Shen Shurong couldn't help but smile, realizing he was truly drunk. "Rong Rong, Rong Rong. I'm here. Rong Rong, my Rong Rong." Xie Yunzhao leaned closer, pressing his forehead against hers. "So heavy. You only feel heavy when you fully lean in. Tell me, are you truly mine? First, tell me, to whom do you belong?" Xie Yunzhao chuckled. "You're not a loss. I am yours, now and forever. We are even now. You are mine, and I am yours." When Rong Rong declared she was his, Xie Yunzhao was overjoyed, gently pecking her lips. "Is the smell of alcohol too strong? I drank less yesterday, but they did not spare me today. We only marry once in this lifetime. Everyone is happy and wishes us well, and I do not mind." Xie Yunzhao had initially thought he had lost everything. At last, he felt he had regained it all. He had never been so content in his life. Holding her tightly, nestled in her neck, feeling her presence beside him, he vowed never to leave her again. The next morning, Xie Yunzhao awoke, frustrated with himself for having fallen asleep. "Stop hitting me. Get up. We return to my family today." Shen Shurong approached to pull him, but instead, she was drawn back into bed. "We did nothing yesterday." The man felt wronged. "There was nothing to do. I was unwell last night." "Then shall we return early?" "I must visit my maternal home. I need to spend time with my grandmother." Pinching his nose, she teased, "How could you look even more aggrieved? Is tonight good?" Xie Yunzhao suppressed his joy and did not answer. "And tomorrow night too? Is that good?" The man finally smiled, embracing Shen Shurong's waist listening to the mistress. Is this what it means to listen to her? Fine. Who told her I cannot bear to see him upset? Your grandmother is strict. Your grandfather never liked you. Do not take it to heart. I will stand by you. It does not matter. This is not my first visit. Who told him to marry away their precious one? He should perform the grand ceremony. Besides, it is he who accompanies Rong back. Others have no chance to be unwelcomed. Chapter 78. Mother, listen to me after breakfast. The young couple returned to the princess's residence with gifts. The duke's family was also present, joyfully welcoming them inside. Xie Yunzhao observed carefully, but did not spot Shenqi's wife, recalling that he hadn't seen her on their wedding day either. However, he did not inquire further and obediently sat beside Shen Shurong. The family expressed their concern for Shen Shurong's well-being. She reassured them that all was well. The Duchess had always treated her with respect, not exhibiting a demanding nature, possibly due to her status as a county princess. In her previous life, she had been the only daughter-in-law, uncertain if the Duchess treated Li Wanner similarly. Suddenly, the Grand Tutor shifted the conversation to Xie Yunzhao, indicating some serious matters ahead. Before Xie could speak, Shen Shurong interjected to defend him, assuring her grandfather that she would be busy from tomorrow onward with matters regarding the treasury, which are not suitable for her to handle directly. The Grand Tutor nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging her usefulness. Xie Yunzhao glanced at Shen Shurong, smiling subtly, as he was well aware of her intentions. Lunch was served at the princess's residence, which housed only a few people, counting Shen Shurong's half-siblings. There were only 9 in total. Thus, a large round table was arranged, and the duke's concubine was, of course, uninvited. Xie Yunzhao still did not see Liang Shi and had heard no news of her childbirth. Pondering this, Shen Shurong turned to her mother. Mother, do you have any news regarding elder brother's marriage? The Duchess nodded, mentioning a few suitable candidates, but indicating that she needed to assess them further. Shenqi remained silent, deciding to heed his mother's judgment, as he had grown disillusioned with matters of love. Shen Shurong concurred. Regardless of Liang Shi's current state, Mother, please ensure she does not delay matters. Rest assured, with me, her very survival is a stroke of fortune, the Duchess replied. Xie Yunzhao felt a pang of apprehension. It was evident that Liang Shi had erred, prompting such disapproval from his mother-in-law and Shurong. He realized he must remain vigilant to avoid repeating the same mistakes. Shen Shurong's gaze shifted to her 10-year-old half-sister, who was quite charming but rather timid. She thought of the lofty path ahead for herself and Xie Yunzhao and considered that her sister, upon marrying, should not be easily exploited by her in-laws. Mother, please find a female tutor for Yutong. Limit her exposure to her concubine mother. Shen Yutong had always feared her elder sister. At this moment, hearing that she should not meet her concubine mother, she lowered her head, unable to speak, though her eyes glistened with unshed tears. The Duchess shot her a glare, questioning why they should bother with such a troublesome child, akin to her concubine mother, who only knew how to weep. The Duke found the suggestion agreeable. Yongjia is right. Let her be nurtured in the ladies' courtyard. Yutong has become increasingly timid under her care, hardly daring to greet her own father properly. Very well, I shall arrange it as soon as I return. The Duchess, though displeased, had no recourse, suddenly realizing her error. Who is the mother here? Why does she seem to heed her daughter's every word? After a moment's consideration, she decided against scolding her. There were too many witnesses present. 8-year-old Shen Yuan also kept his head down, avoiding his elder sister's gaze, knowing that she would not concern herself with him if she was preoccupied with the second sister. How are your studies, little Yuan? Shen Yuan squeezed his eyes shut, his features scrunching up, before reluctantly raising his head to respond. Elder sister, I have begun learning archery. Very good. I shall have someone send you a fine bow later. You are still young, so do not practice for too long. Thank you, elder sister. My master will manage the time well. The Duchess, growing impatient, set down her chopsticks, questioning why she should concern herself with them. However, the princess smiled and remarked, Yongjia, why are you suddenly so invested in your younger siblings? Shen Shurong said little, as she believed they would never betray her. They must be nurtured from a young age, for even if they could not become her blades, they should not hinder her progress. Perhaps now that I am married, I have more to consider. The princess and the duke, along with Shun Qi, nodded in agreement, acknowledging how much Yongjia had matured since her near-drowning incident. Xie Yunzhao's cold gaze swept over Shen Yutong and Shen Yuan, warning them not to trouble Shurong. Should their studies falter, he would ensure they face consequences. The two children felt an inexplicable chill run down their backs. The Duchess, wishing to change the subject, mentioned, "The main courtyard of the princess's residence has been repaired. You may move in whenever you wish. The other courtyards can be gradually renovated, as there are currently no occupants. The horse ranch is nearly ready as well. It will be usable next month if the rains are less." Upon hearing about the horse ranch, Xie Yunzhao's thoughts drifted to the gift Shurong had given him, and his spirits lifted as he smiled broadly, eager to move in at once. However, it would be inappropriate to relocate so soon after your marriage, especially with another wedding on the horizon next month. Shen Shurong nodded. "I understand, mother. My mother-in-law wishes for us to spend our first year in the Duke's residence before moving next year." Xie Yunzhao's eyes widened in surprise. "When did mother say this? I was unaware. Perhaps my mother believed you would not wish to move, so she only needed to persuade me." Shen Shurong replied with a smile. Xie Yunzhao frowned, feeling displeased that his mother would impose such demands on Shurong. "It matters not. The princess may move whenever she desires. Regarding Xie Yunjing's marriage, we live nearby, and we can return 2 days early to visit our relatives." Shen Shurong playfully chided him. "Do not speak so recklessly." "I'm not speaking recklessly. I will not let you suffer any indignities. If you wish to move, I will speak on your behalf, for my mother listens to me." The Grand Tutor and the Duke exchanged glances, eyebrows twitching. What nonsense was this about him being listened to by his mother? Nevertheless, siding with Yongjia, the father and son both held their tongues. "Very well, let us stay for now. If we are unhappy, we shall move." Shen Shurong's eyes sparkled with delight at her husband's support. The princess, suppressing a smile, continued to eat. The Duchess, taken aback by Xie Yunzhao's declarations, glanced at her husband, thinking it peculiar. He had never spoken in such a manner before. She dismissed the thought, knowing she would not believe it regardless. Shen Shi felt pleased for his sister. Although his brother-in-law was a bit of a dandy, he was genuinely devoted to her. The younger siblings believed their new brother-in-law was merely flattering them, questioning whether their mother would heed his words. Surely, even a biological son would not be granted such privilege. After lunch, the princess summoned her granddaughter to the study. Xie Yunzhao followed Shen Qi, discreetly inquiring about Liang Shi's transgressions that had caused such anger in Shurong. Shen Qi sighed, offering a simple reply. "Her heart is not with me." Xie Yunzhao felt a wave of relief wash over him, exhaling deeply. This was a mistake he would never repeat in his lifetime. Seated next to the princess, Shen Shurong leaned against her as she had before her marriage. The two, both tall among women, appeared anything but delicate. The princess wished to ruffle her granddaughter's hair, but noticed it had already been styled into an elaborate updo. "In the blink of an eye, you are married. I have grown old," she mused. "Grandmother, you are not old at all. Your spirit is even younger than that of the emperor's brother. Was the person recommended by the third prince arranged by you?" Nothing escapes a grandmother's notice. "Why so?" Shen Shurong replied. "The last time I mentioned the third prince to the emperor was merely to dissipate his animosity toward the crown prince. Ultimately, the throne will still belong to the crown prince." Shen Shurong did not wish for her grandmother to worry unnecessarily, nor did she wish to reveal her ambitions too soon. "I understand, grandmother. I merely seek to acquire more leverage to assist my elder brother, the crown prince, in the future." Chapter 79. The drugging upon realizing her comprehension. The Grand Princess ceased discussing matters of the court and shifted her focus to Xie Yunzhao, remarking that the young man seemed quite attentive to her. Ever since their engagement, he had refrained from any scandalous behavior and spent more time at home. Shen Shurong smiled subtly, noting that although he had indeed behaved outrageously in the past, such incidents had not circulated publicly. His token remained secure in his possession, indicating that the Duke of Lu was unaware of his son and Appo's commendable deeds. He treated his granddaughter with great kindness, and the grandmother felt reassured that their little family would flourish. Any grievances must be communicated to her. There is no need to harbor secrets simply because one is growing up. The granddaughter understood, Had she not mentioned that her unique talent was to report grievances? The Grand Princess chuckled, reluctant to see her marry. Recently, her southern travels had lasted longer than expected, and the days without her marriage were indeed trying. The old man, usually engaged in socializing and poetry, had seemed rather downcast these past few days, though he finally managed to smile today. Grandmother, we will be returning often. The matters of the treasury must be handled here, Shen Shurong declared. The Grand Princess paused, her joy evident. Excellent. If there is anything you do not understand, Grandmother will teach you. When Shen Shurong emerged from the main courtyard, Xie Yunzhao had already wandered through several other courtyards. Not long after departing with his elder brother-in-law, he was summoned by the old matriarch. The elder, growing ever more fond of imparting wisdom, spoke of benevolence, righteousness, loyalty, and filial piety, concepts that were lost on him. After a muddled understanding of the conversation, he was called by his in-laws, who instructed him to take good care of Rong, which he could finally comprehend. As he departed, the Duchess held onto her daughter's hand with reluctance, offering reminders on how to navigate her relationship with her mother-in-law. Shen Shurong merely allowed the words to pass through one ear and out the other. She understood well. Once the two returned, they first paid their respects in the main courtyard, where the Duchess expressed her concern for their fatigue and urged them to rest promptly. Xie Yunzhao, who was not attended by Qi Yu or Qi Shao as they were both recuperating, wished to inquire about the affairs at Lin Fengju, yet feared that news of it might provoke unnecessary suspicion. Nevertheless, Qi Yu and Qi Shao found amusement in the situation. Had the young master not been injured, he would have had to witness the scene unfold before his eyes during the family banquet yesterday and the return of the princess today. Upon returning home, Xie Yunzhao enveloped her in his embrace, feeling truly protected by her today, though he did not require it. Yet the sensation was distinctly different. Shen Shurong leaned against him, her hand instinctively tracing his chest, her lips curling into a subtle smile. Indeed, as husband and wife, their tastes aligned. After a moment's embrace, they washed away the day's exhaustion, neglecting dinner, for one could hardly contain himself, whisking her away to the bedchamber. Later, a weary and hungry Shen Shurong halted his advances. I am hungry. Still hungry? Xie Yunzhao chuckled, lifting her to dress. Shen Shurong pinched his waist, finding it firm and powerful, yet her attempts to budge him were futile. In the following days, the couple visited the ships under repair, engaged in the accounts of the treasury, and busied themselves with business matters, feeling quite fulfilled. Li Shuang, however, was scarcely seen within the manor, having procured some aphrodisiac without even a chance to use it. The next morning, hearing that Xie Yunzhao could rise and take a few steps, Xie Yunzhao intended to visit the Chao Hui courtyard and thus refrained from going out. Shen Shurong patted his shoulder, offering him a faint smile, but her words caused his expression to shift dramatically. With raised brows, she declared, I have a plan. Watch me, my dear. Upon learning that Xie Yunzhao had gone to Chao Hui courtyard, Li Shuang hastily ordered a pot of jasmine tea to be brewed, though there was no time for any other concoctions. A maidservant, carrying a teapot and 3 cups, followed her to the courtyard, the teapot's lid clattering incessantly. Li Shuang turned to glare at her. Be careful. Yes, miss, the maidservant replied. Li Shuang felt anxious. She must accompany her cousin and prevent him from returning directly to Lin Fengju, opting to take a longer route. Upon arriving at Chao Hui courtyard, they were informed that the young lady had come to deliver tea, and a servant ushered them inside. Xie Yunzhao was seated in a chair beside the bed. Why has my cousin come? He inquired. I brewed flower tea with a morning due to share with my elder cousin, and since my second cousin is here as well, we can enjoy it together, she replied. Xie Yunzhao nodded with a smile. Thank you, my dear cousin. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. The maidservant's hand trembled slightly as she poured a cup, just as she was about to hand it to Xie Yunzhao. Xie Yunzhao interjected. I shall take it. You pour another. The maidservant's tremors intensified, and Li Shuang shot her a warning glance, prompting her to pour 2 more cups, one for herself and one for Xie Yunzhao. Just as Li Shuang took a sip, Xie Yunzhao raised an eyebrow and smiled. I know my elder brother does not enjoy flower tea. Allow him to drink it on my behalf. Li Shuang was astonished. He had just claimed he wanted to drink it. Xie Yunzhao glared at him. Cousin S' intentions must be respected, even if one is reluctant to express them. Saying this, he accepted the cup from Xie Yunzhao and drank. Li Shuang quickly stood to intervene, but Xie Yunzhao was too swift. Li Shuang turned to leave, but Xie Yunzhao stepped forward, pulling her back. "Where are you going? Stay and keep your elder cousin company. He lies in boredom all day." The maidservant was taken aback, insisting that the young lady must leave promptly. "Miss, go fetch another pot of tea," Xie Yunzhao commanded the maidservant. Li Shuang was doubtful of his intentions and wished to persuade him to drink a cup. The maidservant, seeing Li Shuang's hesitation, looked back multiple times as she exited. "For the sake of courtesy, just drink a cup for Li Shuang," he urged. Li Shuang raised her cup. Xie Yunzhao ignored her. Seeing this, she attempted to leave again, but he forbade her. As Xie Yunzhao began to feel warmth in his body, Li Shuang's face flushed as well. The maidservant had yet to return, and she sensed something was amiss, cold sweat drenching her. Did her second cousin know? Digging her nails into her palms, she gazed at Xie Yunzhao with teary eyes. "Second cousin, you wouldn't tea-treat me like this, would you?" Xie Yunzhao felt increasingly feverish and began to realize something was wrong. "Xie Yunzhao, what have you done?" Xie Yunzhao, nonchalantly rising, replied, "What could I have done? I merely came to chat with my elder brother and coincidentally encounter my cousin, who personally gathered morning dew and brewed tea for him. Mother said that if my cousin took an interest, it would be for you. Dear brother, I did not believe it until now." "Xie Yunzhao, do not speak nonsense. My cousin and I are entirely innocent." Li Shuang lamented, heartbroken. "Second cousin, you know it is not true." Xie Yunzhao seized her arm, tossing her onto Xie Yunzhang's chest. "Second cousin, consider this a favor." Li Shuang's head fell against Xie Yunzhang's chest, his mind in turmoil as he realized he had been drugged. "Xie Yunzhao, how could you disregard my cousin's reputation? If father finds out, he will surely kill you." Xie Yunzhao crossed his arms and watched. "Elder brother, this was her request. Consider it a good deed." Li Shuang felt wretched but had not entirely lost her senses. She braced herself to climb over Xie Yunzhao, yet Xie Yunzhao tossed her back. Chapter 80. Scandal. Li Shuang gazed at the beaming Xie Yunzhao, perceiving him as a devil. "I am your cousin," she exclaimed. "Being my cousin does not grant you the right to harm me. Whoever dares to undermine me and cause me to lose my title as princess shall face dire consequences." Despite her struggles, she found herself cast aside once more. Xie Yunjin was taken aback by Xie Yunzhao's audacity. The authority of their father was rendered ineffective. Injured and under the influence of medication, he felt a burning discomfort that rendered him powerless. Upon hearing Xie Yunzhao's suggestion concerning the princess, he remarked, "If the princess learns of your actions today, you need not fear external threats. Her disappointment will be your undoing." Xie Yunzhao lowered his head, supporting his forehead with his hand. Xie Yunjin assumed his words had struck a chord as he noticed Li Shuang's eyes growing hazy, her outer garment nearly torn away. He admonished, "Quickly fetch a doctor." Xie Yunzhao raised his gaze, his wicked smile freezing Xie Yunjin in place. "It's of no consequence. The princess will remain oblivious to everything." "What do you intend to do?" Xie Yunjin demanded. Xie Yunzhao abruptly pulled back the bedding from Xie Yunjin, revealing that Li Shuang had already shed her outer garment, murmuring in a feverish state. Xie Yunjin felt even worse, sensing that the time was ripe. Xie Yunzhao strode out of the room. Xie Yunjin reached out to grasp him, but alas, Li Shuang had already ensnared him. Xie Yunzhao stood guard at the door, while a servant attempted to approach with inquiries, but was rebuffed by Xie Yunzhao. The servant, intimidated, remained still. In this household, provoking anyone could lead to severe repercussions, and offending the second master could mean losing a hand or a leg. With Qi Yu and Qi Xiao absent, Li Shuang's maid had long been apprehended by Qing Zhu, leaving no one to rescue the two within the room. Outside, Xie Yunzhao heard the sound of a woman weeping, accompanied by the creaking of the bed, which elicited a triumphant smile from him. He signaled to Qing Ying, who grinned and dashed off. Shortly after, the third aunt and the duchess rushed in, their hair disheveled. "Yunzhao, your cousin, she isn't inside, is she?" The duchess, flustered, grasped Xie Yunzhao's arms, her voice trembling. The third aunt swallowed hard, her gaze fixed on Xie Yunzhao. She isn't, right? Xie Yunzhao flashed a toothy grin. She is. My cousin has asked me to stand guard, ensuring that no one disrupts her rendezvous with her elder cousin. No sooner had he spoken than cries erupted from within the room, causing the third aunt to recognize her daughter's voice. She collapsed in shock. The Duchess nearly fainted, but Xie Yunzhao swiftly supported her. Mother speaks the truth. My cousin indeed harbors feelings for my elder brother. Silence. At that moment, Shen Shurong arrived, composed since she was not in a hurry. Mother, why did you allow the frail cousin to come alone? Did you truly not suspect her intentions? The Duchess, seething with anger, turned to slap the third aunt. Do you realize that Yunjin is the heir apparent, soon to marry the daughter of the Minister of Revenue? With such a scandal emerging now, what were you thinking? Long sister, I did not. Shuang does not care for the heir. The third aunt clutched the Duchess's skirt. The Duchess felt a wave of regret wash over her. Although Yunzhao had warned her, she had relaxed her vigilance after observing no unusual behavior from Li Shuang for several days, a reflection of her misplaced trust in them. You two must return home immediately and never set foot in the capital again. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy. Mother, the heir's reputation is paramount. Perhaps he should marry Miss Li and take my cousin as a concubine, Shen Shurong suggested, casting a glance at Xie Yunzhao, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, long sister. Shuang has lost her virtue in the eyes of the heir. Considering our sisterly bond, let her become a noble concubine. The third aunt's mind raced. Without her daughter's virtue, what prospects for a good match would remain? The Duchess shook her off. Long sister, the younger sister is also reluctant, but we have no other choice. Another loud cry echoed from inside, prompting Xie Yunzhao to stride over and cover Shen Shurong's ears. Mother, you handle this. I shall accompany the princess back. The Duchess's face burned with embarrassment, fearing the princess would become a laughingstock. Mother, please do not say that. We are all family. Shen Shurong followed Xie Yunzhao out. Qing Ying awaited in the courtyard and approached quietly as soon as someone emerged. Second master? Go, Xie Yunzhao replied. Yes. Qing Ying smiled and dashed out of the estate. When Duke Lu returned, he was nearly convinced he had crossed into the afterlife. When the world is happening, he promptly summoned Xie Yunzhao. You stood outside while they behaved recklessly? Father, my cousin intended to drug me. By the time I realized, it was too late. Without an antidote, my brother would perish. Moreover, if I hadn't been guarding the door, this scandal would have spread. Duke Lu slammed his fist on the table, recognizing the truth in his son's words. He could hardly believe that Li Shuang would dare to resort to such tactics. And thank goodness I did not drink that tea. Otherwise, it would have been us three. Duke Lu felt dizzy at the thought of that scenario and waved his hand dismissively. Perhaps it is better if you refrain from speaking. At that moment, Chao Hui courtyard had fallen silent, with both individuals rendered unconscious. Not long after, the steward stumbled back in a panic. Your Grace, trouble has arisen. We have just received rumors that the once perfect and aloof heir of the CF family has been entangled with his cousin before marriage. Duke Lu's anger flared anew. Who leaked this information? Xie Yunzhao, concerned, interjected, Father, the most pressing issue is not who spread it. After all, one cannot hide a fire with paper. The priority is to preserve the engagement with the minister's family. Seeing his son so worried for the family, Duke Lu felt a flicker of comfort. Yunzhao is correct. I shall visit the Li residence to apologize. Your elder brother's leg has worsened. Otherwise, he would have gone himself. Father, I can go in his stead to apologize. I shall kneel before my future sister-in-law, if necessary, to seek her forgiveness. Xie Yunzhao's worry deepened. That is unnecessary. The princess will surely be displeased. You must accompany her and explain that this is an unfortunate accident. We cannot allow her to think there is a problem with our family values. Yes, father. I will clarify everything with the princess, Xie Yunzhao assured, bowing respectfully. As Duke Lu departed, he patted his son's shoulder. Once you establish your own family, you mature and become more responsible, shouldering the burdens of the household. Upon returning to Lingfeng residence, Xie Yunzhao and Shen Shurong acted as if nothing had transpired. Dear wife, what shall we have for dinner tonight? Let's celebrate. Perhaps some jasmine tea. Shen Shurong replied with a smile. Do I even need to eat? Xie Yunzhao teased. Leaning closer to kiss her fiery lips, his heart warmed by her response. The fact that she had allowed Xie Yunzhao and Li Shuang to proceed with their plans was enough to demonstrate that Shen Shurong held no affection for Xie Yunzhao. Ecstatic, he embraced her tightly, deepening the kiss. Since her heart was not with another, his chances were indeed the greatest. Shen Shurong wrapped her arms around his neck, joyfully returning the kiss. In her previous life, she had not misunderstood. Li Shuang indeed liked Xie Yunzhao, and in this life, her wish was fulfilled, honoring their sisterly bond. Chapter 81. Confidence. As Li Shuang awoke, she once again succumbed to tears, fainting once more, her health deteriorating. When Xie Yunzhao regained consciousness, his face was as dark as a pot's bottom. Xie Yunzhao, despicable and shameless, had employed such insidious tactics to instill disappointment in Yongjia. One must admit, he was in a state of utter panic, pondering how to explain to Yongjia that the situation was not as it appeared, that he was a victim of Xie Yunzhao's machinations. The entire affair had spiraled into chaos. Li Shuang's maid had been tortured and confessed that it was Li Shuang who arranged for the aphrodisiac, yet she refrained from mentioning her intentions towards Xie Yunzhao, fearing that further revelations would only add to her guilt. The Duchess was so enraged she could hardly eat, and her husband's intimidating gaze left her trembling. She had long heeded her son and Appo's advice to keep a watchful eye on Li Shuang, but now it was too late for regrets. When Li Shuang awakened again, her mother held her tightly, weeping. "My daughter, what has transpired?" Li Shuang, overwhelmed with grief, sobbed, "Mother, my second cousin knows everything. He is aware of my affections for him, and that the tea was tainted with drugs. He did this on purpose, deliberately seeking to tarnish my purity in front of my eldest cousin." "What? He knew and still chose to harm you?" Her mother gasped. "I did not wish to compete for the position of the legitimate wife. I only long to be his concubine. Yet he knows all and offers me not a sliver of opportunity." Aunt Sam was taken aback by her daughter's profound feelings for Xie Yunzhao. She embraced her daughter, attempting to console her. "My dear child, you see, Xie Yunzhao is not worth your tears. For now, the best course of action is to enter the heir's inner courtyard. I shall strive to secure for you the status of a favored concubine. Please know." Li Shuang spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted again. Li Wanner was in a frenzy at home, feeling as though her dignity had been trampled upon. She had even gifted Li Shuang a bracelet, only to realize now that she was utterly unworthy. The minister Li and his wife coaxed at the door. "Daughter, voice your demands. Your father will advocate for you." "Yes, with my father here, no one shall bully you. I want that Li Shuang to be expelled from the capital, never to return." "Very well, I shall address this. Calm yourself." Duke Lu waited half an hour at the Li residence before he finally encountered Minister Li, a stark contrast to previous encounters. Yet he maintained a cordial demeanor. Little did he know that the heir was such a character. This marriage was not one he felt obligated to pursue. Minister Li's opening remark was rife with dissatisfaction. Duke Lu did not press the matter, as his lack of a clear rejection indicated some leeway. After discerning the Li family's stance, Duke Lu offered further apologies before returning home. Inside his carriage, he held his head in despair. Were his sons solely here to collect debts? Why must he, as their father, prostrate himself in apology for both of their marriages? He had never felt so humiliated. Upon returning, he unleashed his anger and immediately sought to expel others from the household. Aunt Sen pleaded with the Duchess. "Li Shuang is gravely ill. Let her recuperate with the physician's care before she departs." Duke Lu scoffed. "You wish for me to find her a doctor? Dream on. What? Does my sister disdain the physicians of our household?" "I would never dare," she replied. The Duke shot a glare at his wife and stormed off, declaring, "Only the household physician will suffice. Use him or not. If you have the means, seek your own." Xie Yunzhao was in haste to explain himself to Shen Shurong, eager to reveal the depths of Xie Yunzhao's treachery. Yet Shen Shurong mused that this was merely the beginning. She would ensure that the reputation Xie Yunzhao had painstakingly built would be dismantled bit by bit, allowing all to witness that the celebrated figure they idolized was, in truth, a hypocritical scoundrel adept at taking from others. Jinji was inconsolable, having never anticipated that before Li Wanner even arrived, Li Shuang had already compromised herself with the heir. Shen Shurong could not focus solely on her own sister. Jinji having served her through 2 lifetimes, deserved a chance to contest for Xie Yunzhao's affections as well. For the past few days, apart from Linfeng Courtyard, the atmosphere in the other quarters was bleak, and the Duchess often found herself bedridden. Shen Shurong decided to have the kitchen prepare delicacies akin to those from the palace, sending them to each courtyard to lift spirits. The residents praised the princess for her thoughtful gestures. Even Jinji received treats in Li Shuang's courtyard. Jinji, shedding her despondency, eagerly volunteered to distribute the pastries. And no one contested her. She always allocated the best portions to herself in Chaohui courtyard. When Xie Yunzhao saw her, he could not help but clarify that he had been drugged, his mind clouded. Jinji wiped her tears and said she was aware, believing him to be a gentleman of integrity. Xie Yunzhao felt a surge of relief, trusting that she would relay his sentiments to Yongjia. Little did he know, Jinji was also seeking to curry favor with Xie Yunzhao, hence she never mentioned the heir in Linfeng Courtyard. 10 days later, Xie Yunzhao's injuries had fully healed, and Qi Yu and Qi Xiao were nearly recovered as well, attending to him closely. The frequent visits from Jinji to deliver pastries delighted everyone, who felt the princess was mindful of the heir. Even though each courtyard received their share, it was to avoid gossip that she did so. Jinji began to linger longer in Chaohui courtyard, even entering Xie Yunzhao's study to serve him tea. She felt no burden, as the princess had praised her efforts, and her relations with the other courtyards depended on her. Xie Yunzhao assumed Jinji was sent by the princess. Every time he wished to convey something to Shen Shurong, he would share it with Jinji, who would respond with mostly compliments. Xie Yunzhao was elated by her words, believing them to be reflections of Shen Shurong's thoughts. He had come to view Jinji as a messenger between himself and Shen Shurong. Soon, rumors began to circulate that Xie Yunzhao had a confidant, not Yongjia, nor his current fiancée, Li Wanner, nor his cousin with whom he had dallied before marriage. However, this rumor did not escalate quickly. It spread quietly, unlike the previous ones. Yet, it reached the Duke's household, leading Duke Liu to reprimand Xie Yunzhao for allowing himself to be humiliated by Minister Li. Confused, Xie Yunzhao wondered who this confidant could be. He agreed with his father while contemplating how to explain to Jinji that his heart belonged solely to Yongjia. Before long, the rumor gained traction, with the revelation that Wei Yuran of the Wei General's household was the true object of Xie Yunzhao's affections, claiming that the two had exchanged poetry in their childhood. Shen Shurong heard this and burst into laughter, appreciating the added drama. The Wei General was furious, his daughter seemingly resolute in her refusal to marry anyone else. Li Wanner, in a fit of rage, felt the wedding date approaching. Once married, she would ensure that no other women would dare encroach upon Xie Yunzhao's inner sanctum. On the 10th day, the Duke's family convened for dinner. Xie Yunzhao was determined to seize the opportunity to explain himself to Yongjia. Relying on Jinji to relay his thoughts felt insufficient. The crowd made it challenging to find a moment, and Xie Yunzhao would undoubtedly remain on guard. Chapter 82. The bridegroom's urgency after completing their duties in the treasury. Shen Shurong and her husband returned home early to bathe and change. The Ministry of Revenue had submitted several proposals regarding the military tax reform to Shen Shurong, yet she had not replied. Today, the deputy minister, Lord Jiang, visited personally but only encountered Xie Yunzhao. No matter what Xie Yunzhao said, he feigned ignorance, and Lord Jiang, believing him, was left frustrated. However, he could not simply replace him with someone more knowledgeable. In response, Xie Yunzhao scoffed, wondering if he could possibly meet the Grand Princess. Since he had no intention of doing so, he would settle for seeing the county princess instead. After a series of jests, Lord Jiang left in a foul mood. As Shen Shurong listened to him, she laughed, selecting garments while Xie Yunzhao specifically chose 2 matching outfits sent from Yinshan Pavilion. The primary color was a shade of purple with sky blue collars and waistbands, suitable for both genders. Allowing her maid to dress her, Shen Shurong smiled, fully aware of his subtle intentions. Xie Yunzhao had gone to the dining hall early, having dressed with particular care, confident that Yongjia's gaze would linger upon him. Upon hearing from Qi Yu that the second master and the county princess had arrived, he pretended to casually stroll to the entrance. only to be struck once more by the piercing pain of jealousy. They were indeed a pair. He wished to convince himself otherwise, but found no evidence to support his claims. The couple approached, perfectly matched, and though he wanted to assert that she was being forced, their conversation was indistinguishable. With Yongjia's eyes sparkling with genuine delight directed at Xie Yunzhao. Even he wore a long-lost smile. Was she truly so utterly disappointed in him now? First the engagement, then Li Suang, and now a confidant. Before he could regain his composure, Shen Shurong called out brightly, "Big brother, why aren't you coming in? I hope you're feeling much better." She addressed him with such ease, and Xie Yunzhao suppressed all emotions as he entered, murmuring, "Much better. Thank you for your concern." "County Princess." Xie Yunzhao assisted Shen Shurong up the stairs, cautioning, "Big brother must take care. It's best to avoid the wind." Xie Yunzhao clenched his fists within his sleeves, thinking that Xie Yunzhao had only himself to blame. He intended to settle the score with Li Suang in front of Yongjia. "You have married, and yet you still act recklessly. Knowing that Li Suang and I were drugged, you didn't even call for a doctor. Big brother, you are mistaken. My cousin is determined to have you. If she could drug you once, she could do it again. Rather than being constantly pursued, it would be better for her to succeed at the first attempt." Xie Yunzhao retorted, thinking his brother foolish. He feigned anger, pointing at Xie Yunzhao. "You let the county princess hear what you were saying. You could have prevented this from happening." Shen Shurong playfully pinched Xie Yunzhao. "You cannot only consider your cousin's feelings." Xie Yunzhao was taken aback. Was this truly what they were discussing? Xie Yunzhao looked at her with feigned innocence. "I have considered everything. Big brother did not refuse at the time. How could I act on his behalf? What if he actually likes her?" "Xie Yunzhao, you are spouting nonsense." "What liking? I was drugged." Xie Yunzhao never expected his younger brother would twist the situation against him. "What are you arguing about? Is it honorable?" Lord Duke Lu entered with a grim expression. "Who dares to mention past misdeeds? Get out and face the family law." "Yes, father. I also feel ashamed and would not dare to mention it." Xie Yunzhao shrugged off the blame. Xie Yunzhao nearly choked on his anger, shooting several glances at Xie Yunzhao. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Lady Duke Lu quickly attempted to lighten the mood. "Yongjia, today I had someone prepare your favorite sweet and sour fish." "Thank you, mother." The family gathered for dinner, with two concubines standing by to serve dishes for the Duke and Duchess. Since their engagement, Xie Yunzhao had always served Shen Shurong, a routine the Duke and Duchess had grown accustomed to. While they used to complain about it in private, they now pretended not to see. As long as Yunzhao behaved himself, it was preferable to any conflict. Xie Yunzhao felt increasingly troubled, barely managing a few bites before losing his appetite. Reluctant to leave, as he had not truly observed Yongjia in a long time. "Big brother, are preparations for your wedding nearly complete?" Xie Yunzhao closed his eyes. He always had a knack for bringing up sensitive topics. Lady Duke Lu chimed in, "Almost. Yesterday, Warner's wet nurse visited and thought it looked good." "That's good," Xie Yunzhao replied, though he thought it inappropriate to state that youth should not be squandered through folly. At the very least, Big brother ought to remember that he was to be married soon. Recently, the Wei family's daughter had resurfaced. What would the Li family think of our Duke's household? Xie Yunzhao suppressed his frustration. When did it become his turn to be criticized? Yet, it did provide an opportunity to explain to Yongjia, "I have never." His words were interrupted by Lord Duke Lu. "Yunzhao is correct. You are the heir of the Duke's household, and there must be no blemishes upon your character. When your wife enters the household, treat her well, and all rumors will naturally dissipate." "Yes, father." Xie Yunzhao gritted his teeth. Xie Yunzhao, however, grinned, thanking his father for the praise. Shen Shurong rewarded him with a serving of food, remarking how her husband had grown increasingly sensible. The Duke and Duchess nodded in agreement. That title of husband pierced Xie Yunzhao's heart. Upon returning home, he smashed the ink wash, feeling that Xie Yunzhao was a wretched insect. Unable to surpass him in public, he resorted to undermining him in Yongjia's eyes. Over time, she might indeed be deceived into believing his falsehoods. Now, even encountering her alone had become an impropriety, and explaining the truth was a distant hope. Would he allow Xie Yunzhao to distort the facts unchallenged? Did she truly believe Jinji's words? In the days that followed, Jinji frequently visited Chaohui Courtyard, sometimes sneaking in to avoid being seen by the young master. She could tell that the heir was trying to convey messages to the county princess through her, but if she wished to remain in the Duke's household, she could not forsake her status as a dowry maid. Previously, her alignment with the heir had drawn discontent from the young master, and it was only through the county princess's intervention that she had been allowed to stay. Furthermore, the heir would not confront the county princess directly. Avoiding trouble was preferable. Besides, she had no affection for the county princess, who had married another, yet the heir still lingered on her mind. Recently, Deputy Minister Jiang had often been seen waiting outside the Grand Princess's residence to intercept the county princess. However, Shen Shurong remained by her mother-in-law's side, preoccupied with Xie Yunzhao's impending marriage, and did not visit even once. On the day of the wedding, Xie Yunzhao wore a sullen expression, inciting Lord Duke Lu to scold him once more. Lady Duke Lu tried to mediate, aware that her son disapproved of the union. Yet Lord Duke Lu dismissed his feelings, insisting that, as the heir, he must fulfill his duties. Was he now more troublesome than Yunzhao? Upon hearing that the betrothal gifts did not include a donju, many noble ladies mocked won her for being unworthy. They had once envied the county princess, but now, a lesser person marrying the heir only fueled their jealousy and ridicule. Li Wan'er, eager to present an impressive dowry, had added many empty boxes, though discerning eyes could see that the bearers of the boxes were not straining under their weight. In the days leading to the wedding, Xie Yunzhao busied himself alongside Lord Duke Lu, organizing matters for his elder brother's marriage. Lord Duke Lu grew increasingly dissatisfied with Xie Yunzhao, who showed no interest in his own wedding while expecting Yunzhao as assistants. During the procession, they were blocked at the door, yet it was Yunzhao who led the charge inside, displaying more enthusiasm than one would expect from a groom. He was quite satisfied with the bond between brothers. Yet Xie Yunzhao was indeed anxious, wishing fervently for Xie Yunzhao to complete the wedding and proceed to the bridal chamber immediately. For the sake of clarity, the county princess is overly kind-hearted. She will assist those who care for the heir, like Jinji. Conversely, those who do not, despite any past misunderstandings, she will help too, such as Li Suang. Wei Yuran would not allow her to languish for 2 years, as her bloom is limited and the county princess cannot bear to see her suffer. Chapter 83. Brotherhood. In respect upon the return from the wedding procession, Xie Yunzhao once again took on the role of welcoming guests, truly embodying the virtues of a dutiful younger brother. His elder brother was marrying, and he had contributed significantly to the occasion. Xie Yunzhao, with a sullen expression, performed the ceremonial rites, causing Duke Lu to grip the armrests of his chair in frustration, contemplating a rare moment of reprimand for his son. Following the homage paid to their ancestors, the couple was ushered into the bridal chamber. Duke Lu once again interrupted his son's approach to the nuptial chamber, not to request a toast, but to remind him of the importance of consummating the marriage that evening, and to refrain from causing any embarrassment to his new sister-in-law. Furthermore, the heir of the firstborn must be conceived without delay. Despite his reluctance, Xie Yunzhao felt compelled to acquiesce. After offering a toast, he returned to the bridal chamber. Xie Yunzhao, trailing behind his father, moved from table to toast the guests, proclaiming, "Today, as my elder brother weds, I drink in his stead." The second son was indeed deserving of a drink, having been the most spirited at his own wedding. Laughter erupted among the guests as they expressed their envy of Duke Lu, who was blessed with 2 sons happily wed, and such harmonious brotherhood. Duke Lu, heartily laughing, patted Xie Yunzhao on the shoulder, acknowledging his son's newfound maturity post-marriage, finally recognizing the need to share the burdens of both himself and his elder brother. "Father, I shall continue to support my elder brother in the future," Xie Yunzhao asserted with sincerity. "United in purpose, we shall forge an unbreakable bond, ensuring the glory of the Duke's household for generations." Indeed, Duke Lu was fortunate, as the gathered officials echoed their agreement with fervor. "Thank you all. My son has been quite mischievous, and I hope you will guide him well," Duke Lu humbly remarked, his heart warming at the praise for Xie Yunzhao, who had truly displayed responsibility and hope throughout the festivities. On the day of Xie Yunzhang's wedding, he had been busier than at his own, treating the guests with utmost courtesy and patience. Guests reflected on how much the previously carefree lad had changed, now diligently attending to matters of the treasury alongside the princess, and recently busying himself with the wedding of young Master Xie. Congratulations on the union were accompanied by praises for Xie Yunzhao. With pride, Duke Lu embraced his son's shoulders, saying, "Come, let us toast the next table." In the bridal chamber, Xie Yunzhao realized he could not disappoint his father any further. Calmly, he drank from the ceremonial cup, allowing Li Wan heir to cut a lock of her hair to bind with his. Upon returning from her bath, Li Wan heir shyly gazed at him, noting his resemblance to Duke Lu, with his slender, phoenix-like eyes and commanding presence, a paragon of scholarly prowess often praised by old Master Shen, destined to command armies. Such a celestial figure had become the object of every noblewoman's dreams, and now he was truly hers. With bashfulness, she approached him, her voice a gentle murmur. "Husband, shall we retire?" Xie Yunzhao looked at her, acknowledging her beauty, yet regrettably, there was no place for her in his heart. Taking a deep breath to quell his inner turmoil, he moved to the bedside, murmuring, "Yes, let us sleep." Li Wan heir, her cheeks aflame, extinguished the distant candles, leaving the celebratory lights at the bedside. She lay down, pursing her lips. The man, having crossed the threshold of intimacy, was neither awkward nor tender. Her furrowed brow irritated Xie Yunzhao, hardening his demeanor further. She bit her lower lip until it bled, swallowing her pain. After a long silence, Xie Yunzhao summoned water to wash away his frustrations. Li Wan heir took her time to compose herself before calling in a maid to assist her with cleansing. When she returned, Xie Yunzhao was already asleep, turned away from her. She climbed into bed quietly, each movement accompanied by a soft intake of breath. For reasons unknown, discomfort brewed within her, but she reassured herself, as her mother had said, that things would improve with time. Early the next morning, Xie Yunzhao awoke early, eager to present tea to his parents, anticipating the arrival of Yongjia. He roused Li Wan heir, urging her to prepare for the tea ceremony. Li Wan heir, waking groggily, had endured pain throughout the night and had only recently found rest, now feeling utterly fatigued. Yet, she understood the necessity of appearing spirited and summoned a maid to assist her. Meanwhile, Shen Shurong was also attempting to awaken Xie Yunzhao, who had indulged in drink the previous night, reveling in his brother's marriage more than anyone else. Xie Yunzhao, still half asleep, felt a throbbing headache and pulled Li Wan heir closer, requesting, "Hold me for a moment longer." With the dust settling, he found himself in no rush. "Haven't you become a dutiful brother?" Shen Shurong teased, having heard of his good, brotherly reputation from the day before. "I accompanied him in drinking yesterday, allowing him to rest with his wife, and now you deny me the same?" Shen Shurong giggled. "Do you not feel weighed down? Your lightness is inadequate. Yet you are indeed quite heavy." Xie Yunzhao playfully nipped at her earlobe. "I was mistaken. Let my wife take charge, shall we? Do you seek to escape responsibility?" Shen Shurong laughed, enjoying their banter. Even if she were in charge, it would be he who exerted more effort. "Tonight, let us make up for what was missed last night. I shall attend to you, if that pleases you." Shen Shurong nestled into his neck, feeling shy. "No more talk. Rise quickly." The two shared tender moments before Shen Shurong, not wanting to overshadow others, opted for a simple attire adorned with a few jewels. Dressed in a purple gown with subtle patterns, she appeared dignified and poised. Xie Yunzhao, with his broad shoulders and slender waist, looked handsome in matching garments, relishing the harmony of their appearance. Upon reaching the main courtyard, the newlywed couple had yet to arrive, leaving Xie Yunzhao with a melancholic demeanor, regretting their early arrival, wishing for more time with Shen Shurong. However, she was mindful that their parents were already present. The matron beside the Duchess had returned with a ceremonial handkerchief, momentarily taken aback, but said nothing more than to acknowledge the consummation. The Duchess nodded approvingly, sensing that she would soon cradle a plump grandchild. In the courtyard, Xie Yunzhao grew anxious, waiting for Li Wan heir to finish her preparations. How much longer could she dawdle? Yongjia must have already arrived, and he contemplated going in alone, though fear of reprimand from his father held him back, prompting several requests for her to hasten. Li Wan heir, too, felt urgency, but being a new daughter-in-law entering the family, was naturally apprehensive about comparison with the other daughters-in-law, especially since this was her first. The maids, in their haste, made mistakes, reapplying makeup in a flurry. Finally ready, Xie Yunzhang's patience was exhausted. Hurry, mother is already waiting. Yes, husband, Li Wan-er replied, striving to match his pace, though she felt the discomfort from the previous night's treatment. Gritting her teeth, she persevered. As they reached the entrance, Xie Yunzhang paused, sighing at her slow progress. Seeing him wait, Li Wan-er felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Husband, shall we enter? Upon entering the hall, Xie Yunzhang's gaze instinctively sought out Shen Shurong, who, without makeup, was somehow more captivating than Li Wan-er's elaborate adornments. Yet, he could not linger. He quickly knelt before his parents, declaring, "Father, mother, I present my bride and offer tea." With a simple bow, Li Wan-er gritted her teeth as she accepted the teacup from a maid, offering it to her in-laws. The Duke and Duchess hastily drank, their smiles growing ever brighter. Chapter 84. A father's heart at ease. The Duchess of the State has achieved her goals. Within a month, both daughters-in-law have been received, and the responsibilities of this lifetime have been passed on. The two of them rise, with Xie Yunzhao and Shen Shurong addressing Li Wan-er as elder sister-in-law. Li Wan-er calls her younger brother and sister-in-law. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Yunzhang discreetly observes Yungjia, pondering whether she might feel a twinge of jealousy since he has taken another as his legitimate wife. However, upon hearing the bright sound of elder sister-in-law from Shen Shurong, he dismisses the thought. Soon, he negates it once more. It is unlikely that she would forget their 4 years of affection in just 3 months, even if they have each formed their own families. She has merely learned to disguise her feelings, just as he has. Both are suffering internally while outwardly wishing each other well. This thought brings him a pang of sympathy for her. The four take their seats on either side, and, as per tradition, the Duchess offers a few words about maintaining harmony, emphasizing the importance of unity and mutual support in marriage. They all agree wholeheartedly. At this moment, Duke Lu praises Xie Yunzhao, recounting compliments from other officials at the wedding banquet, which brings a smile to the Duchess's face, her eyes sparkling with pride for her son. Xie Yunzhang clenches his fists tightly within his sleeves. He cannot bear to hear Xie Yunzhao being lauded. Since childhood, Xie Yunzhao has excelled at everything, while he often overheard praises directed at his elder brother. Had it not been for Xie Yunzhao losing interest in his studies and acting recklessly, he would have had no chance to shine. What is Lu Ziqian up to keep him occupied with official duties day by day? Does he think that Xie Yunzhang would not seek him out while recuperating at home? Last time, Xie Yunzhao mentioned that Lu Ziqian had risked everything to save him, allowing him to survive. It seems he can no longer trust him as he did before. So he prefers official business, does he? Let him achieve a great feat in front of Yongjia and the princess. Li Wan-er also offers a token compliment. Seeing that there is nothing more to discuss, the Duchess dismisses the new bride, suggesting she rest. Li Wan-er feels quite satisfied with this arrangement. Many mothers-in-law would have their daughters-in-law stand on ceremony from day one and involve them in family affairs. It is, after all, her father who is the minister of personnel, providing her family with a sense of security. Xie Yunzhang does not leave. He has only just seen Yongjia. Li Wan-er, about to rise, sits back down. Xie Yunzhao scoffs inwardly, still not giving up. He stands and bows toward his parents, saying, "Father, mother, due to my elder brother's wedding in the past few days, there has been an accumulation of official matters in the treasury. I and the princess shall take our leave now." Duke Lu waves his hand. Go ahead. It has been a labor for the princess regarding Yunzhang's marriage. Just as Xie Yunzhao is about to turn, he pauses again. "Father, do not merely speak lightly of this. It should have been elder sister-in-law who entered first, attending to my and the princess's wedding. Now, it has become the other way around, with the princess busying herself with their nuptials. She has been fatigued these past 2 days. What about you?" And mother expressing some gratitude. The Duchess, itching to retort, would have surely fetched a chicken feather duster if not for the presence of her daughters-in-law. Duke Lu bursts into laughter, waving his hand. "You all go ahead and be busy. When you return, call your mother to open the treasury." and the princess may choose what she desires. The Duchess regrets not having taken the initiative to reward them. She should not let Xie Yunzhao have the first pick. Thank you, father. Thank you, father. Thank you, mother. Shen Shurong also expresses her gratitude with a smile, showing no sign of modesty. What is his is rightfully hers. Li Wan Air slightly curls her lip, observing her unabashed demeanor. Does the illustrious princess truly lack for such things? One wonders if her dowry chest is empty. The Duchess, with a forced smile, waves her hand, urging them to leave quickly. Father, mother, elder brother, elder sister-in-law, we shall take our leave now. Xie Yunzhao takes Shen Shurong's hand and walks out. Xie Yunzhang's eyes widen. In front of so many people at home, he is actually holding her hand? Shen Shurong walks slowly, while Xie Yunzhao strides ahead. Xie Yunzhang clenches his fist in frustration. He knew Yongjia was unwilling. Li Wan Air watches with a tinge of envy, her eyes hopeful, wondering if her husband might treat her in such a manner. As the younger couple is treated with such familiarity, it is clear that the in-laws have not reprimanded them, indicating a level of comfort and disregard. Her gaze, filled with longing, turns back to Xie Yunzhang, only to find him fixated on Yongjia's skirt. Her expression stiffens slightly, and before she can speak, Xie Yunzhang has already risen to take his leave. Father, mother, I shall also take my leave. There are official matters to attend to. You all return. Wan Air has just married. She requires some adjustment. Yunzhang, take care of her, he advises. I understand. Thank you, mother. Xie Yunzhang wishes to stride a few paces closer to Shen Shurong, but alas, Li Wan Air moves even slower than before. Once outside the main courtyard, their figures have vanished. Anger wells up within Xie Yunzhang, and he throws back the words, I have urgent matters to attend to. Li Wan Air feels a pang in her heart, yet also breathes a sigh of relief, relieved that she need not chase after him. Take your time. Everything will be all right. My body will gradually adjust. His gaze will eventually turn towards me. Once they have departed, the elderly couple begins to dream of grandchildren, speculating which daughter-in-law might conceive first. Logically, it should be the first branch with the first grandson, Duke Lu muses. The Duchess nods in agreement. Indeed, that will be the best. Yet, we have already let Zhao air down once. Duke Lu rises, patting his backside. There is nothing to be done. It is not something we can control. Xie Yunzhang retreats to the study, summoning Qi Xiao. Young master, Qi Xiao thinks to himself, noting the dark expression on his master's face. Investigate the Wang family in the southern part of the city, who is currently in charge. Qi Xiao accepts the command and departs. Young master, why investigate the Wang family? They have been merchants for generations. Qi Yu questions, perplexed. The Duke once owed old Wang a favor. Years ago, when the supplies for the Xia army were burned, it was old Wang who provided assistance without charge, sparing the soldiers from suffering in the winter. Since then, with the protection of the Duke's residence, the Wang family has prospered and stabilized their business. They became friends, sharing a few meals each year. Now, that Xie Yunzhao manages the treasury. If he could negotiate a deal with the Wang family, do you think the princess and the Duchess would view him more favorably? Qi remains confused, unable to comprehend why the young master would assist the second master. However, he refrains from asking. His master has his own reasons. Qi Xiao soon returns, reporting that the current Wang family business is managed by the young master. Old Wang only intervenes in significant matters or difficult negotiations. Xie Yunzhang's lips curl into a cold smile. The business of the treasury is certainly a major deal. He rises from the study, heading to find his father. Upon hearing his eldest son's words, Duke Lu gives him a thumbs up. You truly think ahead. This way, Yunzhao's position in the treasury will be even more secure. When others mention him, they will not merely regard him as the princess's husband, but recognize his own capabilities. Indeed, father is correct. Well done. You brothers are able to think so selflessly for one another. It brings me great comfort. Duke Lu's eyes crinkle into a smile. I shall write a letter. Old Wang will certainly not refuse me. Father, you only need to make the introduction. The negotiations must be handled by my younger brother. Xie Yunzhang suggests. Of course I know that, Duke Lu retorts, casting a glare. How could he overshadow his son's achievements? Xie Yunzhang lowers his gaze. a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Xie Yunzhao. Oh, Xie Yunzhao, my father's friend. This time, let us see how you wield your authority and how you will pressure others. Chapter 85. Addiction as the flood season draws to a close. The flood relief efforts across the counties have been commendable. The county magistrates have submitted sufficient funds, and some counties with less severe damage even have a surplus. Shen Shurong received a letter from the chief steward, indicating that Jia County, having employed a large workforce, barely managed to cope with the situation, incurring significant expenses. However, to reinforce the second line of defense, additional funds are still required. Shen Shurong felt elated, as the next task at hand would be dealing with the water bandits and ensuring shipping routes are opened. Once the shipping routes are established, the money spent will quickly yield returns manifold. Jia County, though not large, being less than half the size of other counties, was her territory, and the largest port would naturally be situated here, serving as a crucial hub for both land and water transport. In the future, a substantial portion of shipping operations would fall under her control. Who would dare underestimate her? A mere girl? Xie Yunzhao observed her as she marked out her blueprint on the topographical map, filled with fervor and gratitude. He felt fortunate to be able to openly participate in all of Rongrong's endeavors, for he was her husband. Returning to the desk, Shen Shurong picked up her pen to write a letter, but it was not a reply to the chief steward. The first 3 words were striking. Ninth young master. The terminal with the highest capacity would be entrusted to the Mo family, as their influence in the area was unparalleled, which would save them considerable trouble. Moreover, that Mo Chun, being young and capable, was someone other merchants would willingly heed. Xie Yunzhao had just been grinning, but his expression suddenly darkened. The 9th young master, the youngest and most dapper one, he recalled. Was Rongrong truly so optimistic about him? His seriousness was palpable, and the transformation in his demeanor was evident, particularly in his fox-like eyes, which shifted from joy to coldness, deep and soul-piercing. He suppressed the slight upward curve of his lips, exuding a unique and austere charm that was hard to ignore. Shen Shurong noticed his change in mood. Had she said something amiss? Why was her husband suddenly displeased? Xie Yunzhao, caught off guard by her perception, forced a smile. It's nothing. Shen Shurong felt the urge to pinch him. Why wouldn't he speak? Had mentioning Mo Chun evoked jealousy? Mo Chun was indeed quite handsome. Xie Yunzhao's expression sunk further. He was well-read, too. Xie Yunzhao's mouth drooped completely. Shen Shurong playfully shielded her face with a fan, chuckling softly. Her husband was simply amusing. Uncertain of the cause of her laughter, Xie Yunzhao pondered whether she was so pleased with Mo Chun, which only deepened his irritation. After dismissing others, Shen Shurong sat on her husband's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, scrutinizing his expression with utmost seriousness. Xie Yunzhao tightened his embrace, wary of her slipping away. Upon noticing her gaze, his face transitioned from dark to flushed. Is there something on my face? Not all. It's quite clean, she replied, leaning in to plant a fragrant kiss on him. Xie Yunzhao moved one hand upward, cradling her head to deepen the kiss, releasing her only when she began to struggle for breath. Her forehead rested against his as she spoke. A competent person deserves their position, a hire based on merit. Xie Yunzhao's lips gradually curved upward, leaning in to peck her lips, realizing she was merely soothing him. He understood, after all, that they could not remain in Linzhou indefinitely. But his heart could not help but be affected by such matters. I know, it's only right. She should have sensed his understanding. With her head against his shoulder, her hairpin poked at his face, cool to the touch, prompting Xie Yunzhao to nuzzle against it. In the future, we will require more hands. They will all be under your management. Will you find that troublesome? Xie Yunzhao, confident that she couldn't see his smile, grinned widely at her implication that future correspondence would pass through him. Of course not. It is my duty, and I apologize for any trouble it may cause, my dear. His voice carried a noticeable hint of joy as he playfully captured her restless hand, bringing it to his lips. At the Wang family residence in the capital, Old Master Wang received a handwritten letter from Duke Liu, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The treasury had grown weaker, and collaboration may not yield profit. Rather, it could lead to losses. Moreover, the The Wang family was already sufficient and had no need to expand further, yet respect for Duke Lu still needed to be upheld. After a moment of silence, he took up his pen to draft a reply, agreeing to the proposal for now, with specifics to be discussed later, thus maintaining propriety. By evening, the family banquet at Duke Lu's residence was prepared. Li Shuang had nearly recovered from her illness, yet she was reluctant to leave the Duke's household, as her aunt had cared for her diligently, with only Xie Yunzhao attending to her wedding. Neither mother nor daughter had received an invitation to today's banquet, fearing it would displease the bride. However, after today, they would have no reason to linger further. Xie Yunzhao had not returned to the bridal chamber for an entire day. Li Wanner, despite her high spirits, could not ignore her discomfort and returned to administer her medicine in the morning, similarly refraining from seeking Xie Yunzhao. Managing to endure the family banquet, the affectionate couple returned, having bathed and changed into matching outfits of the same color and pattern. Shen Shurong noticed that her custom attire did not seem to feature this hue. Xie Yunzhao pretended not to see her confusion, leading her outside. The maidservants giggled behind them, remarking that this was the groom's arrangement, and his subtle intentions were easily discerned. If one were to describe their pairing as a match made in heaven, would Xie Yunzhao take offense? The relatives in the hall dared not express such flattery openly, yet the pair undeniably complemented each other in demeanor, posture, appearance, and attire. It felt wrong not to commend them. Amidst the gathering, a voice chimed in. Yunzhao and the princess truly make a splendid match. They're a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Let the second aunt take a look. Upon hearing this, everyone joined in the praises. Xie Yunzhao relished the commendation of being well matched, finding favor in the eyes of those who praised him, especially the second aunt. After exchanging several smiles and advising Shen Shurong to seek him out if needed, he contentedly moved to join the male guests. Li Wanner did not expect Xie Yunzhao to accompany Shen Shurong. She had been married for a month and was well aware of the way. After a moment of complaint, she pouted, feeling a pang of jealousy. The Duke's wife called for her, and she exchanged her frown for a smile as she responded. Xie Yunzhao preferred not to drink heavily, still recovering, and after toasting each table, he returned to his seat. Xie Yunzhao was not the main focus today, quietly enjoying his meal. Seating himself beside Xie Yunzhao initiated conversation. The Wang family in the capital has a thriving business in gold, silver, and jade. Old Master Wang is also a friend of Father S. I have asked Father to assist in establishing contact, and they have agreed to discuss business with you. The meeting was scheduled for tomorrow morning at the SI hour. If successful, the princess and the county princess would surely regard you with newfound respect. Xie Yunzhao furrowed his brows, amused. Is brother indulging in some brotherly affection? Father does not know. Does he truly believe they are not at odds? Glancing at their father at the main seat, who wore a smile of anticipation, Xie Yunzhao realized that his father remained blissfully unaware. His expression relaxed. He declared with a clear voice, "Thank you, Father. Thank you, brother. I shall seize this opportunity and not disappoint you." The hall erupted in praises again, commending the brotherly bond they shared, noting their remarkable qualities. Duke Lu would surely enjoy a peaceful retirement. Listening to his sons being lauded, Duke Lu felt immense pride and poured himself another drink. Chapter 86. The new Duke of Lu. After the gathering dispersed, Xie Yunzhao relayed the matter to Shen Shurong. Rong pondered, does he truly care for my well-being? Can Xie Yunzhao harbor good intentions? Shen Shurong held a skepticism deeper than anyone else. In her past life, prior to her faked death, the two brothers maintained a respectful distance, as Xie Yunzhao had not contended with him. The previous assassination attempt had clearly illustrated that once he posed any threat, Xie Yunzhao would not hesitate to eliminate him. My dear husband should prepare for both outcomes. Logically, he ought not to involve himself in your affairs. Xie Yunzhao delighted in her disbelief towards Xie Yunzhao, happily acquiescing to her concerns. He was unafraid of Xie Yunzhao, but relished the thought of Rong siding with him. In a fit of joy, he lifted her into his arms, twirling her around the room before enveloping her in a warm embrace, whispering affectionately in her ear, "Would it please my wife if I assisted her in bathing? Shall I anoint you with fragrant balms?" Before she could respond, he had already whisked her away to the bathing chamber. Shen Shurong blushed fiercely, struggling against him. How can you assist me in bathing or applying balms? You've taken over the maid's duties. Why summon them at all? No need for them. I am sufficient, he declared. Half an hour later, the once pristine bathwater was now half empty due to his playful antics. Not to mention the 2 additional buckets of hot water he had added midway. Their matching garments lay soaked on the floor, reverting her delicate attire to its raw fabric. Shen Shurong covered her eyes. When he became reckless, she dared not witness it. As he leaned closer, she hurriedly interjected, "No more. The water has turned cold." "Oh, my dear wife, the water must inevitably transition from liquid to solid," he replied, rising to wrap a long towel around her. He stepped forward, lifting her in his arms, drying her off before carrying her back to their chambers. He procured a nourishing cream, scooping a generous amount into his palm. While he could bear applying it to her arms, the increasing intimacy of the moment muddled both their thoughts. Their breaths quickened, and the cream remained unfinished as they tumbled onto the bed. Meanwhile, in the Chaui courtyard, Xie Yunzhao lingered in the study under the pretense of having drunk too much. Li Wan'er sighed in relief. She knew she would be unable to tend to him for a while and contemplated how to refuse him. The following day, the second manager responsible for the Treasury silver trade was set to accompany Xie Yunzhao to a meeting, discussing numerous matters regarding the Wang family, which were not favorable for negotiation today. The third manager, having caught wind of this, insisted on joining as well. Knowing the Wang family had some connections with the Duke of Lu, he was eager to witness how this son-in-law would navigate the discussions. Both parties arrived well-equipped, seemingly intent on reaching an agreement. However, those in the know understood that the Wang family was merely appeasing the treasury. The treasury had once stood high above, and to have dealings with it was the envy of many. Yet now, the situation had changed, especially with the recent marriage of the young princess, who had now become a wife and was confined to the inner quarters. Many were doubtful of their prospects. The meeting took place in a tea house conducive to business discussions, where Xie Yunzhao reserved the entire establishment to grant the Wang family due respect. The elder Wang brought his son, the current young master, who was taken aback by Xie Yunzhao's apparent seriousness, though they could not afford to feel pressured by such gestures. Once both parties settled into a private room on the 3rd floor, Xie Yunzhao greeted them enthusiastically, calling them Uncle Wang and Brother Wang, inquiring after their father and building rapport. He then excused himself from the main table, allowing the second manager to take the lead. The third manager accompanied him, noting that today, the son-in-law was indeed polite, showing significant improvement compared to their last encounter. Xie Yunzhao sipped tea at his leisure, yet his attention remained fixed on the negotiation table. The third manager listened intently, nodding in understanding as it became clear that matters would not proceed smoothly. The Wang family was only obliged to meet due to the Duke's influence. The second manager awkwardly outlined the Treasury's future prospects and developments. Yet the elder Wang only offered blessings and belief without addressing the Wang family's desire for a share in the profits. Realizing the futility of further persuasion, he glanced at Xie Yunzhao, who, though the silver trade fell under his purview, was aware that this business had been initiated by the son-in-law and thus should respect his wishes. Having grown weary of sitting, Xie Yunzhao leaned back and crossed his legs. Noticing the conversation had waned, he straightened up, certain that Xie Yunzhao harbored ill intentions. He rose and approached the second manager, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. "Please, take a seat at the back." The second manager, bewildered, complied and moved aside. The third manager followed suit, feeling a sudden tension in the air. Xie Yunzhao plopped down in the second manager's seat, pouring tea for the Wang father and son. The young master quickly half-squatted, exclaiming, "How could I trouble the second young master? It is my duty to serve you." Unfazed, Xie Yunzhao continued pouring, chuckling lightly. "Why should you hesitate? Is your Wang family not bold enough to refuse cooperation with the treasury?" The expressions of the Wang family and their attendants shifted dramatically. Even the previously composed elder Wang felt a tremor run through him. The elder quickly regained his composure, thinking to himself that nowadays, young people simply lack proper upbringing. He lifted his cup and sipped the tea poured by Xie Yunzhao, boldly stating, "What do you mean, second young master? In business, mutual consent is paramount. With a loud crash, Xie Yunzhao hurled the teapot across the room, shards scattering everywhere, causing all present, including the elder Wang, to shudder. Lock the doors of this tea house. If today's negotiations fail, none shall exit. Yes, second master, came the reply, as the Qingying closed the doors. The young master, terrified, stood protectively in front of his father, arms spread wide. The elder Wang remained relatively calm. The Duke of Lu treated him like family, and he believed the Duke's son would heed his father. What do you intend, second young master? Are you attempting to coerce the Wang family? Your father would never resort to such tactics. Do you not fear the Duke of Lu learning of your behavior today? Xie Yunzhao brandished a dagger, twirling it playfully in his hand, a gift from Rong that could slice through iron. The young master's hands trembled as he shielded his father. All eyes were drawn to the blade. The second manager finally comprehended the reason behind the third manager's recent illness. He had never witnessed such a display. Xie Yunzhao flung the dagger towards the window, where it embedded itself into the thick frame, causing gasps to fill the room as they beheld the elder Wang's white hair fluttering in the air. No one dared to glance back. The second manager, stunned, sank back into his chair. The third manager clenched his fists, his gaze unwavering, thinking, yes, this is how it should be. Ignoring their reactions, Xie Yunzhao sheathed the dagger, declaring, this has nothing to do with my father. Today's business is on behalf of my elder brother, whom you should recognize as the heir to the Duke of Lu. The young master, weak-kneed, struggled to support his father. Do not frighten us. The heir is also the Duke's son and must answer to him. Can a son surpass his father? Xie Yunzhao smirked at his naivety. You seem to have forgotten that my elder brother, while presently a son, will one day inherit the title of Duke of Lu. Even with my father's protection, when my brother ascends, do you truly believe the new Duke will forget today as grievances? Will he not seek retribution? The faces of the Wang family paled, the elder Wang's feigned composure evaporating completely. Xie Yunzhao grinned. Let me share another tidbit with you, Uncle Wang. This is no secret. My elder brother